My name is Yi Qianfan. I woke up in a strange place after taking a nap at home. I was lying on dry grass inside a small, weak hut made of bamboo and straw. Outside, the world was covered in a thick, white fog. I had no idea where I was or how I got there. Nearby, I saw a heavy book glowing with golden light. When I opened it, the pages told me I was now in the world of mist. My only goal was to survive. The book warned me that fire is the only thing that keeps me safe from monsters in the fog. It told me I could only explore during the day when the mist is thin, and I must return before sunset. Most importantly, I have 3 days to build a better house, or I will freeze to death. The book also had special channels to chat or trade with other people who are stuck here. I looked at the messages and realized everyone was scared. Many people didn't have food or fire. While looking around my hut, I noticed something amazing. Red exclamation marks were appearing over objects. When I looked at them, small messages gave me hints. These hints told me that my hut was weak, my stone axe was almost broken, and my campfire was dying. I asked others in the chat if they could see these hints, but they said no. It seems I am the only one with this special power. Just as the sun began to rise and the fog started to fade, I realized these hints would be my secret weapon to stay alive. I have a limited amount of time to find resources and upgrade my shelter before the dangerous night returns. My new life in this mysterious world has officially begun. As the sun rose, the thick fog around my hut pulled back just enough for me to see my surroundings. I found myself in a beautiful but mysterious spot where a forest met a vast grassland. My magic book was buzzing with messages from people all over the world. They were waking up in deserts, on cliffs, or by rivers, and most were terrified. I didn't have time to worry about them. I only had about 4 hours before the dangerous mist would return, and I needed to use every minute. Armed with my weak, broken stone axe, I stepped outside. Immediately, my special ability kicked in. Looking in different directions, I saw floating hint messages that warned me of what lay ahead. To the west, there was a squirrel nest full of pine cones, but a deadly leopard was sleeping under the tree. To the east, I saw dry branches for my fire, but a fast snake was hiding there, ready to bite. Straight ahead was just grass and some pine trees. However, to the south, my hints revealed a hidden bronze treasure chest with no danger nearby. I headed south and found the chest tucked away in the tall grass. Inside, I discovered 20 pieces of flint and 10 pieces of bronze. Flint is incredibly valuable here because it's the only way to start a fire easily. I also gained bronze from the chest itself. I checked my magic book and saw that my carrying capacity was limited, but I had a plan. I looked at the trading channel and saw people desperately trying to swap wood for food or tools. I realized then that I could use my extra flint to trade for the resources I needed. I also discovered a new section in my book called the Upgrade Tree. It showed me that if I can collect 100 pieces of wood, I can turn my flimsy grass hut into a solid wooden cabin. This would give me a safe place to sleep and a way to store my items. With my special hints showing me exactly where the treasures are and how to avoid the monsters, I finally felt like I had a real chance to survive this nightmare. I checked my upgrade tree and saw that my main goal was to turn my straw hut into a wooden cabin. This upgrade requires 100 pieces of wood. Without it, I can't build a workbench or a backpack to carry more items. My current carrying capacity is very small. I realized that my bronze, flint, and axes already took up almost half of my space. To get wood faster, I decided to trade. I listed 10 pieces of flint on the trading channel, asking for wood in return. I knew other players would be desperate for fire-starting materials. While waiting for trades, I used my special hints to explore the south again. The system showed me a rusty metal axe hidden under a pile of leaves nearby. Finding that axe changed everything. My old stone axe was useless and slow, but this metal one was powerful. When I tested it on a tree, it cut through with ease. I spent the next few hours working hard, chopping down tree after tree. By the time I was exhausted, I had gathered 50 pieces of wood, along with vines and pine needles. I checked my magic book and saw that some of my flint had already sold, giving me even more wood. I now had 80 pieces in total, very close to the target. My inventory was completely full, so I ran back to my hut to drop everything off. As the time for exploration started to run out, I checked my hints one more time. The world was changing. A leopard that was nearby had left, and a dangerous snake to the east was now weak because it was busy eating a frog. I realized I had a choice. Keep chopping wood or go after new resources and food. With the metal axe in my hand and my special hints guiding me, I felt ready to take on the challenge. I noticed my survival hints had updated. The dangerous leopard had left, and a poisonous gale snake nearby was currently slow because it was digesting a frog. I realized this was the perfect time to attack. I moved eastward through the thickening fog and found the snake camouflaged among some dry branches. Thanks to my system, I saw it before it saw me. I used my metal axe to kill it instantly, collecting meat, fangs, and a special wind core. I even ate the snake's gall, which gave me a permanent boost to my poison resistance. With time running out before sunset, I headed to a large dead tree to deal with a squirrel. Instead of climbing, I simply chopped the tree down. The squirrel fell, providing more meat and fur. In its nest, I found a huge stash of berries and nuts, plus a valuable blueprint for a water purifier. The fog was becoming dangerously dense, so I hurried back to my shelter. When I arrived, I saw that my flint trades had been successful. I now had enough wood to upgrade my home. In a flash of golden light, my drafty straw hut transformed into a sturdy wooden cabin with a solid door and a magical lock. It felt much safer and warmer. I also traded some flint for a fine beast trap blueprint. After crafting it, I realized I could use my berries as bait to catch small animals tomorrow. As night fell and the temperature dropped, I started a fire. I learned that dry branches burn for 1 hour, while wood blocks last 4. I threw in enough fuel to last the night and began roasting my snake and squirrel meat. Checking the chat channel, I saw that the situation was getting grim for others. Several people had already disappeared from our region, and many were begging for fire or food. While I sat in my new cabin with a warm meal, I realized just how much my special hints and quick trading had helped me stay ahead of the dangers in this world. I'm starving. Someone please give me some meat. I'll be grateful forever. You're crazy. Meat is so rare right now. No one has extra to share. But if you give me a piece, I'll be grateful forever too. Oh no, there really is something in the fog. I just saw a pair of eyes. My grass hut is so flimsy, it doesn't even have walls. I'm too scared to sleep tonight. I want to go home. Sob. The chat was full of all kinds of messages. From what Yi Qianfan read, he came to one conclusion. If you want to get rich, start chopping trees. Once you upgrade your wooden cabin, you'll be living well. Of course, that's easier said than done. If Yi Qianfan hadn't been lucky enough to find a treasure chest and get a good axe, he'd probably still be shivering in a grass hut right now. Oh right, he hadn't checked what new features came with the upgraded cabin yet. Yi Qianfan opened the upgrade tree page. Upgrade tree, straw hut wooden house, stone house locked, straw hut. Loses heat easily and offers little protection from wild animals. Upgrade as soon as possible. Wooden house. Keeps out wind and rain, but still cannot withstand attacks from beasts. Level 1 workbench. Used to craft basic tools such as stone axes, bamboo spears, torches, and simple backpacks. Building requirements. Stone 0/20, wood 49 halves, level 1 bedroom. Move beyond a rough straw pile to a soft wooden bed. Good sleep helps you recover energy faster. Building requirements. Wood 49 fourths, dry grass 0/20, vines 9 fifths, stone house. Only thick stone walls sealed with mud can protect you from natural disasters. You can also build a fireplace inside to survive the extreme cold that comes after a week. Upgrading unlocks the medicine table, alchemy furnace, and fireplace. Stone house upgrade requirements. Stone 0/200, mud 0/100, wood 4150, vines 920, glass 0/4, earth element beast core 0/4. Locked. After upgrading to the stone house, the next level will be revealed. Basic carrying capacity indoor storage backpack locked. Basic carrying capacity. You can carry up to 50 units. Exceeding this limit will greatly reduce your stamina. Indoor storage expands your indoor space. Storage capacity 90/200. Backpack. After building a workbench, you can craft a simple backpack to increase your carrying limit by 100. Crafting requirements. Animal hide 1-2, thread 0/1. Locked. After obtaining a backpack, the next level will be revealed. Yi Qianfan looked over the upgrade tree. he noticed that two new items could be built inside the wooden house, a workbench and a bedroom. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough materials yet. He planned to trade some leftover flint later to get the resources he needed for partial upgrades. He also noticed something new about the stone house section. Additional hints had appeared. Stone house. Only thick stone walls sealed tightly with mud can protect you from natural disasters. You can also build a fireplace in the house, which will help you survive the extreme cold that comes a week later. If you upgrade early, the cold wave in 3 days will also be easier to handle. After upgrading, you can build a medicine table, an alchemy furnace, and a fireplace. Especially that line. You can build a fireplace, so you can survive the extreme cold a week later. That sentence was clearly a reminder for Yi Qianfan. A cold wave would come in 3 days, and a week later, an even harsher freeze would arrive. Only a stone house could withstand it. If other players found out about this, the prices of wood and stone would surely skyrocket. It seemed he had to stock up on wood and stone before anyone else learned the news. Whether he sold them later or used them himself, he would make a big profit. Of course, Yi Qianfan also thought about telling the other players. But after thinking it through, he decided not to. Once the news spread, collecting wood and stone would become much harder. Besides, there were other traders in this world who were good at hoarding and reselling. They might even be better than him. If that happened, the prices of wood and stone would become so high that no one could afford them. That would mean ordinary players, who might have had a chance to gather enough materials to survive, would lose that chance because of greedy traders. That wouldn't be right. So Yi Qianfan gave up the idea of sharing the news. Yi Qianfan continued exploring the wooden cabin. After the upgrade, the inside became much more spacious. In one corner, there was a shelf for storing items. Yi Qianfan carefully sorted and placed the materials he had collected outside. From today's trip, besides what he had used, he had gathered wood times 49, pine needles times 12, vines times 9, dry branches times 8, berries times 25, nuts times 36, squirrel meat times 1, snake meat times 2, squirrel hide times 1, poison fong times 2, wind beast core times 1, water purifier blueprint times 1, fine animal trap times 1. It was a good haul. After sorting everything neatly, the smell of roasted meat began to fill the air. Sizzle. The meat was finally roasted. Yi Qianfan picked up the sizzling snake meat and took a bite. The aroma was mouth-watering. Although the snake meat didn't have any special benefits, it tasted surprisingly good. It was springy and tender, with a flavor similar to eel, rich but not greasy. After finishing one piece, Yi Qianfan couldn't help wanting another. He skewered more snake meat to roast, then started eating some squirrel meat. Compared to the snake, the squirrel meat tasted much worse. It had a strong, unpleasant smell, definitely from a wild male squirrel. Not tasty at all. Yi Qianfan shook his head. Still, not wanting to waste food, he put the half-eaten squirrel meat up for trade to exchange for some upgrade materials. Half-eaten squirrel meat. Trade for 20 stones, or 20 dry grass 5 vines. System message. Shrewd Trader 1 type of material was for building a workbench, the other for upgrading his room. As for making a basic backpack, he still lacked animal hide and thread. Yi Qianfan didn't mind much. After all, having animal hide meant someone had successfully hunted something. But no matter what kind of prey they caught, no one would really want a piece of meat that had already been bitten. Squirrel meat -1, stones 20. Almost as soon as he listed it, the half-eaten squirrel meat was instantly bought. Many people left comments below. This half-eaten meat costs 20 stones? That's outrageous. Hey, no one forced you to buy it. If I had enough stones, I'd have grabbed it already. You have no idea how rare food is now. I chased rabbits all day and didn't even see one. Huh. You can keep complaining while I enjoy this delicious roasted squirrel meat. Yi Qianfan never disappoints. He even sells it cooked. It's gone already. You guys are too fast. I wanted some too. I really want to taste it. My mouth is watering. Yi Qianfan looked at the comments and couldn't help but laugh. These funny netizens were still as lively as ever. In the old world, no one would even give half-eaten squirrel meat to a beggar. But here, in this world, even a bitten piece of meat was valuable. It had become something everyone wanted. Some people even offered materials they had spent the whole day digging up just to trade for it. It seemed everyone was truly starving. The materials were ready. First, upgrade the tool bench. Stone. 20. Wood. 2. Level 1 tool bench, successfully built. With a flash of golden light, a large stone appeared in the corner of the small wooden cabin near the bed. On top of it lay a stone hammer. This must be the tool bench. A level 1 version really did look primitive. Yi Qianfan opened his magic book, and the description under the level 1 tool bench had changed slightly. Level 1 tool bench. Level 2 tool bench. Can craft basic defense tools, double-edged stone axe, short bow, arrows, sewn clothes, medium backpack. Requirements: stone 0/100, wood 47/20, earth beast core 0/2. Stone axe, craftable. Requirements: stone 0/1, wood 47/1, vine 9/1, bamboo spear, craftable. Requirements: bamboo 0/2, stone 0/1, vine 9/1, torch, craftable. Requirements: resin 0/2, wood 47/1, vine 9/1, basic backpack, craftable. Requirements: animal hide 1/2, linen thread 0/1, wooden barrel. A level 2 tool bench could even make bows and arrows. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. He remembered that a lightning leopard often wandered around nearby. If he had a bow and arrow, he could injure it from a distance and then finish it off with his axe. That might work. He wondered what valuable items the lightning leopard might have. Unfortunately, the materials needed for level 2 were too demanding: 100 stones and 2 earth beast cores. Yi Qianfan had once wondered what those beast cores were for, but now he understood. They were used to upgrade higher-level items. It was likely that crafting level 2 or higher tools would also require beast cores. He would need to collect more of them. As for the level 1 weapons, Yi Qianfan wasn't interested. After all, he already had a rusty metal axe, which was much better than these primitive stone tools. There was no need to make extra ones. If there was anything on the workbench that Yi Qianfan wanted, it would be a torch and a basic backpack. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough materials yet, but he wasn't in a hurry. He still had several pieces of flint that hadn't been traded. He decided to check the trading channel later to see if there was anything good to exchange for. For now, he needed to fill his stomach first. Sizzle at that moment, the other piece of snake meat roasting over the campfire was ready. Yi Qianfan picked up the last piece, ate it with satisfaction, and took a big gulp of mineral water. Looking at the chat channel, where many people were crying and shouting in fear, he suddenly felt very lucky. After all, he already had a warm wooden cabin, with a bright fire burning inside. With 4 sturdy walls around him, the outside world felt distant, giving him a rare sense of safety. After finishing his meal, Yi Qianfan realized he was running low on water. Then he remembered that he had found a water purifier blueprint earlier. It was time to store some clean water. He opened the blueprint. Water purifier blueprint. Stone 0/3, wood 47/3, charcoal 0/1, bamboo 0/1, can purify water sources, preventing contamination. It could only purify water, not create it. That meant he would have to trade for some water. Trading channel. Yi Qianfan searched for water and quickly found many listings. He sorted them by price and found a good deal: 1 L of water for 1 piece of wood. Compared to others offering only a few hundred or even a few dozen milliliters, this was a great bargain. After all, with so many people in the world, some were lucky enough to start near water sources. Naturally, they had plenty of water but might lack other resources, like wood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trading it. Just as he was about to confirm the trade, system alert: you don't have a container to hold water. Proceed with the trade? No container? That could have been a disaster. Thankfully, he noticed in time. Yi Qianfan let out a sigh of relief and began crafting a wooden bucket. The magic book quickly jumped to upgrade tree. Workbench. Level 1 workbench, showing the details of an ordinary wooden barrel. Ordinary wooden barrel. Can hold 10 L of water. Requires wood 47/2, vine 9/1. Materials were sufficient. Yi Qianfan clicked craft without hesitation. Soon, a small wooden barrel appeared in front of him. Exchange 1 L of water. Exchange successful. Water 1 L, wood -1. At the bottom of the newly made barrel, a small amount of water appeared. As expected, the water was quite dirty, with some twigs and leaves floating on the surface. Looking closely, he could even see tiny creatures in the water, like mosquito larvae. Disgusting. No wonder it was sold so cheaply. If you didn't have a water purifier, this stuff would be undrinkable. Yi Qianfan opened the purifier blueprint again. Water purifier blueprint. Stone 0/3, wood 44 thirds, charcoal 0/3, bamboo 0/1. He had plenty of wood, but he still needed charcoal and stones. Charcoal. Wasn't that just what's left when wood doesn't burn completely? Yi Qianfan stared at the campfire carefully. Sure enough, soon, he noticed small red exclamation marks glowing in the flames. Charcoal, a byproduct of incomplete wood burning. Useful for filtering water, very valuable. Collecting charcoal will shorten the campfire's burn time. Remember to add more wood. The temperature will drop to -5 degrees Celsius at midnight, so that's how it worked. Collecting charcoal made the fire burn for a shorter time. That meant the total burn time already included the charcoal's burning time. But since he had plenty of wood and branches, he didn't mind the extra use. Collect charcoal. Charcoal 3, campfire burn time remaining, 14 hours. Remember to add wood, 1 branch for 1 piece of charcoal? That was a fair trade. Still, Yi Qianfan didn't rush to collect the rest. He could always make more when needed. Charcoal was easy to get anytime. He tossed 3 more branches into the fire, ensuring it would burn steadily until morning. Water purifier blueprint. Stone 0/3, wood 44 thirds, charcoal 3 thirds, bamboo 0/1 to make the water purifier. He only needed a few stones and 1 piece of bamboo. Yi Qianfan remembered that earlier. Someone had left a message under his flint listing, saying they didn't have enough wood and wanted to trade stones instead. Perfect timing. He quickly opened the trading channel and contacted the person who left the message. The profile picture showed a young woman with long hair. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a round, cute face, almost like a lifelike 3D doll. But Yi Qianfan didn't fully believe such photos. After all, with today's makeup and filters, what you see might not be real at all. So he just glanced at it and moved on. Yi Qianfan, do you have stones? Xian. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Do you still have any flint? Please, I need help. Yi Qianfan, yes. If you don't have much wood, you can trade all of it for stones. Xian, that's great. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. My campfire went out, and I keep feeling like something's watching me from the dark. It's so scary. Yi Qianfan, I've set it up. Just confirm the trade. Flint -1, stone 10. As soon as Yi Qianfan listed it, the trade was completed instantly. At that moment, his private chat window suddenly filled with dozens of new messages. And more kept coming every second. Private chat channel, hey, do you still have flint? Please help. The mist has already reached my hut. I feel like something's crawling around me. Help. Brother, I have stones and dry grass. Can I trade for flint? I've got wood. Do you still have flint? I can offer 12 pieces of wood, or vines if you prefer. I have plenty. There really is something in the mist. Please lend me a piece of flint. I promise I'll return it. Countless messages flooded Yi Qianfan's chat window. He chuckled. This morning, when he listed flint for trade, no one cared. Now, they were all desperate to reach him. Earlier, the sellers were the ones choosing Yi Qianfan, but now things have changed. It was Yi Qianfan's turn to choose the sellers. From a pile of private messages, he picked the 8 people who offered the best deals. He sent each of them a private message. Trade channel. Hurry. First come, first served. Then, Yi Qianfan listed the items on the trade channel according to their offers. Flint -1, stone 10, wood 5, flint -1, vine 12, flint -1, mackerel 3, flint -1, fine bracer blueprint 1. Soon, Yi Qianfan sold all 19 pairs of flint, keeping only 1 pair for himself. The last 8 pairs brought him a pile of valuable items. Stone 10, vine 12, mackerel 3, bamboo 20, wood 12, dry grass 20, fine bracer blueprint 1. It was a great harvest. He even had food ready for tomorrow's breakfast. Perfect. But that was to be expected. While Yi Qianfan was trading, the number of people in the regional chat kept dropping. Only 912 were left. Nearly 100 had died. Those people probably failed to relight their campfires after the fog appeared and soon perished. The more desperate the situation became, the more panic spread among those who still hadn't lit their fires. So they offered everything they had to trade with Yi Qianfan for flint. Even though it was just a single pair of flint, It was enough to save their lives. Of course, he could only hope they had enough fuel to last until morning. As for the rest, Yi Qianfan wasn't a hero. He couldn't save everyone by himself. After all, this was a world where only the strong survived. No one could protect everyone. Besides, the game didn't completely cut off their chances of survival. It all depended on whether they knew how to make use of what they had. At the start, everyone had 2 items in their huts. They might have looked ordinary, but they were actually very useful. The most obvious one was dry wood 2, can be used to start a fire. This means the game gives players a chance to survive right from the start. Even without flint, they can still make fire by rubbing wood together or using a bow drill. But they either didn't notice this or couldn't do it. In that case, they have no one else to blame. Water purifier blueprint. Stone 20/3, wood 52/3, charcoal 3/3, bamboo 20/1, craft. Stone -3, wood -3, charcoal -3, bamboo -1, a flash of golden light. A primitive 3-barrel water filter appeared in front of Yi Qianfan. 3 half-meter-tall wooden barrels were connected by a thin bamboo tube, each filled with stones and charcoal. Water purifier. The filtered water is safe to drink and has a light spring taste. A very good purifier. Durability 10 out of 10. Charcoal is a consumable item. When durability runs out, replace the charcoal. That's pretty scientific. The system even knows that charcoal wears out over time. It seems reliable. Let's see how much fresh water a purifier with 10 durability can produce. Yi Qianfan poured 1 liter of dirty water into the purifier and placed a bucket at the outlet. Before long, clean water began to drip out. The once murky water became crystal clear after filtering. Bamboo cups x10, bamboo 19/1, bamboo -1. Bamboo cups 10. Yi Qianfan made 10 bamboo cups and filled one with water. He had no choice. He couldn't make just one. But that was fine. He could sell the extras or use them as bowls. The taste is really good. The filtered water had a faint sweetness, like natural spring water. It reminded him of the early days of a famous bottled water brand, fresh and slightly sweet. But now, that brand's water wasn't as good anymore. Even avoiding a strange taste was considered lucky. After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Qianfan got ready to go to bed. But this bed, Yi Qianfan had just sat down on the straw bed when a bunch of dry twigs poked him so hard it almost hurt. What on earth? How can anyone sleep on this thing? And according to the weather forecast, it'll be 5 degrees below zero tonight. With this broken bed, I might not get poked to death, but I'll definitely freeze. Can the bed be upgraded too? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a red exclamation mark appeared before his eyes. These upgrades could also be seen in the magic book's upgrade tree, but Yi Qianfan's hint ability made things much easier. Crude straw pile. This bed is just a heap of straw and dry branches. It can barely be called a place to sleep, but it's definitely uncomfortable. Level 1 bedroom. Upgrade from a crude straw pile to a soft wooden straw bed. A good night's sleep helps you recover faster. Requirements. Wood 49/4, dry grass 20/20, vines 25, wood -4, dry grass -20, vines -5, upgrade successful. Even if he didn't have the materials, he would have to find some. But since he already had them, there was no need to make things hard for himself. Yi Qianfan quickly upgraded the crude straw pile into a soft straw bed. A flash of golden light appeared. Before him stood a bed made of tightly bound straw. It looked thick, about 10 centimeters, and felt soft to the touch, almost as comfortable as a regular mattress. Yi Qianfan lay down and soon drifted off to sleep. When he woke up from a short nap, he glanced at the time in his magic book. It was already past midnight. Time really flew. Outside the wooden hut, the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees. If there had only been a campfire without walls to block the cold wind, he couldn't imagine how freezing it would be. But lying deep in the thick straw bed, Yi Qianfan felt perfectly warm. He wasn't very sleepy anymore, but he didn't want to leave the cozy bed either. He decided to keep sleeping. Stretching lazily, Yi Qianfan thought that if he had a soft pillow too, that would be even better. He slept soundly until morning. In a place where exploration time outside was limited to 4 hours, Yi Qianfan didn't dare to oversleep. Stretching lazily, Yi Qianfan reached for the magic book by his bed and glanced at it. Time, 6:31 time until sunrise. 1:29 temperature, mild weather. Average it might rain at any time. Please repair the roof of your grass hut. Then, Yi Qianfan opened the chat channel to take a look. Regional chat channel, online users, 780 from yesterday to today. The number had dropped by 220 people. Yi Qianfan was a little shocked. The chat below had been active since last night without stopping. If there weren't a daily message limit, Yi Qianfan guessed there would already be more than 999 messages. Last night was terrifying. If I hadn't started a fire in time, I think I would have been done for. I even heard growling behind me. If the fire had started a bit later, I might have been taken away. I had a fire too, but I ran out of wood in the middle of the night. I almost froze. It was even worse for me. There's a small stream outside my place. In the middle of the night, the water froze solid, and in the morning, I could hear the ice cracking. I'm so hungry. Can anyone spare some food? I couldn't sleep all night. I can't stay in this awful place any longer. I want to give up. But just as Yi Qianfan finished reading that last message, he saw it start to disappear, one word at a time, as if being erased. He looked again at the online count. Online users, 779, they were really gone? And when someone was gone, the system automatically erased all traces of them. Too cruel. At that moment, Yi Qianfan truly felt how harsh this game was. He had to work harder. He made up his mind. After finishing breakfast early and preparing everything, he would rush out to find food as soon as the fog cleared. While searching for useful materials, he also needed to strengthen his cabin's defenses. Only then could he survive safely in this strange and dangerous place. Pacific Sori, tender and rich in flavor, but must be eaten quickly or it will spoil. Freshness, 79%, fullness, 45% originally. Yi Qianfan only planned to roast one fish, then eat some berries and nuts, which would be enough to fill him up. But when he saw the freshness level of the sori, he immediately understood. Fresh food would spoil even if stored in the warehouse. So he had to eat it as soon as possible. He threw all the fish onto the fire to roast. Sizzle the sori had quite a bit of fat. Not long after it was placed on the grill, drops of oil began to fall down with a drip, drip sound. When the oil hit the red-hot charcoal, it made a sizzling noise and released a puff of white smoke. The smoke carried the smell of grilled fish mixed with a smoky aroma. The delicious scent made Yi Qianfan's stomach growl loudly. He was starving, but just waiting around wasn't helping. So Yi Qianfan decided to do something else. He walked over to the filter to check if the water was done. After filtering all night, drinking water, 730 milliliters, slightly sweet, rich in minerals. Filter durability, 9/10 not bad. Filtering 1 liter of water, including the 170 milliliters he drank last night, used up about 100 milliliters of capacity. From the charcoal's durability, it seemed 3 pieces of charcoal could filter about 10 liters of water, which was quite efficient. He just didn't know how much water the filter could handle in a day. He decided to buy 5 liters and test it out. Trading channel Yi Qianfan found the same person who sold water yesterday. When he opened the seller's page, the person was still selling water, with several different options listed. 1L fresh water, trade for 1 wood. 5L fresh water, trade for 1 meat. 5L fresh water, trade for 250g food. Looks like the seller was really hungry. All his water was being traded for wood or food. Still, that was his advantage. Drawing water wasn't too hard, and he could use it to trade for many other resources. Especially in the early stages, when people hadn't explored their surroundings much, water became a very valuable resource. However, under the seller's trade page, there were also many angry comments. You liar. This isn't clean water at all. Last night, I bought you 1 liter of water, and I've been having diarrhea ever since. The person upstairs said it was plain water, not pure drinking water. 1 liter of water only costs a small amount. What more do you want? Pure drinking water costs at least 1 unit per 100 milliliters, and it's hard to find on the market. Even if someone sells gutter water, I'd still get sick and it's not their fault. The seller is quite honest, knowing their water quality is average, so they set the lowest price online. What else do you want? Some people are scolding, while others are leaving good reviews. But from their arguments, Yi Qianfan saw that there is a market. 100 ml of pure drinking water, exchange for 1 unit of material, and it's hard to find on the market. He can make 900 milliliters of drinking water from 1 liter of water. The cost is just 1 unit of material to buy water plus 0.3 charcoal to filter water, which makes 900 milliliters of drinking water. In simple terms, from 1 liter of water, he can earn about 7.7 units of material. This is a good opportunity. Yi Qianfan searched the trading channel for pure drinking water and found several offers. 100 ml of pure drinking water, exchange for 2 units of material, spring water, absolutely clean, guaranteed to cause no stomach issues. 100 milliliters for 2 units of material or 100 g of food, 1 liter of pure drinking water, 15 units of material, discounts available, private message. He looked over the prices, which were quite high. Usually, 1 unit of material can't even buy 100 milliliters of water, probably because pure drinking water is harder to obtain. It might also require boiling or other methods, and the system's strict inspection makes it normal that the supply is limited. Yi Qianfan used 4 units of material and 2 vine branches to make 2 wooden buckets at once. Then he privately messaged the seller. Yi Qianfan, I don't have meat for now. I'll trade you 1 mackerel plus 250 g of berries for 10 liters of water. Interested? Water source expert. Sure. How much do you need? If it's a lot, I'll send it to you when I go out later. Yi Qianfan. Just 10 liters for now, but I might need another 10 liters tonight. Water source expert. No problem. Whatever you need, I've got plenty. Guaranteed enough supply. I've already prepared everything. Yi Qianfan. Okay. The water source expert said. I'm so touched. The gift from the expert is actually grilled sorry. I love you. Moi. Yi Qianfan replied. No need, it's gross. The profile picture of the water source expert clearly shows a bearded man who looks quite similar to Cheng Yaojin. Thinking about Cheng Yaojin holding him and saying, I love you, giving kisses, and so on, made Yi Qianfan almost want to. He decisively closed the private chat window. If he didn't need to trade later, he would have blocked this person immediately. Yi Qianfan kept 230 milliliters of water for himself and sold the remaining 500 milliliters, 100 ml of water, 1 wood or 1 stone, remaining 5 anyway. The water purifier will soon provide him with a steady supply of drinking water. Yi Qianfan was not worried about running out of water. By the time he finished all this, it was already 7:30. He looked again at a crafting blueprint he received yesterday. Fine Arm Guard Blueprint. Learnable. Learning successful. Fine Arm Guard. Increases the protection of your fragile arms. Overall defense 1. Remember, you need to make 2 of them. After all, you're not Yanghua. Requires 1/2 beast skin, 0/1 thread, 0/1 metal beast core. Once again, he needed that cursed beast core. And what the heck is thread? Right now, Yi Qianfan only has a wind element beast core, and he hasn't seen anyone selling it in the trading channel. Probably because no one has hunted the prey yet, and even if someone has, they probably won't sell it easily. It's hopeless. It seems this fine arm guard can only be made later, when he has gathered enough materials. After finishing the deliciously roasted sori and eating the remaining berries from the trade, Yi Qianfan felt energized and ready to go out. Time, 8 o'clock. Only 4 hours left before the fog spreads. Be aware that there will be rain today, and fog can appear at any time. Watch the weather. Yi Qianfan glanced at the time on his magic book. In the end, he decided to carry this treasure with him, as it can give weather forecasts anytime, an invaluable life-saving tool. Just as he stepped out the door, Yi Qianfan saw that the directions in front of him had all changed. East. Outside the mist forest, there is a silver treasure chest. South. You probably don't want to go there, as a hungry lightning leopard is waiting to trap you. West. There is a patch of low bushes with a beehive inside. The honey is sweet, but beware of bee attacks. North. The grassland hides many small animals. You can place a trap cage there, and you might get a good catch. Yesterday, the lightning leopard returned, but Yi Qianfan currently doesn't feel confident enough to challenge it. Instead, a silver treasure chest. Last time, he opened a bronze box and got a whole box of flint, which brought him many benefits. This time, he found a silver treasure chest. Yi Qianfan definitely can't miss this. However, to get the silver chest, he needs to go deep into the mist forest, which is quite dangerous. Fortunately, he didn't see any danger warnings, so after thinking for a moment, Yi Qianfan decided to give it a try. After all, fortune favors the brave. But before going to get the chest, he decided to first place a trap cage in the grassland to the north. He would come back after exploring the mist forest to collect the trap. He entered the northern grassland. Immediately, he received a prompt. Dry grass. Not many can be picked up. Since sleeping on a soft grass bed, Yi Qianfan realized how valuable dry grass can be. But for such consumable resources, more is better. Who knows what else might need it later? Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can sell it. Yi Qianfan hesitated not at all and picked it up, slightly increasing his load, but it was okay. Dry grass, one he continued deep into the grassland. In total, Yi Qianfan collected 5 bundles of dry grass, reaching the system's suggested best spot for setting traps. Every time he was about to place a trap cage, the system would automatically give a warning. For example, this location is remote and not suitable for placing a trap. It's not the best hiding spot. Try moving further forward. After changing locations 4 or 5 times, Yi Qianfan finally arrived at the best trap placement spot to set down his trap cage. He looked back briefly. He realized he had already wandered deep into the vast grassland. With the fog surrounding him, without the hint, Yi Qianfan might have already lost his way in the endless plains. Moreover, for others, even if they managed to leave a mark, they probably couldn't safely escape the foggy grassland. And if they wanted to find the animal trap again, it would be almost impossible to locate it in such a scenery that never changes. This, for Yi Qianfan, it was a very difficult challenge. If it were an ordinary person, Yi Qianfan wouldn't even dare to think about it. No wonder the trading channel has such a high demand for meat. After placing the animal trap, Yi Qianfan headed toward the silver treasure chest in the east. As for the sweet honey, he planned to study it later. The east is the direction of the forest. Yi Qianfan's small cabin is right at the edge of the woods. It used to be just a broken grass hut, but now it's a small wooden house with a red roof. From afar, it looks quite nice. He wondered what it would look like after the next upgrade. Stone house can withstand harsh natural disasters. It has thick stone walls and tightly packed stones with mud, making it windproof and warm. You can also build a fireplace to survive the extreme cold after 6 days. Upgrading allows you to build a potion table, alchemy furnace, and fireplace. Upgrade requirements for the stone house: 17/200 stones, 0/100 mud, 41/50 wood, 13/20 vines, 0/4 glass, 0/4 earth beast cores. When Yi Qianfan had this idea, the system automatically showed a prompt. But this prompt was quite discouraging. The materials needed to upgrade the stone house are so many. Stones and mud are understandable. They are common materials, and many are available on the trading channel. But this glass, what the heck? Where in this world can I get glass? Open treasure chests? That's just relying on luck. Who knows when I'll get it? And the repeated reminder that it can resist the extreme cold after 6 days made Yi Qianfan feel even more urgent. The upcoming temperatures are likely to get colder, so it's best to upgrade the house early. Not just for comfort, but to stay safe. But now isn't the time to think about that. The short window of clear weather is too precious. He must make good use of every minute. He heads toward the forest to the east. Outside the forest, visibility is about 3 meters, but once he steps into the foggy woods, it quickly gets worse. The deeper he goes, the lower the visibility becomes, which makes Yi Qianfan nervous. Fortunately, he hasn't received any danger alerts yet, meaning there's no immediate threat. Sometimes, when he looks around, he sees new hints. South, some pine trees with a few nuts that can be cut down. North, 5 meters ahead, there's an ant nest. Digging it up can give some bait for hunting. None of these are good things. Yi Qianfan keeps moving forward without stopping. According to the hints, Yi Qianfan is only 187 meters away from the silver treasure chest. But the fog is so thick now, it has become almost unbelievable. The fog, as solid as a substance, completely covers him within half a meter. He reaches out his hand, but once it touches the fog, he can't even see his fingers. Suddenly, Yi Qianfan feels something flash past on his left. He quickly turns his head and sees a huge shadow in the white fog, at least 3 meters tall. The shadow flickers in and out of sight, like a giant passing by him. East, very dangerous. Unpredictable threats ahead. Stay alert. Unpredictable threats? This is the first time Yi Qianfan has seen a warning about something unknown. Could it be that the thing in the fog is beyond even the system's understanding? He swallows nervously. Should he keep going? This makes him feel a bit uneasy. But luckily, straight ahead, no danger. Continue straight for 102 meters. At the edge of the misty forest, there is a silver treasure chest. Since the system indicates there is no danger, I might as well trust it again. Yi Qianfan took 2 more steps forward. But just then, system message. Map exploration has reached 10%. A no-thick mist zone will be activated within 50 meters of the residence. Current exploration progress, 1/100. Within 50 meters of the residence, there is no thick mist. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up immediately. This is a great benefit. But he has only explored 1%, so he needs to reach at least 10% to unlock this zone. It's still quite difficult. Because of the thick fog, he can't even see clearly around his house now. If he could get a view of the scenery within 50 meters, he believes he could find more resources and advantages. Moreover, according to the rules of this place, monsters seem to only appear in the thick fog, which means he can stay within 50 meters of his house safely. Even at night, leaving the house within 50 meters wouldn't be too risky. That's good news. But there's also bad news. He has been exploring for 2 days and only covered 1% of the map. How big is this map exactly? Just completing 10% of the exploration seems quite difficult. When will he be able to explore the entire map? He sped up toward the silver treasure chest. Although the system now shows it's safe ahead, since seeing the shadow earlier, Yi Qianfan felt extremely uneasy. No one knows what might happen next. He hurried toward the treasure chest's location, planning to grab resources and leave immediately. Silver treasure chest. Be careful of the surrounding poisonous thorns. Multiple cuts can be deadly. As soon as he reached the designated spot, Yi Qianfan received a new warning. Close call. He almost reached out to open the shiny silver treasure chest. But when he saw the red exclamation mark, he quickly withdrew his hand. The warning revealed that danger was hidden all around the chest. Someone else might have rushed straight for the chest without noticing the risks. When they realized there was danger around the treasure chest, it was probably already too late. Yi Qianfan took out a rusty metal axe. He chopped a few times around the chest. Although he couldn't see exactly what he hit, the solid feeling of chopping confirmed he had struck something. Poisonous thorns can be used to build fences to keep out wild animals. Do you want to pick it up? Good item. Yi Qianfan naturally chose to pick it up without hesitation, and he chopped a few more times. Since he knew it was a good item, he didn't want to miss it. But he didn't go too close inside, because the fog made it hard to see his surroundings. If he accidentally got scratched by the poison thorns, it would be a loss. Poisonous thorns 13. After collecting some poison thorns and confirming there was no danger around the chest, Yi Qianfan opened the silver treasure chest. However, to his surprise, inside the silver chest, there was no resource he expected, only a white, round egg about the size of a bowling ball. What is this? One egg. Can only hatch after drawing blood. If you're very hungry, you can also fry it and eat it. It provides a lot of protein. Is that all? Yi Qianfan was stunned. And from the hint, he only knew it was an egg, but he didn't even know what kind of egg it was. This is too random. Yi Qianfan was so angry he wanted to throw the egg away. But considering it came from a silver chest, even if he didn't want it, he could probably sell it for a good price. He collected it. Unknown egg 1, but what puzzled Yi Qianfan was that after collecting the egg, the chest didn't automatically break down. Yesterday, after opening a bronze chest and collecting flint, the bronze chest automatically turned into 10 bronze. What's going on? Yi Qianfan looked carefully and found a question mark at the bottom of the box. There are some hidden items at the bottom of the chest. You can look carefully. The chest will automatically break in 1 minute. Oh, there's even a secret deal. If he hadn't noticed, he really would have missed it. After feeling around the bottom of the silver treasure chest, Yi Qianfan indeed found something that could be opened. Animal hide. This is the skin of a silver python. Because its color resembles silver patterns, it is often used as the lining inside silver treasure chests. Animal hide 3. After collecting the hide, Yi Qianfan immediately discovered a hidden compartment beneath the chest containing some sticky liquid that was hard to identify. Resin tin, thread tin, quartz sand tin, spirit stone 2, chest disassembly. Silver tin, huh? Several strange items appeared. Yi Qianfan quickly checked his loot one by one. Resin can be used to make torches. A small piece can burn for several hours. Great fuel. P.S. Torches are very useful for dispersing fog within a certain range. Thread, silk thread made from, very useful. Quartz sand, an important material for making glass, can be processed in an alchemy furnace. Spirit stone, a stone that stores spiritual energy. It's a rare and valuable item that can power elemental equipment. Treasure it. Silver, an expensive metal with many uses. Fortunately, it was not a wasted trip. Seeing the reminder about the torch, Yi Qianfan realized it could disperse fog. His eyes lit up, and he quickly took out his magic book, silently reciting the recipe for making a torch. Soon, the magic book displayed the crafting page showing the materials needed to make a torch. Torch can disperse fog within a 3-meter radius. If you get lost in fog, lighting a torch can save your life. Burn time, 1 hour. Torch, vine 13/1, wood 41:1, resin 10:1, create, craft. Torch 1, vines -1, wood -1, resin -1 immediately. A torch appeared in the warehouse. Yi Qianfan was surprised to find that not everything needed a crafting table. He immediately wondered if he could also craft weapons here temporarily. However, the answer disappointed him because some complex processes still require tools to complete. Yi Qianfan took out a flint and lit a torch. Sure enough, the surrounding fog immediately retreated about 3 meters, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Yi Qianfan's view also gradually became clearer. It was only then that he saw a large patch of poisonous thorns in front of him. But these poisonous thorns all grew from a single main stem with many branches. Previously, he had only cut off some branches and obtained 13 units of poisonous thorns. If he cut down the entire main stem, it would be. He smirked mischievously. Then, he swung his rusty metal axe and chopped at the poisonous thorns. Poisonous thorns. Durability 98/99. Wow. These thorns are surprisingly durable. Fortunately, his weapon was a metal axe. If he had used a regular stone axe, with the durability of these thorns, he probably wouldn't have even considered it. After swinging the axe 99 times, the poisonous thorns finally fell. Poisonous thorns 187, a good harvest. With just a torch, he managed to gather 200 poisonous thorns. After collecting the thorns, Yi Qianfan decided not to go further. Although there were some berries worth picking ahead, he chose to give up. He had spent nearly an hour and a half just exploring this area, opening chests, and chopping the poisonous thorns. Even if he turned back now, it would take at least another hour, especially when he was making the torch and saw the weather forecast on the magic book. Time 9:25, only 1 hour and 15 minutes left before the fog thickens. A sudden rain has started early, and low pressure is causing the fog to gather quickly. Return to your shelter promptly to avoid acid rain and injuries. He needed to get back within 1 hour and 15 minutes. According to the forecast, the rain was coming. And this rain, it was an acid rain that could cause injuries. This world is full of dangers everywhere. Yi Qianfan held the torch and hurried back toward his shelter. He had to get out of the foggy forest within an hour. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have any healing medicine. If he got caught in acid rain, that would be a big problem. Danger. 87 meters ahead, an unpredictable threat. Please deter. A bright red exclamation mark suddenly appeared 3 times in front of Yi Qianfan. This means that the danger ahead is not only unpredictable, but also something he absolutely cannot approach at this stage. Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered the huge black shadow in the fog. Could it be that? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Yi Qianfan decided to take a detour. Since even the system said it was an unpredictable threat, he didn't have the courage to challenge it. South. Ahead is an unexploitable rocky mountain range. There's nothing good there, so don't waste your effort. There was no warning of danger to the south. Yi Qianfan walked about 100 meters south before deciding to turn. But at the moment he turned, danger. 87 meters ahead, an unpredictable threat. Please deter. The red exclamation mark remained unchanged. Moreover, The distance of 87 meters ahead also showed no change. This indicates one thing, and it's a very frightening thing. That thing's length. It exceeds 100 meters, and it might be even longer. In that moment, Yi Qianfan's heart almost jumped into his throat. What kind of creature could be over 100 meters long? That's taller than 33 floors. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan silently swallowed. He even took several steps back before continuing south. This time, he walked for a full 10 minutes before stopping. But the moment he turned his head again, he was truly stunned. Danger. 87 meters ahead, an unpredictable threat. Please deter. Still 87 meters? What's going on? That can't be right. He had already walked at least several hundred steps. Even monsters from Ultraman probably don't reach such heights, right? Hundreds of meters tall. What kind of joke is that? No, wait. He must have missed something. Yi Qianfan carefully thought about other possible reasons why he kept circling around something, which was why there was a warning of danger 87 meters ahead. He took out his magic book to check. Time, 9:45. There are only 55 minutes left before the fog spreads. A sudden rainstorm has arrived early, and low pressure is causing the fog to gather quickly. Please return to your shelter to avoid getting rained on and injured. Only 55 minutes remain, but he still has at least half an hour to reach his home. He must find a way to go around. Yi Qianfan scratched his head. He was definitely lost in the forest. If only he had a compass. Upgrade tree. Level 1 workbench. List, compass. Magnet 0 to 1, glass 0 to 1, resin 9/2. Must be made at the workbench. Not to mention the lack of materials. The fact that it needs to be made at the workbench is a problem. Yi Qianfan couldn't do that now. No chance. As time passed second by second, Yi Qianfan grew anxious. He looked around his storage to see if there was anything else useful. However, his eyes fell on a pure white egg. This was at least a silver-level treasure chest item, so it should have some power. Maybe he could use it to test what was ahead, 87 meters in front. At worst, he could pretend he never found the egg. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan took out the unknown egg. Then he pricked his finger and smeared his blood on the white shell. The strange shell looked like a sponge, automatically absorbing his blood, while still remaining smooth and white. It was amazing. Right after he poured blood into the egg, the shell quickly made a cracking sound. Suddenly, a small, fuzzy gray head appeared inside the shell. The head hadn't even opened its eyes yet, but it opened its yellow beak and started eating the broken shell. Slurp slurp, the little creature seemed to enjoy the shell, eating happily. Yi Qianfan carefully observed the little creature inside the eggshell. It should be a bird, right? Young eagle, expert at exploring and hunting. Feeding it can help it grow faster. So it's an eagle? Not bad. It matches what I need right now. But this eagle has just hatched. It probably can't fly yet. Yi Qianfan looked at the young eagle, which had already eaten half the eggshell, and felt a bit sad. However, the young eagle's next changes surprised Yi Qianfan. After finishing the eggshell, the young eagle started to grow taller, and its fluffy feathers began to fall off, replaced by white feathers. Feeding can speed up its growth. Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered the prompt about the young eagle. He quickly found all the food he had and placed it in front of the young eagle. A handful of nuts, some animal skins, venomous fangs, and so on. There was no meat left. Yesterday's snake meat and the mackerel he traded for this morning. Either he ate it or used it to exchange for water. Anyway, this little guy isn't picky about eggshells. He should be able to eat these things too, right? Chirp. The young eagle, now the size of a football after growing from a palm-sized chick, looked at the food in front of it but turned its head dismissively. It seemed uninterested in what was there. Not eating? Yi Qianfan scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. Does it have to eat meat? Chirp. The young eagle nodded desperately, as if it understood human speech. Now, Yi Qianfan was troubled. Having a pet that understands human language is great, but he didn't have any meat on him. He couldn't just kill an animal to feed it, could he? Chirp. The young eagle kept circling around Yi Qianfan, and its beak kept opening and closing as if it wanted to eat. Yi Qianfan found this strange and wondered, could it be? There's something on me that it wants. Chirp. The young eagle nodded again. Yi Qianfan immediately took out a little of everything he had and placed it all in front of the young eagle. Until Yi Qianfan took out the white spirit stone, the young eagle's eyes brightened. It quickly grabbed the stone and swallowed it whole. Snap! Snap! The young eagle ate the spirit stone as if it were a snack. And at the moment the stone was broken, Yi Qianfan even saw a pure white light flash inside the eagle's mouth. Could it be that pure white light is the true essence of the spirit stone? Chirp! After finishing one spirit stone, the young eagle grew rapidly, like a balloon being inflated. It kept getting taller and bigger. Its dull gray-down feathers also fell off in patches. Almost instantly, white feathers grew on the eagle, long and strong, very beautiful. It took less than half a minute after eating the spirit stone for it to become a real blue eagle. A white, strong blue eagle over 1 meter tall. Ding! The young eagle has grown. The owner gains the eagle eye ability. Eagle eye ability? Yi Qianfan opened his attribute panel. ID 888, Strength 7 out of 10, Agility 8 out of 10, Hunger 7 out of 10, Poison Resistance 1 out of 10, Special Ability. Eagle Eye Status Slightly tired, somewhat mentally tense. Please rest at your residence. On the attribute panel, there was indeed a new special skill, Eagle Eye. Expanding below Eagle Eye, Yi Qianfan read the description. Eagle Eye, when activated, grants the vision of a white eagle for 5 minutes. This skill is pretty good. After all, Yi Qianfan can't speak eagle language, and white eagles don't speak human language. So even if the eagle saw something, it would be hard to tell him. But now, Yi Qianfan can activate Eagle Eye to observe the surroundings. This is definitely like having an extra reconnaissance drone. Awesome. Awesome. The loyalty of the spirit pet to its owner is 100%. If the owner mistreats it or leaves it hungry for a long time, its loyalty will decrease. When loyalty drops below 50%, the pet may run away. If it falls below 20%, it might attack the owner. It can also merge with other spirit pets to upgrade. Yi Qianfan looked at the white eagle's description. There were no issues with loyalty or food. But that last part, merge with other spirit pets to upgrade? What kind of nonsense is this? Could it be that if he finds a fox, it can also merge with the white eagle? Merge into what? A fox-eagle hybrid? Just thinking about it made Yi Qianfan feel like his eyes were going to go blind. Really, that image is too beautiful. I dare not look. Whoosh! The white eagle spread its wings, and countless feathers flew off its body. Until it fully spread its wings, Yi Qianfan finally saw that the eagle's wingspan was 5 or 6 meters wide. Feathers, collectible. Feathers 10, feathers, can be used to make down jackets, pillows, quilts, etc. The best insulation material. That's great. He needed a pillow, and now he was getting top-quality raw materials for it so quickly. White eagle, go. Yi Qianfan commanded the proud white eagle. Fly ahead and check out what's 87 meters in front of us. Ing, the white eagle responded. It then spread its wings and flew higher and higher, disappearing into the fog completely. Eagle Eye effect activated. As soon as the white eagle entered the fog, Yi Qianfan immediately activated the Eagle Eye effect. Suddenly, a strange visual appeared in his mind. It was like playing in VR. A scene appeared as if a second pair of eyes was watching. It was a top-down view. The surroundings were all white mist, except for a faint flickering firelight in the direction Yi Qianfan was facing. That must be the torch in his hand. Looking down at himself from above, it felt very strange. Then, the scene continued. Yi Qianfan quickly saw that the white eagle circled in the sky and then descended slightly. Within about 87 meters, there was a place with thin fog. The white eagle swooped down toward that spot. Its large wings blew away much of the fog instantly. Only then did Yi Qianfan realize that this place was actually a small black hill. Tip. Found magnetite. Do you want to mine it? These black objects turned out to be magnetite. It is a key material for making compasses. However, Yi Qianfan was now about 100 meters away, only seeing the scene through the white eagle's eyes, so he couldn't mine it. As the white eagle flew lower, Yi Qianfan finally saw more clearly. In the Black Hill, there was also a short person. Tip. Found dwarf tribe. They like collecting treasures, digging for gold, are good at escaping, and making delicate tools. Can be enslaved. P.S. But beware of the little dwarfs, they are quite clever. To scare off enemies, they like to pretend and deceive. Pretend and deceive? Seeing this tip, Yi Qianfan immediately understood. No wonder he couldn't get past before. It turns out the dwarf tribe used the Magnet Mountains principle to make him lost in this foggy forest. And the so-called danger ahead was probably caused by these little dwarfs. They almost caused him to die in this cursed place. So frustrating. White Eagle, attack him. Yi Qianfan immediately gave the order to the White Eagle. Because of the eagle eye ability, their minds were connected at this moment. The White Eagle received Yi Qianfan's command, and it cheered excitedly before rushing toward the dwarf. The dwarf, who was standing on the hilltop, fiddling with a delicate little object, heard the sound from the sky and suddenly looked up. Its extremely ugly old face changed color instantly. Roar! The dwarf quickly dropped what it was holding and started running into the woods. Because the dwarf was fast, the White Eagle's first dive failed. It turned in the air and continued to chase relentlessly. The dwarf, however, seemed to have some special skill. Not only could it run very fast, but it could also dig holes quickly. When the White Eagle dove down again, the dwarf had already dug a tunnel and disappeared completely. Stop chasing. White Eagle, come back, Yi Qianfan ordered. The White Eagle had no choice but to reluctantly give up. It circled in the air once, and then flew back toward Yi Qianfan. As the dwarf disappeared, the prompt on Yi Qianfan's screen changed. It used to say, Danger! 87 meters ahead, there is an unpredictable threat. Please go around, comma. Now it read, 87 meters ahead, there is a magnetic mineral deposit that can be mined. On top of the deposit, there is also a dwarf's package. Don't you want to see what's inside? Comma, huh? The danger was gone. And now there was a dwarf's package. That was interesting. Yi Qianfan quickly headed toward the magnetic mineral deposit. Near the deposit, perhaps because of the magnetic field, the fog was much thinner here than elsewhere. But around the deposit, a wall of fog formed, looking very strange. When Yi Qianfan passed through the fog wall, he felt like he was clearing away clouds to see the blue sky. But instead of blue sky, there was a dark, black mine. Yi Qianfan approached the mine. Found magnetic minerals. Do you want a mine? Comma. He received another reminder, but instead of rushing to mine, he first picked up the dwarf's package. Inside, there were many clinking items. When he opened it, countless things spilled out. Yi Qianfan simply waved his hand and collected everything, planning to study it carefully later. Magnetic Mineral 100, Earth-type Beast Core 2, Metal-type Beast Core 1, Pain Relief Fruit 100, Golden Moon Grass 50, Scar Removing Flower 50, Burn Treatment Potion Recipe 1 System Prompt. Dwarf's Package, Durability 1/100, can be broken down into 2 beast skins. Do you want to break it down? It was about to break, but it could still last a while. First, he would carry everything back and analyze it later. But I have to say, this dwarf really had some good stuff. No wonder it was an expert at collecting treasures. Yi Qianfan was very happy. He didn't care about other things, but the medicine recipe and the beast core were really valuable items. He checked the time and saw that the acid rain would start in less than 45 minutes. He didn't dare to stay outside any longer. He decided to go back and study these things slowly later. Yi Qianfan quickly ran toward his small cabin. Fortunately, he had a torch. The walk that normally took nearly an hour was much faster with the torch lighting the way. Soon, he reached near his wooden house. He looked at the time, about 10 minutes left. He glanced toward the big grassland. The system showed that some animals had been caught in the trap. If he didn't collect them, the acid rain might kill the prey or even corrode the trap. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan took a risk and ran into the grassland. He relied on the system's hints, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. Plus, the trap wasn't far away. He gritted his teeth and jogged into the grassland. Soon, he arrived near the trap. The system's message changed again. Within 10 meters ahead, there is a high-quality trap holding several small animals. It's a big harvest, comma, chickens and rabbits in the same cage, with a total of 10 legs and an odd number. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? Comma, wow? Another world-class puzzle. But luckily, there were only 3 animals with 10 legs. That means 2 rabbits and 1 chicken. Yi Qianfan went to the trap and saw 3 silly little animals inside. The bait was completely eaten, matching the 3 prey. The harvest was pretty good. Too bad, he didn't have time to add more bait this afternoon. Otherwise, he could have caught more prey. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. Yi Qianfan looked up and saw the fog had cleared quite a bit, but the sky was now a deep purple. It's over. The acid rain was coming. Yi Qianfan grabbed the trap and ran. But he was still too late. Halfway there, a loud crash sounded, and it started to rain. When the rain hit the ground, it surprisingly burned the plants, causing white smoke to rise. Yi Qianfan also started feeling a stinging pain on his arms. Grass. Is this heavy sulfuric acid falling from the sky? He quickly took out 2 pieces of animal hide from the storage, one to cover his head and the other to cover the trap cage. The small creatures that had been squeaking loudly from the acid rain finally quieted down a bit. Yi Qianfan hurriedly ran toward his small wooden house. But as the rain grew heavier, he couldn't avoid getting soaked in many places. He ran all the way to the house. He could even see white smoke coming from the roof of the house. It must be the wooden planks being corroded. This shows how strong the acid rain is. It hurts so much. As soon as he entered the house, Yi Qianfan threw the trap cage and animal hide aside. His skin, wherever it had been exposed to the acid rain, was turning red. He knew very well that if he didn't treat it quickly, he might lose a layer of skin. He hurriedly picked up a half bucket of water that hadn't been filtered yet and poured it over himself. After rinsing with water, he finally felt much better. At least the burning pain on his skin was less intense, but the swollen, burned skin wouldn't heal so quickly. He remembered that the dwarf's bag seemed to contain some burn ointment. Yi Qianfan opened the storage. Burn ointment recipe, do you want to learn? Yes, recipe learned. You have gained the title of Traveling Healer, Burn Ointment. This is a top-quality medicine that quickly relieves pain, reduces inflammation, and heals acid rain and flame burns. Ingredients: pain relief fruit 100/2, golden moon grass 50/1, scar removing flower 50/1, bamboo 19/0.1. Not only did he get the recipe, but the materials were also fully prepared. It seemed the dwarf was specifically out gathering medicinal herbs, though Yi Qianfan wasn't sure where it found them. But the 50 sets of ingredients were given directly and cheaply to Yi Qianfan. There was also 100 pieces of magnetic or collected by the dwarf. If Yi Qianfan had to gather them himself, it would probably take half a day to dig out 100 pieces. What a great deal. Make burn wound medicine. Pain relief fruit. 2. Healing grass. 1. Scar removing flower. 1. Burn wound medicine. 1. Yi Qianfan now feels a burning pain all over his body. He decides to make some medicine first and see if it helps. A flash of golden light appears, and a yellow ointment in a bamboo container shows up in front of Yi Qianfan. Without hesitation, he quickly picks up the ointment and applies it to the swollen, red areas on his body, rubbing it back and forth. Immediately, a cool sensation hits his soul, making his whole body feel very comfortable. The redness and swelling on his skin even start to fade quickly, visibly improving. He feels much better now. After taking care of his injuries, Yi Qianfan checks his harvest for the day. In a well-made trap, he caught 2 rabbits and 1 chicken. He examines the chicken and finds it has no comb or big tail, so he confirms it is a hen. So, Yi Qianfan doesn't rush to kill the hen. Instead, he leaves it to see if it can lay eggs. As for the 2 rabbits, he kills them without hesitation, draining their blood and skinning them. He gains rabbit meat 4, animal hide 2. There is no rabbit blood because the amount is too small, so the system ignores it. The rabbits don't yield much, only 2 pieces of meat from each. As for the animal cores, he doesn't get any at all. This makes Yi Qianfan almost certain that animal cores aren't found in every prey. For example, weak animals like rabbits and squirrels don't have cores. Only stronger or more threatening prey, like the swift-winged snake, might have cores. Having finished with the 2 rabbits, Yi Qianfan is about to put the rabbit meat on the campfire to roast when suddenly, the white eagle nearby starts to chirp loudly. When Yi Qianfan ran to the small wooden house earlier, he told the eagle to stay inside, so it wasn't hurt by the acid rain. But now, judging by the eagle's bright eyes, it looks hungry again. Do you want to eat this? Yi Qianfan points to the rabbit meat. The white eagle nods repeatedly, but its eyes are fixed on the leftover remains of the rabbit, its head and internal organs. The eagle seems much more interested in these leftovers than in the rabbit meat in Yi Qianfan's hand. At this moment, Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered a science fact from the Animal Channel. It's said that birds of prey and wild animals, after catching prey, always eat the internal organs first because they contain a lot of fat, especially wolf packs, where only the alpha wolf gets to eat the internal organs first. The remaining meat is shared among the other wolves. So, internal organs not only have high energy, but also symbolize status. However, Bai Ying is a servant to Yi Qianfan, so it doesn't care about status. Yi Qianfan hoped to save some meat for himself. He nodded to Bai Ying and said, "That pile of internal organs and the rabbit's head are yours." Chirp. Bai Ying happily ran to Yi Qianfan's feet, rubbed against his leg, looking very pleased. Yi Qianfan petted its fluffy head, and only then did Bai Ying happily go to the rabbit slaughter site and start eating the internal organs eagerly. When Bai Ying was eating with excitement, it would also pick up the internal organs and toss them into the air, then open its beak wide to catch the falling food in its mouth. It ate with a crunching sound, but Yi Qianfan was curious about how it planned to eat the rabbit's head, since the head was quite large, about the size of an adult's fist. He didn't believe Bai Ying's beak was that big, but in the next moment, Yi Qianfan realized he had underestimated this foodie. Bai Ying used its hard beak to peck at the rabbit's head, cracking it open. Then it started eating the rabbit's brain inside. After finishing the brain, Bai Ying pecked the entire rabbit skull into two halves. It grabbed one ear, threw it into the air, and opened its beak to catch it. Half of the rabbit's head became brittle bones in Bai Ying's mouth, which it swallowed with 2 quick bites. 1 rabbit brain, 2 bites, 2 rabbit brains, 4 bites. Meanwhile, Yi Qianfan's rabbit meat wasn't even cooked yet, but Bai Ying had already cleaned up all the remains. Fortunately, this little creature, well, it's no longer a little creature, since Bai Ying is about 1 meter tall now. After finishing the rabbit leftovers, the big bird stood up and started to doze off, occasionally blowing out a bubble of mucus from its nostrils, seeming tired. After all, in one day, it hatched, grew up, and participated in battles. Don't say it's just an eagle. I think everyone is tired. While roasting rabbit meat to solve his dinner, Yi Qianfan opened his magic book to check the chat messages in the regional chat channel to learn more about this world. Help! Acid rain is falling on my thatched hut, and it's constantly corroding my roof. What should I do? My roof has holes. That's not rain, it's sulfuric acid. I saw it land on the nearby wood and start smoking, even burning the bark. Sniff sniff, I haven't gone back yet. Why is it raining now? What should I do? I was a bit slow and got caught in the rain. Now my whole body hurts and it itches. I don't know what to do. Someone upstairs, wash yourself quickly with water, or you'll peel your skin. You think I don't wanna? But I have no water. The water I traded for wood isn't enough to drink. Can any kind person give me some water? The rain here is so fierce. The print on my clothes is melting and dripping off. Luckily, I haven't gone out all day and just woke up. But I'm so hungry. Is there anyone generous enough to share some food? Whoever gives me food will be my big brother. When I get back, I'll ask my dad to give you $1 million. Come on. Food is so expensive now. Who knows if I can even get back? And with your lazy attitude, you'll probably die before you even get home. Investing in you is a waste. Better to just let you sink. I haven't offended you, have I? What do you mean? Does anyone have medicine? Can you help me out? I'm willing to pay a high price. My whole body itches and hurts. Am I going to ruin my face? The chat channel was filled with cries of distress. Besides people crying and complaining, many were asking for help. But at such times, who can really help? However, amidst these pleas, Yi Qianfan saw a new business opportunity. This acid rain caused many people to get burns. If he made ointments from the remaining 49 portions of burn medicine, Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. He thought, this could make a lot of money. He acted immediately. Yi Qianfan directly made all the remaining ointments into burn medicine. Fortunately, Yi Qianfan had already learned the recipe for burn ointment. Otherwise, even if he had the ingredients, he could only make it after building a pharmaceutical station. Waiting until then would waste too much time and money. Pain relief fruit. 2. Gold surgrass. 1. Scar removal flower. 1. Burn ointment. 1. Pain relief fruit. 2. Gold surgrass. 1. Scar removal flower. 1. Burn ointment. 1. He kept repeating the process of making medicine. After about half an hour, Yi Qianfan had made 49 doses of burn ointment, almost filling the entire floor. He opened the trading channel. Water, 100 milliliters, wood 1. Water, 100 milliliters, stone 1. Water, 200 milliliters, wood 2. Water, 100 milliliters, stone 1. As soon as he opened it, for notifications popped up automatically. All the 500 milliliters of water he listed today had been sold, and many people left messages asking for water. Boss, next time you sell water, can you tell me in advance? I just saw it, and it was all bought instantly. Boss, I need pure water. The water I bought yesterday gave me stomach trouble all day. Crying, can I trade 3 wood for 200 milliliters of water? Various messages flooded the page, but Yi Qianfan didn't have time to respond to these small water sales. After all, selling for half a day only earned a few pieces of wood. His main priority now was to list and sell these 49 doses of burn ointment. Anyway, he still had some left for himself. Once used up, new materials might arrive. Stockpiling was unnecessary. Upgrading materials in the early stage was the key. Yi Qianfan glanced at the main materials he needed. Upgrading to level 2 tool station, stone 19100, wood 4320, earth beast core 22. He still lacked stone. Selling 1 dose of burn ointment should get him enough. As for the materials needed to upgrade the stone house, stone 19/200, mud 0/100, wood 4350, vines 1220, glass 0/4, earth beast core 2/4. That was a bit more difficult, but Yi Qianfan didn't care whether others could afford it. He would just list it first and see what happens. Burn ointment, 1 dose exchange for 20 pieces of wood, alternative, 20 stones or 20 mud. Remaining, 15. Burn ointment, 1 dose exchange for 5 vine branches. Remaining, 4. Burn ointment, 1 dose exchange for 1 earth-type beast core. Remaining, 10. Burn ointment, 1 dose exchange for 1 spirit stone, alternative, 1 glass. Remaining, 20. There are several options, each designed for different users. For example, players near the forest mainly rely on logging. Others near swamps or mines focus on mining and digging, so their available materials differ. But right now, the materials Yi Qianfan has listed are what he urgently needs. After posting the trade details, Yi Qianfan first calls out in the regional chat. Yi Qianfan, does anyone need burn ointment? Yes. Yes. Do you have some, big boss? High price wanted. I'm almost in pain all over. Please, big boss, send some medicine. Seeing everyone respond eagerly, Yi Qianfan feels reassured and replies, Yi Qianfan, if you need it, buy from the trading platform. Priority goes to people in this area. I saw the prices are a bit high. Is anyone willing to share the cost and buy together? Half a dose each. Interested, private message me. What's wrong with you? Since you have the recipe, you should share it for free. Seeing everyone hurt, and you still try to make money? Shameless, wow. The person above is acting like a saint. The medicine is made with effort. Why give it away for free? If you're so saintly, why not donate your wealth to everyone so they can use it for free, looking for those with minor injuries to pool resources? I'll cover 2/3 of the cost, and you cover 1/3. Big boss, can you tell me the recipe? I can't afford to buy, but I want to make some myself. Promise not to leak it. Thanks, big boss, you're a good person. Various comments appeared. Some were flattering, some scolding, and others practical, quickly forming groups to buy together. Yi Qianfan was too lazy to reply to any of them. In places like this, being overly kind is dangerous. He's not a good person to begin with, and expecting him to act kindly here is just funny. In the blink of an eye, private messages flooded into the trading chat. Yi Qianfan quickly opened them. Burn medicine -1. Wood 20 burn medicine -1. Mud 20 burn medicine -1. Vines 5 burn medicine -1. Spirit Stone 1. To Yi Qianfan's surprise, most players exchanged spirit stones, mud, and stones. No one traded a beast core, probably because these players are not yet strong enough to hunt monsters. Many players found spirit stones in treasure chests, but they didn't know what to do with them yet. Burn medicine, however, is very needed. Smart players knew how to choose. 1 minute passed. All the options Yi Qianfan posted in the trading channel were gone, leaving only burn medicine -1. Exchange for 1 earth beast core, remaining 10. Burn medicine -1. Exchange for 1 spirit stone or 1 glass, remaining 11. Other daily materials had been fully traded. Many players also left messages for Yi Qianfan. Big boss, I've gathered enough wood. Can I trade for one? Yigo, I don't have what you want, but I have a gold beast core. Can I trade for some medicine? I only have 10 wood. Can you sell me half? Please. My whole body really hurts. I'm the internet celebrity Little Meow Meow. If you play Douyu, you must know me. Fangu, I don't want to ruin this pretty face. Just give me some medicine, and I promise I'll find a way to meet you. I'll definitely repay you well. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Give me medicine for free, and when I go back, I'll give you 1 million. No, 10 million. I'm Chen Kai's son. I have plenty of money. I won't go back on my word. I, Qin Shi Huang, give medicine. I guarantee you eternal youth. Most messages were about wanting free medicine without paying. Some even threatened Yi Qianfan with harsh words, saying if he didn't give them medicine, they would do something bad. Yi Qianfan simply blocked all the rude messages. No more trades with these people. There's no point trading with such individuals. Helping them might even turn into fighting an enemy. Yi Qianfan didn't care about these weak opponents, but he didn't like seeing them act so arrogantly. So, I decided to block him completely. It's better not to see him anymore. As for trading for wood, some people spoke nicely, and Yi Qianfan agreed to their requests. However, all trades were done privately, especially the player who wanted to exchange a metal-type beast core for medicine. Yi Qianfan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect someone else to be like him, starting to hunt monsters with bare hands. The person who wanted to trade a metal-type beast core for medicine is named Hefeng. His profile picture shows a soldier holding a gun. He has a buzz cut, a square face, and looks quite serious. Yi Qianfan asked, "You want to trade a metal-type beast core for medicine?" Hefeng replied, "Yes." "Can we do that?" Yi Qianfan said, "Sure. But can you tell me how you got the metal beast core?" Hefeng explained. "It's a funny story. Near my campsite, there's a cave with lots of stones I can mine. I went to gather some. I saw a strange stone that looked like a bat. But I was in a hurry to trade stones for food, so I didn't think much. I just thought this big bat-shaped stone was easy to mine, so I swung my axe. Then the system told me I had killed a little stone statue monster and got a metal beast core." Yi Qianfan was speechless. Hefeng asked, "Brother Yi, what is the use of this metal beast core?" Yi Qianfan replied, "I'm not sure. I have plenty of other materials, so I just collect some. This one looks pretty, like a gemstone. I kept it for now. Maybe I can sell it later." Knowing that Hefeng accidentally got a beast core, Yi Qianfan felt a bit helpless. Probably the stone statue monster was sleeping, so it didn't notice Hefeng. In the end, Hefeng got a big bargain with one axe. As for Hefeng wanting to know what these beast cores are for, Yi Qianfan naturally wouldn't tell him. It's better to gather more while no one else knows how valuable these cores are. Hefeng said, "I see. When you find out what they're for, please send me a private message." Yi Qianfan replied, "No problem." He quickly sent a private trade request and ended the awkward chat. Burning medicine -1, metal beast core 1 done. Apart from the remaining 11 doses of medicine that requires spirit stones for exchange, nothing else has been touched. Yi Qianfan's 39 sets of burn ointment have all been sold out. The remaining 10 sets can only be traded using spirit stones. Yi Qianfan immediately posted them on the World Trading Channel. Getting other materials is not difficult, but Yi Qianfan has a feeling that spirit stones are a very important material. Once players realize what spirit stones are used for, it will be hard for Yi Qianfan to collect more. So, he must take advantage of the early game now. Everyone has a higher chance of opening treasure chests, and when resources are scarce, it's a good time to gather some. Not long after posting on the World Trading Channel, the last 10 sets of burn ointment were also sold out. In this round of selling, Yi Qianfan earned 1 metal beast core, 100 pieces of wood, 200 stones, 180 mud, 20 vines, and 20 spirit stones. After this trade, he also gathered enough materials for the level 2 tool station. Stone 219 out of 100, wood 143/20, earth beast cores February 2nd. To upgrade the stone house, he still needs 2 earth beast cores and 4 pieces of glass, which are quite difficult to get. Yi Qianfan hasn't even seen glass in the trading channel. He tried trading a jar of medicine for a piece of glass, but no one was interested. It seems that no one has glass for now. Feeling helpless, Yi Qianfan decided to upgrade the tool station first. Stone -100, wood -20, Earth Beast Cores -2. Level 2 Tool Station upgrade successful. A flash of golden light. The Blackstone Tool Station in Yi Qianfan's small hut instantly transformed into a large stone table. Moreover, one side of the table against the wall has several hooks, which can be used to hang things, and the table is neatly arranged with various tools. It finally looks like a proper workspace. Level 2 Tool Station can craft double-edged axes, stone axes, short bows, arrows, vine armor, cotton clothes, intermediate backpacks, beginner arm guards. Alright. He also obtained a blueprint for a fine arm guard earlier. But because he lacked materials, Yi Qianfan didn't craft it. Now, seeing it in the level 2 tool station, he quickly opened the instructions for the beginner arm guard. Beginner arm guard. Increases protection for your fragile arms. Overall defense 0. 1. Remember, you need to craft 2 at once. After all, you're not Yonghua. Animal hide 4-2, thread 11-1. High-quality arm guards. Need to learn the blueprint can increase the protection of your fragile arms. Overall defense 1. Remember, you need to make 2 at a time. After all, you're not Yonghua. Animal hide 4 halves, thread 11/1. Metal beast core 2/1. Are there 4 pieces of animal hide? Didn't he only get 2 pieces of hide? Sure enough, I checked and saw it was from the dwarf's backpack, which was already completely broken and automatically disassembled. Since it has been disassembled, Yi Qianfan didn't dwell on it. He continued to look at the requirements for making the arm guards. Under the workbench, there are 2 options for making arm guards. The first is a skill that comes with a level 2 workbench, making basic arm guards. It uses fewer materials than high-quality guards, 1 less metal beast core. But its protection is only 1/10 of the high-quality arm guards. If it's for 2 hands, the difference in protection is nearly 10 times, which is a big loss. Without hesitation, he chose to make the high-quality arm guards. High-quality arm guard 1. Animal hide -2, thread -1. Metal beast core -1. Immediately, a golden arm guard appeared on Yi Qianfan's wrist. The material felt soft, but the golden shine indicated this guard was special. To check its protection level, Yi Qianfan took out a rusty axe and sliced at the golden arm guard. Not only did it do nothing, but there wasn't even a scratch. Amazing! Yi Qianfan quickly made another arm guard. This way, his hands are protected by an extra layer. Besides the added defense, in an emergency, he could even use it as a shield. Imagine this. A venomous snake bites toward him. When he can't attack, he can raise his arm as a small shield, buying himself some time. 2 arm guards done. Yi Qianfan was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the rabbit meat was also cooked. He picked up a piece of roasted, golden brown rabbit and took a bite. The taste was tender and smooth, quite good. It's a pity it lacked some seasoning. If only there was salt, or black pepper, cumin, chili powder, or sesame seeds sprinkled on it. It would taste even better. If I had known earlier, I would have kept some medicine to use as seasoning. What a mistake. What a mistake. After eating a piece of rabbit meat, Yi Qianfan felt a bit thirsty. He suddenly remembered that he had poured 10 liters of filtered water into the water purifier in the morning before leaving. He walked over to the water purifier. At this moment, there was a red warning sign above the purifier. Lack of charcoal. Please replace with new charcoal. Yi Qianfan looked at it. He found that the charcoal inside the purifier had mysteriously disappeared, but there was still 1/8 of dirty water left unfiltered inside. Yi Qianfan then remembered that he had filtered 1 liter of water yesterday, so he needed 0.3 parts of charcoal to finish filtering. He quickly took 3 portions of charcoal from the firewood pile and added them in. The purifier started working again. Anyway, the remaining 2.7 portions of charcoal could still be used to filter the next batch of water. It wasn't a waste. About 10 minutes later, the remaining 1 liter of water was finally filtered. Yi Qianfan now had 9 liters of drinkable pure water. Trading channel Yi Qianfan opened the page about pure water. He found that all the transactions for buying drinking pure water had disappeared, leaving only a couple of outrageous prices that no one could afford, still posted online. This made Yi Qianfan feel confused. He clicked on one of the posts, 100 ml of drinking pure water, 10 wood. Comment, boss, you're so greedy. 100 milliliters of pure water is just a sip or 2, and you want to sell it for 10 pieces of wood? Do you know how long it takes to chop 10 pieces of wood? Reply. You don't have to buy. Right now, I'm the only one selling drinking pure water. Today, there was acid rain, and all the water sources are polluted. You can try drinking unfiltered water. Comment. I'm about to die of thirst. Please, buy me some water. Can I buy 10 milliliters for one piece of wood? Reply. Not selling in parts, you poor guy. Comment. Ask how to filter drinking pure water, looking to cooperate and do business. Reply. I think you just want to scam free water, right? If you want to buy, buy. If not, get lost. Right now, the entire trading board only I have water to sell. Do as you please. Reply. Any more complaints will get you all blocked. Let you die of thirst, see if I care. Yi Qianfan saw this. He finally understood why no one was selling pure water on the trading panel. It turns out that today's acid rain polluted all the water sources. Unless someone has a special water purifier like him, the originally clean mountain spring water can't be drunk now. This is a great opportunity. Yi Qianfan tried to sell all 9 liters of water, dividing it into small portions. This way, most people can afford to buy some. 15 ml drinking pure water. Exchange for 1 wood, alternative 1 stone. Remaining, 120 ml drinking pure water. Exchange for 2 mud. Remaining, 100 ml drinking pure water. Exchange for 1 spirit stone, 1 animal hide. Remaining, 20. There are several different options. Yi Qianfan plans to take advantage of this good chance to gather the extra materials from other players all at once. As usual, he first calls out in the regional chat. Yi Qianfan, anyone want to buy drinking pure water? If yes, buy from the trading platform. First come, first served. Wow. Brother Fan is selling water now, finally. I'm almost dying of thirst. Big boss, you're so late. I just drank polluted creek water, and now I feel weak and exhausted. My stomach is burning hot. I need medicine. Brother Fan, how did you get the drinking pure water? So awesome. 1 piece of wood for 1 sip of water. Sob sob. I'm almost broke. Brother Fan, no wood? Can you trade bronze instead? I opened a treasure chest and disassembled 10 bronze. Heartless merchant. You're making money again. You sold so much medicine before. Do you have pure water and not want to share with everyone? And you dare to sell it so expensive? Yeah. Anyway, you're not short of supplies, so you should help everyone. 1 liter of water for 1 piece of wood is fair, and filtering it doesn't cost you much. To the person above, if you have the guts, don't drink water. All your words are just to try to get a bargain from Brother Fan. Trash. Brother Fan, please feed me. As long as you promise to give me some water, I'll do anything you want. Various replies instantly exceeded 99. Yi Qianfan quickly glanced over them. Mostly, they were asking for cheap or free water, or just helping to talk. However, someone inside reminded Yi Qianfan. In the past few days, many treasure chests should have appeared. They are scattered everywhere. Once opened, these chests can be broken down into bronze and silver. Although Yi Qianfan doesn't yet know what these materials are used for, based on the system's nature, when the time comes to use them, it will probably be in large quantities. Now is the perfect time to gather some. 20 ml of pure drinking water. Exchange for 1 bronze. Remaining, 150 ml of pure drinking water. Exchange for 1 silver. Remaining, 20 milliliters of water is about a sip. At this price, it's impossible to say it's not unfair. But exclusive businesses and monopolies are always so unfair. For example, certain oils and herbs. To survive better. Yi Qianfan doesn't see any problem with that. Wow. Thank you, boss. That's great. I don't have much, but I have plenty of bronze. Brother Fan is so kind. You've really saved me. Bronze can also be exchanged for water. You're like my second parents. Silver is more cost-effective, but unfortunately, I only have 10 silver. I think 500 milliliters of water should last me until tomorrow. Blah blah. Less than a minute after going online, all the bronze options were immediately redeemed, earning a total of 100 bronze, but only exchanging for 2 liters of water. Mud was also exchanged quickly. Yi Qianfan received 186 mud, with 7 shares left unclaimed. Besides that, wood and stone are also very popular. Only spiritual stones and silver are not in high demand. But that's understandable. After all, few people can find silver treasure chests, and even fewer can open spiritual stones. Plus, Today, Yi Qianfan also harvested some during his medicine sales. Now, even fewer people have these two valuable items. Seeing that the water was almost all exchanged, Yi Qianfan contacted the water source boss he chatted with in the morning and said, "Yi Qianfan, are you there? Bring 10 L of water." The water source boss, "Boss, the water tonight is contaminated. It's all polluted now and unusable." Crying Yi Qianfan, "No problem, I'll filter it." The water source boss, "Whoa, so that's you selling large amounts of water in the trading channel." Yi Qianfan, "You are the one releasing a lot of water. I am the one selling water, okay?" Water source boss, "Boss, can we make a deal?" Yi Qianfan, water source boss, "I can give you 10 liters of water, even 20 liters. Can you exchange it for 1,000 milliliters of pure drinking water? I promise I'll drink it myself and won't sell it." Yi Qianfan, "All right, 20 liters of water for 1,000 milliliters of pure water. But you have to give me a piece of wood too. How about that?" Water source boss, "No problem. No problem. Thank you, boss. I'm so grateful. I bow to you. Love you, moi." Yi Qianfan, "If you keep saying things like love you, moi, I'll block you." Water source boss, "I won't say it again. I won't. Pure water, 1,000 milliliters. Poison water, 20 L. Trade successful." This deal is practically a no-cost business. He only used 1,000 milliliters of water to get back 20 L of water, plus a piece of wood. That's like saving the cost of filtering. And he even made a profit of 19 L of water. Indeed, technology controls destiny. Technology controls money. But earlier, it was just impure water, and now it's suddenly turned into poison water? The power of acid rain is really too strong. Poison water, river water polluted by acid rain. Drinking it causes diarrhea and dehydration. In severe cases, it can lead to serious stomach inflammation and even death. It's best not to drink. P.S. If you must drink it, please filter it. Boiling doesn't help. The acidic substances will still be in the boiling water. Please be careful. Poison water, river water polluted by acid rain. Drinking it causes diarrhea and dehydration. In severe cases, it can lead to serious stomach inflammation and even death. It's best not to drink. P.S. If you must drink it, please filter it. Boiling doesn't help. The acidic substances will still be in the boiling water. Please be careful. But after seeing this, Yi Qianfan finally understood why today's water was so sold out. Usually, those living close to the water source could boil the water and drink it themselves, even if it wasn't pure drinking water to sell. It was still okay after boiling. But today, that's no longer possible. Water polluted by acid rain cannot be safely drunk, even after boiling. After a day of work, no one can avoid drinking water. Feeling full and satisfied, Yi Qianfan was starting to feel sleepy. He poured the contaminated water into the water purifier, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, he saw 3 large exclamation marks appear on the purifier. What's going on? Yi Qianfan was surprised. Could it be that this polluted water also can't be filtered? Or does he need a more advanced water purifier to remove these toxins? He quickly walked over to the purifier. Water purifier. Water source is heavily polluted, operating beyond capacity. Please add 7 more units of charcoal. Phew. So, it just needed more charcoal. That's okay. Just adding 7 more units means the filtering cost doubles, but Yi Qianfan's water-selling business still makes a big profit. He let the remaining water filter slowly. Then he added more firewood to the campfire. Finally, he lay down on the soft straw bed and fell asleep. The next day, as the light grew brighter, Yi Qianfan woke up. He casually picked up his magic book to check the weather forecast. Time, 6:37. Sunrise in 1 hour and 23 minutes. Today's temperature, 18 degrees Celsius. The weather is good, perfect for exploring. But remember to chop more wood and upgrade the grass hut early, or the cold nights will make you regret. A cold wave night. Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered. On the first day, he saw a note in the magic book. P.S. A drafty grass hut will cause you to be cold. Build a warm house within 3 days, or you might freeze to death during the upcoming cold night. Today is the 3rd day, isn't it? That means tonight will be a cold wave. If you don't have a small wooden house to keep warm, you might freeze to death. This game is really harsh. Yi Qianfan looked at the number of online players, which had dropped from 780 yesterday to 635. Last night, 145 people had quit. TSK, TSK. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but gasp. In just 2 days, the number of people had decreased by 1/3. After tonight, who knows what it will be like. However, this isn't his main concern. His biggest worry is how to survive better. He got up and took the remaining 3 portions of rabbit meat from yesterday, roasting one on the fire. Yi Qianfan looked at the description of the rabbit meat. Roasted wild rabbit meat. A good mix of fat and lean, crispy outside and tender inside. High in calories, a top-quality meat. Freshness, 95, satiety, 80%. Sure enough, roasted meat is easier to preserve than raw meat. He remembered that when he stored mackerel in the warehouse for a day, its freshness dropped to 79. But the roasted rabbit meat, even after a day, still had much higher freshness. Since freshness decreases slowly, he could leave it for now. He wasn't in a rush to sell the meat. Anyway, he wasn't particularly short of any materials right now. If he was truly lacking something, it probably wasn't available on the market. Moreover, he still hadn't sold the 10 liters of water he filtered last night. So, naturally, he wasn't in a hurry to sell the meat either. First, let's see the earnings. Trading channel. As soon as he opened the trading channel, countless messages popped up. Drinking purified water, 15 milliliters. Wood 1 drinking purified water, 20 milliliters. Mud 2 drinking purified water, 100 milliliters. Animal hide 1 drinking purified water, 100 milliliters. Spirit stone 1. After a night of selling, all 8 liters of water had been sold, leaving only 1 liter which he traded to the water source boss in exchange for 19 liters of toxic water. From this batch of water, Yi Qianfan gained 20 wood, 80 stones, 200 mud, 5 animal hides, 15 spirit stones, 100 bronze, and 10 silver. Looking at the materials recovered, wood was harder to obtain than stones. People with animal hides were even fewer. Many had open bronze chests, but very few had open silver chests. 1 silver chest could be broken down into 10 silver, and only 1 person used it to exchange for purified water. This shows that, in the entire game, people lucky enough to open a silver chest like him are probably very rare. Unfortunately, the water purifier can only filter 10 liters of water at a time, so it can't process too much. Therefore, Yi Qianfan filters water in batches of 10 liters. As for the 9 liters filtered last night, he keeps 1 liter for himself to drink. The remaining 8 liters are all stored. He mainly collects spirit stones, bronze, and silver. For other materials, Yi Qianfan accepts a little bit of each. Today, everyone opens another round of treasure chests, and there should be quite a bit of bronze and silver, especially spirit stones. Yi Qianfan takes this chance to gather some, as the others don't yet know what these are used for. Once the experts rise to prominence, it will be harder to collect them. Chirp, the white eagle sees Yi Qianfan eating grilled meat and immediately comes over, acting very affectionately. Yi Qianfan quickly understands. This little guy is probably hungry too. He quickly takes a 2 gene, about 1 kilogram, wild rabbit meat from the storage and throws it to the white eagle. The white eagle swallows it in 1 bite, without even chewing. After finishing, the white eagle starts staring at the remaining meat in Yi Qianfan's hand. Yi Qianfan feels a bit amused and says, "What? Little guy, are you still not full?" Chirp, the white eagle immediately nods, looking like it understands human speech. Yi Qianfan feels both amused and helpless. Although this little guy has a big appetite, it does help him a lot. He takes another piece of rabbit meat from the storage and throws it to the white eagle, saying, "If you keep eating like this, I really can't afford to feed you." Chirp. However, the white eagle lifts its head proudly and even raises a talon, gesturing. It seems to be saying that it can hunt and catch prey itself. Yi Qianfan watches the white eagle gesturing anxiously and asks, "Are you saying you can hunt?" Chirp. The white eagle nods repeatedly. Hearing this, Yi Qianfan becomes interested and asks, "But outside, there's a lot of white fog. How will you hunt?" Chirp. The white eagle seems not to understand and continues to hold its head high, looking proud. Its expression seems to say, "I can do it. All right then, when we go out later, shall we hunt together?" Chirp. Thus, the man and the eagle reach an agreement. Goo goo. At this moment, a wild chicken trapped in a hunting cage by Yi Qianfan was jealous of the white eagle, which had food and drink. It made clucking sounds and deliberately moved around inside the cage, trying to attract Yi Qianfan's attention. Yi Qianfan turned his head and immediately understood. This wild chicken was probably hungry too. It had entered the trap early yesterday and hadn't eaten much. Now, after being confined all night, it was starving and kept making clucking noises. Yi Qianfan looked at the food in the warehouse. There was a piece of roasted rabbit meat, but he was reluctant to give a piece of meat to a chicken. Besides, chickens probably don't eat meat, right? He looked around again and found only a handful of nuts. They were mainly pine nuts and pistachios, hard-shelled nuts that weren't cooked and looked unappetizing. Eating them was also troublesome. Yi Qianfan tossed a small handful of nuts to the wild chicken so it wouldn't starve. Cluck cluck, the colorful feathered wild chicken was very happy. After turning around once, it suddenly puffed up its tail. Cluck cluck, a white egg rolled out from the chicken's rear. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. He had kept this hen yesterday just to prevent the meat from spoiling, but he didn't expect to get this extra surprise. Nice, nice. If he could find some tomatoes later, he could make tomato scrambled eggs. Yi Qianfan was overjoyed. He stored the egg in the warehouse and gave the hen some more nuts. Only if it ate well could it lay more eggs. Burp, after enjoying the delicious roasted meat, Yi Qianfan let out a satisfied burp. He tidied up a bit, and it was almost 8 a.m. Time to get to work. The sun gradually rose, and the fog around the wooden house dispersed quickly. Through the window, Yi Qianfan saw the scenery around the house becoming clearer. He opened the door, took a deep breath of fresh air. As he stepped outside, a prompt appeared as usual. East, the outskirts of the mist forest with many trees. If you need wood, this would be a good place to gather some. The southern side, the lightning leopard fought a fierce battle with a monster in the fog. Now it is licking its wounds. If you want to attack, today is a good chance. Near the lightning leopard, a lucky treasure chest has appeared, containing what you desire. P.S. Although you have a rusty axe, there is a high chance you will get hurt. Using a ranged weapon would give you a better chance of winning. The western side, about 50 meters away, there is a small bush with a beehive inside. The honey is sweet, but beware of bee attacks. Consider using fire to scare them away. Resin and toxic thorns are a good combo. The northern side, yesterday's acid rain caused serious injuries to small animals. Today, setting traps might be less effective because they could be empty. Yi Qianfan looked at the hints from all four directions. It seems that yesterday's acid rain brought some benefits, but also some problems. For example, the small animals in the grassland are injured and reluctant to leave their nests. So, even if he sets traps, the chance of catching nothing is high. Therefore, Yi Qianfan decided not to waste time and to set traps in the grassland. His main focus today is on the lightning leopard in the south and the beehive in the west. From the system's hint, Yi Qianfan learned that the lightning leopard is badly injured. If he uses his rusty axe, he might have a chance to win, but he could also get hurt. He also noticed that having a ranged weapon would increase his chances. Last night, after upgrading his workbench, he could craft a bow and arrows. Maybe he can make a ranged weapon and go hunting. Yi Qianfan went to the workbench. Level 2 workbench. Can craft double-edged axes, stone axes, short bows, arrows, vine armor, cotton clothes, medium backpacks, basic arm guards, etc. Short bow. Can attack prey within 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, accuracy drops. Crafting materials. 32 halves vine, 0/1 beast tendons, 19 to 1 bamboo. P.S. Remember to craft arrows. Arrow materials. 19/1 bamboo, 0/2 feathers, 110 to 1 bronze. Seeing the arrows, Yi Qianfan understood that bronze is used to make arrows. The consumption is a bit high. Each arrow costs 1 piece of bronze. I don't know if the arrows can be recovered, or else the amount of bronze used is quite shocking. There isn't enough beast muscle or feathers. Yi Qianfan thought for a moment and then looked at the hen. The hen, happily eating nuts, was suddenly frightened by Yi Qianfan's gaze and took a few steps back, looking at him with a scared expression, as if asking, "What do you want to do?" Mother hen can lay 1 egg per day. When broken down, yields 2 pieces of chicken meat, 1 egg, and 10 feathers. No feathers? It seems the hen's feathers are not good enough. Yi Qianfan sighed and turned his attention to the white eagle. The white eagle was also startled and took a step back because its owner's gaze was too intimidating. Common spirit pet. White eagle, unmatured 80% expert in hunting and tracking, with powerful claws capable of easily killing a goat. Food, meat, and any spiritual energy-rich items. Status, loyalty 100%, slightly frightened. P.S. The white eagle will shed new feathers when it matures. Oh, Yi Qianfan noticed the prompt about the white eagle had changed. Its maturity level had reached 80%, so it just needed a bit more good food to level up. He thought for a moment and threw a spirit stone to it. He had collected 36 spirit stones so far, and he could also gather more by selling water, so he wasn't short on resources. Chirp! The white eagle looked happy. It stared with bright, lively eyes at Yi Qianfan, full of joy, as if asking, "Are you really giving me this to eat?" "Yes, here you go. Eat it," Yi Qianfan replied. The white eagle approached the spirit stone, then quickly bit into it and started chewing loudly. After swallowing the spirit stone, the white eagle suddenly shivered all over, and its size began to grow by half a meter. Now, the white eagle was over a meter tall. It was almost as big as the eagle in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I wonder if, when it grows up, the white eagle can become a riding pet, one that can fly. Unfortunately, the new prompt for the white eagle quickly dashed Yi Qianfan's hopes. Beginner spirit pet, white eagle, expert hunter with strong, powerful claws. Not rideable for now. Requires an elemental riding device to ride. Status, loyalty at 100%. Eagle eye effect extended to 10 minutes. Feathers, 1,000, can be collected. Collect. Yi Qianfan immediately gathered the feathers scattered on the ground. All the materials for making arrows are ready. Now only a beast tendon is missing. It's quite a contradiction. If he could defeat that lightning leopard, he would definitely get the beast tendon, along with some animal skins and other materials. But Yi Qianfan's goal in making a short bow is to kill the lightning leopard. If he can't kill the lightning leopard, he can't get the beast tendon. Without the beast tendon, he can't make the short bow. It's a perfect closed loop. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He decided to first go get the beehive to the west, then consider dealing with the lightning leopard. However, as he stepped out the door, he noticed that the prompt from the south had changed a bit. South. The lightning leopard fought fiercely with monsters in the fog and is now licking its wounds. If you want to attack now, today is a good opportunity. Near the lightning leopard, a lucky chest has appeared, containing what you desire. P.S. You can have White Eagle attack it, but beware of its lightning strikes. Fortunately, it can only strike once each time, then it becomes weak. That's your perfect chance to sneak attack. The above content remains unchanged, but the PS part has been altered. Instead of suggesting a ranged weapon would give a better chance, it now recommends using White Eagle to attack and then sneaking in. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Yi Qianfan originally wanted White Eagle to level up to gather feathers. He didn't expect that after leveling up, White Eagle would have such a big impact on the battle, possibly because the lightning leopard was injured by fog monsters. This opportunity is too good to miss. White Eagle, let's go. Yi Qianfan took out his rusty metal axe, swung it, and led White Eagle away from the wooden house. It was exactly 8 o'clock. The sun finally rose, dispersing the fog around the wooden house. The large grassland and forest were visible. The weather today was really good, and the fog had cleared within 15 meters. As soon as the White Eagle went outside, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. Following the indicated direction, Yi Qianfan quickly reached the lightning leopard's resting place. From afar, he saw a white leopard lying under a dead tree, licking its back leg repeatedly, trembling occasionally. It seemed its injury was quite serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be trembling from pain. Ing, the white eagle, flying in the air, let out a call. At this moment, the lightning leopard also looked up, glancing at the sky. And at that moment, Yi Qianfan noticed a sky-blue treasure chest behind the lightning leopard. Could that be the legendary lucky box? Yi Qianfan was even a little curious. What good things could this lucky box bring him? Activate Eagle Eye. Seeing the right moment, Yi Qianfan immediately used the Eagle Eye skill. In an instant, he shared the same view with the White Eagle. White Eagle, pretend to attack it, Yi Qianfan ordered. But try not to get too close to the lightning leopard. The goal is to make it release lightning. Be careful not to get hit. According to the system's hint, this lightning leopard has a skill that releases lightning, and it seems it can only use it once in a short time. After firing, it will become weak. That's the perfect time for Yi Qianfan to attack. Ing, the white eagle responded. Then, it swooped down from the sky toward the lightning leopard on the ground. Roar, the lightning leopard immediately looked alert. It quickly stood up, glaring at the white eagle in the air, issuing a warning growl. Next moment, as the white eagle got closer with its dive, a yellow lightning symbol appeared on the lightning leopard's forehead, glowing brighter and brighter. It's time. Yi Qianfan saw that the lightning leopard was about to use its skill at any moment, so he quickly recalled the white eagle. White eagle, retreat for now. Watch out for the lightning leopard's attack. Ing. The white eagle spun in midair and immediately turned back. However, the lightning leopard's skill was fully charged. It opened its mouth and roared at the white eagle in midair. Roar. With its roar, a white light shot toward the white eagle. Fortunately, the white eagle was prepared. It easily dodged the attack with a quick glide. Nice job. Yi Qianfan praised the white eagle. Immediately, he rushed out, swinging his rusty axe at the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard suddenly realized there was an ambusher behind it. It angrily turned around to attack Yi Qianfan, but Yi turned and ran away. This left the lightning leopard stunned. Just then, the white eagle descended again, landing directly on the leopard's back. Its fierce claws easily grabbed the lightning leopard, lifting it into the air. But the lightning leopard was a bit heavy, so the white eagle struggled to fly, wobbling slightly. The lightning leopard, caught in the eagle's claws, desperately struggled, and the lightning symbol on its forehead glowed brighter than before. It seemed the lightning leopard was determined to fight to the death. But Yi Qianfan had no intention of giving it that chance. White eagle, drop it. Yip. The white eagle received the command. Without hesitation, it opened its claws, and the lightning leopard fell from the sky. Bang! It crashed to the ground from about 10 meters up. The lightning leopard twitched for a moment. Then the lightning symbol on its forehead flashed twice, and it was gone for good. Yi Qianfan stepped forward and finished it off with a single slash. Then he disassembled the creature. Lightning leopard meat 20. Lightning leopard internal organs 1. Lightning leopard blood 1L. Wind element beast core 2. Beast skin 2. Beast tendons 1. Though fighting large beasts was tougher, the harvest was great. He gained 2 beast cores and a tendon at once. That's pretty good. Moreover, Yi Qianfan found that the lightning leopard's flesh had special properties. Lightning leopard meat. Have you ever tasted leopard meat? It's quite tasty. Here, it's not protected wildlife, so enjoy your meal. Lightning leopard's internal organs. These organs are high in fat, so eating too much can make pets gain weight. P.S. However, they are very energy-rich and can greatly benefit pets. Lightning leopard's blood. Its blood contains many metal elements, which can be used to temper weapons, giving them extra effects. Not bad. Yi Qianfan gave all the lightning leopard's organs to White Eagle. It was a reward, since White Eagle mainly relied on it to hunt. Moreover, the organs can boost a pet's abilities. As his most important battle partner, Yi Qianfan wouldn't be stingy. Ing, White Eagle happily jumped around. Then, a pile of organs weighing dozens of pounds was caught in its beak and swung. It fell from the air into its big mouth, and in less than 5 seconds, the 2 pieces of meat were gone. But maybe it was Yi Qianfan's imagination. He felt that after White Eagle finished eating the 2 pieces, its fur looked shinier. As for himself, of course, the meat needs to be cooked before eating. Next, it was time for the most exciting part, opening treasure chests. What might be inside the lucky treasure chest? In the middle of the sky blue treasure chest, there was a red question mark. The material looked like glass. Yi Qianfan reached out and touched it. It was cold to the touch, just like glass. Lucky treasure chest, a special chest, rare and only accessible to top players. Usually contains items players most desire. Would you like to open it? Open. Earth Element Beast Core 4, Sharpening Stone Blueprint 1, Tomato 20, Skill Book. Precision, High Quality Compass Blueprint 1, Lucky Chest Disassembly. Glass 10 huh? Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. This lucky chest really is dangerous. It contains items he urgently needs and can't buy on the market. He even thought about eating tomato scrambled eggs when he saw eggs today. Unexpectedly, there was actually a tomato inside this lucky chest. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. I don't know if I gained or lost. After collecting all the treasures, my backpack was almost full. Yi Qianfan decided to go back first and store everything. Now that I have gathered enough materials for the stone house, it's time to upgrade it. I also want to add a fireplace because a cold front is coming tonight, and I don't want to freeze to death. It's also time to upgrade my equipment. As soon as I returned home, I couldn't wait to open the upgrade menu and prepare to upgrade the stone house. But then, stone 199/200, mud 380/100, wood 143/50, vines 32/20, glass 10/4, earth beast core April 4th. I was a bit stunned. What's going on? I've collected even the hardest items like beast cores and glass, and now you tell me I just need one more stone? I was speechless. Fortunately, when I was getting 4 fluids this morning, I also gathered some extra raw materials. Although not much. I opened the trading channel and immediately saw a list of trade offers. 10 ml drinking purified water, 1 bamboo. 150 ml drinking purified water, 10 stones. 30 ml drinking purified water, 2 wood. 200 ml drinking purified water, 10 bronze. 50 ml drinking purified water, 1 silver. Various offers kept popping up. Looking at the total trades, I received 187 stones, 113 wood, 200 bamboo, 50 bronze, and 6 silver. There were still 4 bottles of silver-priced drinking water left, but no one exchanged for them. The remaining 7,800 milliliters of water had all been bought up. That's pure profit. After closing the trading channel, I finally had enough materials to upgrade the stone house. Upgrade. System tip. -200 stones, -100 mud, -50 wood, -20 vines, -4 glass, -4 earth beast cores. A flash of golden light. I saw the wooden house around me start to break apart. The wood seemed to be whipped up by a tornado, spinning rapidly. As it spun, the wood turned into stone. Then, the stones quickly stacked into gaps like Tetris blocks, fitting perfectly. Before long, the stone house was completely upgraded. The stone house is more than twice the size of the previous wooden house, and the original workbench and wooden bed are still inside. In addition, several new areas have been added. Fireplace can be built. Alchemy furnace can be built. Medicine table can be built. Pet cage can be built. 4 new buildable items have been added. Yi Qianfan glanced around. After the upgrade, the house not only has better lighting but also is larger, with more buildable features. The stone house, over 100 square meters, has 1 wooden door and 2 glass windows. Sunlight just streams into the house, making it feel warm and comfortable. Compared to the previous wooden house, it is much nicer. After upgrading the stone house, Yi Qianfan didn't rush to upgrade other things. Instead, he went to the workbench and started making a short bow. Short bow can attack targets within 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, accuracy decreases. Crafting materials: 12 halves vine, 1/1 beast tendon, 219 to 1 bamboo. System prompt: short bow 1, vine -2, beast tendon -1, bamboo -1. A short bow, over a meter long, appeared in Yi Qianfan's hands. He tried it out. Although the bow is a bit shorter, it's still good quality. Next, he began making arrows. He decided to craft 10 and test them outside. Let's see how they perform. Arrows: 218 to 1 bamboo, 1,000/2 feathers, 210 to 1 bronze. System prompt: arrows 10, bamboo -10, feathers -20, bronze -10. He got 10 arrows. Yi Qianfan took the bow and arrows and went outside. Near the stone house, he used charcoal to draw a target on a nearby tree. He aimed and shot. Whoosh! Without any archery experience, Yi Qianfan's first arrow missed the mark completely, flying far off into the treetops. White Eagle, help me bring back the arrow. These arrows, with feathers and bronze, are valuable materials. Yi Qianfan didn't want to waste them. The White Eagle called out and spread its wings. In almost no time, it reached the treetops, quickly grabbed the arrow with its claws, and flew back to Yi Qianfan. However, halfway through flying, the White Eagle suddenly remembered something. It soared high into the sky, then released the arrow from its claws. Just as Yi Qianfan looked confused, the white eagle spun around and caught the falling arrow with its beak. Then it flapped its wings again and flew back toward Yi Qianfan. Yi Qianfan finally understood why the white eagle was performing tricks in midair. It was because of his words. "White eagle, help me bring back the arrow." This silly bird thought that since the owner asked it to hold the arrow in its beak, it couldn't pick it up with its claws. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. But he also found the white eagle very cute. To reward the eagle's loyalty, Yi Qianfan threw it a piece of lightning leopard meat and said, "Good job." The white eagle cheered happily, wagging its head. Then, Yi Qianfan started practicing archery again. Unfortunately, out of 10 shots, only one hit the target, and that one was just barely on the edge of the bullseye. If he used this kind of shooting to hunt moving animals, it would be very difficult. But that was normal. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had never learned archery skills. How could he shoot perfectly just by picking up a bow? Anyone needs a lot of practice to hit the target. However, Yi Qianfan still had a skill book called Precision that he got from a lucky treasure chest. Learn. In the next moment, Yi Qianfan felt as if many things had been poured into his mind. It included some archery techniques, like stance, 90-degree turn, drawing the bowstring near the ear, and focusing on the target. Fire. It was as if some magical guidance was guiding him. Yi Qianfan easily released the bowstring, and the feathered arrow shot straight toward the bullseye. Thud. It hit the center of the target. The arrow not only pierced an inch into the bullseye, but also kept trembling at the tip. This showed how powerful it was. Several arrows hit the target directly, and 3 of them even overlapped, destroying 2 arrows in the process. However, Yi Qianfan didn't mind. Compared to the superpowers he gained, this loss was nothing. This lucky treasure chest really saved him from a tough spot. Yi Qianfan was very happy. Then he remembered there were 2 blueprints inside the chest. He decided to learn both at once. Learn the craft of making a whetstone. Learn the craft of making a fine compass. Whetstone can sharpen rusty metal blades. In the wild, a sharp knife is essential. Materials: 10 halves quartz sand, 280/1 mud, 9/1 resin, fine compass. In foggy conditions, a good compass can save your life. Materials: 1/1 magnet, 6/1 glass, 9 halves resin. Yi Qianfan clearly remembered having many magnets, so why does it show 0? He quickly opened his storage and realized there was a mistake. He had 100 magnets stored, but the blueprint required a magnet, not a magnet stone. Magnet versus magnet stone. A single word difference, but a huge gap. Could it be that he needs to melt the magnet in the alchemy furnace to make a magnet stone? Upgrade tree, stone house, alchemy furnace. He checked the list. Yi Qianfan quickly found the upgrade requirements for the alchemy furnace. Alchemy furnace can reach 2000 degrees Celsius to melt most metals. Construction materials: 186/100 stones, 50/100 mud, 0/2 fire element beast cores. Add 4 units of charcoal to operate for 1 hour. Add 1 spirit stone to operate for 10 hours. Once again, he saw the need for beast cores, which made him a bit helpless. And the furnace needs charcoal or spirit stones to run. For units of charcoal for just 1 hour, which is quite frustrating. Forget it. He decided to craft the whetstone first. Whetstone 1, quartz sand -2, mud -1, resin -1. In the next second, his storage gained a neat, ordinary-looking whetstone, nothing special. I took out a sharpening stone and tried to polish the rusty axe. Surprisingly, it worked very well. It took about a minute. The rusty metal axe suddenly became shiny, and all the rust disappeared. Also, the description of the axe changed. Sharp metal axe. This is a carefully crafted dwarf axe, very sharp. Special effect: critical hit 100%. It added a critical hit effect. I should try out this new weapon first. I gathered some resin and poisonous thorns from the storage. When I was about to test the weapon, I also took the beehive on the west side to get some honey. Recently, I've been eating meat, but without spices, it's starting to taste bland. When I stepped outside, I saw the same message again. West, about 50 meters away, there is a small bush with a beehive inside. The honey is sweet, but beware of bee attacks. Consider using fire, resin, and poisonous thorns, a good combo. I headed toward the point indicated to the west. Soon, I found a beehive about half a meter high among the bushes. The yellowish oval hive was busy with countless bees coming and going. Then I noticed something interesting. Some bright red bees had exclamation marks above them. I quickly focused on those red bees. Sure enough, there was a hint. Mutant killer bees. These bees have been feeding on fireflower nectar for a long time and gain mutation abilities. If stung, you might get infected with fire poison and could burn to death from the inside out. P.S. Even such powerful creatures have weaknesses. Due to their mutation, they are quite afraid of toxic smoke. Fire increases the strength of the smoke, so they often end up suffocating themselves. Wow, this is really intense. I started to feel a bit nervous. I thought it was just an ordinary beehive, but who knew there were mutated killer bees inside? From the hint, I could tell these mutated bees are quite dangerous. If stung, they could cause death by self-ignition. It's too terrifying. But luckily, these mutated killer bees aren't completely invincible. Fear of toxic smoke is its biggest weakness, which matches the raw materials brought by Yi Qianfan. However, risking a run to place the toxic thorns and resin is quite dangerous. Yi Qianfan immediately focused his gaze on the white eagle. White eagle, can you accurately drop these toxic thorns and resin under the beehive? Seeing that the white eagle has thick feathers, Yi Qianfan thought even if the bees try to sting it, they probably can't reach. Sending it to do this task is perfect. The only problem is the dense bushes. Because the bushes are quite thick, Yi Qianfan worries the white eagle won't be able to get the materials under the hive. But the white eagle held its head high, showing it had no problem. Yi Qianfan then hung a large bundle of toxic thorns on the white eagle's claws, balanced the resin among the thorns, and ordered, "Go. Pikachu, it's up to you." The white eagle spread its wings and flew up. In almost no time, it reached above the hive, then directly perched on the bushes above the hive, pecking away at the obstructing bushes with its beak, causing the hive to shake constantly. At this moment, the bees inside the hive seemed to sense danger and almost swarmed out. Countless bright red bees circled around the white eagle. Seeing the dense exclamation marks in front of him, Yi Qianfan felt a bit scared. Luckily, he had sent the white eagle over. Otherwise, with this swarm of mutated killer bees, how much could he defend? Getting stung, even once, could be deadly. So close. So close. The white eagle, tired of the fuss, waved its wings, and a strong wind blew away a large group of bees. The remaining bees, though not blown away, couldn't do anything against the dense feathers of the white eagle. Their stingers were too short to the feathers. This made the white eagle even more fearless. Soon, the small bushes above the hive were completely stripped by the white eagle. It then threw all the toxic thorns and resin from its claws around the hive, covering almost the entire hive area. That's enough. Yi Qianfan saw it was about right and immediately ordered, "White eagle, come back." However, the white eagle spread its wings and flew toward Yi Qianfan. Yi Qianfan saw that behind the white eagle, there was a large swarm of bees, including many mutated killer bees. Wow, I didn't expect this to happen. If the white eagle leads the bees here, and it's safe for the eagle, I'm worried I won't be able to handle being stung with my delicate skin. White eagle, fly up into the sky. Don't come near me. Yi Qianfan quickly stopped the white eagle from coming closer, feeling scared. Fortunately, the white eagle understands human speech. It immediately circled in the air and flew higher into the sky. The bees couldn't catch the king of the sky. They chased for a while, but couldn't catch up, so they reluctantly returned to their hive. Yi Qianfan seized the moment. He took out his bow and arrow from behind him, then coated the tip of an arrow with resin and lit it. The fire blazed brightly. The ordinary arrow turned into a flaming arrow. With his skill and precise aiming, Yi Qianfan didn't need to aim carefully. It was almost instinctive, like having a sixth sense. He could instantly sense the best moment to shoot. Whoosh! The flaming arrow shot quickly toward the thorny bushes below the hive. In the next second, the arrow easily ignited the resin. The flames spread, igniting the toxic thorns, and a lot of thick smoke billowed out. Huff! The continuous smoke made the bees feel threatened, and they swarmed out. But as soon as the bees left the hive and were exposed to the toxic smoke, they quickly lost their sense of smell. Without the queen's pheromones, they couldn't tell directions: north, south, east, or west. A dark cloud of bees fluttered aimlessly at the top of the hive. After half a minute, the bees affected by the smoke started falling from the air one by one. Massive death. As time went on, fewer and fewer bees came out of the hive. But Yi Qianfan still didn't rush to approach. He knew the bees were afraid of the smoke, and he was too. He decided to stay nearby, hiding behind a few big trees. He wanted to try out his new axe. Once the smoke cleared and it was safe, Yi Qianfan planned to go over. Anyway, the beehive is there, and it won't run away. I walk to the big tree. Yi Qianfan looks up and sees that this tree is much taller than the pines he saw before, at least 2 or 3 times bigger. The trunk is so wide that 3 people holding hands could not wrap around it. There are many old vines hanging from the branches, showing that this is an old tree with some years behind it. Let's try your axe on this. Yi Qianfan blows on his axe blade. Then he swings his axe and starts chopping at the big tree. Bang! A flash of cold light zips past Yi Qianfan's face. The tree trembles several times and the falling leaves look like hair falling, drifting down in large patches. Critical hit 100%. Soon after, the tree, which only had a small cut, is suddenly cut in half by an axe. The tree crashes down loudly to one side. High quality wood 3, tree vines 10, resin 10. Wow! This tree can give so many resources. But Yi Qianfan easily finished it with one axe. His new axe is really powerful. But what exactly is this high-quality wood? High-quality wood, a more advanced type of wood than ordinary wood, essential for making high-level furniture. Very rare. What does this explanation mean? More advanced than regular wood. Yi Qianfan can't help but laugh and cry. This is his first time seeing high-quality wood. He suddenly becomes interested and decides to check the trading channel for any information about high-quality wood. He enters the keywords. Sure enough, Yi Qianfan finds 2 listings for selling it. 1 high-quality wood. Exchange for 100 ordinary woods. Comment. Are you crazy? I have 100 ordinary woods. Why would I trade you 1 high-quality wood? Is this high-quality wood so special that it can make you ascend to heaven after using it? Comment. With this price, I think you should keep it for making your own coffin. Reply. You guys, are you all keyboard warriors when it's your turn? If you don't understand the value, don't talk nonsense. Do you think high-quality wood is easy to get? Reply. My treasure chest gave me a perfect stone axe. On average, I can cut 100 pieces of regular wood a day, but it took me 3 whole days to chop down this tree. If I hadn't cut down this tree, I would have also gained 10 vines and 5 resins. I would have lost a lot. Comment. Wow, that's amazing. Are you lying? Reply. I wouldn't lie to you. The big tree's durability is 99.99. You should try it yourself. Comment. Comment. 1 high-quality wood. Exchange for 3 meat. Reply. I'm starving. Does anyone have meat to trade? Comment. Who has meat to trade these days? And you're asking for 3 pieces of meat for a piece of rotten wood? Why don't you go and grab some? Reply. It says high quality right there. This must be very valuable. If you don't understand, don't come here. Comment. Haha, just let it rot. I don't believe any expert would trade with you. Comment. See? Still not sold. Ha. Comment. Now, 1 piece of meat is almost worth 100 pieces of wood, and there's no market for it. Nobody is listing it for sale. You want 3 pieces of meat. That's just wishful thinking. Reply. You guys, can you stop whining here? From the comments under these 2 sellers, Yi Qianfan roughly understood that obtaining high-quality wood is not easy. It's just that the axe is special, plus the critical hit chance, which allows him to get 3 pieces of high-quality wood. If it were a normal stone axe, it would take at least 3 days to chop. If it were a broken stone axe, then probably a month wouldn't be enough. Yi Qianfan looked at the old forest full of vines and suddenly grinned mischievously. 1 piece of high-quality wood is equivalent to 100 pieces of regular wood. It's like a single strike yields 999. No point in not chopping. Whoosh. Critical hit 100%. High-quality wood 2. Vines 8. Resin 8. Whoosh. Critical hit 100%. High-quality wood 3. Vines 10. Resin 5. Until he finished chopping down the entire old forest. Yi Qianfan finally stopped, having swung his axe about 20 times in total. The once lush and leafy old banyan tree, covered with various vines, was completely cleared by him, turned into wood. If Yi Qianfan's inventory hadn't been full already, he might have kept going. In half an hour, he collected a total of 46 high-quality wood, 396 vines, and 365 resins. Just the high-quality wood and basic materials filled his inventory. He couldn't carry the remaining resin and vines anymore, so he decided to first carry the high-quality wood back. Then, after making a backpack, he would come back to carry the rest. Back at the stone house, Yi Qianfan put all the high-quality wood into the storage. As the stone house upgraded, its storage also grew larger. Now, the indoor storage capacity reached 2,000, 10 times more than before. He wondered how much it would be after the next upgrade. He opened the workbench menu and found the backpack options. Basic backpack, capacity 100. Crafting requirements, 7 animal skins /2, 9 threads /1. Intermediate backpack, capacity 1,000. Crafting requirements, 7 animal skins /2, 9 threads /1. 3 wind element beast cores /1. The materials for the normal backpack and the basic one are similar, but the intermediate adds a wind element beast core. Since he had all the materials, Yi Qianfan didn't consider the basic backpack. He chose to craft the intermediate backpack without hesitation. A flash of golden light appeared. Before him, a white backpack materialized, made from the fur of a lightning leopard. On the lid of the backpack, there was a lightning symbol. It looked very beautiful. Although the backpack seemed not very big, it was very light to carry. This was probably thanks to the wind element beast core. He put on the backpack and left. Yi Qianfan returned to the banyan forest and saw a woman collecting the vines and resin he had left behind. "What are you doing?" Yi Qianfan shouted. The woman heard the noise and immediately turned her head, glancing at him. That was when he saw her face clearly. She had wine-red curly hair and was dressed a bit seductively. She wore a black dress and held a broken stone axe in her hand. As she turned, she kept stealing his vines. "Those vines are cut by me. If you move around again, I won't hesitate to cut off your hand." Yi Qianfan was very angry. However, the woman didn't say a word in her defense. Instead, she turned and ran into the fog without hesitation. Yi Qianfan was furious. He quickly took out his bow and arrow, planning to shoot and stop her. But to his surprise, Yi Qianfan noticed that the woman was running incredibly fast, faster than he expected. And her feet were wearing strange, pointed shoes that even shimmered with a bit of gold light. Before Yi Qianfan could aim his arrow properly, the woman had already disappeared into the fog. It seemed the shoes on her feet were quite interesting. Could they be from a treasure chest? Since the thief had run away, Yi Qianfan decided not to chase her. He checked his losses. He was short of 20 vines and 15 units of resin. Fortunately, her backpack was basic. Besides her own belongings, she couldn't carry much more. So, she didn't steal too many items. Still, it made Yi Qianfan very annoyed. Next time he saw that woman, he would deal with her directly. "Collect," he continued walking. Yi Qianfan gathered all the remaining vines and resin into his backpack. After finishing, the poison thorns from the beehive were also burned out, leaving only faint smoke drifting away. He took off his clothes and wrapped them around his mouth and nose to make a simple mask against the poison. Then he headed toward the beehive. Found charcoal. Collect. Yi Qianfan walked through some low bushes and found that many of them had been burned down by him, turning into charcoal. He needed a lot of charcoal now, so he didn't hold back. He collected up to 121 pieces of charcoal from under the beehive, equivalent to 121 dry branches, a great deal for free. Found fire element beast core. Collect. Found 1 liter of honey. Collect. Found 5 blocks of beeswax. Collect. Found 1 queen bee. Tame. Found 75 bee larvae. Collect. Discover 100 milliliters of flame flower honey. Should I take it? Yi Qianfan had just approached the beehive when he received a series of prompts about collecting items. It seems this hive was really well prepared. There are quite a few things here. Yi Qianfan waved his hand and took everything. In just a moment, he obtained 20 fire-type beast cores, 1 liter of honey, 5 pieces of bee propolis, 75 bee larvae, and 100 milliliters of flame flower honey. Discover 1 queen bee. Should I tame it? Tame. Yi Qianfan tried to tame the queen bee, even though he didn't know what benefit taming a bee would bring. Based on how he tamed the white eagle, It seemed that after taming a pet, he could gain some of its skills. The white eagle had eagle eyes. He wondered what the queen bee could give him. Ding! Taming successful. You have gained an adult queen bee with a lifespan of 3 years. The owner now has the ability to release bee pheromones. Pheromone ability? What is that? Queen bee pheromones, an important skill for controlling the bee colony. If the colony loses the queen's pheromones, it will become confused and directionless. I see. Controlling pheromones is basically the ability to control the bees. Yi Qianfan quickly released his bee pheromone ability, but then he was stunned. He found that he could only control the 75 larvae. All the other bees that came out of the hive had been killed by his own fumes. The remaining larvae and the queen bee managed to hide inside the hive and escaped. He decided to take the hive back first and study it more carefully later. After collecting the hive, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Qianfan checked the time, only 15 minutes before sunset. He decided not to take any risks and head back first. Anyway, he had already gained a lot today. Back at the stone house, Yi Qianfan carried the hive and looked around. On the east side of the house, there was a spot suitable for building a pet cage. He looked at the hive in his hand and wondered, does this count as a pet? Never mind. He decided to build the cage first. Pet cage. It allows your beloved pet to have its own private space, which is good for its physical and mental health. It can also help your pet grow faster. Building requirements: 186 stones, 279 mud, 204 wood, 5 dried grass, and 1 fire element beast core. Build it. If you have enough materials, just follow the basic building steps. Since you'll need these items eventually, and since materials can't be bargained for, there's no reason to delay building. However, I was surprised that this pet cage requires a fire element beast core. Aren't most buildings made with earth element beast cores? Why does this one need a fire element core? Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. In front of Yi Qianfan, a 10-meter-tall pet cage, or rather a pet paradise, materialized. It is surrounded by a stone wall, forming a small enclosed area. In the middle, there is a uniquely shaped dead tree with a hook hanging from it, clearly meant for hanging a beehive. Beneath the dead tree, there is a large nest made of dried grass and mud, and a smaller chicken coop. The chicken coop is probably for the wild chicken that hasn't been caught. The large nest is likely for the white eagle. The design is very thoughtful. Yi Qianfan hung a beehive on the dead tree. As he held the tree, he finally understood why building a pet cage required a fire element beast core. Because the entire cage feels warm and cozy. It seems this pet cage is designed to prevent pets from freezing at night. So fire element magic was added to help pets grow happily and safely. Yi Qianfan looked around the cage again and noticed some small red exclamation marks. Yi Qianfan clicked to view the upgrade tree and took a quick look. Upgrade tree: straw hut, wooden house, stone house, double-story villa, locked, stone house. Only a thick stone wall and tightly packed mud can protect against natural disasters. You can also build a fireplace inside, so you can survive the extreme cold after a week. Upgrading allows you to build a medicine station, alchemy furnace, fireplace, and more. Double-story villa. People who truly know how to enjoy life will build a private villa. Besides having over 400 square meters of private space, you will also have a small outdoor garden. On foggy days, lying in the sunny garden and soaking up the sun is a very happy thing. P.S. After upgrading, you can also build an outdoor greenhouse, private bathroom, small swimming pool. Locked. After upgrading to a villa, you can view the next level. Seeing the description of the next level after the stone house, Yi Qianfan really started to drool. Not only will his living space expand several times, but he will also have an outdoor garden. And more importantly, he can have a private bathroom and a small swimming pool. After 3 days without a shower, Yi Qianfan was starting to feel uncomfortable all over. Just thinking about having a bathroom, or even a pool. Yi Qianfan was almost drooling. But when he looked at the requirements for the upgrade, his face suddenly fell. Villa upgrade requirements: 0/200 advanced stones, 279/1000 mud, 49/100 high-quality wood, 396/200 vine, 6/20 glass, 0/10 primitive beast cores, 25 fire element beast cores, 0/5 water element beast cores. The materials needed for the villa upgrade had changed from common materials to high-level ones, and all the beast cores together only needed 20. The difficulty was quite high. While Yi Qianfan was studying the villa upgrade, a strong wind started blowing outside the stone house. The howling wind sounded just like a beast's roar. As the sun set, Yi Qianfan felt a chill inside the house, even a coldness that seemed to seep into his bones, not just a dry cold. Yi Qianfan glanced at the magic book. The temperature had already dropped to about 4 degrees. He didn't know how cold it would get tonight. Without a decent fireplace, it would be very hard to endure the night. It's better to upgrade the fireplace first. After all, it will be useful sooner or later. Fireplace keeps your bedroom warm like spring. It also saves wood. A smart investment. Building requirements: 166/50 stones, 279/50 mud, 20/1 fire beast core. Build. Stones -50, mud -50, fire beast core -1. Countless stones and mud quickly process themselves. A flash of golden light. On the once empty wall, a neat fireplace appeared. It looked ordinary, but it gave a warm feeling. Yi Qianfan moved the campfire inside and added some firewood. Soon, the whole house warmed up. The fireplace was thoughtfully designed with holes for inserting sticks, probably for roasting. Yi Qianfan placed the lightning leopard meat on the grill to cook. Besides the portion he planned to eat immediately, he intended to cook the rest and store it. Cooking time. Yi Qianfan habitually opened the regional chat channel. There were 443 people online. The number dropped from 635 to 443. 200 people had died. Yi Qianfan was suspicious. Given how harsh this world was, if this kept up, more and more people would die, possibly only dozens remaining alive in the end. Such a large area with so few survivors. How could they manage? People. By Tian Tian, who promised to buy burn ointment with me yesterday, stole the medicine and won't give it to me. I want to warn everyone, don't work with her. Does anyone have leftover burn ointment? Can you sell me some cheaply? My wound from the rain is already infected, and if it gets worse, I might die. This weather is unbearable. I just finished repairing the roof damaged by acid rain, and now it's snowing. Am I going to freeze to death? Oh no, it's snowing. I haven't upgraded to a small wooden house yet. Will I freeze tonight? I don't care anymore. I'll cut down the dead grass at the door first. Tonight, I'll use this grass to keep warm. I heard that stuffing grass into clothes can help keep heat. It's so cold. Is there anyone with a wooden cabin willing to take me in? I promise, whatever you want to do, I will agree. Is it snowing? Yi Qianfan saw the chat in the regional channel and then turned to look at the glass window of the stone house. Outside the window, snow was falling lightly, and each snowflake was quite large. It had just started snowing, and the ground was already covered in white snow. No wonder it was so cold. Yi Qianfan decided to cook some soup at night to warm up. He opened the upgrade tree and looked for options related to the pot. There were only 3 types: stone pot, bronze pot, and silver pot. The stone pot can be made by slowly polishing stones, which takes about 3 days. To make a bronze or silver pot, he needed to upgrade the alchemy furnace first. Yi Qianfan decided to build the alchemy furnace first. He had planned to upgrade the stone house today and then build the furnace, but maybe he didn't have enough beast cores. However, in the afternoon, he gathered a lot of fire element beast cores from a beehive. Alchemy furnace can reach 2000 degrees Celsius, used to smelt most metals. Building requirements: 146/50 stones, 269/50 mud, 19/1 fire element beast cores. Construct. Stones -50, mud -50, fire element beast core -1. A flash of golden light. In the middle of the house, near the fireplace, a round alchemy furnace appeared. It had a hole in the center for smelting metals and a smaller opening at the bottom for adding charcoal or spirit stones. Add 4 portions of charcoal. Can operate for 1 hour. Add 1 spirit stone. Can operate for 10 hours. Yi Qianfan quickly threw in 4 portions of charcoal, since he had gathered plenty of charcoal from the bushes today. There was no need to hold back. But spirit stones were hard to come by, and he couldn't afford to waste them. The furnace hadn't even started working yet. Yi Qianfan reached out and touched the furnace's wall. It was warm to the touch. He opened the furnace's menu and scrolled down to the metal pot options. then selected to smelt. Bronze pot 1, bronze -10, bronze pot. Extremely durable, can be placed over a campfire or fireplace to boil water or cook soup. It heats up twice as fast as a stone pot and is a must-have for a good life. Non-toxic and safe to use. Not bad. Although it uses some bronze, considering the time saved, it's definitely worth making. I rinsed the bronze pot with some water, added lightning leopard meat, a bit of water, and tomatoes. Leaf Chinfan plans to make some tomato soup today, which feels pretty good. In the mist, a woman wearing golden boots, holding a torch, is carefully searching for her way. Luyan relies on her wind sprint boots, thinking she can run around freely. But who would have thought a sudden snowstorm would come, covering her tracks back home completely? Now she's truly lost in the fog. Midnight fog is very scary. Luyan can always feel like there's a faint pair of eyes watching her from the mist. Her torch still has about 45 minutes of burning time. No matter how she looks at it, she probably can't get back now. It's over. It's over. Luyan almost starts crying. She nervously uses the Magic Books chat channel to contact her boyfriend. "Hey Feng, I'm lost. I'm doomed. I'm so scared and cold right now. What's going on?" Feng asks, surprised. "I gave you wind sprint boots, right? How can you still get lost? Where are you now?" I'm. Luyan turns her head and looks around, still crying. "I don't know. There are only a lot of small bushes, and what? And a stone house?" Luyan looks confused, staring at a stone house covered with snow on the roof not far ahead. It's about 100 square meters, with walls made of round stones stacked together. There are also delicate wooden-framed glass windows and carved wooden doors. The whole house doesn't look like something a player would build. Could it be the house of the native people of this world? Look up. If only she could have a house like that. It would be so wonderful. Then she wouldn't have to go hungry or be cold, and at night, she wouldn't have to worry about monsters in the fog coming to take her away. Because the sturdy stone walls could definitely keep out the monsters in the fog. Even if the campfire went out in the middle of the night, she wouldn't need to worry so much and get out of her warm bed to add wood to the fire. "Stone house," Feng quickly replied to Luyan. "Could there be natives in this foggy world? How could there be stone houses? Feng, do you think maybe it's built by players who leveled up? Impossible." Feng immediately rejected the idea. "We've only been in this foggy world for 3 days. The two of us just built a small wooden house. How could anyone be faster than us?" "That's true." Luyan thought it made sense. Just then, she sniffed and twitched her nose. A strong smell of grilled meat wafted from the stone house, making her drool with hunger. "Luyan, can you see anything from inside that stone house?" Feng asked again. The smell of grilled meat. "I also see smoke coming out of the chimney. Wow, there's food to eat." Feng made a surprised face with 3 exclamation marks. "Luyan, you know how expensive meat is right now, right? It's time to use your charm to win over those naive locals. Like last time?" Luyan flicked her hair and smiled confidently. She was still very confident in her looks. Feng nodded 3 times and said, "Of course. That fool believed you were a weak woman last time, so he let you in. If it weren't for his harvest, we probably wouldn't have leveled up to a small house so quickly. And you're even happily wearing his shoes. All right, I'll go." Luyan looked down at her snow-resistant Speedwind shoes and then licked her red lips greedily. "But let's agree first. I get to choose what's inside the house." "No problem," Feng naturally agreed. It was a no-cost deal, just sacrificing his girlfriend's appearance a little. Even if he really had to give something up, Feng didn't mind. After all, who would argue with a dead person? Knock, knock. At this moment, Yi Qianfan was happily roasting pieces of lightning leopard meat. But halfway through cooking, he suddenly heard knocking at the door. Yi Qianfan turned his head in surprise. In the foggy world at night, no players would dare to run around freely. But if it was a monster knocking, then that monster's intelligence would be too high. "Ing!" The white eagle, who was sleeping curled up in its nest, suddenly poked its head out, staring fiercely at the door, looking very alert. "Knock, knock! Is anyone there?" The knocking resumed, accompanied by a delicate female voice saying, "Hello, I'm lost and can't find my way home." "Boo-hoo." Yi Qianfan stared at the door. He still thought it was unlikely. After all, even in his world, stories about fox spirits transforming into humans to deceive travelers or eat their hearts were common. There were also tales of sailors meeting water spirits in the sea who would enchant and then eat them with their singing. These stories tell us one thing: women can be dangerous. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she might be. Especially in this foggy world, who knows what terrifying creatures might appear. Anyway, Yi Qianfan didn't dare to open the door casually. "Master, please open the door. I'm really scared now. It's so dark outside, and there are monsters in the fog that could eat me at any moment." But when the woman heard no response from inside, she refused to leave and kept pleading at the door. "If you let me in, I'll do anything you want." "Ha." Yi Qianfan sneered. He continued roasting the meat, taking big bites now and then, listening to the woman's singing as a form of entertainment before dinner. The more convincing her singing was, the more Yi Qianfan doubted her. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there was, it would probably be a rotten pie someone bit into and then threw in your face. That's reality. Ah! Suddenly, the woman screamed sharply, and the knocking on the door grew more intense, saying, "My torch has gone out. That fog is coming. Please, I beg you, save me. No matter what you ask for, I will agree. I promise I will." Huh? At first, Yi Qianfan thought the woman outside was a monster from the fog world in human form. But when he heard her mention a torch, he realized she was really a player lost in the fog, who had come to him for help. Still, he didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he moved to the glass window and looked at the woman near the door. It was her, the thief who had stolen her vine this morning. Big brother, it's you." Lu Yin saw Yi Qianfan peek through the glass window and cheered happily. "You're the big brother who was cutting trees in the bushes today? I recognize you. We're both players. That's great. Please, open the door and help me. Why should I save you?" Yi Qianfan looked down at the woman standing by the corridor and said, "You stole my vine today. Who knows what you might steal if I let you in? I promise I won't do it again." Lu Yin kept begging. "Big brother, I was wrong earlier. I'll return all the vines, and I found some wild fruits today. I also opened a silver treasure chest, and I'll give you everything inside. Please, let me in, the silver treasure chest." Yi Qianfan raised an eyebrow and placed his hand on the door handle. But in the next second, he saw an unexpected message. "Ill-intentioned woman. This woman has a metal dagger hidden at her waist, stained with blood. Are you sure you want to let her in? P.S. But she's quite attractive, and she has a lot of good stuff on her. You might consider it." Hee. Yi Qianfan's forehead twitched with 3 black lines. "You, a system? Haha, what are you joking about? Someone who doesn't know might think this is a thinking AI. But never mind. Since this woman has bad intentions, he won't hold back. Come in," he said. Yi Qianfan opened the door. Standing at the door was a woman wearing a white hoodie, jeans, and golden boots. Wearing high twin ponytails and looking very innocent, she appears to be about 14 or 15 years old. However, she is wearing red lipstick, and her eyes are slightly fox-like and charming. This strange combination gives her a captivating, enchanting look, like a character from a fairy tale. She looks both pure and alluring. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you so much." Lu Yin pretended to be innocent, biting her lower lip, and asked, "My name is Lu Yin. What's your name, big brother?" "Qianfan." "Big brother, what are you grilling? It smells so good." As soon as Lu Yin entered the house, she didn't mention returning the things to Yi Qianfan. Instead, she kept looking around his house. She was also shocked by what she saw. Is this really a player? This player not only built a stone house, but also has a workbench, plenty of meat, and a warehouse full of wood. There was also a huge filter with clean, precious drinking water flowing constantly. And that's not all. In one corner of the room, there was even a pet nest. What is that bird, as tall as a person? Is it a golden eagle from the story, The Eagle and the Hero? What's cooking? Why do you care? Yi Qianfan rolled his eyes at Lu Yin. You said if I let you in, you'll return the stuff to me, including the silver treasure chest. Stop wasting time. Just give it all to me. Lu Yin was stunned. This was the first time her charm had failed. Before coming to this strange place, she was a well-known online influencer. Whenever she looked into the camera and made a pleading face, countless gifts would fly her way instantly. But now, this man not only ignored her, but also looked at her with disdain. Has her attractiveness decreased? What are you standing there for? Yi Qianfan said impatiently. Do you think I'll wait until I finish eating to give you the stuff? Big brother, I'm really hungry. How about giving me a piece of meat? As long as you agree, I'll do anything. Lu Yin winked at Yi Qianfan. Her eyes were full of suggestive meaning. If she uses this powerful move normally, almost no man can resist it, including He Feng, who now obeys her completely and satisfies her every wish. Lu Yin doesn't believe that the man in front of her can resist her attack. As long as he falls for her, she will, like a cunning fox, lure him in, make him addicted and unable to leave. Then, when he relaxes his guard, she will strike suddenly and eliminate him. At that moment, his stone house, his stored items, and his equipment will all be hers. Lu Yin seems to have already imagined that after she takes over this stone house. She stands by the glass window, drinking red wine, looking at the snowy landscape outside, watching monsters and wild animals in the fog, roaring helplessly at the stone house. Oh, really? Yi Qianfan heard this and immediately showed a knowing smile, waving to Lu Yin and saying, "All right, come here. Help me with a massage. As long as you're satisfying, I don't mind treating you to a meal." "Brother, you're such a good person." Lu Yin shows gratitude and then moves to Yi Qianfan to give him a massage as he requested. Everything is going smoothly until Yi Qianfan, feeling relaxed from the massage, closes his eyes for a moment. Lu Yin smirks, secretly reaching behind her back, ready to pull out her hidden dagger. But the moment she turns her hand behind her back, Lu Yin is stunned, because her dagger at her waist is gone. When did that happen? Lu Yin is completely confused. She can't understand when she lost her dagger. But at this moment, Yi Qianfan suddenly turns over and sits up, pulling out a shining dagger, playing with it in his hand and asking, "Are you looking for this? When did my knife fall into your hands?" Lu Yan's eyes widen as she tries to lift her head to look at Yi Qianfan. At the same time, she is also looking at the dagger in his hand. That dagger is clearly hers. It was the dagger she took out from her silver treasure chest, and it is also her source of confidence. Because of the existence of this dagger, she was able to act recklessly and do such things. She could freely capture these men and eliminate them. But now, you said that if I let you in, you would give me all the good things. Since that's the case, I am just taking back what belongs to me early. Is there a problem with that? After saying this, Yi Qianfan directly held the dagger near Lu Yan's neck and said, "And I haven't told you to stop yet." No. Lu Yan was so shocked by the sudden change that she couldn't speak clearly. But her fate was now in Yi Qianfan's hands. She dared not waste time talking and could only work honestly. He kept pressing until her arm was about to be exhausted and broken. Only then did Yi Qianfan nod in satisfaction and raise his hand to stop Lu Yan. "That's enough. You did well. It's a pity." "Pity what?" Lu Yan smiled flatteringly. "Brother, if you're not satisfied with my service, I can do better." But in the next second, Yi Qianfan cut Lu Yan's throat with the dagger. Warm blood splattered on his fingers. Lu Yan opened her eyes wide, looking at the man in front of her with disbelief. She reached up to cover her neck, but the blood kept pouring out uncontrollably, no matter what she did. This was the first time Yi Qianfan realized that a cut could be so fine, yet bleed so much. The blood inside the neck even sprayed out like a fountain. It couldn't be stopped. Unfortunately, women only slowed down my sword's speed. The smell of blood was strong and had a sticky, warm feeling. For his first time killing someone, Yi Qianfan didn't feel much. It was like killing a chicken or a lightning-fast leopard. Besides his heartbeat speeding up a little, he felt that killing was even easier than fighting monsters. But that didn't mean he liked killing. If Lu Yan hadn't had bad intentions from the start, Yi Qianfan wouldn't have wanted to kill her. He even gave this woman a chance, as long as she honestly brought out what she promised and served him well. Yi Qianfan didn't mind sparing her life. After all, he wasn't a crazy killer. Others paid him rent to stay, which was expensive but still reasonable. Unfortunately, until the moment this woman reached behind her waist, trying to grab the dagger that Yi Qianfan had already stolen. Yi Qianfan knew it was time to end the landlord game. And now, it was also time for him to carefully check what good things this woman had given him. He took out a bloodstained magic book from Lu Yan. Unclaimed magic book. Blood can be used to activate. An unclaimed magic book? That's interesting. Yi Qianfan cut his finger with a sharp dagger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the magic book. In the next moment, the magic book shone with a bright golden light. System prompt. detected that the host already has a magic book. Do you want to merge them? After merging, the original load capacity will increase, and the items and trade contents inside this magic book will also be combined with the existing one. Merge 2 magic books. Does Yi Qianfan mind the wait? The only reason he took Lu Yan's magic book was to get the items in her storage. Other than that, Yi Qianfan didn't really care much. System prompt. Basic load capacity 10, total capacity now 20, storage, 10 silver, 5 spirit stones, 20 vine branches, 15 resin, 10 apples, 1 beginner backpack, 1 broken stone axe, 1 flint, a portable tool rack scroll. This woman had quite a lot of things. Besides these, she also brought Yi Qianfan a sharp dagger and a pair of boots. Sharp dagger. Not suitable for chopping, but very good for hunting. Damage 20%, swift wind shoes. Move like the wind. Wearing them, even running at high speed, won't tire you. Auto cleaning, auto fit effect, speed 100%. These 2 items are really good. Yi Qianfan took the swift wind shoes off Lu Yan's feet and put them on his own. Strangely, Lu Yan's feet were only size 36, but Yi Qianfan's feet were size 42. Yet, for some reason, when the shoes were put on his feet, they fit perfectly. After putting on these shoes, Yi Qianfan felt very warm and soft. When he walked, he even felt the wind. The shoes felt great. As for the sharp dagger, although it wasn't as powerful as his axe with a 100% critical hit, it was very good for hunting and fighting. Its small size made it easy to carry, and he could casually hang it on his waistband. Very convenient. It was definitely the best tool for fighting and defending. Regarding the other items Lu Yan left behind, there was a scroll inside. What was it for? Portable tool station scroll. After use, it allows you to connect directly to a magic book to craft the equipment and tools you want. Very handy. This is great. Now he won't be limited to only crafting inside his house. Yi Qianfan was very happy with the surprise Lu Yan brought. He immediately used the scroll. The house didn't change much, but the cover of his magic book now had a picture of a tool station. It seems this magic book is quite powerful. As for the other raw materials, especially those from the equipment he already had, Yi Qianfan didn't find them useful. He decided to put them all on the trading channel to sell. Basic backpack, exchange for 50 wood, flint 1, exchange for 1 high-quality wood, broken stone axe 2, exchange for 10 wood. He also had a broken stone axe in his storage that he didn't need. So he listed it for sale without expecting much profit. At least it wouldn't take up space. However, because the axe was broken and had low durability, it was quickly bought by someone. A stone axe that costs 5 wood can be used to gather at least 100 wood, so the price was reasonable. As for the flint, maybe not many people had high-quality wood, so there was no activity there yet. But the basic backpack was sold very quickly. After all, making a basic backpack requires animal hides and thread, which most people can't hunt for. So increasing carrying capacity became the most important upgrade for gatherers right now. This was a huge profit. Nowadays, looting corpses was even more profitable than opening treasure chests. But it wasn't easy. Such opportunities didn't come often. In the vast foggy world, finding someone wasn't that simple. He opened the door to the room. Yi Qianfan dragged Lu Yan's body outside, and then hid behind the glass window, watching her body. Actually, he had always been a little curious. What might appear in this fog? But before Yi Qianfan could react, he saw Lu Yan's body being quickly pulled into the fog, leaving only a long trail in the snow. The speed was so fast that Yi Qianfan almost couldn't keep up. Just now, what was that thing? Yi Qianfan was almost sure he had been staring with wide eyes at the fog and Lu Yan. But he saw nothing. He only saw the fog surge quickly, and then Lu Yan was dragged away, probably by her feet. It was too dark to see clearly, but he could faintly see some thin black shadows on her feet. The rest was completely hidden. Sure enough, there was something in the fog, and that thing must have been watching him all along, or it wouldn't have known so quickly that someone had been taken. This is really dangerous. It seems he must never leave the house at night. Even during the day, he should always be ready with a torch. Otherwise, like this woman, if she hadn't entered Yi Qianfan's house at night, she might have been dragged away by the terrifying fog outside, just when the torch went out. Sigh. Yi Qianfan sighed, and turned back to the warm fireplace. The meat of the lightning leopard was also cooked. Yi Qianfan picked up a piece and took a bite. The meat tasted good. It's a pity it was a little lacking in salt, pepper, and black pepper, or the flavor would have been even better. Yi Qianfan decided not to settle for less. He was no longer a poor guy with nothing. Now he was a little rich man with a warehouse full of good stuff. There was no need to treat himself badly. He opened the trading channel and saw over 99 private messages. He clicked on them briefly. Many people were asking for water, saying they had bronze and wanted to buy water from Yi Qianfan. They were almost dying of thirst. Since someone was willing to pay, Yi Qianfan naturally wouldn't refuse. I just hung up the 9 liters of filtered water. Now I am only collecting high-level materials. 100 ml drinkable pure water. Exchange for 5 high-level stones. Alternative. 5 high-level wood. Remaining. 30. 100 ml drinkable pure water. Exchange for 2 spirit stones. Alternative. 2 silver. Remaining. 30. 100 ml drinkable pure water. Exchange for 10 bronze. Alternative. 10 quartz sand. Remaining. 30. 100 ml water. A piece of roasted wild rabbit meat. Exchange for seasonings. Whoever offers the highest price wins. Message me privately. These are the materials Yi Qianfan will use to upgrade his villa. As for quartz sand, it is an important raw material for making a compass. Not long after hanging up the water, Yi Qianfan saw someone shouting loudly in the area channel. Big Boss is selling water again. Hurry up if you want some. Why did the price go up again? Sob sob. In the morning, the boss was selling 20 milliliters for 1 bronze. Now it's doubled. I'm going broke. You don't have to buy. There are plenty of people wanting water. Soon, you might not get a single drop to drink. I'll be the first to buy. Luckily, I got a lot of wood today. Wait, how did the wood turn into high-level wood? What is that? I don't have any, so I can only trade bronze for water. Boo-hoo, what seasoning? Do you only get it from opening treasure chests? I have a jar of pepper salt. Do you want it, Big Boss? The content in the area channel refreshes very quickly, making it impossible to check everything. Yi Qianfan simply waited for others to come to him. Sure enough, not long after, someone privately messaged him. Big Boss, I have black pepper and pepper salt powder. Can I trade them for your meat and water? Big Boss, I have 500 g of salt. Can I trade it? Fan G, I have a bottle of soy sauce and Himalayan salt. Please trade with me. Yi Qianfan glanced at the private messages. He really wanted the black pepper and pepper salt powder. After all, these two are perfect for barbecues. But as a soy sauce enthusiast, he couldn't resist the temptation of soy sauce and Himalayan salt. In the end, Yi Qianfan decided to take both seasonings. He first traded wild rabbit meat and water for the black pepper and pepper salt powder, then looked for the person selling soy sauce. Yi Qianfan, you're a bit late. I've already finished cooking. But I am also interested in your soy sauce and salt. Soy sauce. Boss, I want to trade. Yi Qianfan. The wild rabbit meat is gone, but I still have half a piece of lightning leopard meat. Do you want it? Soy sauce. Yes, yes, yes. I've been eating blueberries so much lately that I almost got sick of them. Any kind of meat is fine. Yi Qianfan. All right, let's trade. The two quickly completed the exchange. Sure enough, after adding tasty pepper salt and black pepper, the lightning leopard meat's flavor improved by hundreds of times. It shows that having seasonings makes a huge difference. To be sure, Yi Qianfan took the lightning leopard meat back to the warehouse. He noticed that the name of the meat had changed as well. Delicious roasted leopard meat. Perfectly roasted meat topped with flavorful seasonings. Each bite is juicy and delicious. So tasty you might even bite your tongue. This is really good. If he put this item up for sale on the trading channel, he probably could attract many greedy players, who would then contribute their best items. He opened the trading channel. Yi Qianfan saw that the items he listed for trade, bronze and spirit stones, had all been cleared out, leaving only 20 units of high-grade wood and stone, which no one was interested in. It seems high-level materials are hard to get. Frowning, Yi Qianfan decided to trade 10 portions of lightning leopard meat for high-grade wood. 1 portion of delicious roasted leopard meat. 10 high-grade wood. 1 portion of delicious roasted leopard meat. 10 high-grade stones. He just posted the trade. Immediately, a bunch of messages popped up. Wow! I was already shocked when I saw the boss had extra water, but I didn't expect him to have extra roasted meat too. And it's delicious. The key is that it's delicious. When everyone is hungry, the boss is already selling barbecue. It's so impressive. I'm so hungry now. Boss, do you want some wood? I have plenty. I can trade with you. I really don't have high-grade wood. Can I get 1/10 of it? I only have one piece of high-grade wood. It would be nice to satisfy my craving. Why are you like this? Having meat to eat is enough, but now you're roasting and adding seasonings. Are you showing off? Isn't it just a piece of meat? What's so special about it? I used to eat the best Japanese Wagyu beef until I was full. Have you ever tried it? You little rascal. Everyone, look. The person upstairs is getting impatient. They can't get it and are insulting others. Who's really the troublemaker? This is hilarious. Hey, boss, do you still need accessories? I can even serve as your shoe pad. These people. Yi Qianfan saw the constantly refreshing comments and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Could it be that they are specifically watching his trading panel? Otherwise, how could it be that as soon as he listed something for sale, a bunch of people gathered to watch? But one person's comment caught Yi Qianfan's attention. Many players probably have high-level materials, but maybe not enough to buy a full piece of leopard meat. So he decided to take out 5 more pieces of roasted meat, cut them into 10 small pieces, and sell them. Each piece was about the size of a bite, enough to chew twice if saved. But this world is never short of greedy people. Sure enough, as soon as the 50 portions of bite-sized meat were listed, the trading notifications flooded in like a non-stop video ad, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All 50 portions of meat sold out instantly. Yi Qianfan received 39 pieces of high-quality wood and 11 pieces of high-quality stone. Meanwhile, the complete lightning leopard meat only sold 2 portions, and then nobody was interested anymore. Boss, do you still have any lightning leopard meat for individual sale? I just took a bite and found my agility increased a bit. I've decided to spend everything to buy it, but I only have 9 pieces of stone and wood combined, which isn't enough for one. Can you give me a discount? Fanji, please sell me 1 piece. I just ate it and my stamina increased. I feel like my legs aren't sore anymore, and I can breathe easily. I can even climb 5 floors in one go. Please sell me a piece of meat. I want to eat it and show off to everyone how delicious it is. I was a bit late and missed out. Sob sob big brother. I'm a girl with twin ponytails. If you give me a piece of meat, I promise I'll eat my fill. After seeing all these comments, Yi Qianfan simply took down the remaining leopard meat that hadn't been sold and cut it into small bite-sized pieces. Not long after listing, they all sold out. A total of 15 portions of delicious roasted leopard meat sold for 108 pieces of high-quality wood and 42 pieces of high-quality stone. Regarding the 6 liters of water he originally had hanging above, he managed to recover 50 spirit stones, 10 silver coins, 200 bronze, and 100 quartz sand. He saw that he now had 108 portions of quartz sand. At this point, Yi Qianfan decided to make glass. Since the alchemy furnace still had about an hour of operation left, he poured all 108 portions of quartz sand into it. The alchemy process would take roughly an hour. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Qianfan started to feel a little sleepy. He thought, anyway, the work was never finished. He planned to leave the remaining tasks for tomorrow. When the glass finished melting, he could get up early and make a compass. Just then, he saw an announcement appear at the top of all the channels. Hello, everyone. Today is your 3rd day in this world. Tonight, there will be a small test. This test is to check what you've gained over these 3 days. If you haven't made much progress and choose to be lazy, tonight will be your last night in this world. Your group of 1,000 people will face elimination tonight. Those who haven't upgraded their simple shelters to wooden houses will be eliminated. Those who haven't gathered enough wood to survive the cold tonight will be eliminated. Those who don't have enough heat to get through tonight and tomorrow will be eliminated. But if you manage to get through all of this, congratulations. You will face the final test of this challenge, the ranking based on points. Anyone outside the top 100 will be eliminated. Don't doubt it. Elimination means death. Tomorrow, you will start a new life, a big challenge for the winners. For details, please stay tuned to my pin message at midnight tomorrow if you are still alive. Did everyone see the pin message? I'm doomed. I haven't gathered enough wood to upgrade my small house. What should I do? Me too. Am I going to die tonight? Can someone help me out? I upgraded my house, but I'm worried I might be outside the top 100. The pin message said anyone outside the top 100 will be eliminated. Is there a cold snap tonight? What should I do? My bed is still just a simple straw bed, and I just upgraded my wooden house. but I ran out of wood. Do you think I still have time to go chop firewood now? If you go out now, you probably won't even make it to tomorrow's ranking. You'll be eliminated tonight. Can any big brother help me? If you do, I'll be your person from now on. Interested brothers can message me privately. I'll send you pictures, absolutely beautiful ones. But before you look, please pay a small fee of 1 piece of wood for viewing. Who has wood? I'll trade it for stones. 10 stones for 1 piece of wood. Trade high-quality wood for regular wood, 5 to 1. Trade high-quality stones for regular wood, 3 to 1. Since the announcement came out, everyone has been shocked because no one wants to be eliminated without knowing why. This time, no one held back. Everyone used all their best items just to get enough wood to upgrade their houses and build a campfire that can burn all night. That would make them happy. Maybe, just maybe, this is a good chance to take advantage of the situation. It's not that Yi Qianfan is mean or ruthless, but this is a world where only the strongest survive. If he doesn't fight for it, someone else will eliminate him. In the trading channel, Yi Qianfan posted the most unreasonable exchange offers ever. 3 pieces of wood for 1 piece of high-quality wood. 1 piece of wood for 1 high-quality stone. 1 piece of wood for 10 dry branches. 1 piece of wood for private messages with good items. High prices wanted. At first, no one wanted to buy his wood, only leaving messages for him. Wow. At first, no one wanted to buy his wood, only leaving messages for him. Wow. That's too unfair. 3 wood for 1 high-quality wood. Do you know how hard it is to get high-quality wood? Hey, if you burn it, high-quality wood burns just as long as normal wood. You can't even use it to build a house. Besides, what other options are there besides trading? That's so unfair. Anyone willing to pay more than, Big brother, you have a lot of wood. Can you give some to your little sister? I can show you where I give birth. And so on. Besides many people criticizing Yi Qianfan for being greedy, some clever folks chose to message him privately. Boss, I have 100 pieces of fluff. Do you want them? Fluff? Great stuff. Yi Qianfan quickly replied, yes, I'll trade 10 pieces of wood for them. Come and get it. Boss, 20 pieces, please. Collecting this fluff wasn't easy. I spent a long time picking up penguin feathers on the beach. Please give me a bit more wood. I beg you. 15, that's the most. If you want, let's trade. Deal. 15 wood, 100 fluff. Brother fan, I have 10 spirit stones. Can I trade them for wood? 10 wood, no bargaining. Deal. 10 wood, 10 spirit stones. Boss, do you want silver? 5 wood for 1 silver, 1 to 1. If you don't want it, find someone else. All right, fine. 10 wood, 10 silver. Boss, do you want bronze? I have a lot. 5 bronze for 1 wood. Quick trade, no bargaining. Wow. Boss, weren't you just trading 1 to 1 before? This is too much. Stop talking, or I'll block you. Okay, I'll trade. 10 wood, 50 bronze. 2 wood, 2 animal skins. 10 wood, 100 dry branches. After a whole night of trading, Yi Qianfan made a huge profit. He kept 10 pieces of wood and sold everything else quickly. Most of his upcoming upgrades required high-quality wood, and with dry branches, he had enough for a campfire. As long as he could survive until tomorrow, he could sell water and other items to get more wood. Even if he couldn't trade for more, he could go cut wood himself. There was no need to worry about running out of wood. He ended up with a total of 244 pieces of wood, 33 high-quality wood, 88 high-quality stones, 100 dry branches, 10 spirit stones, 2 animal skins, 50 bronze, 10 silver, and 100 fluff. A big win. After all the trading, Yi Qianfan was extremely tired. He decided to go to sleep first. Lying on a soft straw bed, Yi Qianfan felt himself getting colder. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he found a thin layer of ice on his window, and the stone walls were covered with frost. It was easy to imagine how cold it was outside. Yi Qianfan had to get up, light the fire a bit more, and then prepare to go back to sleep. Is this what they call a cold wave? He suddenly became curious about how the people in the area were doing. He opened the regional chat on his magic book and saw messages full of desperation. Someone help me. I'm freezing to death. I upgraded to a wooden house, but it's still so cold. I can't feel my feet anymore. Hey upstairs, did you forget to upgrade your bed? Without a good bed, it's bound to be cold. Oh no, I just looked at my feet, and they're turning purple from the cold. Do I have to lose my toes? Can you feel anything? If you can, maybe there's still hope. If not, it's hopeless. Help. The ice froze my fire, and I'm so cold. However, a message from someone saying their fire was frozen appeared only halfway before being erased word by word. Everyone in the group knew that this person probably had already frozen to death. For most people, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Yi Qianfan looked at the number of people online in the area. It had dropped to 312. In just a few days, more than 70% of the players had been eliminated. Yi Qianfan was a bit surprised. The survival game was incredibly tough, and during the first 3 days, it was still considered the beginner period. But the game had already warned players about the coming cold wave. Whether it was the weather forecast on the magic book or the upgrade prompts for various items, there were frequent reminders about the cold wave arriving in 3 days. This meant the game was reminding everyone that the main task in the first 3 days was to upgrade their wooden houses and stock up on cold protection supplies. But many players didn't take it seriously. Some did, but couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. These players were doomed to be eliminated. He closed the magic book. No big matter. I will wait until dawn to talk about it. Yi Qianfan walks back to his bed. No matter how he looks at it, he feels like something is missing from his bed. Maybe he should make a blanket. He quickly finds the upgrade book and looks at the section about upgrading the bedroom. High-quality large bed. After you have basic needs met, you should consider a comfortable and warm large bed. This high-quality bed comes with a plush quilt, making it so cozy and warm that you won't want to get up. Building requirements: 191/10 high-grade wood, 396/10 vine, 7 halves animal hide, 110/100 plush, 17 halves fire element beast core. Upgrade: -10 high-grade wood, -10 vine, -2 animal hide, -100 plush, -2 fire element beast core. A flash of golden light. Yi Qianfan's original straw bed instantly transforms into an ancient carved wooden bed. The wooden bed is about 2 meters by 2 meters, with a very soft mattress, a fluffy down quilt, and even a soft pillow made from lightning leopard skin. He reaches out and presses on the bed, noticing it still emits warmth, as if an electric blanket is underneath. This must be the effect of the fire element beast core. He is starting to like this world more and more. Items with a bit of magic effect are really amazing to use, especially the fire element beast core, which can heat many things. Time to get into bed. Hukurika Xiangle. It's so comfortable. Yi Qianfan sighs deeply. Without a good mattress, the difference is huge. This soft big bed, wrapped in a thick plush quilt, is incredibly comfortable, especially on a cold winter night. It makes him want to shout with happiness. He falls asleep in 3 seconds. When Yi Qianfan opens his eyes again, it's already bright outside. It's been a long time since he slept so well. But what time is it now? He quickly grabs the magic book by the bed and checks. Luckily, it's only 7 a.m. But he has to say, this bed is really great. After sleeping all night, Yi Qianfan feels refreshed and even has endless energy. Weather forecast: the cold snap has passed, and today's weather is good. During the day, temperatures can reach 18 degrees Celsius, making it a great day to go outside and work. There is plenty of sunlight today, with about 6 hours of daylight before the sun sets. Note, however, be careful. The beginner protection period is over. Now, when going outside, you need to carry a torch or you won't be able to see anything. Yi Qianfan saw this weather forecast and felt completely overwhelmed. Earlier, when the sun rose, it could clear fog within 10 meters. Now, even that benefit is gone. It seems the beginner protection period really is over. Those who have survived this long are probably quite strong. And those who can't survive anymore, there's no need to think about them. With the protective hints and the supplies stored in his warehouse, Yi Qianfan wasn't worried. The only thing he needed to worry about now was whether he had enough time to eat breakfast. He took some lightning leopard meat from the warehouse and heated it over the fire. Then, he added 2 tomatoes to make a tomato stew. After that, he opened the chat channel. Compared to last night in the middle of the night, the chat was much quieter now. The main reason is, there are 146 people online. Since midnight, more than half of the players have been eliminated. The remaining 146 are probably the strongest in their area, but life isn't easy for them either. Last night was so cold. I didn't freeze to death, but I wasn't doing well either. I started to get a fever. Fever? That's nothing. My toes turned completely purple. I think they froze. I can't feel anything when I poke them. Last night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so cold I burned my bed. I feel so hot now. I'm burning up and just want to take off all my clothes and go outside to get some fresh air. But the fog hasn't cleared, so I can't go out. Bro upstairs. I advise you to stay warm. You might have hypothermia. Your blood vessels are expanding because of the cold, which causes your brain to send false signals. Many people who die from the cold remove their clothes before they pass away. That's caused by hypothermia. What? Hypothermia? Is it serious? Could it be deadly? Hard to say. Just take care of yourself. Yi Qianfan was eating cooked tomato stew while noticing that the number of people kept decreasing. He had just gotten up a short time ago, and now 10 more people had died. There are only 131 people left. I saw in the weather forecast that starting today, there will be no more beginner protection. If you go outside without a torch, you can't see anything. Are they really going to let us die like this? Torch is one thing, but isn't the main problem that we can't see? I don't even know how to get back now. Even with a torch, we're basically blind, right? Yeah, there's fog everywhere. How can we go out and come back safely? If you have a wire, you can tie one end around your waist and the other inside the house. That way, you can find your way home. That's easy to say, but where can we find such a long wire? It's over. Are we all going to be trapped here forever? Everyone started to complain and cry out in despair. But Yi Qianfan remembered he still had a blueprint for making a compass, which he got from a lucky treasure chest. High-quality compass. In the fog, having a good compass can save your life. Crafting requirements. Magnet 0 to 1. Glass 114 to 1. Resin 385/2. It seems the system prepared this blueprint just for today. Lucky for Yi Qianfan, the blueprint ended up in his hands. Now he just needs a magnet. He quickly added 5 units of carbon, activated the alchemy furnace, and threw all the magnets into it. The system indicated it would take about half an hour. This process is faster than making glass. Yi Qianfan didn't waste time. Instead, he ran to the chat channel and shouted, "I have a compass for sale. Pre-order now, highest bid wins." Wow? Are you Ding Dong Cat? How do you have everything? It's like you're missing nothing. I seriously suspect that Yi Qianfan is actually a system GM here to exploit us. Everyone better not trade with him, or you'll get ripped off. Idiot upstairs. Big brother, please give me a compass. I'll be your horse. Wow, that person upstairs still hasn't stopped crying. They even survived last night's cold snap. Amazing. You don't know how much would she has gained by selling photos. Compared to her, the little girl looks adorable, but if she could really ride. Saliva. As for Yi Qianfan, he quickly received his first private message. Boss, can I trade the lucky 4-leaf clover I got from the treasure chest? Lucky clover? Let me see it. Soon after, the other person sent a trade offer. 1 lucky 4-leaf clover for 1 compass. Yi Qianfan looked at the properties of the 4-leaf clover and decided to trade immediately. This is really a good item. 4-leaf lucky clover. Burning it will bring you 5 minutes of good luck. Great item. Yi Qianfan replied. Hold on. I'm making it. I've reserved this 4-leaf clover. Okay. Thanks, brother. Then, Yi Qianfan received many more private messages. But good items were rare, until he got a strange message. Brother, do you want a power pill? Power pill? What's that? Trade request. 1 power pill for 1 compass. Power pill. After taking it, your strength increases by 100%, effective only the first time. Yi Qianfan, you want to trade with me? Don't you need it yourself? Reply. 2 silver treasure chests drop 2 pills. I've already used 1. The second is useless. Yi Qianfan. Trade. But wait a moment. The compass is almost ready. Reply. No problem. Waiting for the boss, while checking private messages. All 100 magnets had finally been turned into magnets. High-quality compass. In the fog, having a good compass can save your life. Crafting requirements. 100 magnets, 114 glass, 385 resin. Craft all. High-quality compass 100, magnets -100, glass -100, resin -200. Yi Qianfan first got the power pill and the lucky 4-leaf clover. The 4-leaf clover is just a common grass, no different from the grass we saw on the roadside when we were kids. The only difference might be the red exclamation mark on it. As for the power pill, it was a dark, muddy lump that smelled a bit like herbal medicine. Fortunately, there was a note explaining that although this world was a little strange, the instructions inside were honest and not misleading. I swallowed a large energy pill in one go. Wow, it's so spicy. Yi Qianfan almost got burned alive by the spicy pill. He quickly drank nearly a liter of water, but the burning sensation continued, spreading from his throat down to his stomach and intestines. It felt like a fire was inside his body, running around and constantly burning his internal organs. Yi Qianfan felt so uncomfortable that he almost ran outside to find a place with water and jump in. But unfortunately, the sun hadn't risen yet. Who knew what dangers might be outside right now? Yi Qianfan didn't dare take that risk. At this moment, he longed even more for his upgraded villa, which had a shower and even a swimming pool. He wished he could jump into it right now. The flames inside him kept burning fiercely. Yi Qianfan quickly checked what he still needed to upgrade the villa. At this moment, he just wanted to build a swimming pool as soon as possible, or he doubted he could cool down the huge fire inside him. Villa upgrade requirements. Advanced stones 181/200, mud 179/1000, advanced wood 130/100, vines 386/200, glass 14/20, earth element beast core 1/10, fire element beast core 15/5, water element beast core 0/5. Most of the materials were not enough, especially the beast cores. Yi Qianfan was feeling overwhelmed. He quickly sold the remaining 98 compasses. He needed them to upgrade the villa. 1 compass. Exchange for 10 advanced wood, 1 compass. Exchange for 20 advanced stones, 1 compass. Exchange for 100 mud, 1 compass. Exchange for 100 quartz sand, 1 compass. 1 earth element beast core, alternatively, 1 fire element beast core, 1 water element beast core. Soon, someone left a message below. Boss, how do you get these beast cores? Can you tell us in the regional chat? Reply. Sure. Yi Qianfan went to the regional chat channel, where only 123 people were online now. People lost in the mist. I am here to answer questions about beast cores. It's very simple. As long as you kill the monsters inside the fog, you can easily get the beast core. Wow. The expert has appeared. Hey, expert, why did I kill a rabbit but didn't get a beast core? Yeah, I also killed a mountain chicken yesterday, but I didn't see a beast core. What's going on? Could it be that the expert and I are in different worlds? Wow, you guys are still able to hunt prey? How did you do it? I haven't even seen a single rabbit fur. Please answer all these questions. Yi Qianfan said, weak prey don't have beast cores. Only special mutated creatures do. For example, the lightning panther I caught has 2 beast cores. I also wiped out a hive of bees. And there are about 15 or 20 mutated killer bees, which have beast cores. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss 10086. After dozens of hisses, everyone started chatting again. The big expert is so powerful. I was just catching chickens, and they already tore apart a leopard. Please, expert, share your monster-killing tips. What is a lightning panther? It sounds really dangerous. What weapon do you use? A broken axe? I'm going out today to find a leopard and challenge it myself. Hey, you take it easy. You're not the expert. Be careful not to get challenged by a leopard. Anyway, we're going to die sooner or later. You saw that our area started with 1,000 people, but now only about 100 remain. According to the system's reminder, today will be the last day to rank in the top 100, and everyone else will be eliminated. The chat suddenly fell silent. Everyone knew what this person said was true, but honest truths are often harsh. Except for a few top experts, no one knew their own ranking. If someone happened to be exactly 101st, wouldn't that be a terrible unfair death? Everyone knew that today might be their last chance to compete for a high rank. If they followed the example of the top experts, they would need to kill enough monsters, explore far enough, find enough treasure chests, and upgrade their houses and gear to avoid elimination. It's so cruel. I won't say more. I'm going out to hunt monsters now. It's 8 o'clock. I can go out. I can do it. Has everyone noticed that the fog hasn't cleared today? How can we explore like this? Sob, your information is too outdated. We've already started saving money to buy a compass. It's so we can find our way home through the fog, looking for partners to buy one together. A few people sharing a compass. Message me privately, looking to form a team. I have 5 pieces of high-quality wood. Those with high-quality wood, message me. Let's work together to buy a compass. Anyone who has survived this long is not weak. They all know that relying on oneself alone is very hard. Working together makes it easier to create a new world here. As time passes, Yi Qianfan's internal heat gradually subsides. It seems the effect of the strength pill has been fully absorbed. He takes out a piece of wood and squeezes it hard. The wood is instantly crushed by Yi Qianfan. His strength has indeed increased a lot. Although he wasn't weak before, crushing a piece of wood like this was impossible for him before. Thinking for a moment, Yi Qianfan takes out 5 more pieces of wood and ties them together. Then he punches them. Bang! The 5 pieces of wood fly out. Yi Qianfan picks one up and looks at it. Each piece has a fist-shaped mark in the middle. The first one is smashed through, and the last one only has a shallow fist mark. The second to last piece isn't broken, but the fist mark is very clear. In contrast, Yi Qianfan's fist is unharmed. It seems the strength pill not only increases strength, but also boosts skin defense. Before, if he punched wood without protection, his knuckles would definitely get scraped. But now, his skin shows no damage at all, not even a red mark. Good, good, Yi Qianfan nods, very satisfied with his upgrade. But he smells terrible now. He looks down and sees a layer of dark mud on his body. In cultivation stories, this process is called cleansing the marrow, which means removing dirt from the tendons and veins. Unfortunately, Yi Qianfan doesn't have a bathroom right now, and there's not enough water either. The 1 liter of water he had left has already been drunk. Now, Yi Qianfan, the water source expert. No water? I need 10 liters. The water source expert. There's plenty of water. Sir, I see you're selling compasses. Can I buy on credit? I don't have much mud, but I think I can dig enough today. Please, just 1 compass. Otherwise, I worry I won't be able to find my way back after fetching water from the river. Yi Qianfan. Okay. Water source expert. Thank you. I'll consider this 10 liters of water as my interest payment. Haha. Trade reminder. 10 L of toxic water equals 1 compass. Yi Qianfan confirmed the trade. It's not that he's overly kind, but the water source expert is still quite important to him. Before Yi Qianfan finds a reliable water source, he doesn't want someone selling water cheaply to die mysteriously in the fog. If that happens, he might have trouble finding suppliers, and those people could become more demanding. He threw all 6 broken pieces of wood and 1 bundle of dry branches into the campfire, collected 7 pieces of charcoal, and put them into the water purifier to start it. Then he poured the 10 liters of water in. By evening, there were another 9 liters of fresh water. But today, Yi Qianfan didn't plan to sell this water. He wanted to heat it up and take a good bath. Getting covered in mud and dirt is really uncomfortable. White Eagle, I'm going hunting. Yi Qianfan called out to White Eagle and opened the door. The fog outside immediately seeped into the house, covering everything within a few meters in a white mist. Very dramatic. Bang! Yi Qianfan closed the door quickly. This time, he managed to keep the fog outside. As the fog spread into the house, he noticed the campfire seemed to burn a bit faster. After a while, the fog inside the house was completely burned away. Today's fog was really thick. It was even thicker than the last time he entered the foggy forest. This was a bit too much. Without a torch, there's no way he could go out today. Yi Qianfan opened his magic book, about to check the upgrade tree section for the interface to craft torches, but he was distracted by the content in the area chat channel. Wow! Luckily I ran fast, or I would have been taken away by the fog. I'm now 100% sure there are monsters inside the fog. I just went out and heard a baby's cry. Where did a baby come from in this creepy place? Wow, I was so scared, but luckily I lit a torch. Today, I went out without a torch, and I might have died. Does anyone have resin? I'd trade my seat for some. Ghosts don't want your seat. Go away. Yi Qianfan had quite a bit of resin, but he didn't plan to use it now, because he knew this resource would become more valuable over time. After glancing at the chat, Yi Qianfan was pretty sure the game's difficulty had increased. From now on, whether it's day or night, the fog would appear, and monsters inside the fog seemed unable to leave it. This was probably a game designed to protect players, limiting the monsters inside the fog. According to the idea that monsters are weaker during the day and stronger at night, he wondered what would happen in the fog at night. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Yi Qianfan quickly opened the upgrade tree and found the section about torches. Before he knew it, he could now craft a level 2 torch. Advanced windproof torch burns longer than a normal torch, up to 4 hours, with a larger light radius of 5 meters. Essential for going out. Crafting requirements: 185 resin/5, 181 high quality wood/1, 9 vine. The 4-hour burn time was about 4 times longer than a normal torch. And from the description, it seemed to be windproof and could light up a bigger area. Definitely a good item. However, it required high-quality wood, which Yi Qianfan was reluctant to use. If it were someone else, they might choose the advanced windproof torch, but Yi Qianfan had a tip. There was no need to craft such a good torch. 20 resin, 10 wood, 9 vines. He crafted 9 normal torches, 8 of which he put into his backpack. Yi Qianfan lit a torch, then reopened the room door. With the torch in hand, the fog indeed didn't seep into the house this time. "Let's go, you fool!" Yi Qianfan tilted his head slightly to signal to the white eagle. The white eagle immediately used its 2 claws to wobble toward the door, slightly spreading its large wings to keep balance. For all, who would have thought? The usually majestic and fierce eagle could walk so foolishly? But as soon as it stepped outside, the white eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Watching the white eagle flying high above, Yi Qianfan felt a bit confused. Can the white eagle see things through the fog? Eagle Eye. He immediately activated the Eagle Eye ability. Through the white eagle's eyes, Yi Qianfan saw that the sky was clear of fog, but there was a thick layer of fog below. The fog was distributed strangely. It seemed that the closer to inhabited areas, the thicker the fog. For example, around the stone house where Yi Qianfan lives, the fog was so dense it looked almost solid. In contrast, areas a bit farther from the stone house had less fog. The densest fog was in the foggy forest and some valleys. Yi Qianfan used the white eagle's eyes to scan the world below. The light sources could easily the fog, and from the torch in Yi Qianfan's hand, he could still see a faint orange glow shining through the fog. That was probably the light from his torch. Using the white eagle's eyes, Yi Qianfan suddenly noticed about 10 light sources within a roughly 1-kilometer radius around him. Doesn't that mean there are quite a few players nearby? Omega. As soon as Yi Qianfan stepped outside, alerts appeared in 4 directions. East. A group of uninvited guests has arrived among the dwarf pines. Nightmare mice are not only fierce with sharp claws and teeth, but they are also very quick. If you want to fight them, be careful of their mental attacks, which can trap you in nightmares. You might die in the nightmare or be eaten by them. South. After the acid rain, many trees have died. You can easily gather a lot of wood. Inside the trunk of one particular tree, there is a silver treasure chest. Can you find it? On the west side, there is a cat sleeping under a tree with its belly exposed. But don't be fooled by its appearance. Its true form is a cat girl, and it is very dangerous. However, if you think you can tame it, it might bring you unexpected benefits. On the north side, after a day of acid rain, all the small animals are very hungry and have come out to find food. If you set traps in the grassland today, you might get something good. Just remember to change the bait often. Looking at the clues from 4 directions, Yi Qianfan feels a bit confused. Which way should he go first? There is a group of nightmare mice to the east, which sounds very difficult to deal with. Yi Qianfan decides to leave them for last. He plans his priorities in order. He decides to go north first to set the trap. After all, the remaining food on his land is not much. Now, he only has 1 piece of lightning leopard meat left. As for the blood of the lightning leopard, he can't drink it. He can only use it to temper weapons. Tempering weapons? A flash of inspiration crosses Yi Qianfan's mind. If axes and daggers are weapons, then what about bows and arrows? Can they be tempered too? Maybe the arrows can be strengthened. Then, when he shoots and kills those nightmare mice, it will be much easier. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan decides to temper some arrows after setting the trap to see how effective it is. He quickly gets to work. He prepares the bait for the trap with a dagger tucked at his waist, ready to draw at any moment. He then lights a torch and steps into the fog. Today's fog is really thick. Once inside, Yi Qianfan can't even see his own feet. He can only see a white blur below, with his golden shoes faintly visible. These are the windrunner shoes taken from the thief girl. He waves the torch, and the fog disperses. I have to say, wearing these windrunner shoes makes walking feel very different. Yi Qianfan feels he's moving at least twice as fast as usual, and it feels very light. It's like running 100 meters when you're in great spirits, compared to walking home exhausted after a sleepless night. There's a big difference. Before putting on these shoes, Yi Qianfan didn't understand what it meant to be light and nimble. But after wearing them, he felt like he could fly. His speed was twice as fast as usual. Yi Qianfan arrived in the vast grassland. After yesterday's acid rain, the grassland had turned yellow and looked withered, as if it might die at any moment. This place is not suitable for placing trap cages. Please go east. This place is not suitable for placing trap cages. Please go a bit further south. This is a good spot. Placing a trap here will bring you unexpected rewards today. After trying a few times, Yi Qianfan finally found the right spot. He set the trap carefully. Just as he was about to step back, he suddenly saw a system notification. A bronze treasure chest just appeared 10 meters to the left. Huh, such good luck. A bronze treasure chest appeared out of nowhere. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved toward his left. 10 meters is only about 10 steps away, but when he reached that spot, he was stunned. Because in front of him, there were actually two identical bronze treasure chests. Didn't the system say there was only one? Could it be? Even the system makes mistakes sometimes. Or maybe, another one just appeared again, which would mean double luck. Just as Yi Qianfan was about to open the chests, a red exclamation mark appeared again. Two chests, surprise, huh? One of these is fake, and one is real. Guess which is which? What is this? Yi Qianfan was speechless. He decided to try shooting an arrow first, since even if he missed, it wouldn't matter. A bronze chest, it shouldn't be easy to break. Whoosh. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The bronze arrow shot straight through the chest, but the chest didn't react at all. It seemed this one was the real bronze chest. Yi Qianfan was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to open the chest. Guess you got it wrong. This is a fierce and scary chest. Its sharp teeth can bite off your hand if you reach in, and its long tongue can easily pull you into the box, turning you into new food for the scary box. Yi Qianfan didn't expect this. The scary box is so powerful. The box was pierced through by his arrow, yet it still held firm, showing no reaction at all. What should he do now? From that arrow, it seems the outer layer of the bronze treasure box is very strong, so he can only try to break it from the inside. If he breaks from inside, Yi Qianfan thought carefully and realized there was only one way. First, use resin to stick the scary box, then set it on fire to cook it inside. It's a good plan. It might work. Yi Qianfan nodded repeatedly, very pleased with his clever idea. Then he took some resin, softened it with a torch, and poured it around the scary box. To make sure it was sealed tight, he also used a stick to spread the resin evenly around the opening. Gotta say, this scary box is quite patient. No matter how Yi Qianfan poured resin on the lid or poked at it with a stick, it didn't move at all. It looked just like a real treasure chest. If it weren't for the system, he might have fallen for this trap set by the treasure box thief. After applying the resin, Yi Qianfan sprayed some water to cool and solidify it. Then he gathered some dry wild grass, spread it around the box, and easily set it on fire with his torch. And then, the scary box finally lost its composure. Bang, 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 thud, thud, the box started struggling desperately. It seemed to want to open its mouth, but Yi Qianfan had sealed it shut tightly, so it couldn't open at all. Helpless, the scary box could only start a tap dance. The fire burned brighter and hotter, and the scary box jumped more fiercely, tilting at about 45 degrees, then shifting to another corner, constantly struggling. The fire kept burning, and the box kept jumping, until the resin sealing the box gradually softened and melted. Bang! It was like a cooked clam shell bursting open. But the scary box had been boiling in the fire for so long, it was already thoroughly cooked. At this moment, the lid of the box was opened. The frightening box finally revealed its long, sharp fangs that stretched across the top and bottom rows. Its long red tongue couldn't hold back anymore and hung outside the box, dragging on the ground. It looked like it was barely alive. But to be safe, Yi Qianfan drew his bow and aimed at the inside of the frightening box. He shot an arrow. Whoosh! It hit the target perfectly. Actually, when the frightening box was opened, besides a full box of tongues, Yi Qianfan couldn't see any other parts of this creature. It seemed like the entire frightening box was made of a copper box, 2 rows of teeth, and a huge tongue. A strange thing. Frightening box is dead. Do you want to disassemble? Finally, it was over. Disassemble. Bronze 10, frightening box meat 10, frightening box blood clot 20, frightening box venomous fang 20. Beast tendons won this. Yi Qianfan looked at the bright red tongue meat, which was covered with tongue coating and taste buds. He had no desire to eat it at all, but the blood clot from the frightening box might have some special effects. Let's see. Frightening box blood clot. Cooked blood, not very tasty, but it can be fed to pets and increases stamina. Frightening box meat. Mostly tongue meat, with some meat from the box wall. Tender and smooth. When cooked, it should taste like pig's tongue. Delicious. Frightening box venomous fang. Great for making poison arrows. Don't waste it. Forget about the blood and meat. They are better left for Bai Ying to eat. Yi Qianfan couldn't eat them anyway. As for the venomous fang and bronze, they are good materials for making arrows. This time, it's not a loss. After dealing with the frightening box, Yi Qianfan then opened another nearby bronze box. If others had not been killed by the frightening box, they probably would have been psychologically scarred by now. No one dared to casually open another treasure chest like Yi Qianfan. Bronze 10, Cola 1, Instant Noodles 2, Spirit Stones 5, Kerosene Lamp Blueprint 1, found the Kerosene Lamp Blueprint. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Kerosene Lamp. You have advanced from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. The kerosene lamp is a great invention. It can burn for up to 10 hours and saves a lot of materials needed for torches. Its light can reach 10 meters. Crafting requirements: 14 glass, 520 bronze, 1 cotton, 1 kerosene. Cotton and kerosene are currently unavailable. Tonight, I will gather some from the trading channel. With the fog never lifting, everyone is reluctant to waste wood and resin making torches. The kerosene lamp could be a good sale. This item is quite useful. Yi Qianfan plans to go back tonight to gather some, checking if cotton and kerosene are easy to find. If they are, he can make a good profit again. The gains look promising. Back at the stone house, Yi Qianfan immediately stored all items from his backpack into the warehouse. He then took out a weapon reforged with lightning leopard blood. He used the blood to enhance all 8 remaining arrows. The arrows instantly gleamed with sharp light. Explosive bronze arrow. Seals the throat with blood. A very good arrow. Special effect. Explosive 100% wow. The blood of the lightning leopard is really valuable. After reforging the bronze arrows, their explosive effect increased by 100%. With his precision skill, he doesn't believe any monster's health bar can withstand it. Hitting them would mean instant death. Yi Qianfan was very happy. With these 8 precious arrows, defeating nightmare mice and cat women will be easy. The lightning leopard's blood remaining is about 200 milliliters. Yi Qianfan found that each time he reforges a weapon with the leopard's blood, whether big or small, it consumes nearly 100 milliliters. He plans to use the remaining 200 milliliters to enhance his last 2 weapons. After reforging, Yi Qianfan's 2 weapons now shimmer with blue light along their blades, looking extremely sharp. A high-quality dagger. No matter how tough the beasts hide, it can't withstand a single strike. This dagger doesn't need to prove its sharpness because it is sharp itself. Special effect: damage 100%. A high-quality axe. Even the best dwarf masterwork is just SOSO. It is lightning. It is light. It is the king of chopping. Special effect: critical hit 100%, combo 3. Both weapons have been upgraded from sharp to excellent quality. This change is a real upgrade. Moreover, both the description and special effects have increased significantly. The dagger's damage has increased by 80%, and the axe now has a combo effect. Time to go outside and try them out. After tidying up a bit, Yi Qianfan lit a new torch and headed south. South. After acid rain, many trees have died. You can easily cut down a lot of wood. Inside the trunk of a certain tree, there is a silver treasure chest. Can you find it? There is a withered forest to the south, perfect for testing the new axe. Yi Qianfan held the torch and entered the woods. He randomly chose a huge dead tree. The trunk of this dead tree is at least 5 meters in diameter, with a few yellowing leaves hanging sparsely, indicating it just recently died. Using it to test the axe seems fitting. Bang! Yi Qianfan swung the axe and struck the dead tree. At first, the tree didn't move at all. Yi Qianfan thought it might be special, unable to be chopped down. But after a second, bang, 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 Yi Qianfan saw several nearby trees, with silver glints flashing in their trunks. Next, 5 or 6 trees, including the huge dead tree in front of him. Their trunks split open from the middle, with smooth cracks, and tilted downward until they fell to the ground, turning into logs. Wood 10, vines 3, resin 10. Wow. This axe upgrade is incredible. It chopped down 5 or 6 trees at once, including some that are 3 logs tall. The originally sharp metal axe, sharpened with a whetstone, could only cut down a fairly large tree. Now, with combo attacks and critical hits, it can suddenly chop up to 10 pieces of wood at once. Amazing. Sky Clear Slash. Blue Lotus Sword Song. Top tier skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Qianfan wields his fine axe wildly in the forest. He also humorously mimics the cool moves of Li Bai and Musashi from the game Honor of Kings. And then, those trees really fell with a crackling sound, turning into logs. Yi Qianfan guesses that even Li Bai and Musashi might not be as powerful as this. Just swinging the axe randomly can turn trees into wood. Suddenly, Yi Qianfan starts to feel a bit proud. He's done what Li Bai and Musashi couldn't. He's a bit more handsome. After chopping a large part of the forest into a dent, Yi Qianfan gains 308 units of wood, 6 units of high-quality wood, 152 vines, 168 resin, and 502 dried branches. Huh, when did he get high-quality wood? Yi Qianfan feels a bit confused. This axe is too powerful. He didn't even realize when he cut through some tough trees, and suddenly, his storage has 6 more pieces of high-quality wood. What a happy surprise. But from another perspective, the ratio of ordinary wood to high-quality wood is really low, almost 50 to 1. If he had to find each piece one by one, it would be very difficult. Unless he's extremely lucky. Like that day, when he suddenly found a large old banyan tree, or a big patch of golden silk nanmu, or purple sandalwood. Rare good trees. Then he could get high-quality wood. But such trees are not common in the forest. Unless luck is on his side, and he finds a whole patch. Otherwise, getting a large amount of high-quality wood at once. It's still quite difficult. Strange, I've chopped so many trees, but I still can't find the silver treasure chest? Although he's gained a lot, Yi Qianfan finds it strange. He's cut down hundreds of trees, but still can't find the silver treasure chest? Suddenly, Yi Qianfan saw a red exclamation mark not far ahead. But upon closer look, he almost got angry. Can't find it. The system was mocking him. Yi Qianfan didn't bother to reply and kept walking forward. When he approached a clearing in the woods, he suddenly received another system warning. If I were you, I wouldn't consider getting close to the water pool ahead. That's an acid pool formed by accumulated acid water, home to a group of highly toxic arrow frogs. They can shoot water arrows. If hit, you will be poisoned and die within 7 seconds. That's dangerous. Seeing the warning, Yi Qianfan immediately took a step back. It was only then that he heard the croaking of the arrow frogs. Croak croak, it sounded like harmless frog calls. Without the warning, it was hard to imagine that a group of frogs could be so fierce. Maybe it's better to go around. But just as Yi Qianfan was about to retreat, his eye caught a large dead tree near the acid pool, with a hole at the bottom that shimmered with a faint silver light. Wow, is it really such a coincidence? Yi Qianfan looked carefully. Inside the tree hollow was indeed a silver treasure chest. It seemed he had no choice but to fight. But how could he deal with the group of frogs in the water? Yi Qianfan picked up a stone and threw it toward the acid pool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the stone neared the pool, it was hit by several water arrows. Immediately, the surface of the stone started to emit blue smoke, quickly dissolving most of it. In the end, only about 2/3 of the stone remained as it sank into the acid pool. White smoke rose from the water surface and dispersed into the air. Both the acid pool and the arrow frogs had very strong toxins. Fighting these small creatures directly was too dangerous. But, at the moment the arrow frogs shot their water arrows, their presence was exposed. With his sharp vision, Yi Qianfan easily spotted 5 or 6 arrow frogs. He drew his bow and knocked a blazing bronze arrow. Just the right moment to test his new weapon on these frogs. Whoosh! The explosive arrow sped toward a poison dart frog at the center of the water pool. Whoosh! 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 The poison dart frog detected the intruder and immediately shot water arrows back. But because the explosive arrow is much faster than the stones, none of the water arrows hit it. They all just brushed past, with a few droplets of water splashing onto the explosive arrow, which didn't affect it much. Bang! The explosive arrow avoided all the water arrows and hit the target directly. It struck the poison dart frog in the water, and in the next second, the frog exploded. Boom! 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 The exploded frog was like a scattered bomb. Its flesh and blood caused a series of small explosions wherever they landed. Several frogs were blown into the air by the aftershock of the explosive arrow. In almost no time, the once clear acidic water pool became a mess. Blood, flesh, and mud polluted the water, making it murky. Yi Qianfan stared at the dirty pool, trying to see if any poison dart frogs remained. Suddenly, he saw a small red exclamation mark. Found 12 dead poison dart frogs. Would you like to disassemble? Disassemble. Beast tendons 12, water element beast core 12, 100 portions of acidic water collect? Collect. When the poison dart frogs died, the acidic water unexpectedly became a resource. Not bad. Although Yi Qianfan couldn't use it now, if he used this to fight monsters or made acid water grenades as weapons, it could be very useful. That scene would be so cool. I can't look. After dealing with the poison dart frogs in the acidic pool, Yi Qianfan walked over to the big withered tree, ready to open a box. The items from the silver treasure chest are better than those from the bronze one. He didn't know what he might get this time. But with the experience from the last, scary box, Yi Qianfan now opens treasure chests more carefully. First, he checks for any red exclamation marks before opening. After carefully inspecting around and confirming there's no danger, Yi Qianfan finally opened the silver treasure chest. Spirit Stone 10, Basic Evolution Pill 3, Silver 10, High-Quality Armor Crafting Blueprint 1, Honey Wine Brewing Technique Blueprint 1, Found High-Quality Armor Crafting Blueprint, and Honey Wine Brewing Technique Blueprint. Would you like to learn them? Learn. High-Quality Armor. Increases protection for your fragile torso. Overall Defense 5. If you get an upgrade scroll, it can add extra protection. Crafting requirements. 5 animal skins /2, 8 threads /1, 1 metal beast core /1. Honey wine brewing. A good drink that helps resist the cold, made with top quality honey. Long-term drinking can even boost poison resistance. Brewing requirements. 1L/100 milliliters honey, 0/1 yeast. Craft. High-quality armor 1, animal skins -2, threads -1, metal beast core -1. A flash of golden light. Suddenly, a shiny golden armor appeared in Yi Qianfan's hand. It's made of a brown leather similar to cow or horse hide, but the surface gleams with a metallic shine. It feels soft to the touch, but Yi Qianfan believes this item must be of good quality. He places it on the ground. First, he cuts it with his axe. At first, a faint scratch appears on the armor, but when Yi Qianfan touches it, the scratch quickly disappears. Then, he takes out a sharp dagger and slices the armor again. This time, a shallow scratch appears. It's not deep, but it shows that even weapons of this level can cause minor damage to the armor. However, it's still very difficult to cut through or shoot through easily. It's a bit like the story of the contradiction. Which is stronger, the spear or the shield? Yi Qianfan can't say for sure. But if he keeps cutting, his sharp dagger will eventually pierce the armor. Still, it's impossible to tear it apart in one go. This level of defense is enough for Yi Qianfan right now. After all, he's not foolish. If someone hits him, he wouldn't just stand there and let them keep attacking, right? He simply puts on the armor. Only then does Yi Qianfan open his status interface and take a look. ID 888, Strength 18 out of 10, beyond normal, you have become a strong man. Agility 14 out of 10, Speed Shoes 7, Hunger level 8 out of 10, 80% full, the healthiest state. Poison resistance 1/10, light smog won't kill you, but you still need to improve. Defense. 7. Armor adds defense. Once you remove equipment, your defense is normal. Status evaluation. Overall ability is good, far beyond ordinary players. Keep going, and you will become a new Iron Hero. His strength doubled thanks to the strength pill, plus some boosts from other items like lightning leopard meat, reaching 18. Normal people max out at 10, which is like a bodybuilding coach level. For an ordinary person like Yi Qianfan, having 6 to 7 strength is already considered good. Now his strength is 18. If he could return to the city, Yi Qianfan would probably be a martial arts master or weightlifting champion. As for agility and defense, they haven't increased much. Most of the boost comes from equipment. His agility relies on speed shoes, and his defense is from simple arm guards, 1 each, plus a good armor, 5, totaling 7. But his own defense is still quite weak. It seems he needs to work harder. Having dealt with the arrow toxin frog in the south, Yi Qianfan immediately heads west. First, because the cat girl to the west is closer, and second, because he's really curious about what she looks like. After all, he is a cat lover. Thinking about a lonely world where a cat can curl up on his lap, let him pet and cuddle, makes Yi Qianfan feel happy. Moreover, she's a cat girl. Just imagine. A beautiful girl with fluffy ears on her head and a long, fluffy tail, looking adorable, and maybe playing with a cat stick. Just thinking about it makes him feel endlessly happy. He walks quickly toward the west. The closer you get to the misty forest, the thicker the fog becomes. The torch that could normally light up 5 meters now only illuminates about 2 or 3 meters. Beyond 3 meters, everything is covered in thin fog. You can see the outlines of the trees, but the details are unclear. 10 meters ahead, there is a cat sleeping. If you wake it up, it might get very annoyed. P.S. This cat is very greedy and curious. You might try using some food to attract its attention. You could have a chance to win its trust. The hint changed again. Based on past experience, it seems that the distance also affects how the hints are given. Originally, Yi Qianfan wanted to see what the cat girl looked like. If she was ugly, he would just fight her directly. First with a burst arrow, then call on the white eagle, attacking from both sides to defeat her. But now, he learned her weakness from the hint. When it's possible to use clever tricks, Yi Qianfan wouldn't consider fighting physically. He took out some dry branches. He lit a fire and started roasting meat. He took out 2 pieces of meat from a scary-looking box, placed them on the fire, and poured a little honey over them. While roasting, he brushed some honey onto the meat. Sizzle soon. The smell of roasted meat filled the air. With the sizzling sound and the delicious aroma, not only the sleeping cat girl, but even Yi Qianfan's mouth was watering. Honey and roasted meat are a perfect match. Just then, Yi Qianfan saw a sneaky shadow in the thick fog. No need to guess, it's definitely the cat girl. The shadow was about 1 meter 20 tall, standing upright like a person, with 2 small ears on its head. But he couldn't see what its face looked like. Meow, a sweet little kitten's meow, sounded in Yi Qianfan's ear. Hearing this, his heart almost melted. It was so sweet. This tiny kitten's voice. Meow? Yi Qianfan gently asked into the fog. The shadow in the fog moved slightly, especially the 2 small ears, which twitched quickly. But the shadow didn't move otherwise, just stayed in place, probably hesitating. Yi Qianfan didn't rush him, but continued to take out a bottle of cumin and Himalayan salt from his intermediate backpack. He sprinkled a little cumin first. The smell of grilled meat immediately grew stronger, filling the air and making people's stomachs rumble with hunger. Yi Qianfan also noticed shadows in the thick fog. He tilted his head slightly and sniffed with his small, cute nose. So adorable. It seemed to be tempted by the smell of the grilled meat. But that little kitty refused to come out of the fog. From its reactions, Yi Qianfan was sure that the little greedy cat was very hungry. Sizzle, the oil from the grilled meat dripped into the campfire, making a sizzling sound. Finally, Yi Qianfan sprinkled a bit of Himalayan salt again, then used a small knife to cut off a piece of meat. He whispered, "What a pity. Such delicious meat. I wish someone could share it with me." Gulped. The little greedy cat swallowed. Yi Qianfan deliberately made an exaggerated gesture, tossing the small piece of meat toward the little cat. My meat fell, what a waste, whoosh. But then, Yi Qianfan saw a shadow in the fog. With lightning speed, A sharp claw quickly grabbed the grilled meat. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yi Qianfan gasped in surprise. The cat girl looked harmless, with a sweet voice and a soft, cute appearance. But her quick and fierce attack was shocking. Yi Qianfan even felt a flash of cold light in the fog, faster than he could draw his sword, several times quicker. Luckily, he didn't dare to provoke her. He couldn't afford to offend her. What a pity, the meat was lost. Never mind, he would cut another piece and eat it. Yi Qianfan pretended to be regretful and sighed, then cut a small piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed, saying, delicious. I'm such a genius. My grilled meat is so tasty. Originally, Yi Qianfan didn't want to eat this disgusting, scary meat. But he did it to lure the cat girl into his trap. He had no choice but to force himself to eat a piece. Surprisingly, the meat was exactly as described, tasty with a texture similar to pig's tongue. It was chewier than pig's tongue and very juicy. Plus, with the sweet aroma of honey and the flavor-enhancing Himalayan salt, the whole piece became incredibly tender and juicy, very refreshing to eat. It was much better than expensive steak sold outside. It really was delicious. Crunch crunch after taking a bite. Yi Qianfan was amazed by the delicious taste of this frightening box. He felt he couldn't get enough. So, he simply grabbed the whole piece of meat and started eating eagerly. Meanwhile, the shadow in the mist was carefully watching Yi Qianfan's actions. When it saw him devouring the roasted meat on the fire, its little nose finally couldn't resist and started sniffing at the small piece of meat on its paw. Sniff, 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 sniff. Unable to hold back any longer, the shadow's little gluttonous cat bit directly into the roasted meat on its claw and chewed happily. In the mist, besides the sound of the little gluttonous cat munching, there was also the sound of its little ears twitching and its tiny tail spinning like a propeller, joyfully wagging, swinging nonstop. Yi Qianfan naturally saw that the little gluttonous cat in the mist had taken the bait. After finishing a large piece of meat in his hand, it was obvious that the cat had already eaten the piece he had thrown out as bait earlier. Then, the little cat began licking its paws repeatedly, once, twice. If he hadn't seen the moment it struck with its claws, you would have to admit that this little cat was really adorable, even if a bit fierce. Sigh. Yi Qianfan picked up the last piece of roasted meat, sighed, and said, "Such good meat. It's a pity no one to share it with." Meow, the little gluttonous cat in the mist responded as if to reply to Yi Qianfan, meowing softly and cutely. Hearing this, Yi Qianfan couldn't help but smile. He gestured toward the mist with the roasted meat and said, "Little kitty, do you want to eat? If you want, I can give you this meat for free." Meow. Yi Qianfan felt like he was a strange uncle tricking little girls into catching fish. But surprisingly, his method worked very well on the foggy cat demon. Sure enough, the shadow moved. It first propped its head with tiny paws, thought for a moment, then wagged its tail several times before cautiously peeking out from the fog. This little creature was clearly very careful. It took a few steps closer to Yi Qianfan, then stopped at the edge of the fog and stuck its head out. It seemed to be checking if the strange uncle in front of it was a good person. Finally, Yi Qianfan saw the true face of the cat girl. Wow! His eyes lit up. This cat girl had a small girl's face, with golden hair and big blue eyes. Her tiny ears matched her hair color, but a little darker, a golden-orange shade. Super, incredibly adorable. And the most exciting part was, below the cat girl's head, it looked like there was no fur, only smooth, long skin. Could it be? Yi Qianfan immediately started to think mischievously. "Are you about to eat?" The strange uncle held up some grilled meat, smiling as gently as he could at the cat girl. The cat girl's eyes sparkled with longing, and she nodded at Yi Qianfan, her ears twitching happily. Haha, Yi Qianfan was so cute, he almost burst with laughter. But worried about scaring the little cat girl, he held back his laughter and kept his composure. Meow, the little cat girl softly called again. Then she even showed her tail from the fog, wagging it happily. So adorable. "But are you afraid, so you don't dare to come over?" Yi Qianfan, pretending to be a strange uncle, was like teasing a little girl. He waved the grilled meat and said, "How about I toss this over for you to eat?" Meow. The cat girl's eyes brightened even more. Her ears stood up instantly, and her tail wagged even faster as she nodded repeatedly. "Haha, gotcha. All right, you can keep going. Yi Qianfan kindly took the roasted meat from the tree branch and threw it to the little cat girl. Once again, the little cat girl showed her sharp claws. Whoosh! As Yi Qianfan threw the meat, the harmless-looking little paw suddenly raised for sharp claws, each like a hook, shining with a cold light. In the next moment, the little cat girl skillfully caught the meat with her claws. Then she started nibbling on it. When she opened her small mouth and revealed her tiny tiger teeth, Yi Qianfan felt his heart melt again. Cat girl accepted your gift, affinity 1. Is 1 just a small increase? How long will it take to fully raise the affinity and tame her? Yi Qianfan saw a question mark above the little cat girl's head and quickly focused his attention. He read the message below. Cat girl, Minor looks harmless, but is actually very strong. Once she considers you her owner, she will be super clingy. Affinity, 1 out of 10. Try to tame her when affinity reaches 5 or higher. She will automatically be tamed at 10. So she's hard to tame? Yi Qianfan was surprised after reading the note about affinity. This seems quite difficult. To fully make the little cat girl his cat, he needs more than 4 affinity to try taming her? Thinking for a moment, Yi Qianfan decided to cook 4 more pieces of meat. He wanted to see if each piece could increase affinity by 1. If so, 4 pieces could turn her into a pet. And she's a growing cat. This deal looks incredibly worth it. Even without fighting, bringing her home and feeding her repeatedly. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. So, the little cat girl licked her small paws, which smelled of roasted meat, and occasionally looked up at Yi Qianfan with a shy expression, as if she wanted to eat the meat but didn't want to show it openly. She looked adorable. Sizzling, the meat juices dripped into the campfire. The smoke rising carried the scent of the meat. The little cat girl twitched her tiny nose, sniffed the air, and kept licking her small mouth, looking very greedy. Do you want to eat more? Yi Qianfan held up the roasted meat again. The little cat girl nodded more eagerly, and she even stepped out of the mist a little more, revealing her mysterious figure. Finally, Yi Qianfan saw clearly what was behind the mist. The little cat girl had a human appearance, wearing animal hide clothing. He wasn't sure what kind of hide it was. But apart from her 4 small paws that hadn't fully turned into human hands, her whole body looked almost like a human. If there was a difference, it might be that her hands and feet were very long, and she had a long, furry cat tail behind her. Wow, who could stay indifferent to such an adorable, super cute creature? Yi Qianfan quickly offered the roasted meat to her. This time, he didn't throw it, but held it out to see if the little cat girl would come over to eat. She did move a little closer to him, but didn't fully trust him yet. Instead, she stopped about a step away, alert. Then she reached out her tiny paw, trying to grab the meat from Yi Qianfan's hand. He didn't move. He knew that gaining the trust of a cat, or a cat girl, required patience. Snap! Finally, the little cat girl's paw caught the meat. But as she pulled, the meat fell to the ground, and she was startled. Her yellow fur on her head and her tail's fur all stood up at once. She jumped back suddenly. She arched her back, looking tense, ready to attack or run away at any moment. Huh, Yi Qianfan chuckled, stepping back understandingly. He said softly, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Go ahead and eat. Eat as much as you want. Meow, the little cat girl meowed softly. She gradually relaxed and tilted her head to look at Yi Qianfan. After a while, when she was sure he meant no harm, she moved forward to grab some meat. Then she happily started eating. Sizzle, no one touched the meat on the fire, so it kept dripping juices. Yi Qianfan was worried it would burn, so he quickly stepped closer. The little cat girl became alert again. Meow, I'll cook some meat for you, Yi Qianfan said quickly, pointing at the meat. You need to keep turning it, or it will burn. Meow, the little cat girl raised an eyebrow. Yes, meat can burn if you're not careful, Yi Qianfan replied, not sure if she understood human language. But he kept pointing at the meat to show what he meant. Finally, the little cat girl lowered her head again and started nibbling on the meat. Yi Qianfan stepped forward to the fire and continued cooking, showing no intention of getting close to the little cat girl, not even glancing at her. This made the little cat girl, who had been secretly watching Yi Qianfan, gradually lower her guard. The cat girl has accepted your presence. Affection too, she's quite proud. But seeing her affection level increase made Yi Qianfan feel happy inside. The progress in their relationship wasn't slow at all. In the past, There was a beautiful long-haired wild cat that came to his door every day looking for food. Yi Qianfan fed it for half a year, trying many times before it finally allowed him to pet it. That moment really made Yi Qianfan happy enough to not sleep all night. After half a year of trying to pet the cat, it was all worth it. But in that instant, Yi Qianfan felt everything was worth it. "Do you want to eat more?" he asked. Seeing the little cat girl finish eating, he immediately offered her some more grilled meat. She stopped licking her paws but couldn't resist the temptation and reached out her paw to grab the new piece of meat. But Yi Qianfan was mischievous too. This time, he didn't stretch out his hand fully. Instead, he held the meat in front of him, about halfway between him and her. With this distance, if the cat girl wanted to eat, she would have to step closer. And sure enough, the little cat girl hesitated, looking at the roasted meat with a slightly sad expression. But she clearly didn't want to get too close to humans. Her tail was straight up and wagging quickly, showing she was unsure. Yet Yi Qianfan was patient. He didn't rush her, just quietly holding out the meat, waiting. Finally, the little cat girl couldn't resist the temptation of the meat. She lifted her tiny paw, took half a step toward Yi Qianfan, then stared at him for a long time. When she saw that he posed no threat and wasn't moving to hurt her, she quickly moved forward. Whoosh, she swiftly grabbed the meat. Then she wagged her tail happily and started eating eagerly. The cat girl gets close enough to you. Friendship level 2 friendship level has reached 5. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. He could finally tame her. He had always dreamed of having a cat, and now, finally, the opportunity was here. Just as Yi Qianfan was about to try to tame her, he saw a system message. With only a friendship level of 5, there is only a 10% chance of successful taming, especially with a cautious and proud creature like the cat girl. If taming fails, she will realize your intentions and run away, making it impossible to find her again. Do you want to tame her? Is the taming chance really so low? Only 1 in 10, and just one try. If he fails, the little cat girl will run away. The next time he tries to find her, it might be impossible. But if he doesn't try today, Yi Qianfan looked at her full belly after eating, knowing clearly. If he missed this chance, she would probably leave after finishing the meat, and it would be hard to find her again tomorrow. What should he do? Should he gamble or not? Yi Qianfan opened his medium backpack to see if there was anything else that could help increase friendship. But suddenly, he saw a treasure. Using this item to tame the cat girl would greatly increase the success rate. He decided to gamble. Although it was a bit wasteful, I did it for the sake of petting the cat and for the cat girl. I took out a 4-leaf clover and lit it. A puff of white smoke rose up. The 4-leaf clover burned quickly and turned into tiny green pieces that floated away. You burned the 4-leaf lucky clover. In the next 5 minutes, you will receive unexpected good luck. Keep going, young one. Countdown. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. After burning the lucky clover, I immediately chose to tame the cat girl. The next moment, a thin, long golden thread appeared in front of me. The thread seemed real and unreal at the same time, like a special light. Strangely, even though it wasn't a real thread, it managed to catch the cat girl. The cat girl, who was happily munching on barbecue, suddenly struggled wildly when the thread wrapped around her. She kicked her back legs hard and tried to scratch the golden thread with her front paws. Taming a pet so violently was surprising. No wonder. The system showed that if taming failed once, the pet would run away. It was like a violent capture. The fragile relationship built with food was now overshadowed by this violent act. If taming failed, the cat girl wouldn't stay, she would run away. Meow. Wow. The cat girl became very agitated. She opened her mouth and shouted, swinging her sharp claws and struggling nonstop. The thread stretched endlessly as she fought. The golden thread, originally thick like a rope, gradually became thinner, like spider silk. Because it was pulled so much, it even turned transparent and nearly invisible. It looked like it was about to break. Pet taming luck 100%. As the lucky message appeared, the golden thread shimmered with a layer of gold light again, and then it thickened once more. The cat girl, exhausted from struggling, relaxed a little. She loosened her grip. Puff! The golden thread, like it had elasticity, snapped softly. I immediately pulled the little cat girl back to her original position, which made her extremely angry. Unfortunately, she couldn't break free from the silk thread the first time, and the second time, Her chances of breaking free were even smaller because she was already very tired. But Yi Qianfan was not in a hurry. This is like cooking fish. Especially after catching a big fish, it becomes a contest of who can endure longer. If you can make the big fish tire out first, then the fish is yours. But if the big fish tires you out first, then your fishing rod or hook are basically given to the fish for free. Meow. After resting for a moment, the little cat girl struggled fiercely again. She snapped her teeth and scratched the air wildly, biting at the golden silk thread, but thanks to her luck bonus, the thread didn't move at all. After struggling for about a minute, the little cat girl finally got tired. She collapsed on the ground, pitifully licking her paws, and looked up at Yi Qianfan with a sad expression. Congratulations, successfully tamed the cat girl. Cat girl, Minor looks harmless, but is actually very strong. Once she considers you her owner, she will be super clingy. Loyalty to the owner, 60%. She is unhappy with your use of force to tame her, and there is a lack of trust between you. When loyalty drops below 50%, the pet may run away. Below 20%, it may attack the owner. Can learn special skills when grown up. Up to 3 skills can be learned. Finally done, Yi Qianfan let out a big breath of relief. He slowly walked over to the little cat girl. Then he tried to sit beside her. Luckily, she didn't show any signs of attacking. So Yi Qianfan kindly said, "Can I help you untie this annoying rope? But you can't bite me, okay? Humph." The little cat girl turned her head away in displeasure. Although she wouldn't attack her owner, that didn't mean she wanted to pay attention to him. Good girl, Yi Qianfan didn't mind. Cats. If they weren't so proud, they'd be dogs. Besides, if cats were so easy to coax and catch, there would be no challenge. Is this too tight and uncomfortable for you? Let me help you loosen it. Yi Qianfan comforted the little cat girl while removing the golden silk thread from her neck. This golden thread was really amazing, as if it appeared out of nowhere. When Yi Qianfan's fingertips touched the golden silk, which looked like a beam of light, it felt solid and cool, like metal wire. But if you say it was metal wire, it was also very soft, like a precious silk item. This was a wonderful thing. After removing it, Yi Qianfan wondered if he could put it into his backpack. Unfortunately, the moment he took off the silk thread, it turned into tiny golden lights and disappeared into the air. Just like the 4-leaf clover, it was a mysterious object. Could it be a magical item? After calming the little cat girl, Yi Qianfan didn't stop. He was still within his 5-minute lucky period. Wasting time here would mean missing the chance to find treasure. He patted the little cat girl's head and said, "Little one, wait here for me. I'll go for a quick look ahead and come back soon." Then he stood up and headed east. While his lucky time was still active, he planned to directly attack the nightmare mice head-on. He quickly moved toward the east side of the forest. When about 2 minutes of luck remained, Yi Qianfan finally reached near the nightmare mice's territory. It was a large cave close to the mountain wall, about as tall as a person. Inside looked dark and unclear. But Yi Qianfan saw a bunch of exclamation marks appear in the cave, clearly indicating the nightmare mice were inside. This, how to shoot explosive arrows. There was no clear view. If he shot blindly, even with perfect accuracy, if he couldn't see the target, precision wouldn't matter. Forget it. Anyway, with the 4-leaf clover, if luck is on your side, even ghosts won't bother you. If luck is bad, even drinking cold water can cause trouble. Yi Qianfan decided to take a risk. He crept into the cave in the dark, and just as he took a few steps inside, a squeal of the nightmare mice sounded right next to his ear. He quickly turned his head toward the sound and saw a large, black-gray nightmare rat about the size of a dog appear. Wow, this nightmare rat is way too big. Chirp. The red-eyed nightmare rat even turned its head, baring its teeth at Yi Qianfan in a challenge. Yi Qianfan snorted coldly and took out his bow and arrow from behind his back. He was worried about finding a target before, but now the target had come to him. As long as he saw it clearly, this nightmare rat was as good as dead. After all, a 100% accuracy skill isn't something to take lightly. Whoosh! The explosive arrow shot out instantly. The big nightmare rat probably didn't expect Yi Qianfan to be so decisive. As soon as they saw each other, he drew and shot the arrow. Is there no build-up or warning? The nightmare rat quickly turned its head, trying to run away. But unfortunately, it was too late. With 100% accuracy, Unless the rat moved incredibly fast, Yi Qianfan's arrow would almost certainly hit. Plus, the explosive effect. Boom. A loud explosion. The place where the nightmare rat was standing was instantly blown open by Yi Qianfan's arrow, creating a big hole. However, what puzzled Yi Qianfan was that, even though he clearly shot the nightmare rat, and it was blown apart, he didn't receive any system notification. Could it be that the nightmare rat didn't die? Yi Qianfan hurried forward to check the collapsed area caused by the explosive arrow. Sure enough, he found a hole in the ground. Impressive. This nightmare rat's escape ability was really strong. No wonder it dared to challenge Yi Qianfan with such a provocative look just now. Chirp chirp, but just then, Yi Qianfan suddenly saw a faint light at the corner of the cave. He quickly ran toward the light, took several steps forward, and suddenly found himself in an open space. There was sunlight shining down from above, and the area was lush with grass and trees. A valley? Inside this cave, there was actually another world. Interesting. Then, Yi Qianfan saw a large group of gray-brown nightmare rats gathered together in the valley, chattering and holding a meeting. When Yi Qianfan appeared, the nightmare mice all turned to look at him. Their eyes were red and shimmered with strange light. Could this be how they released their nightmare powers? Yi Qianfan quickly turned his head away, trying to avoid the mental attack from the nightmare mice. However, one of the nightmare mice took the opportunity to rush toward him. Luckily, a white eagle was following behind Yi Qianfan. It spread its wings and blew fiercely. A strong wind blew past, knocking the attacking nightmare mouse to the ground. Squeak! The nightmare mouse's sneak attack failed. It let out a scream and tried to run away. Still want to escape? Dream on. Yi Qianfan was furious. He drew a powerful arrow, knocked it on his bow, and pulled back hard. Whoosh! The arrow shot swiftly. It hit the middle of the mouse nest with a loud bang. Boom! The explosive arrow struck a nightmare mouse, blowing it into pieces. Then, the broken nightmare mouse meat turned into new fragments, exploding and killing or injuring all the nearby nightmare mice. With one shot, many mice were hurt or killed. The nightmare mice were much larger than the arrow-poisoned frogs, so one arrow couldn't kill them all. But the mice were so frightened by Yi Qianfan's shot that they all screamed and ran in panic. Finally, they revealed a stone chair in the middle. Sitting on the chair was a large mouse about 1 meter tall, wearing a red fur collar and a golden crown. It looked like a tiny person, which was very strange. Could this be the Mouse King? But I don't care what kind of king you are. I'll take you down anyway, Yi Qianfan said. The crowned Mouse King looked terrified. But, after all, it was still the Mouse King. It grabbed a scepter with its claw-like hand and drew a circle in front of itself. The top of the scepter sparkled with a red gemstone, flickering with tiny lights. Next moment, Yi Qianfan was surprised to see a transparent air shield appear in front of the Mouse King's throne. As for why the shield was transparent, Yi Qianfan could see through it. That is because, when the air shield appeared, the surrounding scenery became somewhat distorted. It felt like looking through a funhouse mirror, so Yi Qianfan was almost certain there was a layer of air shield in front. If he guessed right, it should be some kind of protective barrier. But whether it's a shield or a trap, Yi Qianfan was determined to break through it. He drew another explosive arrow, bowed his bow and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow hit the shield directly. The explosive arrow then strangely hovered in midair, spinning constantly, but couldn't move forward at all. It was as if there was something invisible, like eyes, blocking the arrow from going further. He, the Mouse King let out a strange, mischievous laugh. It smiled so much that its eyes narrowed into slits, and the corners of its mouth curled up high, showing a mocking expression towards Yi Qianfan's inability. A warrior can be killed, but not insulted. For some reason, Yi Qianfan felt a sudden heat in his head, as if a strange anger was rising from his feet, soaring up to his forehead, almost flipping his mind upside down. Yep, the white eagle was also unusually angry. Without any command from Yi Qianfan, the white eagle spread its wings and flew to the front of the shield, claws sharply grabbing at it. Sparkling, the shield flickered rapidly, like a broken incandescent bulb. It flashed several times, looking almost intact. This gave Yi Qianfan hope. It seemed the Mouse King's shield wasn't unbreakable, but could be pierced with a sharp weapon. Yi Qianfan had a fine axe and a fine dagger in his hand. He didn't believe he couldn't break this shield. Taking out the fine axe from his mid-level backpack, Yi Qianfan strode toward the shield. His only thought was, he had to cut through this shield and kill the Mouse King who dared to mock it. Hee hee. Seeing Yi Qianfan approaching, the Mouse King laughed even more happily, and the red glow in its eyes seemed to grow brighter. So, it angrily charged at the protective shield, hitting it hard. The shield flickered more intensely, as if it might break at any moment. Huh. I don't believe I can't cut you down with one axe strike. At this point, Yi Qianfan had already reached the front of the shield, just 2 steps away. He raised his axe high, ready to continue forward and strike again. But just at that critical moment, meow! A cat's cry sounded in Yi Qianfan's ear like a loud thunderclap. The next second, Yi Qianfan's view spun wildly. The original valley disappeared. The sounds of birds and flowers, the trees, all gone. Instead, there was still that dark, gloomy cave. Right in front of Yi Qianfan, just half a step away, was a huge several meters wide. A few stones were kicked by Yi Qianfan and rolled into the... But he waited for a long time and didn't hear the stones hitting the ground inside the... It showed how deep the was. Hiss! At this moment, Yi Qianfan took a deep breath. He realized he had already fallen under the mental attack of the nightmare mouse when he entered, but he didn't notice. He even thought he had entered the mouse's nest, with the Mouse King waiting for him to attack. Who would have thought? There was no Mouse King in front of him, only that huge. The nightmare mice used illusions to trick him into falling into the... They wanted him to fall to his death. Meow. The little cat girl quickly ran in front of Yi Qianfan. She was just a short distance from him, looking down from above with a proud expression. She occasionally licked her small paw, as if saying, I can do it all by myself. Thank you, little meow meow. If it weren't for you, I might really have lost it. Yi Qianfan wiped his cold sweat. The little cat girl proudly meowed, and then took a running jump, appearing on the other side of the... Then, she sniffed the air and quickly ran in one direction, soon catching a nightmare mouse hiding in the shadows. With a bite. With a flick. Squeak. The nightmare mouse let out a loud scream, twitched its limbs, and then immediately died. White Eagle realized it had been tricked and was very angry. It spread its wings and flew toward on the other side. Then, it easily caught a nightmare mouse and dropped it from high above. Thud. A dull sound. The nightmare mouse didn't even scream before White Eagle dropped it, smashing it into pieces. At that moment, a mouse wearing a crown was sneaking along the wall of the cave. It kept adjusting its crown, as if worried it might fall off. But Yi Qianfan recognized it immediately. It was the Mouse King who had mocked him in the nightmare. White Eagle and the little cat girl were busy catching nightmare mice in the shadows. No one noticed the sneaky Mouse King, possibly because it used some sneaky magic to hide from the cat girl and White Eagle. However, since Yi Qianfan saw it, he definitely wouldn't let it go. He shot an arrow at the Mouse King. Because of the lucky 4-leaf clover effect, the panicked Mouse King forgot to cast the forgetfulness spell on you, so you can see it. Oh, I see. This sneaky thing cast a forgetfulness spell on the cat girl and White Eagle, which is why they couldn't see the Mouse King. Haha. Swish. A burst arrow shot through the air. The Mouse King sensed danger and quickly turned its head. When it saw the speeding arrow, its eyes filled with panic. It hurriedly raised its ruby scepter, ready to cast a spell. But no matter how fast it cast, it couldn't match the speed of the flying arrow. The moment the Mouse King raised its scepter, the burst arrow had already reached it, piercing straight through. Bang! The burst arrow hit the Mouse King. At the moment of impact, the red gemstone necklace the Mouse King was wearing also emitted a bright red glow. That red light instantly surrounded the Mouse King. Yi Qianfan narrowed his eyes. If he guessed right, that red glow was probably a protective charm for the Mouse King. Meanwhile, the red light had already blocked the exploding arrow, causing it to lose its forward momentum and fall straight to the ground. Huh. The Mouse King let out a big sigh of relief. The red light on its body also disappeared, signaling the end of the protective charm's effect. But what the Mouse King didn't expect was that the arrow shot by Yi Qianfan was not an ordinary arrow, but a special exploding arrow. When the exploding arrow lost its original power and hit the ground, it suddenly, boom, 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 it exploded directly. This sudden accident caught the Mouse King completely off guard. In the next second, It widened its mouse eyes and was engulfed in the explosion of the exploding arrow. Nightmare Mouse King is dead. Would you like to disassemble? Disassemble. Magic Staff 1, Gem Crown 1, Protection Necklace 1, Nightmare Mouse King Meat 10, Nightmare Mouse King Blood 1L, Earth Element Beast Core 1, Gold Element Beast Core 2. There are quite a few items, and it seems there are 3 magic artifacts too. Yi Qianfan quickly opened his backpack to see what special items he had just obtained. Magic Staff increases the success rate of spell casting and shortens chanting time. A good beginner staff. Success rate 20%. Chanting time -3 seconds. Gem Crown. Wearing a crown comes with responsibility. This crown boosts the aura of a ruler. Just wear it to gain the trust of others. Charm 50%. Dominance 50%. Protection Necklace. Grants 3 chances to escape death. When facing a deadly crisis, it will save your life. Can be used once per day. Remaining uses. 2. Nightmare Mouse King Meat. Delicious mouse meat, with a texture not inferior to bamboo rats. Skewered and roasted until crispy, it tastes like roast pig. Special effect. Spell Sensing 1. Nightmare Mouse King Blood. Cannot be drunk, but can be used to refine magic artifacts, increasing their spiritual power. Feeling lucky. Yi Qianfan looked at the protection necklace and finally understood. Why? In the last shot, the arrow was almost at the Mouse King's temple, but suddenly fell to the ground. It turns out, it was the work of the protection necklace. But it's good that this necklace can only be used once a day. So, the Nightmare Mouse King couldn't withstand the second attack from the explosive arrow and was defeated. Its valuable items ultimately ended up benefiting Yi Qianfan. I have to say, today was really lucky for him, thanks to the 4-leaf clover. If Yi Qianfan hadn't burned the 4-leaf clover before entering the Nightmare Mouse territory, the little cat girl probably wouldn't have come to save him. He might have died in the otherwise. Even if he had been lucky enough not to die and had seen through the Nightmare Mouse's plan right away. Although that's unlikely. Even so, it would have been very hard for him to kill the Nightmare Mouse King. Because the Nightmare Mouse King is the first small boss with magic attacks that Yi Qianfan has encountered in this world. It not only wears powerful gear, but can also cast forgetfulness on enemies. So even if Yi Qianfan fought the Mouse King well, it might have escaped from him. Thanks to the special effect of the 4-leaf clover, the Nightmare Mouse King, in a panic, forgot about Yi Qianfan's presence and didn't cast the forgetfulness spell on him. Because of this, Yi Qianfan had a chance to take advantage. Overall, winning today's battle was definitely due to good luck. Clap. Drop. A nightmare mouse fell from the sky. It landed right in front of Yi Qianfan. Suddenly, bodies of nightmare mice started falling like rain around him. Yi Qianfan looked up and saw it was Bai Ying. He playfully used his claws and beak to bring the nightmare mouse to Yi Qianfan's side, then dropped it. The little cat girl clearly wasn't willing to be outdone. Meow. Clap. The little cat girl threw the bodies of 2 nightmare mice at Yi Qianfan's feet. But before he could praise her, she turned proudly, leaving her fluffy, curled-up tail and backside for Yi Qianfan to see. Then she ran off again, continuing to fetch the nightmare mice she had played with to bring back. Nightmare Mouse Meat 35 Nightmare Mouse Blood 700 milliliters Earth Element Beast Core 7. There isn't much else. Yi Qianfan looked at the Nightmare Mouse Meat to see if it had any special effects. Nightmare Mouse Meat. Ordinary mouse meat, but tastes good. Special effect. Sleep quality 1 Nightmare Mouse Blood. Normal blood, a bit iron tasting and salty, not very tasty. But pets like this flavor, so it's a good iron supplement for raising pets. Special effect. Loyalty 1%. Although the Nightmare Mouse Meat is quite ordinary, the Nightmare Mouse Blood actually has some use. It can increase a pet's loyalty. Nice. Very good. This is definitely a rare and valuable item. After Bai Ying and the little cat girl collected all the Nightmare Mouse corpses, they had piled up into a small mountain. Yi Qianfan finished disassembling everything and gained the following items. Nightmare Mouse Meat 120. Nightmare Mouse Blood 2,400 milliliters. Earth Element Beast Core 24. It was a huge harvest. Yi Qianfan casually threw a few pieces of disassembled Nightmare Mouse Meat to Bai Ying. Bai Ying was so happy she jumped around, opening her mouth to swallow all the pieces. After eating the meat, Bai Ying was even happier, rubbing against Yi Qianfan and chirping nonstop. But the little cat girl showed no interest in the nightmare mouse meat Yi Qianfan threw her way. She just pouted proudly, turning her head and ignoring the good stuff Yi Qianfan offered, even looking a bit disdainful. This little cat girl is really so proud. Yi Qianfan took out some items from his backpack, trying to find something to reward the little cat girl. After all, if it weren't for her, Yi Qianfan might have died from the nightmare mouse attack by the Mouse King today. He rummaged through his backpack and finally found a piece of roasted terrifying box meat. The little cat girl let out a full burp, showing she wasn't very interested in the roasted box meat in Yi Qianfan's hand. Hearing her burp, Yi Qianfan suddenly realized, so the little cat girl was full. No wonder she had no interest in raw mouse meat. Yi Qianfan flipped through the pages again, until he reached the section about the Nightmare Mouse King's crown. He noticed that the little cat girl's eyes suddenly brightened. In her blue eyes, her pupils even shrank into thin lines, showing she was very interested in the crown. But she was also proud, so even if she liked the crown a lot, she didn't show it openly. She only glanced at the shiny crown in Yi Qianfan's hand from the corner of her eye. Although the little cat girl was just a young girl, all women love beauty. It was clear she was also interested in this shiny, sparkling thing. Gem crown. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. This crown can boost your kingly presence. When worn, you will gain the trust of others. Charm 50%, royal authority 50%, charm 50%. Seeing this, Yi Qianfan suddenly had a strange idea. If he wore this crown, would the little cat girl also think he was incredibly charming? Let's try. Yi Qianfan placed the golden crown, decorated with a red diamond-shaped gem in the center, on his head. Charm 50%, royal authority 50%. The moment he put on the crown, Yi Qianfan saw two new prompts. In that instant, he even felt he looked much more handsome and full of confidence. Spark. The bright eyes of the little cat girl suddenly shone. Her gaze toward Yi Qianfan became a little dreamy, as if she was looking at her idol or something she loved very much. Meow. Yi Qianfan waved to the little cat girl. She really walked over to him, looking enchanted, no longer proud or cold. Soon, she came right beside Yi Qianfan. Then she even rubbed her fluffy little head against his hand. Yi Qianfan looked at her in surprise, then at his hand, amazed at how powerful the crown's charm was and how good its effect. Seizing the moment, Yi Qianfan quickly reached out and patted her head several times. The little cat girl's head was so soft. Its golden fur is so smooth and soft, just like using a gentle conditioner. Moreover, the little cat girl's ears feel soft when you touch them, and they are a bit cool. She doesn't seem to like people touching her ears, so her small ears twitch slightly, which is very cute. Good girl. Yi Qianfan finally pets the cat. After satisfying his desire to pet the cat, Yi Qianfan withdraws his hand. He points to the gemstone crown on his head and asks, "Little kitty, do you want this?" The gemstone crown doesn't really do much for Yi Qianfan. Things like charm points or kingly aura only matter to beast kings. Humans aren't easily impressed by charm points, especially players in this deadly game. Yi Qianfan isn't planning to pursue women. In this place, every word costs something. So, charm points are useless to him. From the start, he planned to sell the crown or use it for his pet. Since the little cat girl likes it, he decides to give it to her. As long as it increases her loyalty a little, it's worth it. Because right now, the loyalty of the little cat girl is just barely above the passing line. If her loyalty drops below 50%, she will run away from her owner. So, Yi Qianfan must find a way to increase her loyalty. Meow. The little cat girl tilts her head and looks at Yi Qianfan with a look of disbelief. Then she uses her pink little paw to point at the crown on his head and then at herself. Clearly, she's confirming whether Yi Qianfan really intends to give her the gemstone crown. Yeah, here you go. Yi Qianfan nods decisively, takes off the gemstone crown, and places it on the little cat girl's head. Her eyes immediately light up. Meow, meow. The little cat girl happily wags her small tail around Yi Qianfan's foot. She looks extremely happy. You have gained the trust of the cat girl, loyalty 20%. You have gained the trust of the cat girl, loyalty 20%. Wow. It really works. Conquering someone's interests is the best way to win over women, or even pets. Meow. The little cat girl rubbed against Yi Qianfan's feet, showing she was happy. Yi Qianfan took the opportunity to pet her several more times. Perhaps because her loyalty had increased, or for some other reason, the little cat girl surprisingly did not resist. All right, it's getting late. Yi Qianfan glanced at the time on his magic book, about an hour left before sunset. He greeted the little cat girl and the white eagle, saying, "Let's go look inside the Nightmare Mouse Cave. Maybe those thieves hid some good stuff there." They entered the Nightmare Mouse Cave and searched around. Yi Qianfan didn't find anything valuable. Only at the very end of the cave did he discover a large swamp-like area. Found underground mud. Collect it? Collect. Mud is a good resource. He wants to upgrade his villa, and he only needs mud and high-quality stones. Plus, after taking that strength pill this morning, his whole body still felt sticky. He originally wanted to find a small stream or something to take a bath and wash off the dirt. Unfortunately, he didn't know if there was a lack of water nearby or if there simply was no water source at all. So far, Yi Qianfan hadn't received any hints about a water source. In this difficult situation, if he wanted to take a bath now, he could only hope to find a bathroom or something similar. Of course, if there was a swimming pool, that would be even better. Swimming would definitely be more comfortable and refreshing than just a small stream. In the past, Yi Qianfan probably wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. After all, a villa with a swimming pool would cost millions. He probably couldn't afford it in his previous life. But here, he actually had a chance to realize his dream of living in a villa. Mud. Countless amounts of mud were collected. And after gathering within about 10 meters around, Yi Qianfan needed to move further to collect more mud from the surroundings. So he kept moving and collecting nonstop. Until the capacity of the intermediate backpack 1000 was full, Yi Qianfan finally stopped. He glanced at the mud pool, which still had about half of its contents not collected. He thought to himself that if he came back another day to collect the remaining mud, he could take it all at once. Discover high-level stone. Do you want to collect it? Besides the mud, Yi Qianfan surprisingly found an unexpected treasure. Because beneath the mud, there was a round, metallic-colored stone. If Yi Qianfan guessed correctly, this should be a type of metal or... However, perhaps the metal content was not high enough, so it was classified as a high-level stone. High-level stones are not as valuable as high-level wood in the trading market, but they are still considered top-quality materials. So, Yi Qianfan naturally couldn't give up this valuable material. He immediately discarded 10 portions of mud. Mud -10, high-level stone 1, high-level stone 1, high-level stone. Soon, Yi Qianfan's backpack was instantly full. It was filled with materials, and he felt distressed about discarding any of them. At this moment, Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered his previous beginner backpack. That backpack could carry at least 50 units, but he wasn't sure if it could carry the little cat girl. Little meow meow, come here, Yi Qianfan, with a purpose, immediately transformed into a charming uncle trying to attract the cat. He waved to the cat girl. The little cat girl first took a few steps toward Yi Qianfan, but then suddenly remembered something, turned her head proudly, and looked a bit aloof. Yi Qianfan felt frustrated. Hadn't the loyalty of the little cat girl already reached 80%? Why was she still so proud? Cat girl, underage 60% can be named. Giving pets a name helps increase loyalty. But the cat girl is a very proud pet, so even if loyalty reaches 100%, she might not always obey you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a cat, but a dog. Intimacy. 8 out of 10, only 40% more to become an adult? Yi Qianfan suddenly remembered that after the white eagle devoured the spirit stone, it started to evolve faster. So he took out a spirit stone from his backpack and tried to tempt the little cat girl, saying, "Little meow. Yes, let's give her a name first. Would you like to be called Mimi from now on?" Oomph. The little cat girl clearly doesn't like it. She suddenly turns her head away, showing dislike. Yi Qianfan feels both amused and helpless. Mimi is a special name used for cats in the north. In the north, if you call a cat Mimi, you can almost always guess what it is. Could it be that the name is too common, so the little cat girl dislikes it? Then I'll call you Dodgy. Yi Qianfan tries giving the little cat girl a legendary fox goddess name. Dodgy is a name with a story that has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Meow. The little cat girl stops licking her paws, looking curious. Dodgy, meow. Dodgy, meow. The little cat girl responds and walks toward Yi Qianfan. Finally, she rubs against his feet to show she's happy. She actually accepted it so easily. Yi Qianfan is a bit confused. He just wanted to make a small joke. Cat girl, dodgy, underage 60%. The cat girl really likes her new name. She feels like a noble queen. Affinity, 8 out of 10, feeling like a noble queen. What's that supposed to mean? Next time, I should have named her Wu Zetian. Then every time I call her, it would be like calling a queen. Just imagining that scene makes Yi Qianfan feel a little excited. But he thinks better of it and decides not to. After all, Wu Zetian was a legendary empress. He can't afford to offend her. Daji, can you eat this? Yi Qianfan holds out a white spirit stone to Daji, asking if she can eat it. Daji sniffs the stone, then her eyes light up, and she bites down on it directly. Daji starts chewing the spirit stone. Meanwhile, Baiying watches nearby, eyes nearly popping out with envy. Do you want to eat it too? Yip yip. Baiying nods eagerly. Yi Qianfan thinks for a moment. Since the spirit stones are only for his pets, it's not a waste. So he throws a spirit stone to Baiying as well. The white eagle flapped its wings, opened its beak, and firmly caught the prey, then began to eat it with crisp sounds. Detected possible fusion pets. White eagle cat girl equals owl. Proceed with fusion. Detected possible fusion pets. White eagle cat girl equals owl. Proceed with fusion. What on earth is this? White eagle cat girl equals owl. I must be out of my mind to combine a cute cat girl and a majestic white eagle into a silly-looking owl. Do not fuse. Yi Qianfan firmly rejected the strange system suggestion. If it were two eagles merging into a two-headed eagle, or a lion and an eagle forming a griffin, he might have considered it. But turning them into an owl, just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. There was absolutely no way he would agree to that. After the white eagle and the cat girl finished eating the spirit stones, red exclamation marks appeared above their heads. Yi Qianfan tapped to check. Basic spirit pet. White eagle. Basic 10%. A skilled hunter with powerful claws. Currently not rideable. Requires an elemental riding device for flight. Status. Loyalty 100%. Eagle eye ability extended to 20 minutes. There was new information about the white eagle. Basic 10%? Did that mean when it reached 100%, it would advance to the next level? That was worth looking forward to. Cat girl, Daji, juvenile 80%. The cat girl loves her name and sees herself as a graceful queen. Affection, 8 out of 10. Her maturity level had increased from 60% to 80%. Just 20% more, and she would become an adult. Yi Qianfan grew curious. When the cat girl matured, would she still look like a little girl, or would she become a charming young lady? Daji, come here and wear this little backpack, okay? Yi Qianfan coaxed her gently, holding a small beginner's backpack. Look, isn't this bag pretty? After all, every grown-up lady needs a nice bag. Meow? Listening to Yi Qianfan's first half of the sentence, Daji showed little interest. But when she heard the second half, her expression changed a bit. Especially when Yi Qianfan mentioned, women should have bags. Upon hearing this, Daji's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Hee. It seems all young girls can't escape the desire to become charming women. Daji happily walked over, circling around Yi Qianfan's feet. Yi Qianfan simply hung a backpack filled with mud and weighed on Daji's back. This immediately freed up 50 units of weight for Yi Qianfan, and the two little creatures had eaten spirit stones, which also freed 2 units of weight for him. After freeing up some space, Yi Qianfan continued collecting high-level stones from the mud pool. High-level stone 1, high-level stone 1, high-level stone. In the end, Yi Qianfan collected a total of 50 high-level stones and 776 units of mud, plus the nightmare mouse meat and blood he had previously collected. His medium backpack and Daji's beginner backpack were both completely full. Time to head back. Today was a big harvest. Yi Qianfan, carrying his full load of treasures, headed out of the cave. Along the way, Yi Qianfan noticed that both of his explosive arrows had actually hit random spots. One arrow hit the ground and created a big hole. The other arrow was even more strange, hitting the ceiling and getting stuck in not exploding at all. At that moment, he was in a fantasy world. He thought he had hit the nightmare mouse, but now it seemed it was just his illusion. White Eagle, help me retrieve the arrows. Ing. The white eagle flapped its wings, trying to fly up and get the arrows. But the cave was too small. Before its wings fully spread, it was already stuck, let alone reaching the ceiling. Chirp! The white eagle was panicked, fluttering around, trying to fly but unable to lift off. But climbing from the rocky wall to the over 4-meter-high ceiling was impossible for its claws, causing rocks to tumble and dust to rise inside the cave. Forget it. If I can't get it, then forget it. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but laugh and quickly stopped the silly creature, comforting it at the same time. Only then did the white eagle calm down a bit. But clearly, its mood was quite low because it couldn't help its owner. Just then, whoosh, Yi Qianfan saw a yellow shadow climbing quickly up the cave wall. In almost no time, it reached the top of the cave and took down the explosive arrow. Yi Qianfan looked carefully and realized it was Daji who did it. In just 3 seconds, Daji was leisurely carrying the explosive arrow, twisting its hips proudly as it walked back. And as it walked, it even gave the white eagle a look of disdain. Like, you can't do it, right? Just look at its proud expression that says, I can do it. Good job. You're the best. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but smile and gently patted Daji's small head. Its fur was so soft. Daji seemed to enjoy the affection from its owner. It proudly lifted its head, enjoying the massage. Let's go. Yi Qianfan stopped petting Daji's head. But Daji was very unhappy. It pawed at Yi Qianfan's arm with its fluffy paw, clearly saying, Why stop? I feel so comfortable. Baby Daji, let's go back and pet you more, okay? Yi Qianfan picked up little Daji and said, There's about half an hour left before nightfall. When it gets dark, the monsters in the fog will appear again. Meow. Hearing the word, monsters in the fog, Daji's fur suddenly bristled all over. It seemed Daji was also very afraid of the monsters in the fog. I really don't know how it avoided the monsters in the fog before meeting Yi Qianfan. But these small animals in the forest must have their own ways. No need to be afraid. Seeing Daji tense up, Yi Qianfan quickly stroked its fur and said, I'll take you home. I have a sturdy stone house where those monsters can't come in. You can sleep peacefully tonight. Meow. Daji's expression looked like it was asking, Really? Yes, it's 100% real. I didn't lie to you. Meow. Only then did Daji happily meow again, curling up comfortably in Yi Qianfan's arms. Then, it happily buried its head into its white little belly and started to sleep. It looked like it was saying, I want you to carry me home. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but laugh and cry. But since he chose to raise this cat, he could only honestly become a cat servant. So he held Daji and walked out of the Nightmare Mouse's territory. Yi Qianfan noticed that the sky outside was turning darker and the fog was getting thicker. Some of the fog had even entered the Nightmare Mouse's cave. He relit a torch, which helped clear away the fog inside the cave. As he stepped out of the cave, Yi Qianfan suddenly saw a red prompt. East. Walk 2,000 meters east to find a gold treasure chest. East. Walk 2,000 meters east to find a gold treasure chest. P.S. There are a group of tree spirits around the gold chest. If you don't have enough firearms, I don't recommend provoking them. Relying on just a campfire to deal with them might make you regret it. After seeing this prompt, Yi Qianfan shook his head and refused the temptation. Not only was it almost sunset, but even if he hurried to the tree spirits area now, he might not win. People are most dangerous when they can't control their desires. The gold treasure chest is very tempting. But not to mention that Yi Qianfan might not make it back in time. Even if he did, he could miss the best window to return during the fight. In the end, even if Yi Qianfan fought the tree spirits and barely won, he was injured and still had to travel at night. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan felt it was too dangerous. He decided to retreat. After making his decision, Yi Qianfan quickly carried Daji and walked briskly toward his small cabin. Soon, they returned outside the stone house. Yi Qianfan first put little Daji and the white eagle back inside, then hurriedly ran back into the bushes to retrieve the animal cage. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As Yi Qianfan approached the animal trap, he heard the noisy chirping and chattering. 10 meters ahead, I see 3 wild pheasants. Wow. I actually caught 3 wild birds. Yi Qianfan quickly ran over and saw that inside the trap were 2 hens and 1 rooster. They were pacing nervously inside the cage. The rooster, however, was not worried at all. It was happily riding on a hen's back, making a cluck sound. Yi Qianfan didn't bother to watch what the birds were doing. He simply picked up the trap and walked straight back to the stone house. As he arrived, it quickly got darker outside. The white fog that was there before turned dark gray and black without sunlight. Outside the house, strange crying sounds of a baby could even be heard. Whimper, whimper, it's pretty scary. Yi Qianfan hurriedly closed the door of the stone house. Meanwhile, little Daji was originally curled up on Yi Qianfan's bed, sleeping. When she saw Yi Qianfan come back, she happily snuggled into his arms. She made a cheerful, coo-coo sound, as if expressing her happiness. Bai Ying, on the other hand, obediently returned to his nest. He looked at Daji with a bit of envy. Just as Bai Ying was about to move out of his nest, Yi Qianfan stopped him, saying, "Stop. Stay inside and be good. You're too big." Yip yip. Bai Ying looked a little wronged. But he understood he was indeed too big. The small house could only let him stay in a corner. He couldn't even stretch his wings, let alone run around. Yi Qianfan looked at his 2 pets and 4 chickens, almost filling the tiny house. He shook his head helplessly. Moreover, the wild chickens he brought back would also. Because of that, a new idea grew in Yi Qianfan's mind. He decided to upgrade the villa to make it bigger. Thinking of this, he opened the upgrade menu to see what materials he still needed to upgrade the villa. The conditions for upgrading the villa are 180/200 high-quality stones, 955/1000 mud, 187/100 high-quality wood, 528/200 vine, 14/20 glass, 26/10 earth element beast cores, 15/5 fire element beast cores, and 12/5 water element beast cores. Most of these materials are nearly collected, except for high-quality stones, mud, and glass. Suddenly, Yi Qianfan remembered the compass he saw being sold on the trading channel this morning. He quickly opened it to check. Over half of the 97 compasses had already been sold, and now only 25 remained unsold. Actually, those remaining compasses aren't really ignored. Most people simply can't afford them. A few are buying together with teammates, and some don't have the right materials to purchase. He looked at the trading details, planning to see which exchange conditions hadn't been used yet, and consider changing the exchange options. After all, he had been out all day and gathered quite a few materials. Some items he no longer needed. Compass, 1, high-quality wood 10, compass, 1, high-quality stone 20, compass, 1, mud 100, compass. Data quickly flashed by. Yi Qianfan didn't bother to look at each one carefully. He directly checked the total trading summary. There were 72 compasses traded, with 150 high-quality wood, 700 high-quality stones, 600 mud, 1,000 quartz, 2 fire element beast cores, and 4 water element beast cores. Only 25 remained, mostly exchanged for beast cores, high-quality stones, and high-quality wood. It seems the current players aren't doing well. Most of the high-quality wood and stones have already been taken by Yi Qianfan. Thinking about this, he decided to change the type of trading materials. What should he exchange for? He rested his chin in thought. Today, he found that there were quite a few treasure chests and spirit stones, probably as game compensation. Because the newbie protection period had ended, the appearance of fog during the day made players avoid going out. So, the game had increased the number of treasure chests accordingly. This meant everyone probably opened a lot of treasure chests today. Maybe, Yi Qianfan could take this chance to gather some treasure chest income. So, Yi Qianfan rehung the remaining 25 compasses. 1 compass. Exchange for 100 bronze, remaining 10, 1 compass. Exchange for 50 silver, remaining 5, 1 compass. Exchange for 10 spirit stones, remaining 10, comment. Boss, are you really that greedy? I just happened to get 10 spirit stones today. Were you planning to take them all? Comment. Boss, do you have some misunderstanding about bronze? 100 bronze, where can I find so much? The comment was cut off halfway. The bronze exchange for compass was already fully used up. The 10 spirit stones exchange for compass was also quickly finished. Now, only the silver exchange for compass remained on the page. It seems, not many people are lucky enough to open the silver treasure chest. That's because finding the silver chest is much harder than finding the bronze one. Of course, Yi Qianfan also couldn't rule out that the 2 people trading with him might have found silver or So, exchanging or for a compass is quite normal. Otherwise, just finding 5 treasure chests would be very difficult. Comment. Boss, please help. I'm lost in the wild. I only have 20 bronze, 10 silver, 5 spirit stones, and 1 rice grain. Can I trade them for a compass? Yi Qianfan glanced at the items offered. They were very scattered, probably because the person was completely out of resources. If he really died in the wild, these items would be wasted. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Okay, message me privately to trade. Comment. Thank you, boss. Really appreciate it. Soon. The trade was completed. Compass -1, bronze 20, silver 10, spirit stones 5, rice grain 1. Yi Qianfan's main goal was actually the rice grain. He hadn't eaten white rice for 3 or 4 days since coming here. Usually, missing 1 or 2 meals didn't bother him. But after several days without eating, Yi Qianfan started to feel it. He always felt that eating meat every meal was different from having meat, vegetables, and white rice every meal. Soon, Yi Qianfan opened the storage and looked at the rice he had just obtained. The rice was packed in a small burlap bag, about 1 kilogram, and it was clearly taken from a treasure chest. Otherwise, in this strange place, who would bother to find such a delicate bag to hold rice? Yi Qianfan estimated that he took out 800 grams of rice to shell and eat, leaving 200 grams as seeds for planting. Otherwise, it might be a long time before he could find white rice again. Grumble, grumble. Thinking of white rice, Yi Qianfan's stomach started to growl. He had been out all day, eating only a little meat in the morning. Now, sitting down, he felt extremely hungry. He was considering whether to upgrade the villa first or cook a meal. But he realized that upgrading the villa would take quite a bit of time. After all, waiting for the system to finish building the villa also required some time. Previously, it took about half an hour to build a stone house. Now, since he wanted to build a villa with a swimming pool and garden, it would definitely take longer than before. So, after thinking it over, Yi Qianfan decided to eat first. He took 100 grams of rice. Then, he found a tool called a dang on the workbench, used for removing rice husks. This dang was basically a wooden millstone, designed specifically for husking rice. Wood 1, bamboo 10, stone 5, crafting successful. Soon, a flash of golden light appeared, and a dang appeared in front of Yi Qianfan. The dang was about 1 meter tall, with a bamboo-like woven basket on top and a stone base below. It had a long handle on top, probably for pushing. Honestly, this dang was quite bulky. Because of this, the space inside Yi Qianfan's stone house suddenly became even smaller. Indeed, with more things, the less than 100 square meter space in the stone house was definitely not enough. At this moment, Yi Qianfan finally understood why ancient families lived in such large houses. Modern houses, even if only 50 or 60 square meters, are enough for a family. The key difference is that modern utensils and daily items are smaller and more condensed. Like in the past, cooking needs a stove and a place to store firewood. Even raising chickens, ducks, and pigs requires a lot of space. Taking a shower also needs a decent shower room. Large tools like stone mills need a yard to store them. But modern people only need a small living space, just a bed, a toilet, and a computer. Most things can be delivered by a food delivery service with a few taps. For entertainment, you can just stay in bed and watch your phone. This saves a lot of space. Unfortunately, Yi Qianfan is a modern person, but his game setting is based on ancient life, which is quite frustrating. After thinking for a while, Yi Qianfan finally poured all 800 grams of rice into the mill. Splitting the rice to grind it separately would waste too much time, so he decided to grind it all at once. He plans to keep 200 grams of rice for planting later when he has a garden. Cluck, cluck. While grinding rice, a few wild chickens nearby kept clucking. Are they hungry? Thinking this, Yi Qianfan threw some rice husks into the chicken coop. Sure enough, the chickens saw the husks and quickly started pecking at them. They pecked faster and faster, almost like woodpeckers. Meanwhile, the white eagle and Dodgy watched Yi Qianfan feed other poultry, and their eyes lit up. They all wanted to eat. Everyone, there's enough for all. After grinding the rice, Yi Qianfan took some rice husks and gave them to the white eagle. But the big white eagle took a bite, then shook its head, indicating it didn't like it, and refused to eat more. Oh wow, it's picky. Suddenly, some exclamation marks appeared in the pet menu. White eagle, carnivorous and intelligent food. Status: half full, young bee, needs to be fed honey. Status: hungry, queen bee, needs honey or intelligent food to speed up egg laying. Status: hungry, cat girl, needs to be fed meat and intelligent food. Status: half full. Wow. This group of debt collectors is really pushing their luck. They want to eat meat or spirit stones. Even the wealthiest landowners probably can't handle such harassment. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but laugh and cry. He put the ground rice into a bamboo tube and then heated it over the fireplace. As Yi Qianfan opened the storage and looked for food to feed these debt collectors, he suddenly felt like he had a group of hungry children. But he also knew that having them around made fighting monsters and exploring the area much easier. So, he decided to pay their wages as usual. Scary box blood blocks 20. Blood cooked, not very tasty, but can be fed to pets, increases stamina. Freshness: 50%. Nightmare mouse meat 120 portions. Ordinary mouse meat, but tastes good. Special effect: sleep quality 1. Freshness: 80%. Nightmare mouse blood 2,400 milliliters. Regular blood, a bit iron tasting and salty, not very good flavor. But pets love it, and it's a good iron supplement for raising pets. Special effect: loyalty 1%. Freshness: 50%. Basic evolution pills 3. Accelerate pet evolution speed. First time feeding, pet can directly level up. These 3 items are quite plentiful, but their freshness is already low. Yi Qianfan decided to feed the blood to his pets since it boosts their attributes, which is very beneficial. He also found 3 evolution pills in the storage, just obtained from a silver treasure chest today. He didn't expect that these pills could speed up pet evolution, and the first-time feeding could directly upgrade the pet. Indeed, they are really good items. Without hesitation, Yi Qianfan mixed 2 types of blood, nightmare mouse meat, and 1 pet evolution pill into 3 bowls, 2 large and 1 small, and fed them to his 3 pets. The largest bowl belonged to the white eagle, which enjoyed 10 blood blocks from the scary box, 1,000 milliliters of nightmare mouse blood, 5 pieces of nightmare mouse meat, and 1 basic evolution pill. The queen bee was given 5 frightening boxes of blood for 100 milliliters of nightmare mouse blood and a basic evolution pill. Meanwhile, the young bees, including Yi Qianfan, were fed some fiery flower nectar. Perhaps because of the evolution pill, all the pets ate very eagerly, especially Dodgy, who is usually very picky. At this moment, she was holding a big bowl and eating with loud slurping sounds. By the end, Dodgy didn't even want to waste a single drop of blood. She even held the bowl and poured all the blood soup into her mouth, causing the fur around her mouth to turn red, making her look like a scary, bloodthirsty creature. Dodgy, if you don't wipe your mouth, you might turn into an ugly cat, Yi Qianfan said with a mix of amusement and frustration. Dodgy glared at him fiercely, then quickly stuck out her tongue and licked around her mouth. What surprised Yi Qianfan was, after eating the evolution pill, Dodgy seemed to start changing. It was as if some parts of her body had grown bigger, but not all. For example, her appearance still looked like a little girl. She was becoming even cuter. For now, buying didn't seem to change much. As for the queen bee, Yi Qianfan turned his head to look at the bowl of blood and meat outside the hive. He saw a bee about the size of a palm crawling out quickly. Is that the queen bee? Yi Qianfan was almost stunned by this big bee. He had never seen the true face of a queen bee before, and now, seeing it for the first time, he was shocked. This bee was way too big, and after the queen bee came out, it seemed to recognize the food in front of it. It spread its wings and flew straight into the food bowl. Then, it happily started soaking in the blood. As it absorbed the spiritual energy from the food, the queen bee shimmered with a white glow, as if something inside was about to break free from its cocoon. Could it be? It might evolve into something else. Yi Qianfan scratched his head. After eating, Bai Ying and Dodgy quickly fell asleep. Bai Ying even started snoring loudly, looking like he was sleeping deeply. Yi Qianfan guessed that maybe nightmare mouse meat has a sleep-inducing effect. Forget it. They are not bothering him, so that's fine. His bamboo rice was just cooked, and he also fried a piece of nightmare mouse king meat in a copper pan. Nightmare mouse king meat, delicious mouse meat, with a texture that rivals bamboo rats. It's roasted on skewers until crispy tasting like roast piglet. Special effect. 1 to spell sensing ability. This meat has a special effect that boosts spell sensing, so Yi Qianfan naturally wouldn't waste it. He plans to keep all these portions of Nightmare Mouse King meat for himself. Nightmare Mouse meat isn't hard to find, so he doesn't mind. If needed, he can buy more later. Then, Yi Qianfan took 3 eggs from the chicken coop, perfect for making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Tonight, there's rice, roasted meat, and tomato scrambled eggs. This is definitely the best meal Yi Qianfan has had since coming here. While eating, Yi Qianfan usually likes to watch the chat group of silly players. As he ate and saw people in the group complaining about being hungry or feeling pitiful, he suddenly noticed the pinned announcement was updated. Hello, players. The moment this short message was pinned, the entire world chat channel exploded instantly. Wow, the demon has arrived. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you the game organizer? If so, I advise you to let me go back quickly, or I will definitely sue you with a lawyer. I want to go home. As long as you let me go back, I'll pay any amount. I am Chun Kai's son. If you agree to let me go back, I promise. I can give you 10 million. What are you trying to do? Do you think you're a dictator? Making everyone play such a boring game. You illegal group, just wait to be caught by the police. People upstairs, if you think this is a task that a team or a group can easily do, I suggest you go back and read more books. Only a warlord could possibly do such a thing. No way, replied a person below named General Shikun. I am a warlord. My entire army of over 1,000 soldiers has been brought to this terrible place. The person upstairs must be joking. You say you're a general, but I am the supreme emperor. Long live General Shikun. Long live General Shikun. At this moment, hundreds of people responded simultaneously to the so-called General Shikun. Moreover, each person's name and ID were different. So, those who initially wanted to argue quickly fell silent. Then, it seemed the mysterious person who had pinned the message also saw the argument die down. Next, it started posting new pinned messages. There are less than 4 hours left until the ranking is finalized. Hope everyone in Area A is ready. The top 100 in each zone can survive, while those ranked after 100 will be eliminated, completely removed. Don't have any false hopes, or when death comes, you will regret it. If you have any recipes or valuable items you can sell, I suggest exchanging them for materials or food to upgrade your wooden house. Your ranking will be based on your wooden house, resources in your warehouse, personal strength, pet strength, and more. The final ranking will be based on an overall score, completely fair and just, no cheating. This is your last 4 hours, so do your best. Hehe. The entire trading channel was initially quiet. Then, it started to fill with various cries and complaints. Wow, that laughter is so devilish. This is basically a text with sound. I'm really worried I might end up in last place. My wooden house has a tamed bird, 20 units of wood, 3 loaves of bread, and 1 liter of water. Do you think I can make it into the top 100? Everyone who survives must have a wooden house and wood. Those empty-handed ones have already gone to meet their maker. You actually have a pet bird? How did you tame it? I tried to tame a rabbit once, but I failed. Hey, if you want to know how to tame pets, private message me. 10 pieces of wood teach you how to tame small pets. 10 pieces of wood? I think you're just talking nonsense. I'm planning to go hungry tonight, so I can save some food. Maybe I can move up 1 or 2 spots in the rankings. At least I won't be eliminated. Hunger level should also count as part of comfort in life, right? That's toxic upstairs. Everyone started complaining in various ways. Meanwhile, Yi Qianfan raised an eyebrow. He wasn't too worried. He wasn't sure if he could make it into the top 3, but being in the top 100 was definitely doable. His only task tonight was to upgrade the villa and then have a good sleep, waiting for the ranking to be announced tomorrow. After enjoying a delicious dinner, Yi Qianfan reopened the upgrade tree and looked at the villa's material list. Villa upgrade requirements: 337/200 high-quality stones, 1655/1000 mud, 337/100 high-quality wood, 528/200 vine, 14/20 glass, 26/10 earth element beast cores, 17/5 fire element beast cores, 16/5 water element beast cores. All the main materials were gathered, and there was plenty left over. The only thing missing was glass, which hadn't been crafted yet. However, Yi Qianfan had collected 1,000 quartz sand. If he turned all of it into glass, he would have 1,000 pieces. Thinking of this, he quickly threw 4 pieces of charcoal into the alchemy furnace to start it up. Once the furnace was running, he added 6 more portions of quartz sand. The furnace could produce 100 portions of quartz sand in an hour. But since he urgently needed glass, he decided to start with just 6 portions, which would take about 4 minutes to produce. After these 6 portions were finished, he would add the remaining 94 portions. This way, he wouldn't waste charcoal. Soon, the glass was ready. Yi Qianfan decisively chose to upgrade. High-quality stones, 200, mud, 1,000, high-quality wood, 100, vine, 200, glass, 20, earth element beast cores, 10, fire element beast cores, 5, water element beast cores, 5. Villa construction in progress. Please wait. A golden light flashed from the stone house. Next moment, Yi Qianfan suddenly saw his stone house disintegrate completely in the dark night. Yes, it really disintegrated. It broke apart and floated into the air, quickly turning into white light spots before disappearing completely. Seeing this scene, Yi Qianfan increasingly believed that this game world might have been created by a higher dimensional being beyond humans on Earth. Because with current technology on Earth, whether by warlords or nations, no one could achieve this level. As the stone house disappeared, Yi Qianfan stood in the darkness, watching tiny golden lights flash around him again. These lights started to gather together, and his house, like Tetris blocks, began to appear out of nowhere, gradually assembling. First, a wooden floor appeared, then walls made of stone and mud, and even a wooden door and glass windows, all automatically coming together piece by piece. Even though Yi Qianfan was standing on the ground, when a flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet, the light brown wooden floor seemed to mysteriously lay itself out right under him, without him feeling anything. Everything was strange, yet seemed perfectly logical. Yi Qianfan tiptoed and stepped on the wooden floor, hearing a soft, da-da sound. It was clear that the wooden floor had truly appeared out of thin air, not just his illusion. In the blink of an eye, his small villa was fully built. It was a 2-story small building, with each floor about 100 square meters. In the southeast corner, there was a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. Yi Qianfan stepped onto the stairs and looked around on the second floor. The second floor was the same size as the first, but 1/3 of the second floor had become a small balcony, half of which was a room and bathroom, making the space quite large. Also, the big bed that was originally inside his stone house had now been moved into the room. The bed style had changed as well. The old vintage carved wooden bed was now a simple modern bed, and the bed, which was about 2 meters by 2 meters before, had become a 2 meter by 3 meter bed. It was probably big enough for 3 people to sleep comfortably without feeling crowded. Yi Qianfan walked onto the balcony, like a king, inspecting his tiny kingdom. Meanwhile, Yi Qianfan noticed that the fog within 10 meters outside the villa automatically disappeared. Standing on the balcony, he could see the small garden outside his villa. Although it was empty, there was already a rough outline of a swimming pool, just without water. On the other side was a plowed field, with the soil shaped into rows. It looked like a garden for planting vegetables or flowers. As for the outermost part of the villa, it was just empty darkness. There was not even a fence. What's going on? Without a fence, leaving the villa at night might make him vulnerable to monster attacks. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Villa construction complete. At the moment the system announced the villa was finished, a bunch of exclamation marks appeared in front of him. There was also a small circle of red exclamation marks around the outer edge of the villa. Could it be? Yi Qianfan's heart skipped a beat. His villa was just an empty shell. Everything else had to be built himself? He was startled and stared at one of the red exclamation marks. Sure enough, fence can build a level 1 defensive barrier. Construction requirements: thorns 0/100, substitute. Poison thorns 190/100. Swimming pool can build a basic water collecting pool, gathering 100 liters of water per hour. Not drinkable, not filterable. Construction requirements: high quality stone 680 out of 100, mud 655/200, water beast core November 5th, earth beast core 16/2, fire beast core December 1st, fog farm. can build 2 plots of farmland, each capable of planting 1 crop. Crops grow faster within the farm. Currently, up to 2 different crops can be planted. Upgrade to level 2 conditions. High-quality mud 0/200, Earth Beast Core 1610, Pet Paradise. Can build a level 1 pet park, which can hold 3 types of pets at once. Pets live in the park and grow faster. Construction requirements. High-quality wood 237/100, resin 333/50. Earth Beast Core 16 out of 10, just the garden outside the villa could support the construction of so many things. But seeing the materials needed for each item, Yi Qianfan felt his heart ache. These things must have taken him a lot of effort to gather. Rebuilding everything might just set us back to before the liberation. Phew. There's no rush for the other tasks for now. Yi Qianfan looked at the fog outside the villa and listened to the monster howls and restless footsteps coming from the mist. He guessed something might happen tonight. Especially now that the beginner protection period is over, the monsters in the fog seem more active at night, making anything happen less surprising. To stay safe tonight, Yi Qianfan decided to build a wall first. Build a wall. Wall 1. Poison thorns -100, a flash of golden light. A thorn wall about 1.5 meters high suddenly appeared around the villa, with the gate area left free of thorns. The sharp thorns shimmered with a faint metallic reflection, looking very dangerous. If those monsters aren't afraid of death, they can come and try. After finishing the wall, Yi Qianfan looked at the bear garden and felt a bit uneasy. So, he decided to build a swimming pool as well. Fortunately, the pool doesn't need manual water filling. It can automatically condense water. 1 hour can produce 100 liters of water, which is quite a lot. But even at this rate, filling the pool might take several days. Yi Qianfan decided to build it first and let it fill gradually. Build a swimming pool. High-quality stone -100, mud -200, water beast core -5, earth beast core -2, fire beast core -1, a flash of golden light. The bare dirt pit transformed into a stone-built swimming pool. The pool's edges were paved with cobblestones, making it look very nice. As the pool was completed, Yi Qianfan could even feel the surrounding air becoming more humid. It seemed the water condensation function was working, drawing moisture from the air. After finishing the pool, perhaps due to the supporting effect, Yi Qianfan wants to build the remaining pet park. As for the Misty Farm, there is no need to upgrade it for now. After all, Yi Qianfan currently only has tomatoes and rice crops, so upgrading wouldn't help. He'll upgrade once he has more types of crops. Build pet park. High-quality wood, 100, resin, 50, earth beast core, 10, a flash of golden light. Near the farmland, close to the villa, a small wooden shed appeared. Next to the shed, there is a crooked neck tree, almost identical to the one inside Yi Qianfan's stone house. And there's a beehive on the crooked tree? Huh, did the beehive move outside? Yi Qianfan was shocked. And right on top of the wooden shed, there's a huge bird nest. The foolish white eagle is still sleeping soundly inside the nest, completely unaware that it has been moved from inside the house to outside. But clearly, the white eagle looks better on the roof. Under the shed, there's a fence with 4 chirping wild chickens inside. The chickens seem startled by the sudden change of scenery and are exploring the new environment. It seems that the white eagle's deep sleep is probably due to the effects of nightmare mouse meat. This guy sleeps so deeply, Yi Qianfan frowned in frustration. But then he thought, if he could bring this nightmare mouse meat back to the modern city to treat insomnia, he could make a lot of money. Strange. Why didn't he see Daji's nest? Yi Qianfan looked inside the wooden shed from above and saw the beehive, the white eagle's nest, and the wild chicken's nest, but Daji's nest was nowhere to be seen. He decided to go down and check on Daji. But when he returned to his room from the balcony, he found that little Daji was actually curled up in the middle of his big bed, using the down quilt as a nest, sleeping peacefully. This little fellow. And Yi Qianfan also noticed that Daji seemed to have grown a bit again. It was just over a meter before, but now it's almost 1.5 meters, looking more and more like a young girl. If it weren't for the claws on its limbs and the cat ears on its head, Yi Qianfan almost thought he had raised a daughter. Rubbing, rubbing, rubbing. While Daji was sleeping, Yi Qianfan gently petted her fluffy head many times before reluctantly letting go. Meow. Daji slowly woke up, feeling dizzy. It opened its sleepy eyes and saw it was Yi Qianfan. Then it closed its eyes again and continued to sleep deeply. Yi Qianfan took a deep breath, feeling energized. He then continued walking downstairs to see what the place had become. He went downstairs. He saw that the first floor of the villa was much emptier. The pet enclosure had been moved outside. The living room was just a plain space, without furniture. The original workbench and alchemy furnace had been moved into 3 rooms on the first floor. The first room was a workshop. A workshop is a room Yi Qianfan uses to make various tools. He entered and found the workshop was small, but very tidy. There was a large wooden table near the window, with small cabinets on both walls. Each cabinet held some parts, and the workbench above had tools for making things. In the middle of the workshop was the alchemy furnace. Everything was organized very well. It looked very comfortable to look at. Yi Qianfan checked the list and looked at the upgrade tree workshop under furniture. It listed options like a sofa. It can make the living room warmer and give you a place to rest after work. The leather sofa needs 137/10 high-quality wood, 3/10 animal hide, 7/2 thread, and 0/20 cotton. The wooden sofa only needs 137/10 high-quality wood. Although Yi Qianfan wanted to make a leather sofa, he didn't have enough materials. So he chose the wooden sofa instead. Make the wooden sofa, use 10 high-quality wood. The next moment, Yi Qianfan saw a strange scene. 10 pieces of high-quality wood flew out of the drawer and landed on the workbench. It was as if an invisible person was there, picking up a hammer and chisel, and starting to tap and carve to make a sofa. The invisible person was quite fast. Soon, a wooden sofa about 2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide was finished. After it was made, there was no need for Yi Qianfan to move it. It appeared directly in the living room in a perfect spot. It was very thoughtful. Yi Qianfan looked into the living room and noticed there was no coffee table, which looked strange. So he made a wooden coffee table. High-quality wood, 2, glass. 1. After hearing the sound of tapping and carving from the studio, a wooden glass coffee table appeared in the living room. The table's corners and side panels were made of wood, with a transparent glass inset in the frame. It looked very fancy. With the sofa and coffee table, the living room became much warmer and cozier. Then, Yi Qianfan visited the other 2 rooms. One room was empty, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a red exclamation mark. Medicine room. This is a special room for making medicines. You can find formulas for common medicines here. Construction requirements. 125/10 high-quality wood, 308/100 ordinary wood, 66/10 stones, for 55/20 mud, 1540/10 bronze, 11/2 fire element beast cores. Build. 10 high-quality wood, 100 ordinary wood, 10 stones, 20 mud, 10 bronze, 2 fire element beast cores. Clang, clang. Next door, the tool room rang out with the sound of hammering and making tools. Suddenly, a flash of gold light. In Yi Qianfan's room, a wooden alchemy table appeared. On the table were a stone mortar and pestle, a bronze-made knife for cutting medicines, and some bottles and jars for making medicines, mostly made of bronze. Around the room, 2 large medicine cabinets appeared, each as tall as a wall. Small wooden drawers hung on the outside, with tiny signs indicating the names of the medicines inside. Yi Qianfan took a quick look. Pine needles, poisonous thorns, honey, acid water. These are all materials he already has. Yi Qianfan understands pine needles and poisonous thorns, but he's surprised about how the acid water is stored in the medicine cabinet. He curiously opens the high-tech drawer. Inside, it glows with a white light, making it hard to see what's inside. But the moment he opens it, his mind automatically displays information about the items inside. Acid water, polluted water condensed from acid rain, highly destructive, capable of burning and rotting biological skin. If it gets into the eyes, it can cause blindness. If poured into a bathtub, it can destroy evidence. It is the main ingredient for making corpse-dissolving water. Would you like to take it out? Huh. Is this the corpse-dissolving water from the story, The Deer and the Cauldron? Yes, this is definitely a necessary item for killing and destroying evidence. However, with 100 portions of acid water, Yi Qianfan thinks he can't use them all. He plans to sell 90 portions on the trading channel and keep 10 for himself. After inspecting the pharmacy, Yi Qianfan moves to the last remaining room. This room is probably a storage room. As soon as he enters, he sees shelves like those in a library, neatly stacked with various materials Yi Qianfan brought back. Besides different types of wood and stones, there are also various beast cores and spiritual stones. These beast cores and spiritual stones are stored in wooden boxes with open lids, looking like piles of treasure from afar. Just looking at them makes people excited. After a quick tour, Yi Qianfan returns to the living room. He notices a small partition added to one corner of the living room. When he looks inside, he finds it's actually a bathroom, but the shower and toilet are marked with red exclamation marks, and there are no devices yet. So, Yi Qianfan needs to build everything himself. He can do without some things, but a place to bathe and go to the toilet is essential. After all, going back to the bucket method like before, dumping waste outside not only pollutes the environment, but also smells bad. Since he now has the resources, Yi Qianfan plans to make everything better. In his life, he never had the chance to live in a villa in the city, but now he has somewhat achieved his dream indirectly. Naturally, he wants to live more comfortably. Automatic water gathering shower head collects 10 liters of water per hour into a storage tank with a maximum capacity of 100 liters. As everyone knows, shower water cannot be drunk. Drinking it causes stomach upset. Operates for 3 days with 1 spirit stone. Crafting requirements: 15 30 60 bronze, 9/1 fire beast core, 6 has water beast core, automatic toilet cleaning and decomposition system. Anything flushed into the toilet is automatically broken down into fertilizer and water, returning to nature. No worries about pollution or strange smells. Operates for 7 days with 1 spirit stone. Crafting requirements: 580/10 high-quality stone for 35/5 mud, 6 has water beast core for /1 earth beast core indeed. Spirit stones are like the energy of this world. In the early Stone Age, these spirit stones seemed useless. But as advanced technology developed, spirit stones became like batteries, more valuable than money. Or, in other words, these spirit stones are actually the currency of this world. In the future, spirit stones might become the main form of money. By upgrading the villa, Yi Qianfan also gathered some information, things that slower developers might not have collected. He decided that from now on, unless it's a very important material, he would only need spirit stones. He wants to collect more while people still don't realize how valuable spirit stones are. If he waits until everyone understands their worth, it will be much harder. Build automatic water gathering shower head. Build automatic toilet cleaning and decomposition system. Bronze, 60, fire beast core, 1, water beast core, 2, high-quality stone, 10, mud, 5, water beast core, 2, earth beast core, 1, a flash of light. A bronze shower head appeared above Yi Qianfan's head. Looking through the bathroom window, he finally understood why building a broken shower head required 60 units of bronze. It's because the 100-liter water tank isn't small in size. However, to save indoor space, the system designed the water tank outside, right at the villa's wall. It almost blends seamlessly with the villa, making it look natural and unobtrusive. The exterior wall of the villa was also enhanced with a neat, square-shaped metal panel, adding a stylish touch. Soon after, an automatic cleaning and decomposing toilet appeared. It was made entirely of stone, giving it a primitive look, but its surface was very smooth. Sitting on it felt cool and stone-like, yet it was very fine and not rough at all. Yi Qianfan took the opportunity to use the toilet. He only wanted to, but because the toilet was so comfortable, he accidentally pooped. He was so scared that he quickly used a magic stone. Now, he needed to make the toilet work first. After wiping himself with a leaf, since he hadn't made toilet paper yet, Yi Qianfan saw something amazing happen inside the toilet. It turned into tiny white light spots and disappeared. Meanwhile, his storage gained some fertilizer. That was really magical. Basic fertilizer speeds up plant growth by 10%. Wow, amazing. The bathroom only had a shower head, but it was enough to excite Yi Qianfan. He had been here for many days without a proper bath. Today, he finally took the chance to take a shower. He quickly took off his clothes and rinsed himself, but the muddy water made a huge mess. His clothes, after being taken off, also smelled strongly of sweat. He simply used the shower head to scrub himself a couple of times. After the shower, Yi Qianfan felt refreshed and energized. Since his clothes were wet, he decided not to wear anything and went straight upstairs to sleep. In bed, he didn't care whether he was dressed or not. When he went upstairs, he saw Daji, the little girl, was already occupying his bed and sleeping soundly. Yi Qianfan kicked her off. She could take his other things, but not his bed. Daji, still sleepy, fell off the bed with a loud meow and let out a cry of pain. Maybe she was too tired, or perhaps the bed was too comfortable. Surprisingly, Daji didn't get angry. Instead, she climbed back onto Yi Qianfan's bed and, this time, snuggled into his blanket. But no one noticed. Because of the beginner evolution pill, all the hair on Daji's claws fell out, and she even grew hands and feet like a human. Yi Qianfan noticed a small creature sneaking into his bed, but he was busy managing the acid water sales, so he didn't pay attention to it. 1 acid water, exchange for 10 spirit stones. Note: a deadly weapon can be made into acid water bombs. Remaining 90 as usual. Yi Qianfan first shouted in the regional chat. Then he looked at his warehouse and saw he still had 115 pieces of nightmare mouse meat, all untouched. He was too lazy to roast them all at once. Roasting 115 pieces would take hours, and he didn't have an oven. If he waited until tomorrow, the meat might go bad, and he couldn't eat it all anyway. So he decided to sell all of it. As for the Nightmare Mouse King meat, which can increase spell sensitivity, Yi Qianfan was reluctant to sell it. Since spell sensitivity doesn't depend on freshness, he decided to store it in the warehouse overnight. It wouldn't make much difference. 1 nightmare mouse meat. Exchange for 10 spirit stones, remaining 15, 0.1 nightmare mouse meat. Exchange for 1 spirit stone, remaining 1,000. Yi Qianfan became smarter. Not many players have a lot of spirit stones. So, to take money from poorer players, there's only one way. Small amounts, multiple times. This way, players who crave meat but can't buy much will buy a piece or 2 to try. If they like it, they might buy more later. Accumulating little by little is like playing the lottery. Spending only 2 stones each time, buying 1 ticket daily, adds up to about 700 or 800 over a year. This is a marketing strategy of small profits but quick sales. After finishing the items for sale, Yi Qianfan checked what he could craft. He found he was missing yeast for brewing honey wine, and cotton and kerosene for making kerosene lamps. He decided to list these for purchase as well, so he could make them directly tomorrow morning. He kept the honey wine for himself. As for the kerosene lamps, in this environment, they would definitely sell well. 10 wood. Exchange for 10 yeast, remaining 1. 1 wood. Exchange for 1 kerosene, remaining 100. 1 wood. Exchange for 1 cotton, remaining 100 currently. While everyone was still unsure about the function of the spirit stones, the market currency was still based on wood. So Yi Qianfan took advantage of this information gap, exchanging wood for some good items. However, he didn't have many ordinary logs left, so he could only buy these for now. Tomorrow, he planned to go into the forest to cut some wood and bring it back. Time to sleep. In District A, Community 1, called A1. This is another large community with 1,000 people, besides District 7, where Yi Qianfan is. The entire Misty World is divided into many small communities, and District 7 is just a tiny part of it. There are probably many such communities with 1,000 people in the Misty World. At this moment, the top leader of District 1, General Sha Cohen, sat in the main seat, watching the second hand move tick by tick. It was almost midnight, and the rankings were about to be announced. He believed he would be the top in this Misty World. After all, who else could have crossed over with an entire army of 1,000 people like him? The intelligence department had already investigated. In District A, not many groups had crossed over together like his. It seemed that only one other gang and a mountain sect had crossed over with him. Most others were civilians. And Sha Cohen, he had an army of nearly 1,000 people, all searching for resources for him. About 100 people were cutting wood together. Several hundred experienced survival experts explored the mist, looking for treasure chests and various resources. Whenever they found a treasure chest, the deputy leader in charge of the team would record its location. Then Sha Cohen would personally go to open it. Over the past few days, he had opened more than 100 treasure chests. There were also soldiers dedicated to chopping wood, and teams for mining and quarrying stones. In these days, he had collected all kinds of materials, high-quality wood, rare stones, and other advanced resources. Unfortunately, they didn't have guns, only primitive weapons. Plus, the soldiers needed food and drink, and every 50 people required a wooden hut to live in. If not, he could have gathered even more wood and materials. His house wouldn't just be a simple stone hut. It might even be upgraded to a villa. Even so, he believes that in this foggy world, no one else can upgrade their simple hut to a stone house like he did. After all, only 4 days have passed. General, a deputy officer approached General Shikun and saluted him. According to the Intelligence Department's analysis, they think the prize for this ranking competition will be quite valuable. General Shikun nodded, showing no particular emotion. In his mind, he was already sure that he would take the top spot. As for the so-called valuable prize, it would be his too. Since it was his own reward, there was no need to get excited. Like withdrawing savings from a bank, it didn't change his mood at all. Congratulations, General Shikun, for winning first place. Congratulations, General Shikun, for your great victory. Long live, General Shikun. Long live. Everyone present shouted together. Although many of them had already started to feel uneasy. In this foggy world full of monsters, it's better to stick together than to survive alone. And General Shikun had also said that if they won the ranking competition, he would ensure everyone could stay alive. So, despite heavy losses, they had already given their all for General Shikun's victory. General. The deputy lowered his head slightly and called out again. Shikun immediately realized that the deputy probably had more to report, so he raised his hand to signal silence. All right, be quiet. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, and suddenly, the entire stone house was silent. The deputy then continued. General, the Intelligence Department also said, after this ranking competition, the regional servers should open. So, the Intelligence Department guesses that the prize for the ranking might be a title or position related to the leaders or managers after the regions are merged. Intelligence Department, a team of specialized analysts responsible for collecting speech in the world chat area, and for buying informants among players in different regions to gather intelligence. Hearing this, General Shikun became interested immediately. He is not interested in other things, but only in power, which makes him obsessed and unable to stop. Furthermore, his army has suffered heavy losses because they were helping him gather various resources. Now, he urgently needs new blood to join. If he can win the championship and become the ruler of the new zone, that would not be impossible. What else did the Intelligence Department analyze? General Shikun asked softly, tapping his finger on the armrest of his stone throne. The deputy bowed lower and replied, Sir, they think the next event might be a regional competition or a knockout tournament. That sounds interesting. General Shikun's favorite thing in life is conquest. If he can conquer this foggy world, his arrival will have meaning. As the clock approached midnight, everyone in the foggy world was waiting. Some knelt on the ground, whispering prayers to the heavens. Others were feeling proud, like General Shikun. Most of these people had their own forces. Some were gang leaders. Others were heads of large families with many followers. All of them had used their skills to get enough resources. They were all waiting for the ranking announcement at midnight. Everyone thought it would be themselves. Those with many resources believed they would be first. Those with fewer resources, or who were doing poorly, thought they might be eliminated. In the entire foggy world, only one person was different. That person was Yi Qianfan. After taking a fragrant bath, he lay down on a soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his arms was a soft, cuddly kitten. Thanks to the basic evolution pill, Daji had grown into a small girl about 1.5 meters tall. Her body was normal in shape, except for a pair of cute little ears and a fluffy tail behind her. Maybe because she was sleeping so comfortably in her owner's arms, little Daji slept very soundly, even showing her cute little tiger teeth. She occasionally ground her teeth, nuzzled her owner, curled up in his arms, and slept even more peacefully. Unaware at all, it had no idea that a huge, world-changing event was about to happen. Bang! The clock struck midnight. Yes, it was the strange, eerie sound coming from the depths of the fog. It was as if, deep in the fog, inside a giant clock tower, A giant was holding a hammer and striking the first bell. Everyone in the foggy world. At this moment, their hearts all tightened, as if the sound was pounding directly on their chests. But Yi Qianfan was just sleeping. He frowned unhappily, feeling that someone had disturbed his sleep, which made him very annoyed. He turned over, covered his ears with a pillow, and kept sleeping. World Chat Channel, it's midnight. Look, the top announcement has been updated. Oh my gosh. Please don't let me be ranked 101. I must get into the top 100. Please Buddha, Guanyin, Laozi, Jade Emperor, Jesus, Mother Mary, Allah, help me. Hey, the person above, you're reciting so long. Won't you run out of breath? General Shikun, #1 in the world. My Yamaguchi-gumi is the best in the world. My explosive heaven gang is the best in the universe. Everyone else can get lost. Everyone, look. The lottery is starting, someone shouted loudly. The screen, which was scrolling like an airport announcement, suddenly froze. Everyone stared intensely at the top announcement, afraid of missing anything. Hello everyone. Are you excited? Now, we will start announcing the rankings of players from each digital zone, beginning with the 100th place. If your name doesn't appear after we announce all the way to the first place, the top announcement paused. And this 2-second pause made everyone silently swallow their saliva. Then, they all focused intently on the content of the top announcement, as focused as when exam results are released. Congratulations. You have 2 choices. The first choice, forever escape suffering. Instantly erased, consciousness dissipates. Without awareness, there is no pain. It's like escaping from suffering. The second option is available. You can choose to serve the regional lords. However, your independent mind will be suppressed, and you will become a tool under the Lord's control. Of course, you don't have to decide immediately. I, the kind one, will give you some time to think. You have 10 minutes to decide. If you can't choose, I will make the decision for you. Now, I will start announcing the rankings. Countless names flash across the screen. Each region only sees its own ranking. Other regions are not involved. When your ranking appears, your name will turn gold so you can recognize it quickly. Most players see their names and quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, whether you're first or 100th, at least you still have a chance to survive. If you're not a top player, you probably don't care about winning first place. But when the rankings near the top 10, many players start to feel hopeless because they know they definitely can't make it into the top 10 with their current strength. If your name hasn't appeared yet, it probably means you have been eliminated. I don't want to die? Why is this happening? It can't be. How am I ranked after the 100th? I worked so hard. Why? Why won't you give me a chance to survive? There's still time to see the top 10 announced. Don't worry yet. Stop comforting me. I know it's impossible now. If someone can return to the real world, please call 138x times x times x times x times x and tell my mom that her son was unfilial and couldn't be with her. Thank you. Good people will be rewarded. Please, anyone, help deliver a message. My home is at 25 South Street, apartment 504. Please tell my family. Thank you. On the regional channel, hopeless messages have already started to appear. But more people are staring intently at the top 10 rankings, especially the stronger players. A7, first place, Yi Qianfan. Yi Qianfan, who is this top player? Come out and say something. I think I know who that big shot is. The shady merchant who sells water, compasses, and medicine. Yes, I remember. His name is Yi Qianfan. No wonder I wondered how the big shot had so many treasures for sale. Turns out he's the top player in this area. Maybe he's cheating. Why is he so amazing compared to everyone else? Hey, you're just jealous. Lemon trees have lemons, and under the lemon tree, you and I are here. Lemons always seem to be around me. After the first place was announced, the whole regional chat exploded with discussion about Yi Qianfan. But just then, a pinned message refreshed again. For the lucky players outside the top 100, it's time to make your final decision. Countdown, 9:59, before you decide. The top 3 players in each major letter zone will be announced. And for players outside the top 100, this is your last chance to choose. First option, erase. Second option, become a citizen under a lord. For players outside the top 100, this is your final chance to choose. First option, erase. Second option, become a citizen under a lord. The regional chat instantly exploded again. That's so cruel. What's the difference between having your consciousness suppressed and being completely erased? People lose their awareness, leaving only a shell. It's almost better to die. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Sometimes, a good death is better than a bad one. Maybe one day, you'll regain your consciousness. But what if you can't recover? Or what if your inner consciousness still exists and can only feel but your body is out of control? That would be more painful than death, like being paralyzed all over. You can't move if you're paralyzed. If you have awareness but your body doesn't listen, just think of it as a 4D movie. Hey, you must be someone within the top 100, or you wouldn't say such things. Sorry, I'm actually 101st. General Shakun's name, unsurprisingly, appeared in first place in Zone 1. Everyone in Zone 1 congratulated Shakun, but he showed no reaction. Being first in his army meant nothing to him. He wanted to be the top in Area A. Of course, he believed he would eventually become the number one in the region. After all, no one else had an entire army loyal to them like he did. The pinned announcement was still slowly updating. Next, there was information about the regional merge. Originally, each large zone had 1,000 people. After 4 days of elimination, each zone was reduced to just over 100. Even Shakun's army was no exception. He had been trying to limit casualties, but besides normal losses, many rebels had been secretly planted in his troops and were eliminated one by one. By the time of the final reckoning, his forces had dwindled to just over 200. As expected, the intelligence office's predictions were correct. The announcement began to detail the merge. Due to the sharp decrease in player numbers, zones will be merged. Each small district will no longer have its own map, but will be directly merged into Zone 1. For example, District A1-10 will merge into Zone A1 map, B1-10 into Zone B1 map, and so on. Each lettered zone will have a knockout competition. The top 3 in each zone will survive, while everyone else will be eliminated or become citizens. For example, in Zone A, Districts 1 to 10, the top 3 are safe, but Districts 4 to 10 will be eliminated. Next, the top 3 in Zone A will be announced, the regional rankings. Here they come. General Shakun's eyes lit up as he stared at the announcement board. In the bottom 3, Shakun's name was missing. Only the first and second places remained. General Shakun is bravely in first place. General Shakun is forever invincible. General Shakun is unbeatable. Only the first and second places had yet to be announced, but Shakun's followers were already frantically praising him. It seemed everyone was convinced that Shakun was the absolute top. General Shakun's face gradually showed a sly smile. Becoming the number one in the world was enough to make him feel a little proud. After all, it meant everyone could see his name. Realizing that he, Shakun, was truly the king of this world might also be a good thing. However, Region A, Rank 2, is from Zone 1. Shakun. What? Shakun's smile suddenly froze on his face. He never expected to be second. How could he be second? This doesn't seem right. It can't be. Could there be a mistake in the world ranking? In this world, how could anyone be stronger than him? 1 section is better than 6 sections. But strangely, Shakun saw this line of words on the top of the system. Could the system be seeing through his thoughts? Is this system mocking him? Shakun quickly rubbed his eyes, but it seemed he was just seeing things, because the top message was not about 1 section being better than 6, but Region A, Rank 1, is from Zone 7, Yi Qianfan. Zone 7, Yi Qianfan? Who is he? How did he become number 1? This is impossible. This is unbelievable. System unfair. Why am I not number 1? But that Yi Qianfan from Zone 7 is? Shakun protested loudly. Almost all his subordinates echoed his protest. The global chat channel was instantly taken over by Shakun's followers. The messages kept refreshing so fast that no one else could even speak. Protest. System cheating. Unfair. Reveal the details. Show the warehouse materials. No one has more than General Shakun. General Shakun has an army. What does Yi Qianfan have? The ranking is unfair. We demand a re-ranking. If the world chat hadn't limited the number of comments, Shakun's followers might have spammed messages all day. And at that moment, the top announcement was refreshed again. I heard someone question my ranking. In that case, I will reveal part of the details. Stay tuned. Shakun. House Level 3, Stone House, Yi Qianfan. House Level 4, Villa. Sha Kuen's eyes widened in surprise. How is that possible? In just 4 days, how could someone upgrade a house to a villa? He remembers that building a villa requires mostly high-level materials, like high-quality stones and premium wood. But even if his troops found these materials, they couldn't easily get them, especially the high-quality wood, which can only be obtained by opening treasure chests or with a lot of effort and time. Later, weapons were upgraded, but because of the limited upgrade materials, they couldn't be widely used. And upgrading to a villa isn't just about materials. The hardest part is actually the beast cores. Sha Kuen took about 2 days to understand that beast cores are only obtained by killing monsters from other worlds. At that time, his scouts found a group of wild bulls. Sha Kuen immediately ordered 200 soldiers to surround and attack them. Who would have thought? Those wild bulls suddenly charged wildly. Dozens of bulls charged at the 200 soldiers, causing more than half to be injured or killed, with over 30 soldiers dying. But Sha Kuen didn't give up. For the beast cores, he was willing to risk everything. After receiving reports from the front line, he quickly sent more troops to reinforce. With enough people, his army finally surrounded the wild bulls. Just as they were about to attack, the bulls used a new skill. Rampaging charge. Sha Kuen remembers that dozens of wild bulls charged at once, causing the ground to shake and the earth to tremble. His soldiers couldn't even stand steadily, and this skill also caused automatic dizziness. The army instantly lost its fighting ability. Meanwhile, the wild bulls seized the opportunity to break through. Dozens of wild bulls used their rampaging charge at the same time. A nearly 300-strong team was instantly scattered by the herd of bulls, plus their stomping and horn attacks. The death toll reached 123. Most of the remaining soldiers were injured. In the harsh environment of the Misty World, the injured soldiers' conditions quickly worsened, and soon they all passed away. In this battle, Sha Kuen lost 256 soldiers, but only killed 6 wild buffaloes. They collected a total of 5 Earth Element Beast Cores, 6 Wind Element Beast Cores, and 1 Water Element Beast Core. Despite this, General Sha Kuen believed that being able to gather so many Beast Cores made him the strongest on the surface. He even proudly thought that he was the first person in the Misty World to have the right to build a villa. It had to be him. But at this moment, the name and content flashing on the pinned announcement deeply hurt Sha Kuen's fragile heart. He just couldn't understand how someone could gather 20 specific beast cores and also collect so many high-level materials. This doesn't make sense. No, it's very likely that this person was just lucky. He happened to meet the conditions to upgrade his villa, but his other materials were probably not more than mine. After all, I have an entire army serving me. Others couldn't possibly have such advantages. A different possibility crossed Sha Kuen's mind. He believed that Yi Qianfan's abilities in other areas were definitely not as good as his. But the system seemed to see through his thoughts and immediately posted the next announcement. It was still a comparison of their strengths. Sha Kuen's warehouse materials: 65 high-grade wood, 126 high-grade stones, 360 bronze, 40 silver, 75 spirit stones. Yi Qianfan's warehouse materials: 115 high-grade wood, 570 high-grade stones, 1470 bronze, 186 silver, 219 spirit stones. The lower-level materials, the announcement didn't even bother listing. But just from the high-level materials listed, it was clear who was stronger. Yi Qianfan's strength made Sha Kuen feel extreme pain. He grabbed a few strands of hair on his head and shouted angrily, "How is this possible? How did he gather so much high-grade wood? Each 10-person team can only get 1 piece of high-grade wood after a day of chopping, and high-grade wood is so hard to cut. Plus those high-level stones. Each one is on a steep cliff. Every stone mined is done at the cost of lives. How could he possibly, and those bronze and silver treasures, how could he alone open so many chests? I understand now. He must be like me, a warlord or a chieftain or something similar." Sha Kuen tried to find a good reason or excuse for his failure. Meanwhile, his deputy quietly said, "Sir, according to the intelligence gathered from informants in Zone 7, the player named Yi Qianfan seems to be just one person." What? Sha Kuen immediately felt like 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. He snatched the report from his deputy and quickly looked through it, saying, "This can't be. How can he be just one person? He must have an army behind him, or at least some group supporting him." Based on the intelligence collected, this player named Yi Qianfan has sold flint, burn ointment, compasses, and fresh mouse meat, among other things, the officer explained. Analysis suggests that on the first day, he opened a bronze chest and got 20 pieces of flint. He sold 19 and kept 1. But that bronze chest might not have only given 20 pieces. Could it have given 30 or even 50? General Shikun argued. But the officer simply lowered his head further and continued, "Sir, please stay calm." According to the intelligence, this player also sold burn ointment, a total of 49 units, and kept 1 for himself. If, as you suggest, he might have received more than 50 units of burn ointment. Suppose he has 11 people under him. Burn ointment isn't used up all at once, so he shouldn't have exactly 49 bottles left, and he sold most of his meat supplies. If his team or warlord allies had been involved, that wouldn't make sense. General Shikun frowned and asked, "Why not?" The deputy responded, "Sir, if you had a large amount of meat in this starving world, what would you do? Nature takes a portion of the rewards and gives it to those who have contributed, while saving the rest for future food or rewards." When Sha Kun heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He then realized and said, "You mean, this guy can eat enough so his whole family won't go hungry. So there's no need to stockpile food, and since he has no subordinates, he can directly sell what he has to get other materials." "Yes, General." Sha Kun immediately fell into deep thought. Could it be that his strategic approach was wrong? Maybe he shouldn't have played it safe and instead should be more aggressive, using war and invasion to grow stronger? Reminder, players ranked outside the top 100 in the region, please make your choice soon. Countdown, 158, regional channel, I don't want to die. Mom, rather than being wiped out, it's better to choose to become a citizen. At least then I have a chance to survive. Our area's boss is the #1 in the world rankings. Do you think he has a chance to lead us to the end and defeat the big boss behind the game to save us all? I remember reading a book before, where everyone couldn't leave the game after entering. The protagonist cleared the game alone, defeated the AI behind it, and brought all players back to the real world. That sounds possible. Hope it happens tomorrow. My sister is ranked 56th. To keep her alive, I volunteer to become a citizen. I hope everyone considers their friends and family still alive in this area. Without citizens, it might be hard for the Lord to win against others. For Zone 7, I, the human race, will never be slaves. For Zone 7, I volunteer to become a citizen. Wow, you guys are so passionate. You're making me want to give up my top 100 ranking and become a citizen too. To the person above, you vain fool. If you have the guts, come and swap places with me. No guts, no glory. Meanwhile, the main character of the heated discussion, Yi Qianfan, was still sound asleep, because he had no idea what was happening outside. Apart from his magic book, occasional hints flashed. Citizens 1, Citizens 1, Citizens. Camp A1. Soldiers ranked beyond the 100th are feeling quite discouraged now. Actually, they are not lazy. It's just that all their gains are taken by the general, leaving only a small amount of essentials for them to survive. And this is the result of their hard work. If they didn't work so hard, or if they offended their superiors, they would be forced to work hungry, with no basic living support. They have worked so long. They thought the general would help them at the last moment of the ranking. But unfortunately, the ending is cruel. No one helped them, and because they were about to be eliminated, all their essentials were confiscated, including even water. Many soldiers came back after a day's work with cracked lips, but they couldn't even get a sip of water. This made them feel extremely disappointed in the general's so-called leading them out, as if the slogans were just words and could never become reality. I told you, we should have rebelled long ago. If we had overthrown Shikun's dictatorship from the start, we might have had a chance to fight. We could have even qualified to be in the top 100. It's all your fault for not listening to me. Number 666, that's pointless to say. Number 233 sneered. You don't know how many people wanting to resist General Shikun have been secretly silenced. Do you really think so many people are killed by monsters every day? Let me tell you the truth. Most of them are killed by Shikun's henchmen. Number 666 was unhappy and argued. If we unite, how could Shikun's over 100 henchmen oppose us? We have hundreds of people, and if, there are no ifs that many. Number 233 shook his head helplessly. Have you thought about our families? The entire Golden Triangle is controlled by Shakun's people. Do you think that if you betray General Shakun, your family will still be safe? Haha. Number 666 sneered sadly, and number 233 sighed before asking, Number 666, what do you plan to do? I plan to die, number 666 said coldly. Even in death, I refuse to be enslaved by a tyrant anymore. Number 666, I think you should think more about your family, the other replied. In this terrible place, whether I can go back or not doesn't matter. Why should I think so much? But just as number 666 finished speaking, number 233 suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Report, sir. Number 666 plans to commit suicide. Number 666 looked at his friend in disbelief. Soon, two of the deputy's men dragged him out and immediately cut his throat. The deputy said coldly, This is what happens when you betray General Shakun. And when you go back, your family will face the same punishment. If you don't want to be charged with treason, choose to become a citizen immediately. General Shakun has promised he will find the mastermind behind this game, defeat it, and bring all of you back safely. Then, you will be heroes of this country. Even if you sacrifice yourselves, General Shakun will remember your names, and he will bring your ashes and military medals home to your families. Your families will enjoy heroes' treatment from now on. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. Almost 100 soldiers responded in unison. Although they obeyed General Shakun's orders, many of their eyes still showed disbelief and anger. They had their supplies taken away, leading to their elimination. Now, they couldn't even choose to die, and they were threatened about their families. This made the soldiers feel extremely cold inside. Moreover, even when they still had their self-awareness, General Shakun already treated them as non-human laborers. If they became unconscious citizens, the soldiers couldn't even imagine what kind of abuse they would suffer. Some soldiers started to cry unconsciously. Who wants to be a lifelong corporate drone? If they could choose. At the moment the countdown on the announcement ends, countless soldiers silently choose option 1. Elimination. Choose within the time limit. Countdown ends. Oh wow. In Zone A, merging zones 1 to 10, there are still 56 people who haven't made a choice. Is it because they lack courage? In that case, let me help you decide. Round 0. Wow, only 50 people remain. So, how should these 50 be arranged? Ideally, they should be evenly distributed. 5 people per zone. That would be the fairest way. But I don't like the word fair because it sounds unfair. Therefore, I decide to give more to those with more and take everything from those with less. Zone 7. Leader Yi Qianfan, who has the most followers, will receive a reward of 20 followers. As for the leader with the fewest followers, Zone 1, Sha Kuan, I will revoke your right to gain extra followers. The remaining 30 people will be evenly divided among 8 zones. Huh? Can't divide evenly? Then I'll have to eliminate 6 more people, so each zone gets 3. Alright, the distribution is complete. Now have fun. General Sha Kuan was stunned. How could he be the leader with the fewest followers? This doesn't make sense. He should have the most followers, since his soldiers are very loyal. How is this possible? But when he saw the follower count, only 17 people. Lieutenant, what is going on? Why would my soldiers rather die than become my followers? Do you think I've left? Just when everyone thought the top announcement was no longer updating, that guy suddenly appeared again. Actually, I haven't left because I forgot something very important. And that is the reward for being the #1 in the world rankings. Guess what it might be? Ding ding ding. Attribute multiplier ticket 1. Congratulations to the world's #1 lord, Yi Qianfan. Ding ding ding. Huh. He's actually sleeping. Such a disappointing fellow. Actually, Yi Qianfan, while he was asleep, he inexplicably gained 40 new villagers. If he had been awake, he probably would have been very surprised by the sudden increase of 40 people. And in his warehouse, there was also an inexplicable extra attribute multiplier ticket. If he had been awake, he would have been very happy. But at this moment, Yi Qianfan, he was having a very happy dream. He dreamed he became a king, surrounded by many beautiful women feeding him grapes. But just as Yi Qianfan was enjoying his beautiful dream, he suddenly heard a loud noise outside, like something had been broken. Bang! Yi Qianfan immediately woke up from his dream. He rushed to the window and looked outside. Unfortunately, It was nighttime outside, and besides the fog and darkness, he couldn't see anything unusual. However, he noticed that the wind outside the villa seemed unusually strong. Through the strong wind blew down a fence around his villa. Then, the broken fence showed a red exclamation mark. Damaged by the red dragon. Part of the fence is broken. Repair. Repair conditions. Poison thorns 50/90. How dare he damage my fence? Yi Qianfan immediately got serious. He quickly took out his short bow and 4 explosive arrows from his warehouse and ran to the villa's balcony. Staring at the dark night sky, Yi Qianfan summoned the sleeping White Eagle. White Eagle, Eagle Eye, Intermediate Spirit Pet. White Eagle, 30% Hunting Expert, Powerful Claws. Not rideable for now. Needs Elemental Riding Gear to ride. Status: Loyalty 100%. Eagle Eye active for 30 minutes. Flying speed 100%. Special ability: Night Vision. Wow. The White Eagle has actually leveled up. When Yi Qianfan summoned the White Eagle, he noticed it had changed from a beginner spirit pet to an intermediate one, and it gained 30% more experience. Moreover, the White Eagle's flying speed has doubled. It also gained a special ability, Night Vision. The White Eagle let out a call. In the next moment, Yi Qianfan saw double vision. One view was his own, showing only darkness and fog, nothing else. The other was from the White Eagle's night vision, revealing the world in different colors. The main color was still black, but objects and creatures on the ground appeared in various colors, like infrared night vision. Through the White Eagle's eyes, Yi Qianfan saw himself as an orange-red figure. His waist was wrapped in a purple towel, and the rest of his body was a mix of yellow and orange. Stationary objects without heat appeared gray. Warmer things showed as orange, cooler ones as green. Although he couldn't see everything clearly like in daylight, it was very useful for spotting animals or enemies at night. Everything was silent. The foggy land seemed dead and quiet. Yi Qianfan stood on the empty balcony, looking around but saw nothing unusual, just a few startled wild chickens, awakened by loud noises. The chickens were restless, pacing inside their cage, making soft sounds and occasional clucks. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in his ears. It felt like a huge presence was brushing past him. The wind roared loudly. Meow! Before Yi Qianfan could react, he heard Daji's angry cry behind him. He turned his head and saw a dark shadow leap high from behind, rushing toward his head. Yi Qianfan quickly curled up his head in fear. But then, the next scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bright red flying dragon appeared above his head. It was like a large lizard with 2 bat-like wings, and pterosaur. However, its head looked more like a Chinese dragon, with a beak, long whiskers, and 2 tall, sharp horns. The red dragon flapped its wings and stretched out claws about a meter long, reaching toward Yi Qianfan. Just as it was about to catch him, Daji happened to jump into the path of the attacking dragon. Her arm instantly transformed into a cat-like form, growing sharp claws, and she slashed at the red dragon. Whoosh! Daji's claws flashed on the dragon's leg. In the next second, a few blood-red flowers bloomed on the dragon's leg, falling to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. The ground instantly caught fire, with small flames glowing brightly in the night. Fortunately, Yi Qianfan's villa was built from stone and earth, so it couldn't catch fire. The flames quickly died out. Roar! The red dragon let out a painful cry after Daji's attack. It immediately stopped attacking Yi Qianfan, flapped its wings again, changed direction, and flew toward the ground. After gliding for about 4 or 5 meters, it suddenly drifted and spread its wings to fly into the air. Its glowing red eyes, like searchlights, fixed on Yi Qianfan with a look of hatred. It seemed determined to fight to the end. Yi Qianfan quickly recovered from his panic. He immediately knocked an arrow and drew an explosive arrow, shooting it toward the hovering red dragon. Whoosh! The explosive arrow tore through the night sky. It sped toward the dragon, about to hit. But at the last half meter, the red dragon suddenly stretched out its huge claw and caught the explosive arrow. Bang! Fortunately, explosive arrows burst instantly upon contact with any object. The exploding arrow instantly broke into many small pieces and hit the giant red dragon's body. This attack was so sudden that the red dragon didn't even have time to react, and was hit immediately. Roar! The red dragon let out a loud cry again. It twisted its long, over 10-meter body in midair and quickly flew into the fog. Such a pity, Yi Qianfan sighed. The exploding arrow didn't hit the red dragon directly, and even with its explosion, it couldn't break through the dragon's defenses. Its scales were too thick. The damage from the exploding arrow was very small, not even as strong as Daji's claws. It only blackened a few scales on the dragon. It was probably a minor burn. It shouldn't have much effect on the red dragon anyway. But Daji. Yi Qianfan turned his head and looked at Daji. He saw that the little creature had woken up and looked different. It used to be about 1.2 meters tall, but now it had grown to over 1.5 meters. It looked like a real little girl. Daji still didn't seem fully awake. It was lazily sitting on the ground, supporting itself with its front paws, licking one of its claws. But Yi Qianfan was surprised to find a happy surprise. At this moment, Daji seemed to be different. Because when it wasn't fighting, the fur on its limbs was disappearing, and its claws were transforming into human-like hands and feet. Without the fur covering, Daji's body gradually appeared in front of Yi Qianfan. It was almost like they were being honest with each other. Yi Qianfan's nose suddenly bled. Daji heard the noise, tilted its head, and looked at Yi Qianfan. Meow? Its expression seemed to be asking, "Master, are you hurt in the fight?" Yi Qianfan quickly covered his nose and shook his head wildly. "I'm fine. Just dry weather. My nasal mucosa dried out, and I bled a little. Ha, meow." Daji looked at Yi Qianfan with an expression like a fool, as if it saw through the world. Yi Qianfan's lie was instantly exposed. Yi Qianfan felt a bit helpless and amused. "I can't believe a cat actually looked down on me. But just then, meow, Daji's entire body suddenly stiffened. Although it had no fur, I could almost see it bristling all over. Daji's eyes were fixed tightly on the dark sky above. Its limbs, which were almost turning into human form, instantly shifted back into cat paws. I quickly turned my head to look into the foggy distance. I knew. The red dragon was definitely coming again. A single shot can't kill you, but 2 shots still can't kill you. In the blink of an eye, the first explosive arrow has already reached the red dragon. At this moment, Yi Qianfan saw a huge red exclamation mark. And surprisingly, there was a flickering action next to the exclamation mark. This was the first time he saw this symbol appear. In that instant, Yi Qianfan chose to trust the system. He immediately dodged to the side and casually picked up Daji, who was ready to attack, then rolled into the house. Roar! The red dragon spat out a blazing flame, lighting up the night sky. Although Yi Qianfan didn't get hit directly, he could feel the house briefly brighten. Following that, he felt the intense heat behind him, almost like an explosion, and a strong gust of wind pushed him back. Wow, this was too exaggerated. Yi Qianfan had only been in this world for 5 days, and now a fire-breathing dragon appeared. How could anyone live like this? As for the 2 explosive arrows Yi Qianfan shot, under such high temperatures from the flames, they didn't just explode. They melted completely, leaving no remains. The red dragon missed its attack. Immediately, it turned around in midair and flew away. This was too difficult to deal with. Yi Qianfan looked at the only remaining explosive arrow in his hand, feeling overwhelmed. After wasting 3 arrows without success, he still couldn't defeat the giant dragon. Now only 1 arrow was left. If he wanted to kill the dragon, the chance of success was very slim. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan quickly opened his storage and started looking for weapons to fight the red dragon. Soon, he found acid water and Nightmare Mouse King's blood. The acid water, although somewhat harmful, probably couldn't break through the dragon scales of the red dragon. Its power was too weak. No, that wouldn't work. Instead, the Nightmare Mouse King's blood seemed promising. Nightmare Mouse King's blood cannot be drunk, but can be used to temper magic tools, increasing their spiritual power. This was worth trying. Yi Qianfan originally wanted to craft 10 more arrows, but making arrows took some time. The red dragon was likely hovering in the air, watching him closely. If Yi Qianfan showed even a hint of hesitation or loss of fighting spirit, I estimate that the red dragon will immediately attack him. So he can't waste any time. Thinking this, Yi Qianfan simply applied the Nightmare Mouse King's blood onto the only remaining explosive arrow. He doesn't know if the effects can stack. But right now, He has no better options, so he has to take a chance, turn a small effort into a big gain. Whoosh! The explosive arrow in Yi Qianfan's hand suddenly shimmered with a golden light. Then, the originally bronze-colored tip turned a jade green, with a transparent look. Nightmare explosive arrow. When hit by this arrow, it's like a nightmare. Special effect. Explode and automatically forget. The effect actually stacked. What was just an ordinary explosive arrow is now a nightmare explosive arrow. This arrow inherits the Mouse King's magic ability, automatic forgetfulness. That is, when the Nightmare Mouse King fled, it forgot to use the ability, forgetfulness. This ability might seem a bit useless, but if used cleverly, it can be very powerful. For example, during a fight, the enemy can't see your weapons. That's incredibly sneaky and deadly. But, I like it. Yi Qianfan was very happy. He quickly loaded the Nightmare explosive arrow onto his short bow, keeping an eye on the sky for movement. Fortunately, the White Eagle's upgrade extended its Eagle Eye effect to half an hour. It's already been over 10 minutes, but Yi Qianfan still hasn't even touched the Red Dragon's fur. Of course, maybe he hasn't touched it because the Red Dragon might not even have fur. Ing! At this moment, the White Eagle called out from the sky. Yi Qianfan understood what the eagle meant. This little guy felt useless for not helping much and was feeling down. It wanted to help Yi Qianfan. Perfect. Yi Qianfan's eyes narrowed. They had fought twice, and he could tell the Red Dragon was still wary of this arrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have breathed out its dragon fire. So even if the arrow has a forgetfulness effect the moment it's shot, the Red Dragon might still notice Yi Qianfan's movements. When that happens, the Red Dragon might just attack with a fierce dragon breath. Let's not even talk about the Gale Burst arrow. Even if Yi Qianfan shot a bullet, it wouldn't work. If Yi Qianfan could coordinate with the White Eagle, letting the White Eagle attract the Red Dragon's attention, then he could strike from behind with a sneaky move. This plan is a bit cruel, but it is very practical. White Eagle, once you're in the air, just fly around aimlessly and try to distract the Red Dragon. Yi Qianfan communicated through mental connection. Then I will shoot a surprise attack from behind. Is that okay? Yep, the White Eagle responded. Then it started circling randomly in the air as Yi Qianfan requested. Meanwhile, Yi Qianfan retreated into the villa and used the system to remove a piece of glass from the window. After preparing everything, Yi Qianfan hid behind the window, knocked his bow, and waited to ambush the Red Dragon. Sure enough, the Red Dragon, attracted by the White Eagle, swooped down quickly from the sky. But just when Yi Qianfan thought the Red Dragon was going to attack the White Eagle, he was surprised to see the Red Dragon fly right in front of the White Eagle and perform a flamboyant display. Especially the ring-shaped collar around its neck, which now opened wide. It kept wagging its head and tail in front of the White Eagle. Its rear end was even flapping its wings constantly toward the White Eagle, moving very strangely, completely unlike an attack posture. Now, its behavior looked more like courtship? Wow. Yi Qianfan was stunned. But with the arrow already drawn, he had no choice but to fire. Yi Qianfan decided to shoot a surprise attack at the Red Dragon. Whoosh! The Nightmare Burst arrow shot out instantly. Strangely, the moment it was fired, it automatically silenced itself, and a faint green glow began to emit from around the arrow. Then, the Nightmare Burst arrow suddenly disappeared into thin air. Just now, Yi Qianfan had aimed at the Red Dragon's flamboyant tail. So when the arrow reappeared, Yi Qianfan was surprised to see it flying straight toward the tail. And then, howl! Hearing the Red Dragon's mournful cry, Yi Qianfan instinctively clenched his buttocks. Although Yi Qianfan is not a red dragon, he still felt the intense sensation from the other side at that moment. Even at this very moment, the Red Dragon's loud cry of pain and pleasure made Yi Qianfan frown tightly, because it seemed like it was actually enjoying it. Could this be what people call pain and pleasure at the same time? Bang! Next moment, the Nightmare Explosion arrow burst inside the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon's body was full of flammable gas, and at this moment, the gas was ignited by the explosion arrow. So, the entire Red Dragon exploded like a huge bomb in the dark night. Full of firepower, colorful lights, the Fire Dragon turned into tiny points of light, like fireworks, illuminating the whole land. Meow! Is it beautiful? Yi Qianfan held Zai Daji and asked. Daji didn't mind being held by Yi Qianfan, and even proudly sat on his neck. Meow, Daji responded proudly. Yi Qianfan stroked her little paws, but as he did, he felt something was wrong. Because Daji's fur was disappearing, getting less and less, as if she was losing her hair. No way. Is a fox spirit's fur so fragile? Yi Qianfan quickly turned his head to look and found that Daji's 2 little paws had turned into human feet. Yi Qianfan was very surprised. He hurriedly took Daji off his body and realized that she was no longer the original Daji, but had transformed into a tiny little girl. A cute little girl with cat ears. And most importantly, she wasn't wearing anything. Yi Qianfan's nosebleed shot out again. Daji looked at him with disdain, then licked the blood on her arm. This blood was from the nosebleed Yi Qianfan just got when he banged her. However, just as Yi Qianfan was about to enjoy the beautiful scene further, Bai let out a very disappointed cry from beside him. The clueless bird ruined my good mood. Yi Qianfan was about to chase the bird away when he noticed that the white eagle was holding something in its beak. What is this? Yi Qianfan couldn't quite describe what the white eagle was holding. In front of him was a soft, jelly-like, bright red, transparent thing, something like a slime. Fire spirit, a parasite of the dragon, a very special existence. It is immortal and indestructible, but it grants the host the ability to gather fire elements. P.S. Weak humans, don't even think about eating it, or you'll be burned instantly. Fire spirit? That sounds interesting. It seems the dragon's ability to breathe fire is thanks to this thing, and its ability to be immortal and indestructible is pretty impressive. Too bad it can't be a pet. Who should I give it to? Yi Qianfan glanced at Daji, but she shook her head wildly and took a few steps back, showing she didn't want anything to do with it. It seems Daji isn't suitable. Sometimes, pets know better than their owners what they need. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Daji ate it and became a host for the fire spirit, she might start spitting fire like a red dragon at any moment. And if Yi Qianfan was cuddling her when she suddenly spat fire, he might get burned. Would he turn into a roasted chicken? Whoa. No. He was still so young. He didn't have a girlfriend yet. How could he practice the sunflower manual? He only had 3 pets, and since Daji was out, only the white eagle and that big female bug remained. The big female bug was called the queen bee, a nice name. But besides breeding and commanding, it didn't seem to have any special powers. Giving the fire spirit to her would be such a waste. Detected possible fusion with spirit pets. White eagle fire spirit equals fire chicken. Fuse them. Fire chicken? What the heck? Shouldn't it be a fire bird or fire eagle? Why a fire chicken? A featherless bird, just like a chicken on fire, right? That actually sounds pretty reasonable. Yi Qianfan felt both amused and helpless, hesitating whether to fuse with the white eagle and turn it into a turkey. Suddenly, the fire spirit in the white eagle's mouth transformed into a liquid and slid into its beak. Wow! Startled, Yi Qianfan quickly reached out, trying to catch the fire spirit in the eagle's mouth. But as he got close, he was immediately pushed back by the intense heat of the fire spirit. The fire spirit successfully entered the white eagle's mouth. Yi Qianfan looked at the white eagle with a mix of amusement and concern. Could it really turn into a featherless turkey? He felt very anxious. The white eagle's expression suddenly twisted. Then, as if it had been stimulated, its entire body suddenly shot upward. It then spread its huge wings and flapped wildly. Puff puff. With each flap, the feathers on its body flew everywhere. Long feathers tore apart like a feather pillow, filling the air with flying feathers. It was really shedding feathers. Yi Qianfan supported his chin, looking helpless and about to cry. This life was too hard. While other pets kept getting stronger through evolution, his pet was turning into a featherless chicken. What was he supposed to do? Chirp! The white eagle flapped desperately. Soon, all the feathers on its body fell off completely. It became a huge, featherless chicken. Yi Qianfan rubbed his forehead, unable to watch anymore. Daji also looked at the scene with panic, then shook her head, unable to continue watching. This white eagle, it had become too ugly. Boom! But then, after all its feathers were gone, the white eagle suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and every pore on its body seemed to be spewing fire. At that moment, the white eagle completely turned into a fiery turkey, a burning chicken, and then, wow, the white eagle was instantly incinerated from the inside out. Its adorable pet was reduced to ashes right before his eyes, falling onto the balcony floor. Yi Qianfan was stunned on the spot. This fire spirit is really too frustrating, making it lose two pets at once. Wow. Wow, wow. Chirp. Just as Yi Qianfan was about to explode with anger, he suddenly heard a chirping sound nearby. The sound was exactly like the one made when a white eagle first hatches. Yi Qianfan was instantly very happy. He quickly brushed away the ashes and found a tiny, featherless bird struggling to stand in the ashes. Rebirth from fire. Isn't this the ability of a fire phoenix? Intermediate spirit pet, firebird white eagle, juvenile, 30% a fire-type bird spirit that can fly by controlling fire. It can turn into a ball of fire instantly when attacked. Only water or ice magic can harm it. Status: loyalty 100%, eagle eye mode active for 30 minutes, with night vision. Flying speed 100%, special ability, fire transformation, fire feather 1000, can be collected. Flap flap, the white eagle desperately flapped its tiny, featherless wings. Suddenly, every pore on its featherless wings started to emit small flames. The flames grew stronger and brighter. Boom. Next moment, Yi Qianfan saw flames appear on the eagle's wings. Then it flapped and took off, soaring into the night sky like a burning firework, beautiful beyond words. Yip, the white eagle cheered happily. After flying around several times in the air, Yi Qianfan noticed the flames on it seemed to weaken gradually, fading little by little. Before long, in just a few minutes, the flames on the white eagle's body grew weaker and weaker until they finally went out completely. The featherless eagle, which had wanted to land by flapping its wings of fire, could no longer support its weight without the flames. It instantly fell from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The white eagle fell badly. It even bounced a few times on the ground, turning into a small ball of flesh that rolled a couple of times before finally stopping. Daji and Yi Qianfan stand on the balcony, both holding their foreheads with a look of disbelief. Earlier, when the white eagle first hatched, Yi Qianfan remembered that it needed to be fed a lot to grow quickly. Could it be that this reborn white eagle also needs to be fed again? Yi Qianfan decides to go downstairs and see how the white eagle is doing. If everything is fine, he will just give it some food. Anyway, firebirds are considered immortal. Falling from about 10 meters shouldn't hurt them, right? He goes back to his room to put on clothes. Just as Yi Qianfan is about to go downstairs, he sees a Daji squatting by the stairs, sniffing the air below. Daji's expression is full of curiosity, as if she's discovered something special downstairs. This makes Yi Qianfan curious too, so he plans to check it out. But Daji, the little girl, is quietly following behind him. It's one thing for a grown man to be shirtless, but a little girl like Daji doing this seems a bit inappropriate. Moreover, in this strange foggy world, he's not sure if something is watching them from the other side of the fog. Maybe some game players have special abilities, like having a supervision skill. If they happen to see Daji's treasures, that would be bad. Daji, go back to bed and wait for me. Meow. Daji shakes her head forcefully, looking unhappy. Although Daji has evolved into a real little girl, Yi Qianfan doesn't have any clothes for her. He'll have to find some suitable clothes for a little girl at the trading market later. As for her original outfit, it's already stretched to the limit. Her skin suit is still on Yi Qianfan's bed, completely unwearable now. After all, Daji suddenly grew from 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters, and her body parts also expanded sideways, even bulging out. Naturally, her small clothes burst open. Hachio. Just then, Yi Qianfan suddenly hears a sneeze downstairs. What the heck? That silly white eagle is still lying in the garden, unaware of anything. So, it definitely isn't the white eagle. And Daji was right beside me, so it was impossible for her to be the one sneezing. As for his last pet, it was just a bug. Who has ever heard of a bug sneezing? So, there is only one truth. And that is, someone is downstairs. Wow, wow, wow. Yi Qianfan's heart pounded loudly. Just as he was about to rush downstairs, he saw Daji turn into a streak of light and leap down the stairs at a speed so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Well, Daji, come back, Yi Qianfan quickly shouted. More than worrying about someone downstairs, he was more concerned that his little pet might be seen by others. That can't happen. It was his private property. Yi Qianfan hurriedly followed down. But when he reached the bottom and saw what was in front of him, he gasped in shock. Because he was wrong. There wasn't just one person downstairs, but a whole group of people. And among them were men and women, all dressed very modern. They also had strange things with them, like broken stone axes, animal hide backpacks, and some even holding torches. But from their clothes and looks, they looked more like gamers. How did this group of people sneak past the poisonous thorns and secretly enter his villa? And with so many people rushing in, there must have been some noise. Oh my gosh! Who told me what exactly is going on here? Who the heck are you all? Yi Qianfan quickly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and pointed it at the dark crowd, saying, "How did you get into my villa?" "Greetings, Lord." The dozens of people immediately knelt on one knee and said in unison, "We are your subjects." Subjects? Yi Qianfan looked confused. He turned to look at Daji, who had transformed back into her beast-eared girl form, with all the private parts covered by fur. Very clever. Daji was circling around the feet of these so-called subjects, but showed no signs of attacking. This made Yi Qianfan even more suspicious. Fortunately, Yi Qianfan finally noticed a red exclamation mark above the heads of these subjects. Vassals, private property belonging only to the Lord. They can command the vassals to cultivate land, mine stones, gather herbs, and perform other physical tasks. Vassals cannot refuse. Loyalty. 60%. Lords should not mistreat vassals excessively. If vassals suffer abuse, their loyalty will decrease. Excessive hunger, overwork, forcing inhumane acts. P.S. If loyalty drops below 50%, vassals may run away. If below 20%, they might fight back. These people, are they really my vassals? How did they become my vassals? I just took a nap, didn't I? What exactly has happened to this world? Yi Qianfan looked confused. But since he knew these people were harmless, he didn't investigate further. He figured he could understand more slowly over time. He wondered what Bai Ying, that silly guy, was doing now. Yi Qianfan quickly headed toward the garden. As soon as he stepped out of the villa, he was shocked by the ground full of red exclamation marks. He never expected. After the red dragon explosion, it actually left him so many good things. Dragon bones can be forged into top-quality weapons, with a chance to obtain enchanted weapons. Dragon scales, the tough scales of a dragon. Armor made from these can be nearly impervious to weapons. Chance to get enchanted armor. Dragon teeth. Excellent material for making dragon tooth arrows. Special effects. Piercing 100%, poison 20%. Dragon horns. Super material for making dragon spears, naturally possessing elemental affinity and enchantment effects. Special effects. Critical hit 100%, piercing 100%, high-grade beast tendons. Premium material for making dragon bows, which can withstand enchanted arrows. Special effects. Effective range 100%. Dragon tail. Contains a large amount of red dragon meat and a perfect dragon bone. The resilient dragon tailbone can be used to make dragon bows. Rare treasure. Special effects. Fire enchantment. Broken red dragon meat. A pile of shredded red dragon meat, but still valuable. Red dragon meat can boost physical strength, increase cold resistance, and strengthen the body. Special effect. Can increase the loyalty of pets and followers. Eye of the red dragon. Excellent material for making wands. Embedding it into a wand grants the wand the dragon's elemental affinity, reducing spell casting time and enhancing fire element concentration. Special effect. Movable eyeball. Pretty cool, right? Wow. This is really impressive. The red exclamation marks on the ground caught Yi Qianfan's attention. Each one was valuable. So satisfying. Unfortunately, all the dragon blood had been burned dry, or else it would have been a good resource too. But now that he already had so much, he couldn't be greedy anymore. Collect everything. Dragon Bone 356, Dragon Scale 1296, Dragon Tooth 110, Dragon Horn 2, High-Level Beast Tendon 1, Dragon Tail 1, Broken Red Dragon Meat 998, Eye of the Red Dragon 2, Money in the bag. As soon as the red dragon fell, Qianfan was full and satisfied. So satisfying. After storing all the materials in the warehouse, Yi Qianfan remembered he needed to check on the silly white eagle. He approached cautiously, worried it might be burned by the fire on its body. So he poked it with a stick and asked, "Hey, are you dead?" The white eagle shivered. Then it rolled over, revealing its bald eagle body, just like a roasted chicken. Good, it's not dead. Seeing that the white eagle was still alive, Yi Qianfan finally relaxed. He then took a spirit stone from his bag and asked, "Want to eat this?" Ing. The white eagle quickly scrambled up, nodding repeatedly. It's true, its love for food never changes. Next, Yi Qianfan flicked a finger and threw a spirit stone toward the white eagle. The stone arced through the air and headed straight for it. The white eagle flapped its wings and leapt up, trying to catch the stone with its beak. But this silly bird had already forgotten. It was no longer the handsome eagle it used to be. Now it was just a featherless bird. Thud! The white eagle tumbled from the air and hit the ground hard. It fell flat on its face. The spirit stone was just in front of it, about 20 centimeters away. The white eagle didn't seem to feel any pain. It moved like a worm, crawling forward until it reached the spirit stone, then swallowed it whole. Crunch! Crunch! The spirit stone was chewed with a cracking sound. Listening to the sound of glass rubbing against each other inside the white eagle's mouth, Yi Qianfan felt it was extremely strange. This thing was so hard, like a stone that couldn't be broken by anything. If a person ate it, it wouldn't increase spiritual power. It might cause stomach ulcers or even stomach perforation, leading to hospitalization. Do you want more? Seeing the white eagle finish eating, Yi Qianfan took out another one. This time, he didn't tease it, but held it out for it to eat. The white eagle happily gobbled up the spirit stone, even pressing its bald head into Yi Qianfan's palm, rubbing against it happily. Yi Qianfan originally wanted to give it another spirit stone, but suddenly remembered the pile of red dragon meat he had just picked up. Maybe the white eagle could eat that too. Here you go. He threw a piece of meat to the white eagle. The white eagle leapt up, and suddenly a few flames appeared on its featherless wings. It managed to support its weight and grabbed a fist-sized piece of red dragon meat, then started eating. Watching the white eagle tear into the red dragon meat with effort and squinting happily, Yi Qianfan couldn't help but wonder, is red dragon meat really that delicious? He decided to try roasting a piece when he got back to the house. But what surprised Yi Qianfan even more was, the white eagle, which couldn't be satisfied with 2 spirit stones, was full after eating just 1 piece of red dragon meat. Hick! After finishing the red dragon meat, the white eagle let out a burp that flickered with red flames. Then, the changes began to appear on the white eagle. It started to grow rapidly, increasing in height by more than 10 centimeters, becoming a half-meter tall, featherless bird. Its pores also began to sprout a layer of red fluff. Although it was still not as handsome as before, but it looks much better than a featherless chicken. Snore. After eating, the white eagle began to doze off, looking extremely tired. It seems that evolution is also a big drain on it. Go back to your nest and sleep. Yi Qianfan grabbed the white eagle and threw it toward the roof. The white eagle was suddenly startled awake, flapping its wings in midair and flying toward the roof. As it spread its wings, countless flames appeared from its wings, instantly transforming into a fiery bird that flew toward the roof. The garden was very close to its nest, and the white eagle only flapped its wings twice before reaching the nest. But its broken nest was just made of straw. When it landed, boom! The nest immediately caught fire. The white eagle anxiously flapped its wings, trying to put out the fire inside the nest. However, the wind helped the fire spread, making it burn even bigger. The white eagle was soon panicking. Yip yip yip. It quickly looked at Yi Qianfan, then frantically moved around the nest, almost pointing with its wings, asking Yi Qianfan to help put out the fire. But Yi Qianfan only shrugged and said, "Handle your own problems. If it burns down, you can sleep on the ground tonight." Yip yip. The white eagle became even more anxious. After circling around for a while, it finally thought of a solution. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and took a deep breath. Whoosh! The flames were directly into its mouth. Just like the purple gourd of the Silverhorn King in Journey to the West, it absorbed all the fire. The flames inside the nest finally went out. The white eagle then relaxed and curled up in the nest, tucking its head into the feathers and falling into a deep sleep. Yi Qianfan looked at the silly bird's broken straw nest and wondered if he should get it a new one. But for now, his main task was to deal with the mess inside the house and the villagers first. This made Yi Qianfan feel more and more uneasy. Right now, he just wanted to understand what exactly had happened. So he decided to let the villagers wait where they were and went upstairs to get the magic book. It must have been during his sleep that something big happened in the misty world. He went upstairs. Quickly, he grabbed the magic book placed on the bedside table. As soon as he opened it, he received several alerts. Player Yi Qianfan in Zone A7, ID 888. Congratulations on becoming the #1 in Zone 7, automatically promoted to Zone Leader. Next is the regional elimination system. Zones 1 to 10 are collectively called Zone A, with a total of 1,000 people, including 10 leaders. The main task of the leaders is to lead the villagers and players of Zone 7 to compete against other numbered zones in Zone A. P.S. Zone A will hold a regional elimination tournament, limited to 15 days. The top 3 leaders in Zone A will survive, and all other players will be eliminated. They can choose to become villagers or be wiped out. Wow, this thing has turned into a regional competition again. Is there no way for people to just live peacefully? And the regional competition is clearly more difficult than before. Before, he only needed to think about himself. One person eating well meant the whole family wouldn't go hungry. But now, he has to consider the entire Zone 7. If all the players in that zone are just slackers, wouldn't he also be dragged down? And it's very likely that in the end, he'll be eliminated by other zones and wiped out. So sneaky. Misty World. It just doesn't want people to develop slowly. It insists on forming guilds, with high-level players leading lower-level players, and then eliminating weak guilds. But considering the things he needs to upgrade in the future will only get more advanced, his own gains alone definitely won't be enough to support him, and the players in his original zone are weak in both combat power and equipment, so he can't really get much from them. Now that he's a zone leader, he needs to find ways to improve the strength of Zone 7's players, help them earn more money, and fight more monsters. Only then can he profit from their efforts. Yes, that's good. And he can also set up some kind of shared economy or similar system. All of these are small money. Then, he continued. Yi Qianfan looked again at the second message in his private messages. In Zone 7, eliminated players can choose to become citizens or die. Becoming a citizen will erase your original consciousness and make you the private property of the leader. You can be traded or enslaved, but not mistreated. In Zone 7, 20 players have voluntarily chosen to become citizens. Player Yi Qianfan, ID 888. Congratulations on becoming the most popular leader. You will receive extra rewards, Citizens 20, but he didn't seem to do anything to earn this. Yi Qianfan was a bit confused. How did he become the most popular leader and get 20 citizens for free? Suddenly, he had 40 citizens. He saw a leaderboard below the announcement. He found that the leader with the most citizens was him, with a total of 40. The second-place leader had only 21 citizens after the reward, which was almost half of his. The other leaders had even fewer citizens, decreasing step by step. After understanding a little more, Yi Qianfan opened the third private message. Congratulations on earning the title of the world's top developer and receiving the following rewards. 1 All Attributes Doubling Coupon. All Attributes Doubling Coupon. A scroll that permanently doubles your basic attributes. The last reward caught Yi Qianfan's eye. It was something useful he could actually use. Most of what he had gained so far were external items. Real improvements to his own abilities were rare or almost non-existent. Now that he had the All Attributes Doubling Coupon, he could instantly double his strength, like a timely rain. But Yi Qianfan didn't plan to use it right away. He still had some red dragon meat left. He planned to eat some first, then use the coupon, which would double the effect of the dragon meat. He couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. I'm so smart. Now that he knew where the citizens came from, Yi Qianfan was less opposed to it. After all, in the real world, hiring 40 people to serve you would probably cost a lot. If you compare the lord to a company's boss, he is like having 40 employees for free. And these 40 employees don't need wages. Just having enough food to eat is enough. This benefit is almost as good as working in a black brick kiln. He went downstairs. Only then did Yi Qianfan carefully look at his villagers again. Greetings, Lord. The 40 villagers showed respect. Yi Qianfan went downstairs, and they immediately stood in neat lines, kneeling respectfully to welcome him. All right, everyone, get up, he gestured with his hand, then looked around again, noticing that among the villagers, there were both men and women, and the numbers seemed a bit different. To make their roles clearer and better organized, Yi Qianfan said, men on the left, women on the right. Stand separately. I will count the number of people. Yes, Lord. The villagers responded in unison. One person, standing in the middle, looked hesitant and asked, Lord, where should the elves stand? Men on the left, women on the right. Elves in the middle, Yi Qianfan said, glancing at him. Later, depending on where you're needed, you go there. Yes, Lord, the elf replied. But although he agreed, he muttered under his breath, I'm not a brick. I go where I'm needed. Huh? At this moment, Yi Qianfan noticed a red exclamation mark above the elf's head. He looked carefully. Villager, ID 001 gender. None, special ability. Foreseeing danger, suitable for exploring maps. Just give him a sharp dagger and enough torches, and he will be your best helper in exploring new areas. Loyalty, 59% loyalty had dropped by 1%. Yi Qianfan didn't expect loyalty to decrease so quickly. But considering this person still had special abilities, he decided to find a way to improve his loyalty soon. Soon, all the villagers had lined up according to Yi Qianfan's instructions. He was too lazy to count them himself, so he asked two groups to report their numbers. 1, 2, 3. After counting, Yi Qianfan finished tallying. There are a total of 29 men and 10 women. Not bad. Having more men and fewer women is definitely a good thing in this survival world. It's not that Yi Qianfan dislikes women, but he needs more men to do physical work, like mining stones and chopping wood. Women generally have less physical strength, but women are still necessary. Because Yi Qianfan's villa also needs people to take care of it, including cooking, cleaning, and even medical staff. As the saying goes, men and women working together make work lighter. A ratio of 3 men to 1 woman seems to be the best for now. Those good at cooking, step forward, Yi Qianfan asked again. Immediately, 5 female villagers stepped forward. They were all good at cooking. Yi Qianfan then selected one to look at. Villager, ID 005 gender. Female, special abilities. Cooking, gardening, identifying herbs. Loyalty, 60% not bad. Yi Qianfan nodded in satisfaction. Thinking about having someone to take care of his daily life made him feel quite happy. After the cooks stepped forward, Yi Qianfan handed over 998 pieces of broken red dragon meat for them to process. Fortunately, the foggy world suddenly sent so many people to him. Otherwise, handling this mountain of meat alone could have been deadly, unless he sold all the meat, which might help him avoid exhaustion. But based on his gaming experience, this red dragon was probably a mini-boss that gives experience points. It wouldn't be so easy to encounter another one soon. Plus, these red dragon meats have special properties, so selling them casually would be a waste. Excuse me, Lord, where is the kitchen? The cooks looked at the mountain of dragon meat with surprise. Although their self-awareness had been erased, it didn't mean their common sense and knowledge were gone. They still knew they needed to bring the meat to the kitchen to process it. However, Yi Qianfan was silent about their question. He had been roasting meat over a fireplace before, so he didn't know where a kitchen was. With so much meat, grilling it over the fireplace. Is he really planning to turn the entire fireplace into a meat grill? That idea seems pretty unlikely. He opened the upgrade tree. Yi Qianfan decided to build a kitchen. Kitchen. A decent home needs a proper kitchen. Construction requirements. 570/100 high-quality stones. For 30/50 mud, 3 halves earth element beast cores, 8 halves fire element beast cores, possible construction sites. Inside the villa/outside the villa naturally, he chose to build outside the villa. His small villa was almost crowded with all sorts of things. Plus, Yi Qianfan wanted some private space. Otherwise, the cooks would be chatting loudly in the kitchen all the time. As a man, hearing that all day would be a bit awkward. Build outside the villa. 100 high-quality stones, -50 mud, -2 earth element beast cores, -2 fire element beast cores. Ding ding ding. A series of sounds rang out outside the villa. Yi Qianfan went out to check and saw a new, square-shaped kitchen had appeared on the right side of the villa, about 50 square meters in size. The kitchen had two doors. One door led directly from outside, probably for easy delivery of food and supplies, and for the cooks to enter easily. The other door connected inside the villa, leading straight to the living room. This way, after cooking, the cooks could deliver food directly to the villa's dining area, making it convenient for the lord to enjoy. Very well designed, very reasonable. Wow. A group of cooks immediately gasped in amazement. Lord, is this kitchen going to be ours to use from now on? Oh my, this kitchen is so beautiful. Working in such a kitchen makes me feel very honored. Yes. Yi Qianfan nodded and said, this kitchen will be for you five to use. No one else is allowed to enter without my permission or yours. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded at once. Hearing this, the five cooks' eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at Yi Qianfan. ID 004. Cook. Loyalty 5. One of the cooks had a red exclamation mark above her head. Yi Qianfan looked at her, and her loyalty increased to 65%, which made him very happy. At that moment, the cook stepped forward and asked, My lord, I have something I need your permission for. Go ahead. Tell me. The kitchen is missing some necessary equipment. The woman, with a high ponytail and wearing a school uniform, knelt and asked, Can you give us some access to the warehouse so we can buy some supplies for the kitchen? Yi Qianfan looked at her. She was a villager with ID 004. This villager was interesting. She thought for herself and wanted to help build the home. What is your name? Sir, I am ID 004. No name. Sir, ID 004 is my name. Interesting. Yi Qianfan smiled. He didn't expect that after losing personal consciousness, these villagers wouldn't even remember their names. He nodded and said, To make it easier to remember, you can call yourself Fourth. It sounds like Kitchen 4. Thank you for the name, my lord. The girl, grateful, bowed her head. Then Yi Qianfan said, All right, get up. You don't need to kneel anymore. From now on, you are the head of the kitchen. You will manage a few people there. Also, if you need to buy anything for the kitchen, the warehouse can be open to you, as long as it's not wasteful. Thank you, my lord. Fourth, who had just stood up, was so grateful for Yi Qianfan's trust that she immediately knelt again and kept bowing, saying, Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to do everything well. I told you. No need to kneel. Get up. Yes, my lord. Villager 004, Fourth. Cook. Loyalty 10. Just by giving the cook some permissions, her loyalty jumped to 75%. Villagers are really easy to persuade. Then, Yi Qianfan waved his hand, and the cooks went to do their tasks. He is now a noble lord and has many things to prepare. He cannot focus only on a few women. At this moment, he received notices that some materials had been taken. Wood -10, vines -5 suddenly. The sound of clinking came from the workshop. 5 wooden barrels appeared quickly in the storage. Barrels 5 in the next second. These barrels appeared in the hands of 5 cooks. The cooks began using the barrels to collect the meat scattered on the ground, then took it to the kitchen for processing. Wow. The all-purpose kitchen manager. Yi Qianfan didn't expect that the 4th day would be so capable. Just by giving her some authority, she was already so proactive. That's great. This way, he can spend much less time on trivial matters. At this moment, among the 29 male villagers, a leader, unwilling to be overshadowed by women, immediately kneeled and said, Lord, please tell us how we can serve you. Please allow us to serve you, Lord. Seeing this, the other male villagers also kneeled one after another, hoping Yi Qianfan would give them some tasks. They don't want to be less than the women villagers. Those who can gather ore and are strong, step forward. Yi Qianfan issued the order. 15 villagers stepped forward. These were the relatively stronger among the villagers. Among them, there were even 2 big muscular men. Yi Qianfan looked at their attributes. Villager, ID 016 gender. Male, special ability. Lifting weights, lifting weights, lifting weights. Loyalty, 60%. What kind of special ability is that? The only ability is lifting weights. No wonder he's so muscular. Another one. Villager, ID 008 gender. Male, special ability. Mining, logging, and loyalty, 60%. What the heck is and? Is he planning to open a duck farm or something? But his other 2 abilities are pretty good. Regarding the other 10 villagers, Yi Qianfan noticed that they were generally weak and seemed to lack special abilities. However, To make sure no talents were missed, he asked, "Are any of you good at tracking prey or surviving in the wild?" Reporting to the Lord, "My family has been hunters for generations. I've been hunting with my grandfather since I was young." Huh, do I have a grandfather? Strange, I can't remember who he is. Villager number 015 fell into confusion. Because his personal memories had been erased, he couldn't remember his family or who he was, but he still remembered some skills. This caused a conflict in his memories, like a mosaic effect. They remembered certain things clearly, like skills, hunting, tracking, etc., but couldn't recall where those skills came from or why they had them, leading to a kind of memory block. "Forget it. Don't try to remember if you can't," Yi Qianfan said, waving his hand. "Your ability is good. I'll give you a name, Hunter 5. You will lead the hunting team." "Thank you, Lord." Hunter 5 knelt on one knee to show his gratitude. Villager ID 015, Hunter 5, loyalty 10. Soon after, for more people stepped forward. One said they were good at identifying plants, and another said they were skilled at surviving in the wild. The villager good at surviving in the wild was assigned to Hunter 5's team. The one good at identifying herbs, with ID number 003, was given the name Herb 3 by Yi Qianfan. After some investigation, Yi Qianfan divided the 40 villagers into 8 small teams, each with 5 members. Then, based on each team leader's skills, he named the teams. Medical Team 1, led by a female villager with ID 011, who is a surgeon. Yi Qianfan selected a few women with nursing or tailoring experience to join this team. Service Team 2, led by a female villager with ID 022, who is a homemaker. He also added women experienced in pet care and household chores to form a team responsible for managing the villa. The so-called villa chores mainly involve cleaning, pet care, and other miscellaneous tasks. Team 3, led by a male villager with the ID 003, who specializes in identifying herbs. Yi Qianfan decided to form a special herb-finding team with those who have strong survival skills in the wilderness. Team 4, the cook team, responsible for everyone's meals and kitchen-related tasks. Team 5, led by a male villager with ID 015, who is skilled in hunting. Yi Qianfan assigned the person with ID 001, a humanoid, to him to form a dedicated hunting and land-clearing team. Team 6, led by a male villager with ID 026, who is good at gathering and chopping wood, mainly because of his great strength. They are responsible for collecting various stones and preparing for Yi Qianfan's future upgrades. Team 7, led by a male villager with ID 007, who specializes in staying up late to cultivate. His main skill is being able to work tirelessly and stay awake for long hours. Yi Qianfan assigned all the remaining male villagers without special skills to Team 7, forming a professional guard team responsible for guarding the villa, similar to security personnel. The guard team works in shifts, mainly protecting the Lord's territory. Team 8, led by a male villager with ID 008, who is good at chopping wood and has great strength. They are responsible for collecting wood and preparing for Yi Qianfan's future upgrades. "Thank you, Lord, for the name." Everyone knelt down together. Since it was still nighttime, many villagers had already started to doze off, except for the Team 7 cultivation group. Yi Qianfan thought about it. With so many people living in his villa, it didn't seem appropriate. This was starting to look like a refugee camp. So, Yi Qianfan opened the upgrade tree again and saw the options for upgrading the villa and expanding it. Grass hut, wooden house, stone house, double-story villa, manor, Lord level. Unlocked, double-story villa. Truly, those who know how to enjoy life build a private villa. Besides having over 400 square meters of personal space, you also get a small outdoor garden. On foggy days, lying in the sunny garden and soaking up the sun is truly a happy thing. Manor. Only those who become lords can build this level of building. After you have your citizens, you'll realize that a small double-story villa can't hold so many people. It's probably time to build a bigger space so more citizens can enter easily. P.S. After upgrading, you can also build hot springs, gardens, fountains, pet parks, libraries, banquet halls, meeting rooms, and residential areas for citizens. Unlocking. After upgrading to the Manor, Lord level, you can see the next level. Manor, Lord level, upgrade requirements. for 70/1000 high-quality stones, 380/10,000 mud, 115/1000 high-quality wood, 328/2000 vines, 93/200 glass, 217/200 spirit stones, 1/200 earth beast core, 6/100 fire beast cores, 2/100 water beast cores, 2/50 metal beast cores, 0/50 wood beast cores, 2/20 wind beast cores. Yi Qianfan looked at the description of the manor and felt completely hopeless. No wonder you need to upgrade to the Lord level before building. So many advanced materials. If it weren't for his subordinates, how long would it take him to gather all these? The wood is understandable, but mud needs 10,000 units. What does that even mean? Yi Qianfan felt his eyes almost go blind just looking at these numbers. The requirements are way too strict. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan decided not to consider upgrading the manor for now. So, Yi Qianfan opened the section under the villa that shows what can be upgraded. He scrolled down. Finally, at the bottom, he found something that looked like a dormitory building. A dormitory? Yi Qianfan squinted. Compared to the citizen residential area inside the manor, this dormitory is definitely 100 times more basic. But, since Yi Qianfan is currently broke, he can't afford better. He has no choice but to make do. After all, who isn't just making do in life? In the real world, it's the same. Besides the wealthy and powerful second-generation rich and those who tear down houses, most ordinary people just make do. And that's how they spend their whole lives. The dormitory building option A, 4 floors, with a total of 48 rooms. The first floor has a dining hall and entertainment room. It looks very much like a typical dormitory. Each floor has its own bathroom and shower, available for the residents. The bathroom and shower equipment need to be built separately. Construction materials required: 470 units of high-quality stone, 380 units of mud, 115 units of high-quality wood, 328 units of vine, 93 units of glass, and 1 beast core of earth element per 10 units. The dormitory building option B, more space-efficient 7 floors, with 100 rooms in total. The first floor has a dining hall and entertainment room. It also resembles a typical dormitory. Each floor has its own bathroom and shower for residents to use. The bathroom and shower equipment need to be built separately. Construction materials required: 470 units of high-quality stone, 380 units of mud, 115 units of high-quality wood, 328 units of vine, 93 units of glass, and 1 beast core of earth element per 20 units. This is manageable. The construction requirements are not too extreme. Option B has more than double the number of rooms compared to Option A, but the building materials also double, which makes it harder for Lord Yi Qianfan, who is not very wealthy, to afford. Forget about Option B. Anyway, Lord Yi Qianfan currently has only 40 residents, so 48 rooms are enough. There will even be 8 extra rooms for the residents' children. Haha, not bad, not bad. But just as Yi Qianfan was about to upgrade, system prompt: not enough earth element beast cores. All other materials are sufficient. Only 9 earth element beast cores are missing. Suddenly, Yi Qianfan remembered that before going to sleep, he had listed some items for sale on the trading channel. Now he checks how well they are selling. Nightmare mouse meat, 98, spirit stones 980, wood, 10, yeast 10, wood, 100, kerosene 100, wood, 50, cotton 50, acid water, 90, spirit stones 900. A series of notification sounds indicating sales flooded in. Yi Qianfan looked at the list. There are 17 portions of nightmare mouse meat left unsold, and 50 units of cotton remain unsold, probably because no players have collected cotton yet. However, making a sofa only requires 20 units of cotton, so he has plenty left. All remaining items that are not being traded have been taken down. Yi Qianfan is planning to update the trading details for nightmare mouse meat. He just exchanged spirit stones for earth-type beast cores to see if anyone would trade. Suddenly, he notices a message from someone named Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong is enthusiastically saying, "Boss Yi, can I trade earth-type beast cores for nightmare mouse meat? I saw you might be collecting beast cores. Please, I'm starving." Huh? Yi Qianfan initially thought no players could defeat such monsters with beast cores for now. But unexpectedly, He got lucky. Someone is actually offering to trade beast cores. This is a great chance, so Yi Qianfan quickly private messaged Sun Wukong. Sure. How many do you have? Sun Wukong replied. I have 108. Can I trade? Yi Qianfan responded. Wow. How did you get so many Earth-type beast cores? He was truly surprised. He worked hard, used cheats, and sold a lot, but only managed to get a few dozen Earth-type beast cores. Could this be another cheat-enabled player? But wait, that doesn't make sense. If the other person was cheating, they wouldn't be able to eat the nightmare mouse meat. Suddenly, Yi Qianfan's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know how Sun Wukong managed to do it. If he could copy this success, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking Earth-type beast cores anymore. At this moment, Sun Wukong left another message. Thanks a lot, Boss Yi. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that ant nest. The white sickle-scythe soul-eating ants are right under my wooden hut, biting my floor. They even bite me while I sleep. So painful, and these creatures hide underground and are super fast. I just can't handle these things. Luckily, Boss Yi, you sold sour water yesterday. I bought 2 bottles and poured them into the ant nest. Ha. All those ants are dead now. Their bodies floated up, all white and transparent. The mandibles next to their mouths look like 2 sickles, at least half a centimeter long. So scary. Boss Yi, your sour water is really effective. To make sure all the ants are dead, I pried open the wooden planks and dug through the soil all night. In the ant nest, I found 108 Earth-type beast cores. I was thinking you might want a beast core, so I came to ask you. Yi Qianfan's face lit up with joy. He quickly replied, You're so clever. I really need one. But right now, I only have 17 nightmare mouse meats left. I can give you a short bow and 10 arrows, plus a kerosene lamp in exchange. Honestly, Sun Wukong's mother is truly talented. Yi Qianfan didn't want to take too much advantage of him. The 108 Earth-type beast cores are enough to trade for over 100 pieces of meat. However, the red dragon meat has special properties, and Yi Qianfan doesn't want to give it away easily. On the other hand, the bow, arrows, and kerosene lamp are different. He already has the blueprints for them. As long as he has the materials, he can make as many as he wants. This kid is now a player in Zone 7. Yi Qianfan plans to continue exploiting them to fight against other zones, so he gives him some survival gear. This way, both sides benefit, and it makes it less likely for him to die easily. Plus, it lays a solid foundation for future exploitation. Giving Sun Wukong a bow and arrows, getting beast cores, selling them to Yi Qianfan. Sun Wukong gets new weapons, fighting monsters to collect more beast cores, selling again, creating an endless cycle. In the end, isn't Sun Wukong just working for himself? It's a very clever plan. Yi Qianfan nodded in approval again. How can there be such a smart person in this world? Sigh. Even I almost got convinced by my own cleverness. Sun Wukong left a message. Big brother Yi, is what you said true? Are you really going to give me a short bow, arrows, and a kerosene lamp? Did I see that right? Would 108 Earth-type beast cores be too little? Very good. This kid is teachable. He even asked if he was getting a bad deal. Hee. Since that's the case, Yi Qianfan won't hold back. He replied, It's okay, I did take a small loss. Here's the deal. In the future, if you get beast cores and some high-level materials, prioritize giving them to me. I'll buy them at market price. That way, we benefit each other. Sun Wukong left a message. Of course, big brother. Without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today. You're definitely my idol. Hugging your leg. Yi Qianfan replied, Please wait a moment. I haven't finished making the kerosene lamps yet. I'll trade them directly once they're ready. Sun Wukong left a message. Okay. Yi Qianfan opened the upgrade tree. Tool room. List. Kerosene lamp. Requires blueprint you have advanced from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. The kerosene lamp is a remarkable invention. It can burn for up to 10 hours and saves a lot of raw materials needed for torches. Its light can reach 10 meters. Crafting requirements. 93 halves glass, 1479/2 bronze, 50 to 1 cotton, 100 to 1 kerosene. Note: add 1 portion of kerosene every 10 hours. Yi Qianfan calculated that his materials were just enough to make 46 kerosene lamps. Make all 46 kerosene lamps. Glass -92, bronze -92, cotton -46, kerosene -46. Immediately, 46 classic kerosene lamps appeared in Yi Qianfan's warehouse. These lamps have a glass cover on top and a kerosene lamp, similar to an alcohol lamp, at the bottom. In the middle, there's a rotating control to adjust the flame size. Each new lamp is already filled with kerosene and can provide light for 10 hours. After 10 hours, more kerosene needs to be added. As for the short bow, old ones will inevitably have durability issues. Yi Qianfan decided to craft a new short bow for Sun Wukong. Short bow can attack targets within 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, accuracy decreases. Crafting requirements: 328/2 vine, 13 to 1 beast tendon, 218 to 1 bamboo. Note: remember to craft arrows. Arrows: 218 to 1 bamboo, 990/2 feathers, 1470 to 1 bronze. Considering himself and the 8 squads, except for Medical Team 1, Work Team 2, and Team 4, which don't need to leave the villa area and don't require bows and arrows, all other teams definitely need some ranged weapons. Yi Qianfan quickly assigned 2 sets of bows and arrows to each team based on their specific needs. After calculations, he needed a total of 10 sets of bows and arrows, plus 1 set for Sun Wukong, making 11 sets in total. However, Yi Qianfan decided not to keep his own short bow. The Red Dragon brought him high-quality materials. Yi Qianfan planned to make a dragon bow, so the extra short bows were left over. He only needed to make 10 sets of bows and arrows in total. However, he decided to make more arrows. After checking the materials, Yi Qianfan decided to make 200 arrows first. This way, his villagers could use the arrows without needing to come to him for more. They could just take them from the warehouse. Make 10 sets of bows and arrows. Make 200 arrows. Vine, 20, beast muscle, 10, bamboo, 10, bamboo, 200, feathers, 400, bronze, 200. The tool room rang with the sound of hammering. Soon, 10 sets of short bows appeared in Yi Qianfan's warehouse, but since there were many arrows, their production was slower. The arrows in the warehouse increased by 10 each time. Anyway, it was enough to give 10 arrows to Sun Wukong. The rest would be made gradually by the tool room. Yi Qianfan at Sun Wukong. It's ready, let's trade. Sun Wukong left a message. Received. Earth-type beast core 108. Nightmare mouse meat. 17. Kerosene lamp. 1. Short bow. 1. Arrows. 10 done. Yi Qianfan's warehouse suddenly had 108 Earth-type beast cores. High-quality materials. Yi Qianfan planned to make a dragon bow, so the extra short bows were left over. He only needed to make 10 sets of bows and arrows in total. However, he decided to make more arrows. After checking the materials, Yi Qianfan decided to make 200 arrows first. This way, his villagers could use the arrows without needing to come to him for more. They could just take them from the warehouse. Make 10 sets of bows and arrows. Make 200 arrows. Vine, 20, beast muscle, 10, bamboo. As she responded to Yi Qianfan, her knees involuntarily bent forward, as if she was about to kneel. Seeing this, Yi Qianfan quickly used his foot to stop her knee and said, "I told you. No need to kneel." "Yes, Lord," the servant said, and she tried to kneel again, because it was a programmed response ingrained in her mind. She was trained to show absolute respect to the Lord. Since the Lord has already said no kneeling, everyone must fully follow the Lord's orders. After thinking carefully, Qingwu bowed deeply to the Lord. Citizen ID 022, Qingwu. Loyalty 5. Lead the team to the warehouse and take out all the quartz sand. Bring it to the alchemy room to make glass. Yes, your lordship. For the materials to operate the alchemy furnace, just use dry branches, Yi Qianfan said, worried they might mistake wood for charcoal. He specifically ordered, send someone to burn the dry branches and get charcoal. Do you understand? Yes, your lordship. We will work hard. After Qingwu finished speaking, she swung her 2 ponytails and waved her hand. She led the cute young girls in her team, and everyone happily skipped toward the alchemy room. Soon after, Yi Qianfan's warehouse was short of 900 stones of quartz sand, but had gained 100 units of glass. Although the alchemy furnace could produce 100 glasses per hour, with Qingwu and the other girls helping by adding charcoal, fetching glass, and handling miscellaneous tasks like quartz sand, Yi Qianfan found things much easier. High-grade stone, 100 mud, 200 high-grade wood, 100 vine, 200 glass, 54 earth element beast core, 10 let's go out and see. Let's create something from nothing, he said. When the system notified that materials had been deducted from the warehouse, Yi Qianfan knew that the dormitory building had already started being constructed. The group arrived in the garden. Yi Qianfan indeed saw that on the right side of the villa, near the kitchen, the garden clearing was shining with golden light. All those countless stones and mud looked like falling Tetris blocks. In a very short time, these materials quickly formed the outline of the dormitory. First, the pillars, outer walls, and partitions inside the dormitory appeared, followed by the windows and roof. The construction of the dormitory was so fast that it exceeded normal human understanding. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Qianfan might have thought these houses just appeared out of nowhere with a sudden whoosh. This scene looked like someone was using space transfer to quickly move a house from somewhere else. Of course, it had nothing to do with actual space transfer, because the current facts that appear before everyone also prove that these houses were built on the Misty World site. As for how it was done, with Yi Qianfan's current knowledge, he cannot understand it. It's like how people in lower dimensions cannot understand the existence of higher dimensions. That's the same idea. Yi Qianfan didn't think about studying the principles behind it. Anyway, when faced with a problem, he thought of quantum mechanics. As long as he thought this way, there would be no problem. Dormitory Type A, construction complete. Soon, a square-shaped dormitory appeared in front of Yi Qianfan. Each room in this dormitory has windows, and each floor has 18 rooms, 16 dorm rooms, 1 bathroom, and 1 toilet. Then, Yi Qianfan took the villagers to tour their new dorms. When the villagers learned they could live in single rooms, and that the rooms were so clean and tidy brick-and-mortar houses, they all burst into tears of joy. Villager ID 009, Loyalty 10, Villager ID 017, Loyalty 5, Villager. Almost all villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude, and their loyalty levels increased accordingly. Though the increase was small or large, it was still an increase. Although they no longer remembered what happened before, they were very grateful that the Lord was willing to give them relatively free living spaces in such a comfortable environment. Looking at the empty rooms, Yi Qianfan had a thought. It seemed like something was missing inside these rooms. Soon, Yi Qianfan identified the problem. These dorm rooms all lacked beds. Because there were no beds, the rooms looked quite empty. But Yi Qianfan had other plans regarding the absence of beds. After some thought, he decided not to make beds for now. He ordered the villagers to go to the warehouse and get some dried grass, then lay it on the floor for them to rest temporarily. When they started working, Yi Qianfan would reward them based on their performance. The rewards included comfortable wooden beds, feather quilts, and food. Despite this, the villagers all expressed no objections. Having a place to sleep is already a great kindness from the Lord to them. Reporting to the Lord, at this moment, Chu Si, the cook, also arrived at the dormitory building. To make food preparation easier, she her long blonde hair, revealing her deep European features. It was then that Yi Qianfan realized that Chu Si was a beautiful mixed-race woman. However, in this foggy world, beauty doesn't seem to have much advantage. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and only the powerful are winners. Thinking of this, Yi Qianfan only glanced briefly at Chu Si and didn't pay much attention to her anymore. At the same time, Chu Si had already tied on a floral apron, which tightly hugged her already curvy figure. She lowered her eyes and respectfully reported to Yi Qianfan, "Lord, the red dragon meat is ready. May I ask if you would like to eat now? That's perfect. Today, let's hold a grand celebration." Yi Qianfan took the opportunity to serve roasted red dragon meat to all the villagers. Not only would they be full, but it would also boost their loyalty. It's definitely a win-win situation. Moreover, a gathering like this is similar to a modern company party, which can increase the closeness between the boss and employees. So, the purpose of Yi Qianfan hosting this event is to increase his loyalty with the villagers. It must be said, this is truly a beneficial thing. Thank you for the reward, Lord. Thank you for the reward, Lord. Hearing there was meat to eat, the villagers were overjoyed. Female villagers bowed respectfully, while male villagers knelt on one knee. all grateful from the bottom of their hearts for what the Lord had done for them. Next, Yi Qianfan led the villagers to the first-floor dining hall. However, the hall was empty, with no tables or chairs, only an open grassy area. Seeing this, Yi Qianfan immediately crafted several large tables and 21 long benches. Wood, 48, high-quality wood, 4, vines, 32, large wooden tables, 4, benches, 21. Suddenly, the dining area was filled with 4 long wooden tables and rows of benches. Following Yi Qianfan's instructions, the villagers sat down. They were all waiting for the second service team and Chu Si's team to serve the dishes. How can there be no wine with meat? Yi Qianfan immediately made honey wine by mixing 1 liter of honey with 10 portions of yeast. Honey, 1 L, yeast, 10, honey wine 10. When 10 bottles of honey wine were placed on the table, the villagers' mouths were almost watering. After all, in this place where even survival is hard, seeing such a high-quality drink as wine is irresistible. Moreover, the honey wine brought out by the Lord kept emitting a faint floral fragrance. It was almost enough to make everyone's mouths water. Yi Qianfan ignored the villagers' eager gazes. He took this time to look at the world channel in the magic book, and then he realized. In District tonight, many big events happened. Warning, the Flying Dragon is attacking District 8. I'm from District 3. We also faced monster attacks. That thing is even bigger than King Kong. It stepped on a wooden house next to me with 1 foot. It scared me to death. We in District 6 were also attacked. We have a flying lizard that can spit acid water, enough to melt houses. It's super terrifying. Strange, I'm from District 7. Nothing happened here. Yi Qianfan looked at the messages in the world channel. He finally understood that monster attacks are a crisis happening in every district, probably the system's first test for the district lords. A qualified lord should be able to handle problems quickly. As for the red dragon attacking Yi Qianfan's District 7, it didn't even get a chance to attack. Because before Yi Qianfan realized the red dragon's appearance, just as a test, the red dragon was already defeated. No wonder, in the world channel, players from District 7 were wondering why nothing was happening in their area. Who would have thought that the red dragon would happen to find their district? At this moment, the top pinned announcement changed. Good evening, everyone. Do you think that after tonight's elimination match, you can sleep peacefully? Hehe. I have to say, you are all so naive. This wave of attack is the first gift I give to all the regional lords. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If the lords cannot quickly deal with or drive away the evil dragon appearing in your territory, many players and villagers in your area will suffer heavy losses. Please, please, do not be eliminated in this first test. Keep going, lords. Wow, it's a lord's test. Oh my gosh, I'm just an ordinary player. Why does the lord's test affect me? My nice house was directly corroded by a dragon spewing sulfuric acid. I just built that wooden cabin. Boo-hoo, that's nothing. My hand was frozen off. Player A laments. A cold-breathing dragon appeared in our area. My hand was hit by its breath, and it turned into an ice block and fell off. Can you imagine? To the person above, doesn't that mean you've become like Yonghua? Congratulations, plain and ordinary Gutianla. Are you even human? I'm already this miserable. Who isn't miserable? I finally managed to get a girl, and we were about to get serious. Then a dragon's claw grabbed her from the roof, and she was taken away, and it was so violent that I even broke a bone. Who can I talk to about this? Wow, where's your broken bone? You still have the strength to talk? It hurts. Talking distracts me. You see the letter N? That's how I look now, swollen and terrible. I dare not move it, or it will hurt even more. To learn this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Congratulations, you've mastered the Sunflower Manual. F. Give up, brother. You're already done for. At Game Behind the Scenes, I want to ask quietly, what happens if our regional lord dies? The lord died. Wow, what trash lords you have. How could they die so easily? Usually, lords are protected by their villagers. How did he die? Can I say our lord died because of a sewage pit explosion? Sewage pit explosion. Sacrificed himself to up the sewage pit. Up the explosive 1, explosive 2, explosive 10086. Come on. Please describe in detail how your lord manages to do his business properly. My lord was in the bathroom when a fire dragon suddenly attacked. A burst of fire shot out, causing a gas explosion. Boom, wow. That sounds really intense. I can imagine the scene. Definitely a messy situation. The lord has fallen. The position is now inherited by the second-ranked player in the same area. If the second-ranked player is also unavailable, I mean, if they are gone, the next in line will inherit. Huh? There's a lord in this area who managed to defeat a level F red dragon in a short time. Although their methods are a bit sneaky and somewhat hard to watch, it's still quite impressive. Congratulations to the 7th District's Lord, the first dragon-slaying hero. Reward: the title of Dragon Slayer and a Dragon Slayer medal. Let's all congratulate him. Clap, clap, clap. Don't get any funny ideas, it's just applause. Alright, back to the main topic. The 8 Lords of Area A and the new Lord, you all need to do your best, or you'll soon be left far behind by District 7. Now is the time to work hard, or else you'll regret it. Such a poetic line. Keep it up, everyone. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared before Yi Qianfan. It looked just like the shimmering glow from the Magical Girl show, with sparkling gold light. In front of Yi Qianfan, a metal shaped like a shield suddenly appeared, neatly lying on the table. The metal is gold-colored, looking like it's made of real gold. Yi Qianfan picked it up and looked. Wow! I almost blinded myself with this shiny thing. It's so bright. Until Yi Qianfan's eyes adjusted to the dazzling gold glow, he finally saw clearly. The metal was engraved with an image of a dragon-slaying knight holding a spear, piercing through a dragon's body. So cool. Very impressive. It really suits my style. Yi Qianfan was very pleased with the quality and design of the medal. Dragon Slayer medal. Wearing it increases courage by 2 and magic resistance by 2. Special effect: the evil dragon fears the Dragon Slayer by 10. P.S. This is a good item. Keep it with you at all times. You never know when you might encounter a dragon. Yi Qianfan gently rubbed the metal. It felt cool to the touch and was quite heavy, likely made of a lot of gold. To confirm it was real gold, he bit it with his teeth and left a mark. Real gold is soft, while alloy is very hard and cannot be bitten through. It's genuine gold. He should keep it safe. Besides its special powers, he thought about selling the gold when he returned to the city, which could bring in a good amount of money. After putting on the Dragon Slayer Knight medal, Yi Qianfan checked his stats again. AD 888, leader of Zone 7. Strength 21 out of 10, Courage effect 2. Agility 17 out of 10, Wind Shoes 7, Courage effect 2. Defense 8. Armor that adds defense. Removing it makes your defense normal. Magic Sense 2. Weak sensing ability to cast spells. You need at least level 10 elemental affinity to gather magic successfully. Magic Resistance 2. From the Dragon Slayer medal 2. Poison Resistance 2/10. Minor smog poison won't kill you, but you should keep trying. Special effect: the evil dragon fears the Dragon Slayer by 10. Status: a warrior who aspires to be a mage. World Chat Channel. Wow. The leader of Zone 7 took first place again. So frustrating. When will our leader stand up? Not anymore. Your leader has been beaten by the strongest leader in Zone 7. You're the one with the limp. Your whole family is just a bunch of hot pot eggplants. Seriously, what kind of person is the leader of Zone 7? How did he defeat that dragon? Our Zone 3 leader organized archers to shoot in unison. But the flying dragon's armor was invincible. Even with 10 or more arrows, it didn't even scratch its skin. However, when it flapped its wings slightly, our room was turned upside down. Please teach me how to slay the dragon. At Zone 7 Lord, I am the Zone 5 Lord. Can you tell me how you defeated the dragon? I will reward you handsomely. Yi Qianfan at Zone 5 Lord. First, you need a big eagle. A big eagle? Did I hear that right? Dragons are naturally lustful. I think you understood correctly. Well, I think I just thought of something I shouldn't have. The Dragon Slayer's bedsheets. Such a beautiful scene I dare not look at. Yi Qianfan looked confused. He clearly said, you must have a big eagle from the legendary stories, so it can attract the red dragon's attention and launch a surprise attack. I really don't know where these people are getting their ideas from. So sneaky. Lord, Chef Chu Si was carrying a plate of roasted meat and gracefully approached Yi Qianfan, sweetly saying, Lord, try the dragon meat I cooked. Is it delicious? Wait, I don't have time now, Yi Qianfan replied coldly. Meanwhile, Chu Si stretched out like green onions, gently pinched a piece of slightly charred, fragrant roasted meat, and fed it to Yi Qianfan's mouth. Lord, give it a try. If you're busy, I can do it for you. Okay, Yi Qianfan just opened his mouth, but Daji suddenly jumped up, pushed away Chu Si's hand, and meowed loudly, clearly fighting for attention. Yi Qianfan couldn't help but smile and gently rub Daji's small head. It was so soft. This little creature clearly had no idea it was a pet. Instead, it acted like the owner. Meow. Daji looked at the wooden plate of roasted meat and meowed again. The wooden plates were made using the permissions Yi Qianfan granted her. She used 5 pieces of wood to craft 50 plates, perfect for a celebration feast. Of course, even after the celebration, these plates wouldn't be wasted. They would become the villagers' tableware, and everyone would use these wooden plates for meals. When Yi Qianfan saw Daji approaching, his expression softened a little. He pointed to the roasted meat on the plate, took the opportunity to gently pet Daji twice, and then took a deep breath. Eating cats every day can help you live to 99. Meow. Daji proudly lifted her head. Yi Qianfan understood and signaled to Chu Si to feed the roasted meat to Daji. Meow roar. Daji made a fierce sound, turned her head decisively, and looked at him with disdain. This cat really has quite a personality. All right, Yi Qianfan, remembering how this silly cat had saved him from the claws of the red dragon before, decided to indulge her a little. He personally picked up a piece of roasted dragon meat and offered it to Daji, saying, "Let me feed you. Is that okay?" Daji's expression finally became a bit more satisfied, and she opened her mouth to bite down. But just then, Daji suddenly felt like she had bitten into something hard, almost breaking her adorable little teeth. Spit, spit, spit. Daji quickly spat out whatever was in her mouth. Her reaction caught Yi Qianfan's attention. What could this little Daji be eating that was so hard? Was it something she couldn't digest? After all, earlier, when Yi Qianfan fed her spiritual stones, this little fellow had gobbled them up one after another, with a chicken meat flavor, crunchy and crispy. What was going on? Yi Qianfan hurriedly looked at what Daji had spat out. It was a shiny, red glowing object. Yi Qianfan picked up the round, gem-like object that had fallen on the table. Isn't this a fire element beast core? No wonder he was puzzled when he just collected the equipment dropped by the red dragon. Why didn't it drop a beast core? He had thought the red dragon was a special creature, so it didn't have a beast core. Turns out, the beast core of a red dragon is actually inside the meat. So, it's like eating dumplings during New Year's dinner and accidentally biting into a coin. This really tests your teeth. But it also made Yi Qianfan curious. How many beast cores could a red dragon eat? Because in just a short time, Daji had already eaten 3 different elemental beast cores. A fire type, a metal type, and an earth type. Daji spat out all of them onto the table. She wasn't worried about her teeth breaking. She just thought of it as eating a fruit with a seed. She was happily spitting out the seeds. Yi Qianfan didn't dare take any risks. He quickly found the utensils labeled Upgrade Tree, Villa, Kitchen, and indeed found the matching cutlery, knives and forks. Knives and forks. Only primitive people choose to eat with their hands. As a refined gentleman, you should use a knife and fork. Crafting requirement, Silver 186/2, craft. Since they were in the dormitory cafeteria, Yi Qianfan couldn't hear the clinking sounds from the tool room. But soon after, his storage indeed gained a set of pure silver knives and forks. Yi Qianfan took out the knife and fork, then started eating the first roasted red dragon meat brought by Chu Si. He cut the fist-sized roasted red dragon meat into tiny pieces. Each piece was about 2 centimeters. This way, he could avoid eating the beast core. All right, everyone, start eating. Yi Qianfan didn't give an order, but everyone in the cafeteria, except Daji, didn't dare to start eating. He raised his hand and said, "But be careful when you eat. There might be beast cores inside the meat. If you find one, please give it to Chu Si. She will clean it and put it back in the storage." "Yes, Lord." Everyone agreed. Chu Si respectfully bowed to Yi Qianfan and said, "Understood, Lord. Also, distribute the wine to everyone." Yi Qianfan handed 9 bottles of honey wine to Chu Si. The villagers cheered happily upon hearing this. Knives and forks. Knives and forks. Only primitive people choose to eat with their hands. As a refined gentleman, you should use a knife and fork. Crafting requirement. Silver 186/2. Craft. Since they were in the dormitory cafeteria, Yi Qianfan couldn't hear the clinking sounds from the tool room. But soon after, his storage indeed gained a set of pure silver knives and forks. Yi Qianfan took out the knife and fork, then started eating the first roasted red dragon meat brought by Chu Si. He cut the fist-sized roasted red dragon meat into tiny pieces. Each piece was so dragon meat is really delicious. After eating the dragon meat, Yi Qianfan picked up the silver wine cup specially made for him on the fourth day and took a sip of honey wine. It was sweet and tasty. The honey wine had a faint grapefruit flavor and a hint of floral aroma. Because it was fruit wine, the alcohol taste was not strong. The sweetness was just right. Using it to accompany the dragon meat was perfect. Snap! Although the dragon meat was good, it hid a beast core inside, so you had to be very careful. A few villagers who ate too quickly even accidentally hit the beast core and broke 2 of their teeth. It was really unfortunate. But Yi Qianfan liked hearing the sound of villagers biting into the beast core, because that meant the beast core had increased by 1. Lord! At this moment, a villager suddenly raised a beast core that shimmered with colorful light at the banquet. He quickly stood up and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, look! The beast core I just bit into looks different from the others. It's glowing." Huh? Yi Qianfan looked curiously at the beast core in the villager's hand. The colorful glow was like the torch held by the Statue of Liberty in the opening of a movie by Sony Pictures, dazzlingly bright. Colorful beast core contains all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is the most peaceful yet powerful beast core, with endless energy. Can be used to make mid-level magic tools. This was the first time he obtained a colorful beast core. It was quite interesting. The celebration lasted nearly an hour. During the event, Yi Qianfan collected 98 fire element beast cores, 52 metal element beast cores, 50 wood element beast cores, 38 earth element beast cores, 48 wind element beast cores, and 10 water element beast cores. A huge haul. It was hard to imagine how a single dragon could hide so many beast cores inside. But Yi Qianfan guessed. Most likely, these beast cores came from creatures eaten by the red dragon, since the red dragon itself couldn't digest these things. The beast core eventually became part of the red dragon's body. These beast cores even merged into the red dragon's flesh and blood. Besides collecting many beast cores, Yi Qianfan also gained a lot of loyalty from the villagers. Because the red dragon meat naturally increases loyalty, and with Yi Qianfan generously offering wine, most villagers' loyalty reached over 80%. Loyalty among male villagers was mostly higher than among females, ranging from 85 to 90. Female villagers' loyalty was between 80 and 85. After everyone had eaten, the villagers wanted to go to the bathroom. Yi Qianfan remembered that the dormitory building had just been quickly finished. He hadn't yet built bathrooms or toilets, so he simply gave some permissions to the leader of the service team too. She was responsible for these chores. The service team was very efficient, and soon Yi Qianfan received system notifications. Automatic water conserving shower head 3, bronze -180, fire beast cores -3, water beast cores -6, automatic cleaning and disassembling toilet 3, high quality stone -30, mud -15, water beast cores -6, earth beast cores -3, fertilizer 1, fertilizer 1, fertilizer. Countless fertilizers flooded into the warehouse. Of course, Yi Qianfan knew exactly what was happening. He turned off the fertilizer alerts. After all, he didn't want to constantly know who was using the toilet. Yi Qianfan quickly realized that giving some permissions to the service team was definitely a good idea, because they not only installed showers and toilets on every floor of the dormitory building, but also set up a water purifier on each floor. They even thoughtfully installed one in the cafeteria. There were a total of 4 water purifiers. Water purifier production 4, stone -12, wood -12, charcoal -12, bamboo -4. Each purifier could produce 18 liters of water daily. For purifiers would make 72 liters, enough for each person to drink 1.5 to 2 liters a day. If it wasn't enough, Yi Qianfan had another one in his villa. Anyway, Yi Qianfan alone couldn't drink it all. But increasing the number of water purifiers also meant higher water source expenses. Yi Qianfan could only rely on the water source boss and had booked a large amount of wastewater. In the short term, it didn't matter, but over time, it was quite expensive in water fees. This strengthened Yi Qianfan's resolve to send out the hunting team 5 to explore the map. He wanted to find a nearby water source as soon as possible. After eating and drinking well, Yi Qianfan returned to his villa. He was lying alone on the big bed. At this moment, Daji didn't know where she had gone to play. Originally, on the 4th day, she was supposed to come up and serve him. But Yi Qianfan decisively refused. Serve what? There's nothing to serve when sleeping. So he refused firmly. Lying on the bed, he thought about the 4 small teams. Currently, their equipment, besides each team having 2 sets of bows and arrows, seemed to have no other weapons or gear. Yi Qianfan couldn't sleep either. He decided to get up and go to the tool room to prepare equipment for the 4 teams that needed to go out. For the logging team, Yi Qianfan decided to give the leader, Mu Ba, a sharp metal axe to chop with. Since the axe has a critical hit effect of 100%, he would handle chopping alone, and the others just needed to carry the wood back. In that case, each team would need 5 medium backpacks. Medium backpack, capacity 1000. Crafting requirements: 3 halves animal skins, 7/1 thread, 50 to 1 wind element beast cores. He looked at his warehouse. He found that he only had enough materials to make 1 backpack, which was not enough to make a full set of medium backpacks for all 4 groups: wood, medicine, stone, and hunting, which together needed 20 backpacks. Anyone who has played games knows that backpack capacity is directly proportional to the amount of loot collected when going out. The smaller the backpack, the less you gather. And you always have to worry about what to bring first, what to leave behind, or even discard some items. Some things seem useless for now, but when you need them, you find they're missing. That's very frustrating. Therefore, Yi Qianfan decided that no matter how hard it is, he couldn't let the common people suffer. After all, these people are all working for him. Happy commoners, happy lord. Everyone being well is the real happiness. 20 medium backpacks require 40 animal skins, 20 threads, and 40 wind element beast cores. The only thing that meets the requirements is the wind element beast core. I glanced at the warehouse. Yi Qianfan's warehouse has 46 kerosene lamps. There are 8 squads, each needing 2 lamps, so I can sell 30 lamps. First, I opened the trading channel to gather materials for the intermediate backpack. Kerosene lamp. Burns for up to 10 hours, saves a lot of materials used for making torches, and has a lighting range of up to 10 meters. 1 kerosene lamp. 10 animal hides, alternative, 100 threads, remaining 30. As usual, Yi Qianfan first goes to his own area and shouts loudly. Since he is now in a rival relationship with other districts, he wants to sell good items to his own people first. If his own people can't handle it, he will sell at a high price to the enemies. This way, he can weaken the enemy from within. It's a clever strategy. Yi Qianfan once again praises his own cleverness. Area channel Yi Qianfan. Kerosene lamps that burn for 10 hours and light up to 10 meters. Does anyone want one? Wow. The boss has a new product again. Kerosene lamps sound way more advanced than torches. Of course. But boss, can I ask, does the 10-meter range mean diameter or radius? Does your kerosene lamp light up the diameter or the radius? It seems to be a 10-meter radius from the center, so that's 5 meters on each side. Although I don't understand what the person above is saying, it sounds impressive. Impressive without understanding. You guys chat slowly. I'll go get one first. Wait for me. I'm going to. Wow. The boss is selling at midnight. Luckily, I set up a notification for the boss's sales, or I would have missed it. When did the system get this feature? How do I set it? I'm going to buy some now. I'll chat with you guys later. Within a minute, most of the kerosene lamps in Yi Qianfan's warehouse had been bought. Kerosene lamp -1, animal hides 10, kerosene lamp -1, threads 100, kerosene lamp. Does anyone have extra animal hides? I can trade for other items. Upstairs, you can go talk to the boss. Master Yi is very easy to talk to. Reasonable. Those players without animal skins and strings. Soon, they found Yi Qianfan. Message: Boss, I have a perfect bronze pickaxe blueprint and 1,000 stones. Can I trade them for a kerosene lamp? Huh, seeing the perfect bronze pickaxe blueprint. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. This was just right for the team mining stone. From the message, he guessed the sender might be near the mine, because what he offered was related to mining. Yi Qianfan asked, "Do you have high-quality stones?" Message, "Yes, but only 10, Yi Qianfan. I can give you 10 more units of kerosene, so your kerosene lamp can work for 100 hours straight." Message, "Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Kerosene lamp -1, kerosene -10, perfect bronze pickaxe blueprint 1, stones 1,000, high-quality stones 10. The trade was successful. But just as Yi Qianfan was happy about completing a deal, he suddenly received a system notification. System message, merchant trait 1. What kind of trade is this? He opened the attribute panel and looked at the so-called merchant trait. Merchant trait 2 out of 10. No trickery, no business. When you become cunning enough, you will naturally awaken the merchant trait. P.S. This is not a bad trait. It increases the trust level of buyers by 1. When the merchant trait reaches level 10, you can change your class to a merchant. Yi Qianfan was speechless. How could he be considered very cunning? He only traded 10 kerosene for 10 high-quality stones. Forget it. As long as the trade is beneficial, he doesn't mind. Just finished a deal. Yi Qianfan saw another interesting trade message. Of course, he received many messages. Some people wanted to trade kerosene lamps for 10 pieces of wood or 10 stones. Yi Qianfan naturally ignored them. Some buyers were extremely confident, for example. Comment. How about I trade 10 maggots for a kerosene lamp? You should know, everyone is lacking protein now. Whether you eat them directly or keep them as pets, it's a good choice. Maggots are easy to raise, just a pile of is enough. Comment. How about I trade 10 maggots for a kerosene lamp? You should know, everyone is lacking protein now. Whether you eat them directly or keep them as pets, it's a good choice. Maggots are easy to raise, just a pile of is enough? Reply. Thanks a lot, brave toilet maggot warrior. You better keep them and eat them yourself. Comment. You're missing out. Maggots are not only easy to raise, but also reproduce quickly. They lay eggs, and in a few days, you'll have a bunch of protein. Such a good deal. And you're not even tempted? Reply. Maggots are fly larvae, and they fly away in a few days. Idiot. Stop leaving me messages. Yi Qianfan was speechless and immediately blocked this person. Then, he selectively replied. Comment. Big Boss Yi, I have a lot of kerosene. Can I trade it for a lamp? Yi Qianfan. How much do you have? Comment. Wow. The big boss actually responded to me. I'm so happy. I have 102 units of kerosene. Can I trade for a kerosene lamp? Yi Qianfan. That's a bit little, since making a kerosene lamp requires many materials. Do you have any other materials? If yes, I'll consider it. Comment. I see. Well, I also have 100 cotton. Would that work? Yi Qianfan. Sigh. Since I'm a good person, okay. I'll trade with you. Comment. Thank you, big boss. Thank you so much. Kerosene lamp -1, kerosene 102, cotton 100, shady merchant trait 1. After selling 18 kerosene lamps, sales completely stopped. Yi Qianfan received a total of 110 animal hides, 500 threads, 102 units of kerosene, 100 cotton, a perfect bronze blueprint, 1,000 stones, and 10 advanced stones. That's all. Thinking for a moment, Yi Qianfan finally listed the remaining 12 kerosene lamps on the World Channel for sale. Since listed here, the prices are no longer regional discounts. Oil lamp auction. It can burn continuously for 10 hours and light up a 10-meter area. High quality, very useful oil lamps are for sale. Place your bid. The highest bidder wins. Remaining 12. P.S. Buying today includes a free supply of 1 liter of oil, which lasts for 10 hours. Don't miss out. After posting the ad, Yi Qianfan began using the materials he received to make a mid-level backpack. Beast hide, 40, linen thread, 20, wind element beast core, 20, whoosh. Whoosh. Yi Qianfan watched as the cabinets in his workshop automatically opened one by one, and beast hides and linen threads flew out, then floated into the air to be sewn together automatically. The sewing was very fast, stitching quickly stitch by stitch. Since the beast hides were recovered, they came in many styles. Most were rabbit fur, with some resembling squirrel or groundhog fur. One large white fur. Yi Qianfan studied it for a while and confirmed it was either fox fur or from some dog family. These furs were quickly sewn into individual backpacks. Finally, a green wind element beast core flew out and was embedded into the back cover of the backpack. A mid-level backpack was finished. It looked quite simple, similar to an envelope bag, made of fur, with 2 thin shoulder straps. But this plain-looking backpack could hold 1,000 units of capacity. For example, a bundle of wood from a tree counts as 1 capacity, and a bundle weighs about 20 to 30 jin. So, the backpack's capacity is roughly 20,000 to 30,000 jin. No wonder it needed a wind element beast core. Otherwise, with this weight, a person could be crushed into pulp, and it's carried on the back. In Area 1, reporting to the general, the deputy commander received a report from the intelligence department late at night and had to call General Shikun again. Originally, General Shikun and his troops had used the found sulfur and saltpeter mines to make large fireworks, which drove away the flying dragon. Although the Lord used some modern methods to chase away the dragon, Area 1 still lost nearly 10 soldiers, including 2 civilians. Tonight's continuous setbacks made General Shikun so angry he didn't want to speak anymore. But at this moment, the deputy had to muster his courage to wake Shikun up, because the general had ordered that if there was any news about Yi Qianfan, he must be informed immediately. "What's the matter?" General Shikun's irritable voice rang out in the room. The deputy could clearly hear the fatigue and impatience in his tone, but he still forced himself to speak. Reporting to the general, the Lord of Zone 7, Yi Qianfan, suddenly listed 12 kerosene lamps for sale on the trading platform. "Should we buy them? Kerosene lamps?" Shikun asked back. "Like torches, consumable items?" Reporting to the general, these kerosene lamps are reusable. Just add kerosene once, and they can light for 10 hours within a 10-meter radius, the deputy explained. "Should we buy them? Such good items. Of course we should buy." Shikun pondered for a moment and then said, "Ask him if he's willing to sell the blueprints. The price is negotiable." "Yes, sir." Shikun, disturbed by the deputy's report, couldn't fall asleep anymore. He pushed away the woman in his arms and sat up. "General, what's wrong?" the woman asked softly. "Not going to sleep a little longer?" "Sleep? That Zone 7 Lord is always putting pressure on me," Shikun roared. "If I keep sleeping, I might lose my territory altogether." "That can't be," the woman said, wrapping her arm around his neck. "You're clearly the chosen one. How many people can say they crossed over with their entire camp and all gathered together like you?" "Humph. Talking about this makes me angry." Shikun slapped the bed frame and shouted angrily, "It's obvious that I, Shikun, am the real chosen one. According to intelligence analysis, Yi Qianfan is just a lone fighter, but he seems to have more advantages than me. I just don't understand. If Yi Qianfan was like the Zone 9 Lord, born in a ruined city map, that would be understandable. Those maps have natural advantages, making it easier to find resources. But this Yi Qianfan, like me, was born in a forest map and is a solo player. Why is he living better than me? General, could he have some secret?" The woman's soft whisper reached Sha Kuen's ears. This made General Sha Kuen suddenly brighten his eyes. He shouted outside, "Come here, General. What are your orders?" A guard immediately entered. Then Sha Kuen ordered, "Tell the intelligence department to find a way. Locate the other players in Zone 7. Bribe them or coax them. Just make sure you find out where Zone 7 is. I must find out where Yi Qianfan is. I want to kidnap him. Interrogate him thoroughly and discover his secret." Yi Qianfan was unaware of any plots or schemes happening in other zones. Right now, he was happily harvesting from other zones. Message: 1 villager for a kerosene lamp. Message: I can provide the materials for the lamp. You help with the crafting, and I will pay for the work. How about that? Message: 100 iron ore deal. Message: 10 spirit stones, exchange for 1 kerosene lamp. This is a very good deal for you. Message: half of a treasure map fragment. Trade for 2 kerosene lamps. Message: my lord wants to buy your lamp design. Name your price. He selected some messages that offered good value. Looking at the prices offered, Yi Qianfan was surprised. He never thought villagers could trade. Not only that, but someone was actually willing to trade. Why? Is it because they dislike having too many villagers? As for the person proposing to craft the lamps, he was quite clever. Since he only needed to pay a small fee for the work, it was a good deal. For Yi Qianfan, there was no loss. He could agree easily, and this approach was also part of his plan moving forward. Earn money by outsourcing the work. He didn't need to worry about materials, and he could delegate the task to his subordinates, making it a win-win situation, easy money. Message: I can provide the materials for the lamp. You help with the crafting, and I will pay for the work. How about that? Yi Qianfan: yes, you gave me 2 sets of materials, and I will craft a kerosene lamp for you. Here is the material list. Kerosene lamp, glass 14 halves, bronze 520/2, cotton 0/1, kerosene 0 to 1. Message: shady dealer. But I agreed. I don't have glass, only broken glass. Shady dealer trait 1. Yi Qianfan: broken glass? What kind of material is that? How do you get it? Message: from city ruins. These materials are everywhere. But we looked and only found broken glass, which needs to be melted in a level 2 or higher alchemy furnace to be turned back into glass. Yi Qianfan: interesting. What about the kerosene? Can it be mined from city ruins too? Message: abandoned gas stations. You can find quite a bit of kerosene there. Yi Qianfan: I see. How many kerosene lamps do you want me to make? Message: I'll give you 100 sets of materials. Help me make 50 kerosene lamps. Since the broken glass needs to be melted again, I'll add an extra 50 sets, making a total of 150 sets of broken glass. You won't lose out, Yi Qianfan. Deal. Soon after, Yi Qianfan received the trading request. Since he is now a lord, he has a new feature called the Lord Contract. It allows him to sign a contract with others as a lord, using his status as collateral. This way, he doesn't have to pay up front every time. He can receive payment first and deliver the goods later. The Lord Contract also enables him to lend money or rent out resources to regional players. This contract is managed directly by the game system. If a lord breaches the contract, their assets will be sold to compensate the other party, and they will lose their lord status. If a regional player breaches, their assets will be sold, and they will become a powerless commoner. Contracts are considered sacred, and breaking them has serious consequences. No one dares to break the rules. Broken glass 300, bronze 200, cotton 100, kerosene 100. After receiving the materials, Yi Qianfan immediately started manufacturing all of them. While working in his studio, he continued replying to other messages. Message: 1 commoner for 1 kerosene lamp. Yi Qianfan: too few. 3 commoners for 1 lamp. Whether you want to trade or not, I need kerosene lamps. They are in high demand. Message: the other person was silent for a moment. Finally, they reluctantly agreed, saying, 5 for 2. Yi Qianfan: all right, Sai, this is really a bad deal. Message: shady merchant trait 2, citizens 5, kerosene lamp -2. However, what puzzled Yi Qianfan was what kind of territory's lord would be willing to exchange their citizens like this. After all, citizens are hard to get, and torches are not particularly difficult to find. Without a kerosene lamp, you won't die. Why not just use a torch? Yi Qianfan: by the way, can I ask where your territory is? Why are you selling your citizens? Message: what do you want to do? Yi Qianfan: just curious. Answering this question grants 1 piece of wood, setting up a quiz with rewards, or simply giving regional players bonuses are special privileges of the Lord. Message: my territory is in the desert, where there are hardly any trees. Your answer is incomplete. Please add more details. Message: my territory is in the desert, where almost nothing grows. I can't support my citizens at all. Selling some is for their own good. I need kerosene lamps because I want to explore further areas on the map, or everyone will starve. Is that okay? Reward: 1 piece of wood. Yi Qianfan: thanks. Shady merchant trait 1. After receiving the answer, Yi Qianfan felt satisfied. He called in the staff to arrange for the 5 new citizens to rest first, and all of them joined Stone 6 team. Stone is the key material he needs next. Since he became a lord, a new page appeared on his magic book just for lords. The latest announcement reads: extreme cold night will arrive in 3 days. Lords of each region, prepare well to help your players survive the icy invasion. P.S. The region with the lowest death rate will receive a special reward. The previous cold wave had already wiped out half of the players in the region. This extreme cold night sounds much worse than the cold wave. So, if Yi Qianfan wants to help the regional players survive the crisis, the only way is to gather a large amount of stones and then lend them to the players, allowing them the chance to quickly build stone houses so they can survive the severe cold weather. Taking some time, Yi Qianfan replied to the remaining few messages one by one. Message: iron or 100 trade, Yi Qianfan. 100 iron ore is enough for the processing fee. The materials for kerosene lamps are expensive, at least 500 iron ore per lamp. No bargaining. Message: tighten your teeth, trade for 2 lamps, kerosene lamp. 2. Iron or 1,000, shrewd merchant trait 1. Message: 10 spirit stones for 1 kerosene lamp. This price is definitely a bargain for you. Yi Qianfan. Huh? Keep your stones. Maybe they'll be passed down as family heirlooms. Message: are you insulting me? Yi Qianfan. No. I'm saying your spirit stones could be treasured family heirlooms. Message: you're insulting me. Yi Qianfan. The other person has enabled friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request first. After they accept, you can chat. Message: treasure map fragment 1/2. Exchange for 2 kerosene lamps. Yi Qianfan. If it's a complete treasure map, I might consider. But just half. I can only give you 1 lamp. Finding the other half is useless. Kerosene lamp. 1. Treasure map fragment 1. Shrewd merchant trait 2. System reminder. Maxed out shrewd merchant trait. Automatically awakening passive skill deceptive persuasion. What kind of divine skill is this? When Yi Qianfan saw the deceptive persuasion skill, he thought he had read it wrong. But after rubbing his eyes, he realized he hadn't misread. It was indeed deceptive persuasion. Deceptive persuasion, a passive trait for merchants. When someone falls into your verbal trap, they will unconditionally believe you. Even if they occasionally doubt, the lure of benefits will make them easily fall into your trap. P.S. To improve the success rate of this passive skill, remember to give the other person some benefits. Wow. If this skill were in the original world, it would be a top-tier pyramid scheme skill, right? Is he really such a shrewd merchant? But never mind. Anyway, if there's something cheap, don't be a fool and miss out. Since the system is giving gifts, Yi Qianfan has no reason to refuse. Comment: my lord wants to buy your kerosene lamp blueprint. Name your price, Yi Qianfan. Really? Then I want 100 villagers, 1,000 high-level stones, 1,000 high-level wood, and 1,000 spirit stones. Comment: you're not serious about trading at all, Yi Qianfan. Is that so? Isn't that obvious? You want to steal my monopoly business. Do you think I will sell? Are you just joking? Comment: my lord says if you're sincere about trading, we can sit down and talk. Let's work together to grow the business. What do you think? My lord not only has loyal villagers, but also 100 soldiers to serve him. It's definitely faster than you mining on your own, Yi Qianfan. How can we sit down and talk? I don't even know where you are, and this map is so big. Comment: the Lord's new feature allows players in the area to locate each other. If you agree to our Lord's terms, I can show my sincerity first by pledging allegiance to you as a regional player. Then we can locate each other. How about that? Yi Qianfan didn't expect that. Lord's exclusive even had such a feature. Most likely, it's to help regional players quickly reach the Lord's location and avoid dangers, or to gather together to fight a powerful enemy. For example, a red dragon. Based on chat in the World Channel, a regional lord once gathered many players to fight off monsters together. And this requires the location sharing feature, but it's limited to players within the region. Since the regional elimination tournament is now active, from a certain perspective, regional players and Yi Qianfan, as the regional lord, are in a relationship where one's loss is the other's loss. Of course, what Yi Qianfan didn't expect was that the person leaving the message could pull off such a sneaky move. They directly joined his territory as a regional player and then shared their location. Isn't that just infiltrating the enemy's base? He's so naive. Wow. Yi Qianfan, you keep saying you want to show sincerity, but I've never seen such insincere words. If you want to cooperate with me, at least show your lord's strength, right? There are many advanced materials. Spirit stones sent to me. I'll take a look. I promise not to make any deals, just to see. Reply. Wait a moment, I'll apply for it. Yi Qianfan. Okay. Zone 1. Reporting to the general, the deputy commander said to General Sha Kun. The enemy's attitude has wavered, and they have initially fallen into our trap. But they want us to show some strength first, or they won't agree to cooperate. General Sha Kun lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger and said after a pause, Are they doubting our strength? Probably, the deputy replied with a slight bow. I suggest the general show some of our power first, so the enemy knows what we can do. That way, when they see our strength, they'll become greedy. When they fall into our trap later, it will be easy for us to control them. Sha Kun thought for a moment. At this time, the deputy quickly stepped forward and lit a homemade cigarette for Sha Kun. These cigarettes were made from wild grass they found in the forest, dried by female workers, rolled into cigarettes for the general to smoke. The general has a very strong nicotine addiction. He needs a lot of cigarettes to stay alert when thinking about strategies. Especially when he first entered the foggy world, he couldn't get cigarettes, and his temper became very irritable. So much so that some people were executed just for frowning at him. The deputy had to send a special team of scouts to find wild tobacco leaves, which cost a lot. But finally, they succeeded. This eased the general's irritable mood quite a bit. Tap tap. After smoking several puffs, Sha Kun finally spoke. They want us to show strength. If our trade invitation is confirmed by the other side, wouldn't that be a loss for us? There is an old Chinese saying, you can't hold on to the child and trap the wolf. The deputy said, General, I think we can first show some of our nitrate. We have plenty, so even if the other side greedily takes our nitrate, it won't hurt us much. Plus, we can see the true face of the enemy. If they are just pretending, we will change our strategy accordingly. Using some resources to test the enemy isn't a loss. If the enemy has no interest in stealing our materials and only wants to see if we are worth cooperating with, then we benefit from this. As soon as they reveal their location, we can find them immediately. Then, their things will become ours. That makes sense. Sha Kun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Anyway, they have discovered a saltpeter mine and an active volcano that produces large amounts of sulfur. These resources are easy to mine and not very valuable, so they can be used as bait to catch bigger fish. Even if they get tricked, it's not worth feeling sad about. After Yi Qianfan finished making 50 kerosene lamps and returned them to the abandoned city, he finally received a reply from the leader who had tricked him with false location data. Message: My leader agrees to your request. The other side sends a trade offer, 1,000 saltpeter in exchange for 1 piece of wood. Trade rejected. Yi Qianfan decisively refused and asked back, Is this all your leader has? That seems pretty poor. Yi Qianfan refused the trade and asked, Is this all your leader owns? That's really poor. Message: Of course not. My leader is much stronger than you think. But we must be careful. If you agree to the trade, we could suffer a big loss. Yi Qianfan. Simple. Let's do a real trade. You show me everything your leader has, and I'll put up the kerosene lamp design. But neither of us can confirm the trade yet. How about that? That sounds okay. After thinking for a moment, the other side agreed. They wanted the kerosene lamp design, and Yi Qianfan wanted all of their possessions. Both sides had their own plans, so they both agreed to the conditions. The vice general sent a trade invitation, 1,000 saltpeter for the kerosene lamp design. Trade rejected. Yi Qianfan immediately clicked to refuse, saying, If you keep being so evasive, we might as well stop wasting time. I have many other things to do. No, no, no. The other side quickly responded. Yi Qianfan quickly clicked on the trade invitation. Kerosene lamp blueprint 1. Exchange for 1,000 nitrate, 1,000 sulfur, 200 stones. But as soon as he sent it, he immediately canceled the trade. Yi Qianfan. Sorry, I just wanted to ask if you have these items. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. The other person. No problem. Actually, I do have those, and we have more materials too. After all, we are a big territory. You wouldn't understand the kind of resources we have. Really? Yi Qianfan asked cautiously. But from what you've shown so far, besides nitrate and sulfur, there's nothing else. You should know, making a kerosene lamp needs more than just nitrate and sulfur. It also requires lots of beast cores, bronze, and other materials. If your lord can't provide these, then our cooperation doesn't make sense. The other person was worried Yi Qianfan might refuse the deal. Plus, he was really eager to get that kerosene lamp blueprint, so he showed most of his warehouse's materials. Trade invitation: 1,000 nitrate, 1,000 sulfur, 200 stones, 15 wind beast cores, 40 fire beast cores, 14 water beast cores, 400 bronze, 50 silver. Exchange for 1 kerosene lamp blueprint. Decline the trade. Yi Qianfan hesitated but clicked to decline. Then, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button just now. It's my first time seeing so many materials. I got a bit excited and nervous. If the kerosene lamp drawing can be exchanged for so many materials, it's not impossible to consider. Passive skill. Deceive you flat activated. Implant the idea of the kerosene lamp drawing into the other person's subconscious, making them think you are offering the kerosene lamp blueprint. The other person: that kerosene lamp drawing is a bit expensive. I asked my lord, and he said maybe we could talk if it was half the price. When Yi Qianfan realized the other person was confusing the kerosene lamp blueprint with the kerosene lamp drawing, he couldn't help but laugh. This deception skill was really useful, but it seems it can only be used once on a person. If they become cautious next time, it won't work anymore. Yi Qianfan, didn't we agree to work together to make kerosene lamps and open the market? These materials are just the basics for our partnership. I use them to produce lamps, not to give them away for free. Your words are not correct. The other person was surprised. You mean, after trading these materials, you'll help me produce? Then we can decide our roles and plan together? Exactly, Yi Qianfan nodded repeatedly. Then, before his skill to deceive you completely ended, he sent a trade invitation. Kerosene lamp drawing 1. Exchange for 1,000 saltpeter, 1,000 sulfur, 200 stones, 15 wind beast cores, 40 fire beast cores, 14 water beast cores, 400 bronze, 50 silver. By some strange coincidence, the deputy general believed Yi Qianfan's words and foolishly confirmed the trade. But when all the materials in his warehouse disappeared and a child's drawing appeared in his storage, he suddenly realized and asked, "What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be the kerosene lamp blueprint? Why did it turn into a drawing?" Message: You lied to me. Yi Qianfan. The other person has enabled friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request first. After they accept, you can chat. Message: Yi Qianfan, you scammer. Return my stuff now. Yi Qianfan. The other person has enabled friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request first. After they accept, you can chat. Message. Could it be that the system really has a blocking feature? Message. No, wait. I sent these messages, but I didn't see any verification prompt. Yi Qianfan. The other person has enabled friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request first. After they accept, you can chat. At dawn, Yi Qianfan finally finished making 25 intermediate backpacks. He also learned the perfect bronze draft blueprint. This is a mining tool with a pointed tip that can easily break open ore and store it in the backpack. Crafting requirements: bronze 1490/1, wood 28/1. Use up: bronze 15, wood 15. Yi Qianfan prepared 15 bronze pickaxes for Shurba's mining team and Sand's gathering team, with a total of 15. Everyone has one. These pickaxes can be used for mining and also for defense. The combat power of the bronze pickaxes is not weak. Compared to broken stone axes, they are much stronger. Weapons are always more powerful the longer they are. The pickaxe is much longer than an axe. Once the equipment was ready, Yi Qianfan gathered everyone in the dormitory cafeteria. After having the kitchen serve red dragon meat for breakfast. Clatter! Yi Qianfan dumped all the gear he prepared for them onto the ground from the warehouse. No choice, the medium backpack and perfect bronze pickaxes are too big. They simply can't fit on the table. These are the equipment I prepared for you, Yi Qianfan told the villagers. Their eyes immediately lit up, especially the male villagers, who looked at the short bows and arrows with shining eyes. Who doesn't love bows and arrows? Who doesn't love weapons? As for the villagers of Group 6 of Shur, one or two of them looked at the perfect bronze pickaxes with bright eyes. Is there anything better than this for mining? If I had tools like this before, I wouldn't have become a villager. Why am I thinking this way? I am a villager after all, and the Lord treats me well. I was born in District 7, and I will be buried in District 7. That's right. As for the gathering team, San, they kept staring at the animal hide backpacks on the ground. Gathering often involves crossing mountains and climbing trees. A good backpack is more important than anything, and the backpacks the Lord prepared for them look very high level. All right, to prevent chaos, Yi Qianfan decided to call out the team leaders one by one to distribute the gear. Next, I will call out the name, and you come forward to receive your team's equipment, understood? Yes. Lord. Group 6 of Sure. Lord. Group 6 reports in. The burly man Sure Lu stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, showing respect to Yi Qianfan. Yi Qianfan was about to bend down to pick up the equipment on the ground when Chu Si suddenly appeared out of nowhere and quickly approached him. Lord, if you need anything, just tell Chu Si, she said, kneeling beside the equipment. She lifted her head, showing 2 small fangs, and smiled at Yi Qianfan. I'll help you carry it. All right, Yi Qianfan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed that Chu Si had changed her school uniform into a maid outfit. It was dark blue with white lace trim and a small apron, looking quite nice. Her mixed-race face made her look quite charming. Not bad at all. Chu Si, your outfit looks great. From now on, everyone in the kitchen team should wear this. Lord, if you like it, that's all that matters, Chu Si said happily. As long as the Lord is pleased, everything Chu Si does is worth it. Enough talk. Let's start collecting the equipment. Yi Qianfan interrupted Chu Si's chatter. Women really tend to waste time. He was already ready to start distributing the gear. Stone 6 group has 10 intermediate backpacks, 5 perfect bronze pickaxes, 2 short bows, 20 arrows, and 2 kerosene lamps. Yes, Lord, Chu Si replied, immediately selecting the items Yi Qianfan wanted. She quickly handed them to Stone 6. Thank you for the reward, Lord, Stone 6 said, waving his hand. The team members stepped forward and took their gear. Next, Yi Qianfan also distributed equipment to the Medicine 3 group. Medicine 3 group has 5 intermediate backpacks, 5 perfect bronze pickaxes, 2 short bows, 20 arrows, and 2 kerosene lamps. Then it was the turn of Mu Ba group. Mu Ba. When Mu Ba stepped forward, he saw that besides bows, arrows, and the intermediate backpacks, there was no other equipment on the ground. He was momentarily stunned. Lord, why do we only have bows, arrows, and backpacks? Why aren't there any other gear? Mu Ba asked, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Does the Lord think we're not as good as Stone 6 group? We can't just chop wood with our hands. Even Mu Jianba. No, it's Jianba. Wait, no, Mu Ba. Listen carefully to what I say. Yi Qianfan repeated his words several times before finally getting Mu Ba's name right. This made Mu Ba feel even more like he wasn't being valued by the Lord. He turned red with anger and shouted loudly, Lord, have you forgotten about Mu Ba? No, I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten, Yi Qianfan said with a mix of laughter and tears. Then he drew his personal equipment and said, I hereby solemnly give you this sharp metal axe, Lord. Mu Ba looked up, and his eyes immediately filled with gratitude. It turned out that the Lord hadn't forgotten him, but valued him so much that he even entrusted him with a special axe that had unique powers. Looking at the shining, sharp axe in front of him, Mu Ba's eyes nearly popped out. High-quality axe. Even the best masterworks of the dwarf race are nothing compared to this. It is lightning. It is light. It is the king of chopping tools. Special effects. Critical hit 100%. Combo 3. Wow, a critical hit. And it's crafted by dwarves. The most important thing is the combo effect. Our team really hit the jackpot. Everyone could see the attributes of the equipment clearly. At this moment, Mu Ba's team felt honored and excited. They lifted their heads proudly like proud peacocks. Meanwhile, members of other teams looked on with envy. They were so jealous and annoyed. Stone 6, naturally, was not convinced. He snorted coldly and said, What's so special? It's just an axe. The Lord even gave us 10 pickaxes. You only have 1, so what are you so proud of? We are better with just 1. Yeah? Why only 1? But we have 5 people. Hearing this reminder, Mu Ba's team realized something was off. Mu Ba also looked at Yi Qianfan with confusion and asked, Lord, do we only have 1 weapon? 1 is enough. Yi Qianfan smiled. You handle chopping, others gather materials. Otherwise, it would be too busy. Is that so? Mu Ba's face twitched, but since the Lord had said so, he couldn't argue. Meanwhile, the members of Hunting Group 5 had been waiting impatiently. They quickly pushed past Mubah and said, "Stop hogging the work. It's my turn now." "Thank you, Lord." Wood 8 picked up the other equipment belonging to his team. 5 medium backpacks, 2 short bows, 20 arrows, and 2 kerosene lamps. Then he stepped back. Hunter 5 hurried forward and asked, "My lord, what about me? What is my weapon?" As a member of the Hunter group, Hunter 5 eagerly rubbed his hands. "You?" Yi Qianfan looked at Hunter 5 and said, "I haven't prepared a weapon for you. Just take 2 short bows." "Huh?" Hunter 5 was stunned immediately. Next to him, Wood 8 and Stone 6 groups started laughing. Remember, although Wood 8's group only got 1 weapon, it was a sharp metal axe used by the Lord, with special attributes. And Stone 6 group was even better, being the largest group among the 4 outside teams, and each person had a weapon, plus 2 extra bows and arrows. They were the envy of others. But Hunter 5's group was completely ignored by the Lord. This made Hunter 5 feel wronged, small, pitiful, and helpless. However, Yi Qianfan spoke again, just 2 words. But these 2 words clearly had more to follow. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting for his next words. Citizen numbered 001 stepped forward. "Yea, Lord, what do you want with me?" This humanoid citizen was still not very polite to Yi Qianfan. Citizen number 001, gender, none, special ability. Foreseeing danger, suitable for exploring maps. Just give him a sharp dagger and enough torches, and he will be your best helper in exploring new areas. Loyalty, 70%, but his loyalty had increased a lot compared to yesterday. And his talent skill was quite special. So Yi Qianfan was still quite patient with him. Talents should be a bit proud after all. "From today, your name is Ivanov," Yi Qianfan said, pulling out the sharp dagger from his waist and handing it to Ivanov. "This dagger is yours. Assist Hunter 5 well, and help me explore new maps." "Yay." Sharp dagger. Ivankov's eyes lit up. He quickly knelt on one knee and happily exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Leader, for your gift." Citizen number 001. Ivankov. Loyalty 10. Ivankov awakens a talent skill. Danger sense. Awesome. Yi Qianfan saw Ivankov's attributes change. His eyes brightened. He was right. This undead demon is capable. Not just capable, amazing. Everyone who thought otherwise, go stand against the wall. At this moment, Lai Wu finally understood. The Lord Leader hadn't forgotten his team. He had other plans. Although he didn't get special equipment, his team members did. And their attributes are not worse than those of Team Mubah. Isn't he proud? See that? A fine dagger. A masterwork from the dwarf race. Nothing special. Lai Wu was very happy. But Mubah was unhappy and said, "As the team leader, you don't have a weapon? So what if I don't? My team members do. And did you see? Damage 100%. As the team leader, you don't have a weapon." Mu Jianba. "No, Mubah. Can you stop bringing this up? The Lord Leader forgot about you." "Ugh. Come on. Ivankov, go." Wow. Everyone cheered excitedly when they received their gear. Yi Qianfan finally raised his hand and calmed the noisy crowd, saying, "All right, everyone, it's getting late. Get ready to set out." "Yes, Lord Leader." Everyone knelt on one knee to thank the Lord Leader. "Oh, right." Yi Qianfan finished speaking and looked down at Chu Si, asking, "Have you prepared the dried meat and water bottles for everyone?" Reporting, "Lord Leader, everything is ready." Chu Si knew the Lord Leader didn't like women to chatter, so he kept it brief. Yi Qianfan was satisfied after hearing this. He gently patted Chu Si's head and said, "Good job. Keep it up." "Thank you, Lord Leader." Chu Si beamed with happiness, his eyes full of excitement, almost overflowing. She hurriedly staggered to her feet, planning to ask someone in the kitchen to bring out dried meat and water, but her legs went numb from kneeling too long. When the 4th day of the lunar month stood up, she fell flat on her face. Then she instinctively tried to grab something nearby, but at this moment, besides the Lord, there was nothing else around her. So, the 4th day of the lunar month ended up clutching onto Yi Qianfan's leg. Rip! A loud tearing sound of fabric rang out. And then, everyone saw something they shouldn't have seen. Wow. The people from Stone 6 group looked at the Lord's special area, then at the wooden handle of the pickaxe in their hands. The Lord is truly impressive. The Lord really is worthy of being a leader. Even there, he's better than others. All the male villagers present immediately lowered their heads in shame, while all the female villagers covered their eyes with their hands, but their fingers were wide enough to hide an entire eye. At this moment, each of them had a shining look of desire in their eyes. Ah, such overwhelming strength. Who wouldn't want to be conquered by such a powerful leader? The villagers had different thoughts, but Yi Qianfan had no time to care about what they were thinking. He glared at the 4th day of the lunar month, then quickly pulled up his pants. The 4th day of the lunar month awkwardly smiled and said, "Leader, should I help you put it on? Get lost." Yi Qianfan glared at her. Then, feeling a bit annoyed, he turned and walked away from these fools. Although he didn't want to show off, being seen like that still made him very uncomfortable. After Yi Qianfan walked away, the villagers finally reacted. The leader is truly a good leader, not only powerful, but also remembered to prepare water and dry food for them. They immediately knelt down voluntarily, facing the direction of the leader's departure. Kneeling on one knee, they said in unison, "Thank you, leader, for your kindness. Thank you, leader, for your mercy." Villager ID 021. Loyalty 10. Villager ID 008. Loyalty 5. Villager. Loyalty kept increasing. Moreover, 3 villagers, due to their loyalty exceeding 90%, surprisingly awakened the special skill, Great Strength for Miracles. They are from Group 6, and mining is a physically demanding task. It seems that treating them well and increasing their loyalty is very helpful. Back at the villa, Yi Qianfan glanced at the magic book. It was already 7:35 a.m. There was less than half an hour before sunrise. He opened the trading channel to check. Yesterday, he had listed 12 kerosene lamps for sale on the trading channel, but because he received a subcontracting task, he exchanged 50 lamps for 100 units of materials. So, Yi Qianfan's lamp count became 62. In the end, he had 62 lamps. He traded them for 1,000 units of iron ore, 5 villagers, 1 fragment of a treasure map, 500 spirit stones, 20 earth element beast cores, 10 water element beast cores, 100 bronze, and 200 kerosene. This batch of materials quickly covered his recent large expenses. However, 25 villagers are about to go out to work. They should bring back many surprises. Before setting out, Yi Qianfan looked again at the items in the warehouse to see if he needed to prepare anything. High-grade beast tendons. Excellent material for making a dragon bow, which can withstand enchanted arrows. Special effect. Effective range 100%. Dragon tail. Contains a lot of red dragon meat and a perfect dragon bone. The resilient dragon tail bone can be used to make a dragon bow, a rare treasure. Special effect. Fire element enchantment. I had forgotten about these 2 materials, but I can make a dragon bow and try it out. It will boost my combat power. He opened the upgrade tree, villa, workshop, and checked the weapons section. Finally, Yi Qianfan found the instructions for making bows and arrows. Short bow. Can attack prey within 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, accuracy decreases. Crafting requirements. 108 vines/2, 3 beast tendons/1, for bamboo /1, long bow. Can attack prey within 100 meters. Beyond 100 meters, accuracy decreases. Production materials. 108 willow branches divided by 2, 3 animal tendons divided by 1, for bamboo sticks divided by 2. Enchanted dragon bow. Can attack targets within 500 meters. Beyond 500 meters, accuracy decreases. Requires 1 high-level animal tendon, 1 dragon tail, and 1 multicolored beast core. Huh? I can actually make an enchanted dragon bow. Nice. Yi Qianfan immediately chose to craft it. High-level animal tendon -1, dragon tail -1, multicolored beast core -1. Clang clang. A series of knocking sounds came from the workshop, but this time, the knocking was much louder than before. Enchanted dragon bow 1, the system notified him. Yi Qianfan quickly took out the enchanted dragon bow from his storage. Wow, it looks super cool. The shape of the bow resembles a flying dragon, with wings spread out. In the middle, the dragon's head is open-mouthed, just right for holding arrows. The bow is blood red, with dragon scale patterns that look very realistic. On top of the dragon's head, there are 2 gemstones. These gemstones are actually the eyes made from the multicolored beast core with dull colors. Time to test the bow. Yi Qianfan stepped out of the villa, and someone set up a stone slab 20 meters away at the fence to test the bow. Fourth immediately helped prepare the target. Yi Qianfan dismissed everyone. He drew the bow, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy. If he hadn't taken a strength potion earlier, he probably couldn't have pulled it back. This bow weighs at least 100 pounds. Ow. The moment Yi Qianfan drew the bowstring, the dragon's eyes lit up with multicolored light, and the glow grew brighter as the bowstring approached full tension. Because Yi Qianfan has a precision skill, he didn't even need to aim. That mysterious sixth sense told him exactly where to release the arrow for the best shot. Whoosh, an arrow was shot. But just as the arrow left the bow, it suddenly exploded. It didn't even reach the target. It didn't fly out at all. In an instant, the villagers, who had been raising their hands to applaud and cheer wildly, froze with their hands in the air, because they didn't know how to react. The arrow neither hit the target nor missed it. It was very strange. It exploded. The entire garden fell silent, as quiet as if even a needle could be heard dropping. Yi Qianfan was also stunned. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. Instead, it was Chu Si who immediately started thinking about how to flatter her master. When the strange event occurred, her eyes quickly shifted. In this situation, it definitely wasn't the master's fault. There was only one possible explanation. It was the arrow's fault. Yes, it was the arrow's fault. The arrow couldn't withstand the force of the master's powerful shot. So, Chu Si immediately said, "My lord, I think it's very likely that this arrow isn't strong enough for this bow. The bow is too powerful, and the arrow is too weak, so it exploded." That makes sense. Hearing this, Yi Qianfan quickly realized the truth. Chu Si's reasoning was very reasonable. This dragon bow was too strong, and he was only using ordinary arrows, which couldn't handle the force of the bow shot. So they exploded. Upgrade tree. Villa, tool room. Weapons. He scrolled down quickly and found the section related to bows and arrows. Enchanted fire arrows, 10 pieces. Bronze 1575-10. Fire feathers 1000/20. Fire beast core 141/1. Spirit stones 2597/1. Special effect. Blazing flame burning city. Enchanted wind arrows, 10 pieces. Bronze 1575-10. Wind feathers 1000/20. Wind beast core 40/1. Spirit stones 2597/1. Special effect. Tornado. Enchanted gold arrows, 10 pieces. There are 5 types of enchanted arrows, with similar materials. The only difference is the type of feathers and beast cores used for each enchanted arrow. Although the special effects of these enchanted arrows look very impressive, the thought of using up 1 beast core and 1 spirit stone for just 10 arrows made Yi Qianfan feel a bit distressed. And arrows are consumables. But to test the power of the dragon bow, Yi Qianfan could only grit his teeth and painfully craft 10 wind arrows and 10 fire arrows. He also wanted to make other enchanted arrows. However, there are not enough attribute feathers. Enchanted fire arrow 10, copper -10, fire feather -20, fire beast core -1, spirit stone -1, enchanted wind arrow 10, copper -10, wind feather -20, wind beast core -1, spirit stone -1. Soon, 20 arrows appeared in Yi Qianfan's storage. Yi Qianfan first took out a fire arrow. The fire arrow is bright red all over, with only the tip shining with a metallic glow. In the center of the tip, there is a fire element beast core embedded. This arrow looks almost like a piece of art, making it hard to want to use it. Knock the arrow, draw the bow. Whoosh! Just as the fire arrow sped out from the dragon bow, Yi Qianfan even saw the dragon's eye on the bow glow with a strange red light. In the next moment, Yi Qianfan saw a burst of fire streak across the sky, even in broad daylight. The brightness of the fire arrow was like a shooting star crossing the earth. But even though the fire arrow was so bright, once the enemy saw it, escaping would be impossible. Because from the moment it was shot to hitting the target, it took less than 0.1 seconds. In any case, it was extremely fast. In that instant, the fire arrow hit the center of the target drawn on the stone block. Boom! A loud explosion. The entire boulder shattered, and the broken stones flew outward like fragments of a meteorite, scattering in all directions. In an instant, everything within 10 meters around caught fire, and the fire spread so quickly that it almost burned all of Yi Qianfan's poisonous thorns. Is this what they call a blazing firestorm? The effect was too intense. Seeing this scene, Yi Qianfan was momentarily stunned. He thought, I shouldn't have tested it inside the villa. It's way too dangerous. Meanwhile, Chu Si, who was beside Yi Qianfan, finally reacted sharply at this moment. She hurriedly shouted to everyone, Quick, put out the fire. Everyone, go to the swimming pool and get water, hurry. If the fire keeps burning, the entire villa of our Lord will be burned down. Quick, quick. Everyone, hurry to the kitchen and get buckets. Buckets? Use instead. How much do you have? Wow, your faucet is huge. Everyone suddenly became chaotic. But when Yi Qianfan heard those villagers, they all came up with silly ideas. Using to protect the fence? I was actually thinking of using to wake you up. Stop everything, Yi Qianfan shouted loudly. Luckily, he shouted quickly because some people even started to take out their tools for the act. With his shout, the villagers, afraid of losing their tools, quickly put them away again. Phew, Yi Qianfan finally relaxed. Although he called for a stop, the fire wouldn't listen to him. The big flames burning the city kept spreading, and it looked like they would soon reach the dormitory building. They say a night of marriage creates 100 days of friendship. These villagers had at least spent a night in the dorms, so naturally, they had grown attached. Now, seeing the dormitory about to be burned down, everyone looked sad and reluctant. Especially Chu Si, the cook, who had tears in her eyes and said with a sad face, Lord, can't we? Can't we just watch the fire burn down our home? Of course not, Yi Qianfan whistled. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge red firebird spread its wings from the roof. It seemed to hear Yi Qianfan's call and flew quickly toward him. Where it flew, sparks even flickered. The bird's wings were enormous. As it flew over from the sky, everyone below was even cast in its shadow. The villagers looked up in surprise at the giant firebird in the sky. They all looked shocked. Is this a monster? No way. How could a monster come into our territory? Oh my, look at that monster. It's all on fire. If it touches us, we'll probably be burned instantly. Could it be summoned by the Lord? That's so scary. I think I should hide first. Wow, such a big bird. I think it could even carry people away. Everyone quickly moved aside. Meanwhile, Yi Qianfan pointed at the large fire ahead and said to the white eagle, Fire spirit, go. Absorb the fire for me. The white eagle responded with a cry. It then swooped toward the blazing flames. Seeing how fierce the fire was, everyone started to worry. It seemed like the big bird might sacrifice itself to save everyone. But just then, the white eagle flew up onto the burning fence. Absorb. The scene of the white eagle opening its mouth to in the flames looked just like a fire spirit from a cartoon, actually pulling the fire back. The fire element was absorbed away. Without the fire, the big blaze immediately went out. Everyone was stunned. They all cheered loudly for the white eagle. Of course, some villagers also cheered for the leader. After all, the white eagle was amazing, and the leader could tame such an incredible creature. That made him even more impressive. He was like a hero among heroes, the best of the best. Great job, leader. Wow. Can the leader really tame such a powerful monster? Wow. Not only can it breathe fire, but it can also absorb fire? Amazing. The leader is so cool. I wish I could marry him. Get lost. The leader doesn't want a man. Everyone should be equal. Everyone admired, envied, and adored Yi Qianfan. Basically, they looked up to him in every way. Yi Qianfan nodded happily at the white eagle, then whistled to call it back. But just then, the white eagle started to circle unsteadily in the sky. It looked like it was drunk. Suddenly, the fire on the white eagle flared up again. The bright, hot glow was like a powerful lamp shining right above your head, and the lamp flickered and wobbled, falling toward the crowd. Everyone run. This monster has gone crazy. The monster is about to eat people. Everyone run. If it gets burned, it won't just die. At least you'll end up as barbecue. Lord, what's going on with that big bird? Wow. What's wrong with the white eagle? White eagle, come back, Yi Qianfan quickly shouted. It seemed the white eagle responded to Yi Qianfan's call, and the flames suddenly shrank again. Yow, The fire on the white eagle immediately went out, but it still couldn't stop the bird from falling. The extinguished white eagle looked like a plane losing power, falling straight down into the crowd of villagers. Bang! A loud crash sounded. Fortunately, the villagers all ran quickly. Otherwise, even if they weren't burned by the white eagle, they might have been hit and hurt. Yi Qianfan hurried over to check on the white eagle, confused about what was happening. Ying, the white eagle was barely alive. It even made strange crying sounds, which made Yi Qianfan's face change dramatically. Eagle Eye. Yi Qianfan quickly activated Eagle Eye. In an instant, he and the white eagle shared thoughts, and Yi Qianfan finally heard the white eagle's voice. Smoke. Toxic. So that's what happened. Yi Qianfan let out a big breath of relief. It turned out the white eagle had inhaled too much smoke and was affected. No problem, just quit smoking. Toxic thorns. Smoke 0. Now he understood. It was because the fences were made of toxic thorns, and the white eagle inhaled the smoke back in, causing poisoning. Master, move away. I can't hold it anymore. What? Yi Qianfan didn't understand at first, but he sensed danger and quickly dodged far to the side. Anyway, the white eagle was too close now. Nothing good could come of it. Sure enough, the moment Yi Qianfan moved away from the white eagle, puff puff, the white eagle suddenly farted repeatedly, and it's even carried a tiny spark. And then boom, the white eagle's was ignited. In an instant, the white eagle's bird chrysanthemum shot out a large burst of flames like a rocket engine. Wow, this bird is incredible. That's basically a rocket, and it's still flying. Oh my, it's actually ascending into the sky. Wow, truly a furious little bird. Is it a furious giant bird? That makes sense. Yi Qianfan looked up, shielding his eyes from the sunlight to watch. He saw the white eagle spewing a long flame and soaring into the sky, and it kept flying higher and farther, almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. It seems pets with fire attributes can be quite dangerous. They probably have to be very careful or they might turn into a flying engine. But just then, Yi Qianfan saw the white eagle in midair, falling again because it lacked enough firepower, actually because it had just farted, dropping from the sky once more. And this time, it was much higher, several dozen meters, even over 100 meters above the previous height. If it fell from that height, not to mention a white eagle's weight, even a chicken, would turn into a pile of meat. White eagle, spread your wings. Fly. Yi Qianfan quickly gave the command. But the white eagle weakly flapped its wings, and in the end, it failed. It could only hang its wings and fall downward with gravity, like fireworks dazzling, like a meteorite landing in a spectacular burst. The white eagle had just begun. Was it about to end its short life? Yi Qianfan silently mourned for 3 seconds. Stop mourning. No equals the equals. No, Yi Qianfan couldn't just watch helplessly as the white eagle he had worked so hard to raise fell to its death. After all, this bird had eaten quite a few of his spirit stones, beginner evolution pills, red dragon meat, and many other good things. If it died, he would really lose out. Yi Qianfan quickly pulled out an enchanted wind arrow from his storage. It was a green arrow with white feathers, but the feathers shimmered with flowing light, and when he got close, he could even feel a gentle breeze passing by. The green glass-like arrow was embedded with a green gemstone, which was probably part of a wind beast core. In terms of appearance, it wasn't as bright and fiery as the fire arrow, but it had a fresh and simple look. But now wasn't the time to analyze it carefully. Yi Qianfan quickly knocked the wind arrow on his bow. As he drew the bowstring, he used his spiritual sense to tell the white eagle, "Hurry, pluck a feather and drop it." Although confused, the white eagle still followed Yi Qianfan's instructions, using its beak to pluck a feather and drop it downward. Yi Qianfan aimed at the moment the white eagle released the feather. He immediately let go of the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow carrying a gentle breeze shot out rapidly in front of Yi Qianfan. He had to seize the right moment. Because the feather was much lighter than the white eagle, it would fly upward, while the eagle would fall downward. Even if Yi Qianfan hit the feather with his arrow and created a tornado with the wind arrow, it wouldn't matter, since the tornado would only appear above the eagle's head. Therefore, he had to act at the exact moment the eagle released the feather, ensuring the feather was below the eagle's body. Fortunately, The speed of the wind arrow was several times faster than the fire arrow. With a fire arrow, Yi Qianfan could at least see its path. But with this wind arrow, he could only feel a gentle breeze passing by. Suddenly, everyone saw a spectacular scene in the sky. The white eagle, which was about to land, was lifted away by a gust of wind. And that wind started to spin automatically, eventually forming a tornado that lifted the white eagle higher into the sky. The tornado spun faster and higher. Luckily, the tornado was formed in midair, so Yi Qianfan's villa wasn't affected, but it was clear that the tornado was quite powerful. If there had been ordinary people or bird-like monsters in front, Yi Qianfan could have easily taken them out with a single arrow. The tornado spun in the air for about 5 minutes. Its power gradually weakened. The white eagle was spun around so much that it finally fell into the swimming pool, splashing water everywhere. The white eagle, which fell into the water, finally woke up successfully and slowly recovered. Soon, sparks of fire appeared on its body. Pop! Pop! It was like a nearly broken engine. After spitting out fire several times, the white eagle finally burst into flames again. Boom! In an instant, its feathers dried quickly, better than any dryer. Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. This white eagle's roasting effect is so good. Could it be used as an oven? Sometimes, I want to eat baked cakes or cheese. Seeing this, the white eagle was so frightened it took a few steps back. Humans are too scary. It was just a small, helpless eagle. How could anyone want to do such things to it? The sun came out. At this moment, Yi Qianfan was ready to go. He carried the dragon bow and a medium backpack, leading everyone into the mist. As soon as they left the villa area, Yi Qianfan saw hints in 4 directions. But these hints surprised him greatly. East. Walk 2,000 meters east to find a golden treasure chest. P.S. There are tree spirits around the golden chest, very strong in battle, but you can try using fire arrows to deal with them. West. Gray mineral zone, rich in various ores. But there are ugly goblins wandering inside. With your current strength, you can still fight them. South. Primitive forest, not too dangerous. Many small animals and herbs are inside. Setting traps might bring good harvests. North. Snowy ice plain, hiding a platinum treasure chest. But it's full of dangers, terrifying giant snow monsters and bloodthirsty snow bats lurking inside, making it very dangerous. The reason? Yi Qianfan was surprised by these 4 hints, mainly because he noticed that, besides the East's golden chest and the tree spirits, the other 3 directions had changed. He remembered that originally, the West should have been a forest, but now, the western area has turned into a gray mineral zone, and to the south, that area was originally the border between grasslands and forests. Previously, Yi Qianfan even collected dry branches there. It was a relatively safe area. As for the north, it's even more surprising. It was just a plain before, but now with snow falling, it has turned into an ice field. There are also snow monsters and bloodthirsty snow bats inside, which sound very dangerous. Could it be that after the Lord battle started, the foggy world automatically changed? But these questions, Yi Qianfan will never get the answers. He can only guess. The change in terrain causes some trouble for him. After all, some familiar directions and resources he previously explored are now useless. But it's not all bad. One good thing is, the appearance of new resources like the gray mineral zone, which is a place full of opportunities. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qianfan handed the trap cages to Yao San and Mu Ba and said, "Both of you, head south. Mu Ba, lead the team to chop wood and also keep the traps baited. Every time you cut wood, leave 1 person on guard. Be careful and don't take any risks. As for Yao San's team, you can explore the primitive forest and look for medicinal herbs. But don't go too deep into the forest and always keep 2 people on guard." Yi Qianfan nervously warned Yao San, especially now. Only 6 hours left before sunset. So you must turn back immediately after 3 hours. Be sure to watch the time. Don't stay in the primitive forest after sunset. That would be very dangerous. Yes, Lord. Yao San and Mu Ba nodded in agreement, then led their teams away. Next, Yi Qianfan considered 3 directions. After some thought, he decided to go to the western gray mineral zone first. Stone 6 team has 10 people, and these villagers are just ordinary folks. It's not convenient for Yi Qianfan to explore or fight with them, so he must find a place to settle them first. Although Yi Qianfan doesn't know exactly how this gray mineral zone came to be, but if they can mine various minerals from there, it would be a good place to accommodate Stone 6 team. Let's go? Everyone, follow me toward the gray mineral area to the west. Yi Qianfan waved his hand and led Hunter Group 5 and Stone Group 6, a total of 15 people, heading west. The villagers seemed unaware of any danger. At this moment, they looked like children going on a picnic, with smiles on their faces and joy in their steps. No one wanted to stay inside the dormitory all day. Although there was food and drink inside, humans are naturally greedy. When hungry, they dream of being full. When full, they wish for a cozy place to rest. Once those needs are met, they start thinking about entertainment. If there's nothing to do, going out for fun is also good. Yi Qianfan carefully moved forward. But the more he walked, the more his left eyelid twitched fiercely. Left eye twitching is a sign of bad luck. Yi Qianfan had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't see any warning signs. Suddenly, meow. Just as Yi Qianfan was about to step forward, he heard a loud call from Daji. The sound was high-pitched and sharp. This startled Yi Qianfan. Daji. He retracted his foot, about to step out. Then he looked toward the direction of Daji's call. Meow. Seeing that Yi Qianfan finally stopped, Daji strutted over on her cat paws. She held her head high, with a look that seemed to say, "Without me, you're nothing. Where did you go last night?" Yi Qianfan rubbed Daji's little head, then bent down and took a deep breath over her cat-like head. Nice. Meow. Daji turned her head away, as if to say, "I don't need to tell you." As a cat owner, Yi Qianfan didn't approve of cats staying out all night, but he wouldn't be too harsh. After all, cats need their own lives. Yi Qianfan finally released Daji's small head, but still gently rubbed her little ear with reluctance. Then he let go of his hold on Daji and turned to the nearby villagers, saying, "Everyone stay alert. We keep moving forward." But just after Yi Qianfan gave the order, Daji was the first to disobey. It stretched out its fluffy little paw and blocked Yi Qianfan. "Daji, be good. Step aside." Meow. Daji refused. It continued happily licking its paw. Only when Yi Qianfan looked a bit impatient did this little creature finally stretch out its chubby, pink, flower-shaped paw. Yi Qianfan's eyes were glued to it, almost wanting to reach out and pinch it. But in the next second, shoo, Daji's sharp claws suddenly shot out from its paw. The long, sharp claws were almost as powerful as legendary weapons. While Yi Qianfan was wondering what it was trying to do, he saw Daji directly extend its sharp claws forward. Whoosh! And in the next moment, Yi Qianfan saw a flash of cold light. Then, Daji's claws, capable of cutting through metal plates, were suddenly cut off at the base. The cut was so sharp it looked like a laser blade. Yi Qianfan's eyes widened in shock. What was that just now? An invisible cutter, one that couldn't be seen or felt, and didn't even give a warning. Wow! Yi Qianfan opened his mouth in surprise. He really had to thank Daji this time. If it hadn't arrived just in time, he might have lost a whole leg. Where's the warning? Why was there no warning this time? Has the alert system failed? Yi Qianfan quickly turned his head to look behind him. But when he looked in the other three directions, the warning was still there, unchanged. Only in the direction of the gray mineral zone, the warning was gone. Yi Qianfan was stunned, but it was clear that the warning hadn't failed. Something in that direction was blocking the alert from working. Since there was no warning, he decided to rely on basic trial and error. Yi Qianfan took out a magic fire arrow from the warehouse. After everyone stepped back a few paces, he drew his bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh! The fire arrow sped toward the gray mineral area. But the powerful fire arrow suddenly disappeared in front of Yi Qianfan in a strange way. Yes, it was like passing through space, directly vanishing. And just 0.1 seconds before the arrow disappeared, Yi Qianfan seemed to see a jelly-like barrier appear in front of him. But it only flickered briefly, moved very fast, and then vanished again. Did the fire arrow get swallowed? Or did it pass through the barrier because it was moving too fast and disappear? Yi Qianfan looked at what was happening and fell into deep thought. He had to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pass through the area in front of him. It would be great if he could see the whole barrier clearly. Fire might be able to extinguish something. But in this world, there is something invisible and formless. Neither cutting tools nor barriers can destroy it. And that is the wind. Yi Qianfan pulled out a wind arrow. Then he shot it about half a meter in front of the barrier. Whoosh, yes. Yi Qianfan didn't shoot directly at the barrier. Because before the wind arrow formed a tornado, it was just an ordinary, unremarkable arrow. But once it formed a tornado, it became almost indestructible. So, he aimed it at a point half a meter in front of the barrier. This way, the tornado it created could against the barrier, and Yi Qianfan could see the barrier clearly. Hoo-hoo! The wind arrow hit the ground. Immediately, a tornado started to form. It spun continuously, growing bigger and bigger, until its diameter exceeded half a meter. And at that moment, the tornado finally reached the invisible barrier. Yi Qianfan saw the strange barrier start to ripple and twist like waves, even flickering with a ding-ding effect. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. The tornado blowing into the barrier surprisingly disappeared by half. It was as if it vanished into thin air. But even stranger was that the other half of the tornado did not disappear. It kept spinning nonstop. This shows that, actually, the tornado on the west side didn't really vanish. It was just hidden behind something blocking the view. Yi Qianfan finally relaxed a little. He carefully stared at the barrier, which was rippling like waves, and observed closely. From a distance, Yi Qianfan saw a blank spot about 500 meters to the left. No matter how much the barrier shook, that spot remained unchanged. Could that be the door through the barrier? Yi Qianfan immediately led everyone toward the direction of the barrier door. When they reached near the door, Yi Qianfan saw the prompt reappear. Space barrier, something that can cut through everything, but also contain everything. Space rift, similar to a space door. Passing through this door can avoid the risk of being cut by the space barrier. Gray mineral area, rich in various ores. But inside, there are a group of ugly-looking goblins. With your current strength, you can try to fight them, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Sure enough, the prompt was directly blocked by the space barrier. Although in Yi Qianfan's view, this was a gray land covered in fog, making it easy to lose the way. And all the key things were hidden behind the space barrier. This made it even easier to fall into traps. Even if this barrier was designed specifically to trap Yi Qianfan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The scenery inside the door was not much different from outside. The only difference, there were many red exclamation marks inside. Iron ore, there's no or more common than this. Black iron ore, better quality than iron ore, but not by much. Magnetite, the best or for making magnets. Nothing more to say. Goblin helmet. Not sure which goblin dropped this helmet here, but it's gone now. Special effect. Defense 100% goblin steel pickaxe. A masterpiece crafted by dwarves, made with advanced forging techniques and high-quality steel. It is much better than a bronze pickaxe. Special effect. Mining speed 100%. Explosion speed 100%. Goblin droppings. Clearly, a goblin was here recently because the droppings are fresh. If you don't mind, you can take them to make fertilizer. Mix them into regular mud to create high-quality mud. This droppings thing is really gross. Also, Yi Qianfan noticed the note behind the droppings and realized that high-quality mud is actually made from. Just mix ordinary mud with, and it instantly becomes high-quality mud. Wow, that's incredible. Forget it. After all, a pile of here really affects hygiene. Shirlu, go pick up that pile of. When you take it back, remember to throw it into the toilet to make fertilizer. Yes, Lord. Shirlu looked stunned. He didn't expect the first thing the Lord asked him to do was to clean up. But since the other is the Lord, he must obey. Shirlu pinched his nose and carefully scooped up then put it into his backpack. Fortunately, the backpack is like a virtual space, so it won't smell up other things. Otherwise, just thinking about it makes him feel sick. Lord, Shirlu has completed the task. Shirlu returned to Yi Qianfan with a look of grievance. No one enjoys being sent to clean up, except perhaps the official scoopers. All right, don't feel bad. Seeing a grown man looking so pitiful, Yi Qianfan felt a bit sorry for him, and said kindly, "Here, you can have the goblin helmet and the goblin iron pickaxe. Consider it compensation for your loss." Really? Shirlu was overjoyed. The members of Hunt Group 5, who had been mocking him, also looked envious. If only they knew that cleaning up a pile of could get them a magic weapon. He'd do it happily. Yes, go get them. Shirlu happily ran over to the green goblin helmet, carefully picking it up. Although this helmet looks just like a normal construction helmet and is green, its attributes are so good that people are envious. Having this helmet is like gaining an extra life. Its defense value is actually 100%. Stone quickly put on the helmet and showed off to everyone, saying, "Look, do you like my new helmet? Looks good, very green. This helmet suits you perfectly, so green. I'm jealous you have a green helmet to wear." Sigh. I wish I could be green too, but I don't even have that chance, said a single man who had never been in a relationship. Orc, get lost. Despite everyone's teasing, Stone didn't mind. In this strange and dangerous world, surviving is the most important thing. As for whether the helmet is green or not, we'll think about that after we survive. He happily ran to the side and picked up a goblin steel pickaxe. Then, Stone turned to Yi Qianfan with a look full of eagerness and readiness to try. Yi Qianfan immediately understood and nodded, saying, "Go ahead. Let's see how useful this pickaxe is." "Thank you, Lord." Stone spat on both hands, then raised the steel pickaxe high and struck the iron ore with force. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. It didn't feel like mining with a pickaxe at all, more like dropping a bomb, like a powerful explosion in mining. And even though this steel pickaxe was heavy, Stone swung it quickly and easily. It even felt light as a feather. Could this be the power of mining speed 100%, blasting speed 100%? Iron ore 1, iron ore 2, iron ore again. Yi Qianfan collected all the ore and checked the count. With this one swing, Stone actually mined 23 pieces of iron ore. Awesome. I also want a pickaxe like that. Jealous and envious. If I had known, I would have gone to eat dirt. No, I would have gone to scoop. I think you just want to eat. Everyone was full of envy and jealousy. Stone knelt on one knee, grateful, and said, "Thank you, Lord, for the reward. I will mine carefully and will not let you down." Meow. At that moment, Daji suddenly let out a warning cry. Yi Qianfan quickly turned his head and saw a small, bald green creature. It was about 1.2 meters tall, thin and weak-looking, like a malnourished child. But its wrinkled old face and slender elf-like ears clearly told Yi Qianfan. This was definitely not a human, but a goblin. Goblin, very quick. If it had a weapon, most likely someone here would already be dead. Luckily, it lost its weapon, so now is a good chance for you to fight back. Everyone stay alert, Yi Qianfan shouted urgently. Except for Shirlu, the villagers nearby finally noticed the green monster approaching. The original archers were nervously knocking their bows, ready to shoot, but Yi Qianfan thought these villagers' fighting skills seemed unreliable. If they fought alone, everyone might end up dead. Daji, protect the villagers, Yi Qianfan shouted to Daji, then quickly drew his wind arrow. Just as he was about to aim at the goblin, he saw the goblin move. So fast, like a flash of green light. The goblin was clever. Instead of attacking Yi Qianfan, who was the main fighter, it aimed at the weakest-looking villager nearby. Fortunately, Yi Qianfan had arranged for Daji to guard the villagers. Daji is the fastest among all of them. Whoosh! Daji turned into a white light and instantly appeared in front of Shirlu, then slashed her claws at the unseen air ahead. Ah! A scream echoed through the air. A few drops of green blood splattered onto the ground. Only then did Yi Qianfan realize that the goblin had appeared near Shirlu at some point. It was a diversion from the start, not intending to attack the weakest villagers, but aiming to take back its weapon from Shirlu. But its agility was not as high as Daji's, so it was caught in its actions. That's how it got injured. I have to say, Goblin's tactic of feinting east and attacking west is really impressive. While Yi Qianfan took the chance when Daji caught the goblin off guard, he immediately shot the wind arrow. The wind arrow is very fast. Almost the moment Yi Qianfan released the bowstring, the arrow reached the target. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh was heard. The goblin screamed again and appeared before everyone once more. Shoot! Quick, shoot! The villagers finally reacted. Those with bows quickly shot their arrows. Soon, for arrows from the villagers also hit the goblin. At this moment, the goblin immediately turned into a complete pincushion, and the wind arrow started creating a whirlwind inside the goblin's body. In an instant, The goblin's flesh was torn apart by the whirlwind. It shattered. Then, it spun rapidly along with the whirlwind. It looked like a bunch of small lobsters thrown into a washing machine, all ground into lobster meat paste. Suddenly, there were a bunch of exclamation marks on the ground. Yi Qianfan originally didn't want to collect everything, since the sight of blood and flesh was pretty disgusting. But to avoid polluting the environment, he forced himself to gather everything. Goblin Meat Paste 100, Earth Element Beast Core 2, Goblin Fangs 2. Yi Qianfan looked at the so-called meat paste in his backpack. He couldn't figure out what to do with it, so he checked it. Goblin Meat Paste tastes dry, like old sow meat, slightly sour. But goblin blood and flesh contain agility and strength, suitable for villagers or pets. With bonus effects, it seems he can only give it to Chuzi to eat. Having dealt with the goblin, Yi Qianfan looked around again. In the entire gray mineral zone, there seemed to be no other dangers. But to ensure the safety of the miners, he still ordered Bai Ying to patrol above the entire gray mineral zone. Hawkeye. At the same time, Yi Qianfan activated Hawkeye. This way, he could check the large area of the gray mineral zone more quickly. The fog in the gray mineral area was not thick, only a thin layer, so it did not significantly affect Bai Ying's vision. Soon after, Bai Ying had already completed a full patrol. After confirming there was no danger, Yi Qianfan allowed Shirlu's team to stay in mine. As for how to divide the resources, Shirlu was in charge. Don't need too much magnetic ore, but iron ore and black iron ore are more useful. Mine a bit more. Yes, Lord. After assigning the tasks, Yi Qianfan led the Hunting 5 team and left the gray mineral area directly. They headed east. East. Continue east for 2,000 meters. There is a golden treasure chest. Note. There are a group of tree spirits around the golden chest. They are very strong, but you can try using fire arrows to deal with them. Yesterday, if there had been enough time, Yi Qianfan would have wanted to go for the golden chest. However, the hint on the golden chest had already changed once. Yesterday, the message about the tree spirits was, note, there are tree spirits around the golden chest. If you don't have enough firepower, I don't recommend provoking them. If you think you can handle them with just a campfire, you might regret it. Today, it has become. You can try using fire arrows against them, which shows that. After obtaining the dragon bow, his fighting power had become much stronger, enough to be rated by the system as capable of fighting tree spirits. Since that's the case, let's go? Yi Qianfan led his team toward the tree spirits. But he didn't know. Shortly after he left, deep inside the gray mineral area, several large rocks were suddenly moved aside, and a group of goblins wearing colorful hats jumped out. They all held fine steel pickaxes, ready to mine. Tree Spirit Territory. Yi Qianfan and the Hunting 5 team quickly arrived at the Tree Spirit's territory. After all, it was only about 2,000 meters from the villa area. With the hints and kerosene lamp bonuses, they reached quickly. The Tree Spirit's territory was basically an oasis-like area. The ground looked like a green carpet, covered with neat, small grass. In the middle of the field, 6 or 7 large trees were growing. Each tree's diameter was probably over 3 meters, and their roots were very long. The roots swayed in the wind, like willow branches. Swish, swish, everything in front of me was peaceful and beautiful. It even made people feel relaxed and comfortable, as if they could sit under the trees and read a book. And the golden treasure chest. It was placed openly under a big tree, with no hiding at all. The chest sparkled with a shiny golden glow. It was very dazzling. If Yi Qianfan had seen the hint earlier, he might have already rushed forward to open the chest and see what was inside. At most, he would wonder if there was a trap or a monster hiding inside. But he could never have guessed that the real danger in this place was actually those seemingly peaceful and harmless big trees. Lord, do you want that treasure chest? Hunter Wu didn't understand the danger in front of him. He only saw Yi Qianfan staring fixedly at the golden chest, so he asked directly, let us carry it over for you. Yeah. No, you can't go. Before Yi Qianfan could speak, Ivankov suddenly raised his hand to stop Hunter Wu. He said, I feel something strange about this grassland. What's strange about it? Hunter Wu frowned, thinking Ivankov just wanted to take credit. Yeah, I just think it's strange. How would I know what's strange here? You're just talking nonsense. Hunter Wu angrily brushed Ivankov's hand away. And stay away from me. Don't touch me. I'm not afraid. So why are you so fierce? Ivankov pouted, looking like a muscular guy who was a little nervous, which made people feel a bit creeped out. Hunter Wu looked at Ivankov with disgust, then waved his hand and said, "Cowards, stay here. Everyone else, follow me into the grassland to carry the treasure chest for the Lord." "Yes, Captain," the villagers responded in unison. This time, it was Yi Qianfan who reached out and stopped the hunting team 5, saying, "Hunting 5, don't be impulsive. I also think Ivanov's point makes sense. This oasis really looks strange." Yi Qianfan naturally knew the problem was with those few trees, since he had a hint. But he was surprised by Ivanov's sharp intuition, even though Ivanov was a ghostly figure. So Yi Qianfan really wanted to see. Could Ivanov see something from this? If Ivanov truly had the ability to foresee danger and find the cause of the crisis, then his role in exploring with Hunting Team 5 could be much safer. "Lord, do you also believe his nonsense?" Hunting 5 was a bit unhappy. "Look at this oasis. Besides a few trees, it's peaceful and quiet. There's not even a breeze or any movement. What danger could there be? Not even a sound. Not even a sound." "Soga," Ivanov repeated Hunting 5's words. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. "It's too quiet." "Yeah, it's just too quiet here." "What does too quiet mean? Isn't quiet good?" Hunting 5 was confused, but soon, the hunter-born villager finally understood and said, "Yeah, how can the forest be so quiet? Usually, there should be bird calls or animal sounds." "Yeah? My little 5, do you finally understand?" Ivanov tried to move closer to Hunting 5. But Hunting 5 dodged quickly, drew an arrow, and angrily said, "If you come any closer, I'll shoot you dead with one arrow. No need to believe. If you really want to poke Silver's family, then go ahead." Ivanov turned around, sticking up his and said, "Here for you. Get lost." Just then, a small sparrow flew toward the oasis. The sparrow seemed unaware of danger. After hopping on the grass for a few moments, it spread its wings and flew toward the big trees. But then, an eerie scene appeared. The tree closest to the sparrow suddenly stretched out a vine, quickly wrapping around the bird, then retracted back toward the trunk. Until this moment, everyone finally saw clearly that this strange tree had moved a branch aside, revealing a large black hole in the trunk. The sparrow was immediately caught by the vine and thrown into the tree hollow. Suddenly, everyone heard strange cracking sounds coming from the oasis. Thud. At this moment, Hunter Wu finally realized he was afraid. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Leader, I was blind to the danger. I don't deserve to lead the hunting team. Please let Ivanov take my place. He is the real skilled one. You are an experienced hunter and know what to track and what not to," Yi Qianfan said. "So I think you two should work together. Ivanov will scout ahead, and you will command everyone. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Hunter Wu nodded repeatedly. Yi Qianfan looked at the time and decided it was enough. He drew his bow and aimed at the fire arrow, saying, "All right, I will handle these few tree spirits." However, just as Yi Qianfan was about to shoot, the big trees seemed to sense danger. They shook their massive trunks, rustling their leaves loudly, and some dry leaves fell. Next moment, Yi Qianfan's mind received a strange voice. "Humans, we have no quarrel with you. Why are you attacking us?" "Because you have what I want here," Yi Qianfan smiled. "But I think if I don't show some strength, you won't give it to me easily. What do you want?" "I want the golden treasure chest next to you." "Will you give it to me?" "Golden treasure chest?" The tree spirit looked puzzled. "What is that?" "It's just to the lower left of the third tree. There's nothing there except some energy. Can't you see it?" Until this moment, Yi Qianfan was sure that these treasure chests, besides the players, seemed invisible to other monsters. "Can't see what?" The tree spirit tilted its crown, confused. "I don't know what you want, but if you want something, just take it. But don't disturb our peace." "Well, that works too." Yi Qianfan thought that winning without fighting might not be a bad idea. After all, if the tree's spirit burns, it turns into charcoal. It seemed useless. So, he decided it was better to save an enchanted arrow instead. "Lai Wu, take 2 people and bring out the gold treasure chest," Yi Qianfan ordered. "Yes, my lord." Lai Wu looked a bit scared, but he knew the lord would never harm him. So he quickly chose 2 people and followed him into the oasis. At this moment, Yi Qianfan suddenly shouted at Lai Wu and the others, "Retreat quickly. These tree spirits are tricking us, because as soon as Lai Wu stepped onto the grass, Yi Qianfan saw several red exclamation marks appear on the ground. Tree spirit vines. These vines act like the limbs of the tree spirit, easily moving underground to catch their prey. If caught by these vines, the pain is worse than death. You old mountain demon. Yi Qianfan almost fell for the tree spirit's trap and was furious. I told you to cheat. Watch me shoot you dead with an arrow. Whoosh! A fire arrow shot out quickly. The tree spirit seemed to sense the threat of the fire arrow. The vines underground suddenly broke through the ground and shot toward the arrow in midair. But the fire arrow was made of a lot of fire elements, so these rotten vines couldn't hold it. Boom! The moment a vine caught the fire arrow, it immediately caught fire. The vine trembled in pain and quickly released the arrow. The fire arrow continued to shoot toward the tree trunk. At this moment, the tree spirits did something strange. They revealed the tree holes in their trunks and sprayed a large amount of water toward the fire arrow. Fountain of Life contains a lot of spiritual energy, which can extend a person's life and increase elemental affinity. It is a treasure that helps an ordinary person quickly become a mage. Sizzle, the large amount of Fountain of Life sprayed out by the tree spirits instantly extinguished the fire arrow. Yi Qianfan watched helplessly as the fire arrow fell to the ground. The red gemstone on its tip also lost its shine. It seemed the arrow was broken and unusable now. This clearly meant it was out of commission. His actions had angered the group of Black Mountain old demons. They no longer hid but waved countless vines, rushing toward Yi Qianfan. Vines, limited range, centered around the tree spirit, with a maximum radius of 50 meters. Retreat! Retreat! Yi Qianfan quickly led everyone out of the oasis. The vines mostly stayed within their range, and Yi Qianfan was quick to act, so everyone retreated beyond 50 meters. The villagers still wanted to run further away. Seeing they were close enough, Yi Qianfan stopped them and said, "That's enough. Beyond 50 meters, these vines can't reach us." Whoosh! But in the next second, Daji suddenly swung her cat paw, cutting through a vine that crossed the oasis. Yi Qianfan's face immediately fell. What's with this broken system prompt? It said vines could only reach up to 50 meters. What's going on? Except for the divine tree. Divine tree vines extend up to 100 meters from the divine tree. Heavy multiplication X, you should have said that earlier. Yi Qianfan looked at a vine still bouncing on the ground. He noticed it was flickering with tiny golden lights and had a red exclamation mark. Enchanted vine. A vine fallen from the divine tree, useful for making enchanted weapons. Very rare. Collect. Yi Qianfan decisively collected the vine. This was to make up for the earlier embarrassment. Everyone retreated beyond the 100-meter range of the tree spirits. Since these spirits couldn't move freely, even if they disliked Yi Qianfan, they couldn't do anything to him and his group. The tree spirits also seemed to realize Yi Qianfan was not easy to deal with, so they tried to communicate. "Human, I was just testing your strength. Now you are qualified to have a proper talk with me. There's nothing to discuss." Yi Qianfan sneered, "You old mountain demon, you don't follow the rules of combat and keep throwing 5 consecutive whips. Do you think I will still talk to you? Then what do you want?" The tree spirit's tone clearly showed some anger. Yi Qianfan ignored it completely, just checking his backpack to see if he had anything to deal with the tree spirit. Clearly, fire arrows are the enemies of these tree spirits. Otherwise, they wouldn't spray precious life water to extinguish fire arrows. So, fire arrows are definitely a secret weapon, but how can I secretly send them into the enemy's main camp? Suddenly, Yi Qianfan's eyes lit up. Nightmare Mouse King's blood. After killing the Nightmare Mouse King last time, he brought back 1 liter of its blood. He only used it once, to blast the red dragon. The effect was really powerful. The purpose of the Nightmare Mouse King's blood is to make arrows forget their target automatically. This thing is definitely a nightmare for these mountain demons. Yi Qianfan quickly took out the remaining fire arrow and soaked it in the Nightmare Mouse King's blood. Nightmare Mouse King's blood, 100 milliliters, enchanted fire arrow. 1. Nightmare fire arrow. When hit by this arrow, it's like a nightmare. Special effect. Instantly burns and automatically forgets. Instantly burns? This skill is awesome, very cool. Yi Qianfan was very satisfied. He casually knocked an arrow, just about to shoot. Suddenly, he noticed. The tree spirits seemed to be watching his actions. Although the tree spirits have no eyes, and Yi Qianfan can't see their eyes, the feeling of being watched is uncomfortable. It's like someone is behind you, staring at you. You can sense that gaze, like a sixth sense. The strongest feeling of this is probably when you're in school, and the teacher is secretly watching from the window to see if you're studying well. Feeling the Black Mountain demons spying on him, Yi Qianfan wouldn't be foolish enough to shoot immediately, even if the arrow could turn invisible the moment it was fired. But with the intelligence of the tree spirits, they wouldn't ignore it. They are very likely to spray water again or extend their vines to block the invisible arrows. Wouldn't that waste a nightmare fire arrow? That's not acceptable. First, these arrows are expensive to make, and even the blood of the Nightmare Rat King is rare and hard to find. It's better to save resources. Yi Qianfan thought for a moment and decided to sacrifice one enchanted fire arrow. As he placed the Nightmare Fire Arrow on his dragon bow, he quickly used a clever trick to swap it out with a regular enchanted fire arrow. Then he shot again. Whoosh, sure enough. The moment the enchanted fire arrow was released, the tree spirits thought Yi Qianfan was using the same trick again and sprayed a lot of life water once more. Countless streams of life water spilled across the grassland as if they were free. Even in midair, a rainbow appeared. Although the sun was not visible, this was incredibly strange. No one knew where the rainbow came from. But just then, Yi Qianfan smirked. They had fallen for his trick. Whoosh, he shot a second arrow before the tree spirits could react. A real nightmare fire arrow. At this moment, the tree spirits were happily spraying water to put out the fire, completely unaware of another object flying toward them because this nightmare fire arrow had awakened its special ability. Automatic forgetfulness. Boom! The nightmare fire arrow hit its target. One of the tree spirits at the edge of the oasis was instantly turned to ash. Flames quickly spread from its trunk. Sha, the tree spirit, though unable to speak, trembled like chaff in the wind, and all its leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. Countless leaves began falling from its head. In no time, the tree spirit turned into a Mediterranean. After a while, it changed from a lively young figure into a bald middle-aged man. Then, the fire grew even stronger, engulfing the tree spirit completely. Yi Qianfan watched the transformation and couldn't help but marvel at the importance of hair. Although Mingming's face hasn't changed, you say he has lost a few hairs. Why does he look so much older? How sad. Other tree spirits saw their brothers on fire. They forgot about the arrow and quickly turned their heads, shooting water at their brothers. It's much harder to put out a fire on a tree than with just an arrow, especially since trees are easily flammable. The flames had already spread widely, like a big bonfire. Even large fire hoses would struggle to put out such fierce flames, not to mention just the saliva of a few tree spirits. The water of life from the tree spirits seemed limited. The two trees closest to the burning spirit quickly ran out of water, probably because their reserves were used up. At this moment, they not only failed to save their brother, but also caught fire themselves. Soon, the flames spread wildly over them. The affected tree spirits trembled, because they were so worried. They started losing their hair. Swish, swish, one by one, energetic young spirits turned into bald, old men. Then the fire completely engulfed them, burning them to ash on the spot, turning the oasis into a sea of flames. This fire lasted about half an hour, until all the big trees turned to ashes. The flames gradually died down, and white smoke rose into the sky. But Yi Qianfan didn't rush forward recklessly. He first let the white eagle come down and absorb the remaining fire elements, cutting off the chance of the embers reigniting, then stepped onto the oasis. No, it should now be called the Ashes Zone. His first stop was next to the golden treasure chest. To ensure safety, Yi Qianfan carefully looked around from all directions. Seeing no red exclamation marks left behind, he finally opened the lid of the golden treasure chest. -100 spirit stone - 1 piece of top quality dragon bone, sword blueprint - 1 skill book, sliding tackle 1 - 4 instant noodle seasoning packs - 1 temporary agility boost scroll - 10 gold. There were quite a few good items. Just the blueprint for the top quality dragon bone sword alone made this golden treasure chest worth it. As for the skill book, sliding tackle, isn't that just a joke? Yi Qianfan quickly opened it to check. Skill book, sliding tackle. This is a very powerful skill. If you have a knife in hand, you can succeed in sliding tackles 100% of the time. No matter if the opponent is a lion or a tiger, one sliding tackle will definitely cause them trouble. Note: can only be used once within 24 hours. Alright then. If it says slide tackle, just slide tackle. No matter how strange the skill, as long as I can use it, it's fine. Next, Yi Qianfan looked at two other strange items with odd names. Agility Temporary Boost Scroll. After use, agility doubles. Duration: 30 minutes. This is a good item. It's just a pity that it's single use. He'd save it for when there's danger. Maybe it could save his life. As for the last strange item, Yi Qianfan really couldn't help but complain. Instant Noodle Seasoning Pack. Didn't you notice the last time you got instant noodles, there was no seasoning pack? To make up for my mistake, I decided to give you double the seasoning packs. 4 packs. Enjoy your meal. No equals the equals. Know what's going on here? The last time he opened a treasure chest, the instant noodles had no seasoning. Luckily, he hadn't eaten them. This cursed system, can it be more unkind? Not giving seasoning with instant noodles. That's just inhumane. No, wait. The system itself isn't even human. Considering it gave 4 seasoning packs, I'll tolerate it. After opening the golden treasure chest, Yi Qianfan began to survey the gray continent. Soon, he noticed a bunch of red exclamation marks among the ashes. The harvest season has finally arrived. High-quality charcoal. Burns 10 times longer than regular charcoal, and it's smokeless and dustless. Absolutely excellent charcoal. Wood-type beast core. This kind of beast core is rare, but luckily, the longer the tree spirit's growth cycle, the more wood-type beast cores it will have. It can have up to 108 cores. Life Spring Crystal. The remaining essence after the life spring water has dried up. Its effect is even better than drinking the water directly. Sacred Tree. The true guardian of the tree's spirit. It is the source of the tree's intelligence. Its true form is not afraid of water or fire. The sacred tree contains a lot of earth energy and is an important material for making magic tools of all levels. Colorful Beast Core. The core of the sacred tree. Sacred Tree? Yi Qianfan looked at the red exclamation mark indicating the location of the sacred tree in the ashes. Although only a piece of blackened, burnt wood remained here, in the middle of this pile of burnt wood, Yi Qianfan noticed a small tree about 1 meter tall, standing among the ashes. Although it had turned black, its top was lush and green, with no leaves falling. This was very puzzling. Burning it so thoroughly, whether the tree was completely burned or not. It's unlikely it didn't lose any leaves, right? Yi Qianfan stepped forward. He reached out and touched the sacred tree. All the ash on its leaves fell off. Suddenly, the true form of the sacred tree was revealed. It was a lush, transparent tree, like jade carved into a tree shape. Yi Qianfan didn't know how to describe this tree. It looked like a jade sculpture of a tree. But the moment he touched it, he could truly feel that this was no fake tree. Because on this intensely green sacred tree, even emitting a faint vitality, he could sense the vigorous life force and an indescribable energy of life. At the moment he touched the sacred tree, Yi Qianfan could feel everything in the world. He sensed the roots of the sacred tree digging deep into the ground, constantly drawing energy from the earth. He saw the wriggling earthworms underground. He even saw countless ants moving their nests. And on the ground, the air was filled with fire elements and countless flying ashes drifting around. He could also see the hidden sun behind the mist, and nearby, the villa he built. Yi Qianfan didn't even need to turn his head. As soon as he thought about it, it seemed like his consciousness could extend infinitely through the divine tree. What about the gray matter mine? That area was separated by a space barrier. Could the divine tree see through it? In that moment of curiosity, the divine tree had already carried his consciousness across several miles to the gray matter mine. But within the divine tree's perception, Yi Qianfan could only see a sudden appearing in the sky and earth, glowing with bright white light. That must be the space. As for other areas, they appeared as a dull gray, like unexplored maps. Impossible to investigate. The divine tree, carrying Yi Qianfan's consciousness, entered the space. He immediately arrived inside the gray matter mine. What he saw was Stone 6's team working hard to mine. Deeper inside, a group of green goblins, holding pickaxes, was walking towards Stone 6 and the others. Wow, are there still goblins? Yi Qianfan was shocked. He had already had White Eagle patrol the area. After confirming the safety of the gray matter mine, he had let Stone 6 and the others stay to mine. But as soon as he left, more than 10 goblins appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? The divine tree seemed to sense Yi Qianfan's confusion. Next moment, the divine tree carried Yi Qianfan's consciousness through the ground of the gray matter mine into the underground world. This was a large underground world, filled with caves dug out by goblins. The strange-looking goblins lived inside these caves. In the center of the underground world of the gray matter mine, there was a stone palace that had been excavated. Inside, there was a goblin holding a scepter made of gemstones. It looked very much like Master Yuda. Next to Master Yuda, there were several huge red goblins, at least 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, holding large wolf-tooth clubs. They looked very fierce and powerful. Master Yoda suddenly turned his head sharply toward the direction where Yi Qianfan was peeking. It seemed to have sensed Yi Qianfan's spying. The next moment, Master Yoda's staff flashed with a green light. The green light shot straight toward Yi Qianfan. In the next second, Yi Qianfan felt as if his head had been hit hard with a hammer. The pain made him cover his head and squat down. "Lord, are you okay? Lord, what's wrong?" Meow. Meow meow. At this moment, Yi Qianfan realized. Somehow, everyone had gathered around him. "I'm fine. Just a headache." Yi Qianfan held his head and was about to stand up using a tree for support. However, Daji specifically moved between the tree and Yi Qianfan, acting as his support. The villager, Lian Wugong, hurried forward to help Yi Qianfan and said, "Lord, you might not know, but you've actually been standing next to this tree for about half an hour. We were all worried about you, but no matter how we called, we couldn't wake you up. What's wrong with you? Did I stand here for half an hour?" Yi Qianfan was shocked by the villager's words. "No way. I feel like only a few minutes have passed. Lord, because I hunt often, I have a sense of time," Lian Wugong said. "I can be sure, even if it wasn't half an hour, it was at least over 20 minutes. Really?" Yi Qianfan was a bit confused and also a little scared, because he suddenly realized he was so unaware of how much time had passed. If at this moment, there were no villagers around him, or if Master Yoda hadn't woken him up, would he have remained trapped in this strange feeling, endlessly wandering until being attacked by other monsters, or until the sun set and he died in this strange place? Yes, that's exactly it. At this moment, Lian Wugong quickly pointed at Daji, who was standing still, and said, "Lord, you just had that expression, standing motionless next to this tree." Yi Qianfan turned his head to look. I realized that Daji deliberately crawled into the space between the person and the tree, using it as Yi Qianfan's support to prevent him from touching the tree again. However, Daji herself couldn't avoid it. At this moment, she was frozen in place, staring with wide eyes, her blue eyes shining with strange light. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. "Is that Daji?" Yi Qianfan called out to her. Daji didn't respond at all. Yi Qianfan even waved his hand in front of her face, but she remained unaware. This surprised Yi Qianfan. So just now, he must have looked like a fool. No wonder the villagers and Daji were worried about him. "Lord, what is going on?" Hunter Wu asked, a bit surprised. He could see that everything was clearly related to this strange tree. He took a step back, keeping some distance from the tree. A centipede that refuses to die." Yi Qianfan glared angrily at the so-called divine tree. This broken tree can create illusions. Once you're trapped inside, it's very hard to leave. As Yi Qianfan examined the tree again, he noticed a red exclamation mark hidden under the green glow of the divine tree, making it barely visible. No wonder he hadn't seen it before. Divine tree true form. This is the main body of the divine tree, with powerful mental control abilities. It can make a person's spirit leave their body and explore the world. Note, if the spirit leaves the body too far or for too long, it may never return. This thing was really sneaky. The main body of the divine tree was even more dangerous than its attacking vines. If it was just physical attacks before, now it was definitely a mental attack. Yi Qianfan almost lost himself in that strange world. If not for Master Yudao's mental shock, he might never have come back. Dog thing, you're using mental attacks, huh? Yi Qianfan sneered. Then I won't spare your corpse either. I'll take everything from you. High-quality charcoal 10086, wood-type beast core 108, life spring crystal 666, sacred tree 99, colorful beast core 1 Ming. The number of wood-type beast cores is astonishing. They said they would give up to 108, and indeed they did. But clearly, there is more than one tree involved. Meow? At the moment the sacred tree disappeared, Daji finally returned to normal. It tilted its head, seeming confused about what just happened. But Yi Qianfan was very grateful. He patted the little creature's head. If Daji hadn't sacrificed itself, he might have been caught again. And he wasn't sure. What would happen if someone forcibly woke him up? Because being sleepwalking and then suddenly waking up can be dangerous, especially in this state of spiritual separation. However, since the system said that the world he saw was from his spiritual body, not a hallucination, then, if he saw goblins in the gray matter mine, it must be real. Oh no, doesn't that mean Stone 6 and the others are in danger? Lord, Hunter Wu asked confused. What's wrong with Stone 6 and the others? I just saw goblins and the gray matter mine while I was spiritually traveling through this sacred tree. Yi Qianfan quickly waved his hand. Come on, let's go save them. Gray matter mine. Stone 6 and the others still didn't realize their danger was near, and the goblins didn't know that their mine had already been invaded by humans. Both sides just wanted to mine happily. Gibberish. Croak, croak, chirp, chirp, croak. Unintelligible sounds echoed in Stone 6's ears. He thought he was hearing things. He quickly put down his pickaxe, ready to listen carefully to what those strange sounds really meant. Meanwhile, the goblin saw a green hat from afar, shining among the gray rocks of the gray matter mine. A dazzling green light. The lead goblin with a red hat pointed in Stone 6's direction. Then they started chattering excitedly and walking toward Shirlu at the same time. Because they mistakenly thought Shirlu was their friend. After all, in the gray mineral area, there are many rocks of different sizes sticking out. These rocks just blocked the bodies of Shirlu and others, leaving only their hats and heads visible. So, the goblins didn't realize that the person in front of them was no longer their friend. Did you hear any sounds just now? Shirlu asked his companions with some confusion. Just some strange-sounding syllables, like bird calls, but not quite. Where would a bird come from in this place? His teammate wondered. That's true. Shirlu nodded in agreement. He thought maybe he was seeing illusions from smashing too many stones. Just as Shirlu was about to raise his pickaxe, the strange sound suddenly appeared again. Chirping and chattering. Listen, Shirlu quickly pulled his teammate closer. There really are strange sounds. Huh. There really are. Is it a bird? No, it's goblins. At that moment, someone responded. Everyone gasped in surprise. What? Goblins? That can't be right. Weren't the goblins already defeated by the Lord? Exactly. The goblins here were all killed by the Lord long ago. Shirlu angrily turned his head and shouted, Stop spreading rumors. What Lord? How are you back here? Because I was careless and didn't realize there are still many goblins living underground here, Yi Qianfan said, quickly drawing his bow and knocking a fiery arrow. At this time, the goblins finally arrived and appeared before Shirlu and the others. Hiss, hiss. The villagers gasped in shock. They had thought the Lord was joking, but when a large group of goblins appeared in front of them, they realized how serious the situation was. One goblin was tough enough to deal with, but now there were 10 or 20. Even a powerful being like the Lord couldn't easily handle them. Are they going to die here today? Geely Geely. The goblin looked at the human in front of him. The human was staring at the goblin, and the goblin was staring back. Then the goblin's eyes widened, and he pointed at a group of humans, starting to make scary noises. Croak, croak, whoosh. Before the goblin could react, Yi Qianfan shot a fire arrow directly at the goblin group. Whoosh, the fire arrow flew like a shooting star across the gray or field. The goblin leader, the red-hatted goblin, drew his big sword from his waist and swung it at the fire arrow. The other goblins started to scatter and attack the villagers. Seeing this, Yi Qianfan felt overwhelmed. He could defend himself with what he had, but protecting the villagers he had worked hard to save was almost impossible. He was only one person with fists. No matter how strong, he couldn't fight 40 goblins at once. And there were definitely more than 4, maybe 40. If only he could be faster. Just a little faster. Yes, the agility scroll. Temporary agility boost scroll. After using, agility doubles. Duration, 30 minutes, use. In the next moment, Yi Qianfan felt a jolt through his body. It was as if he wasn't getting faster, but everyone else around him was moving slower. The villager's speed was even more exaggerated. It was probably 100 times slower than a turtle crawling at a snail's pace for an hour over 500 meters. And Daji and the goblins, known for their agility, now looked like slow-motion characters in a movie in Yi Qianfan's eyes. He drew the wind arrow again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired 3 arrows in quick succession. 2 of them hit goblins who were swinging pickaxes to attack the villagers. The goblins hit by the wind arrows were knocked flying. Then, a tornado formed inside their bodies and turned them into meat pulp. As for the remaining arrow, Yi Qianfan did not aim at a specific goblin, but shot in the direction the goblin was moving. Suddenly, the force of the tornado instantly lifted the rushing goblin into the air. Only the red-hatted goblin was unaffected by the tornado. Does wind not scare it? Then fire definitely can't scare it either. Yi Qianfan didn't waste time. He drew his fire arrow and shot directly at the red-hatted goblin. The red-hatted goblin was very quick. It managed to catch the path of the fire arrow and tried to dodge it. Unfortunately, Yi Qianfan was faster. He shot another fire arrow, blocking the goblin's way. Seeing its escape route blocked, the red-hatted goblin became furious. It stopped trying to dodge and charged straight at Yi Qianfan, determined to fight to the death with a reckless spirit. Thud! The fire arrow hit the red-hatted goblin's body. But this goblin was tough. The fire burned fiercely inside it. Black smoke and the smell of roasted meat even appeared. Red-hatted goblin, much more resilient than the green-hatted goblin, with over twice the health points. It also has some magic resistance, making it quite tough. Yi Qianfan looked at the description of the red-hatted goblin and felt speechless. One enchanted fire arrow couldn't kill you? High defense is one thing, but its agility is okay. It's like Cheng Yaojin having Sun Wukong's agility. How can I fight like this? The red-hatted goblin was clearly hit, but it didn't slow down at all. It charged at Yi Qianfan like a mad bull, seemingly determined to die together with him.